This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Welcome to the world of Monster Hunter. Wenlong! Wenlong! What are you still sleeping on? Why don't you go out and find a job? Look how long you have been idle at home. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Wenlong turned over and then climbed out of bed sleepily as usual. I know. Mom, what's the point of working every day? What I need is a more passionate and adventurous life. Meow? For a moment, Wenlong felt that something was wrong. Suddenly he jumped up, then hurriedly ran to the mirror in the bedroom and looked in the mirror. Sure enough, Wenlong discovered that the self in the mirror was not the familiar self, but a cat with tiger skin patterned hair and an old scar on his face. What the meow? What's going on? How did I become a cat? And an Elu cat that can speak human language? And where is this place? Why is it different from my bedroom? Is it me? Seeing himself in the mirror, Wenlong couldn't help being startled. Then Wenlong reacted and tried to pinch his cheek, only to find that a clear pain was quickly transmitted to his brain through his nerves. It hurts! It hurts! It turns out this is all not a dream. I actually traveled to the world of Monster Hunter. But why didn't I travel as a human, but as an Elu cat? Meow! Because he is a cat. He also has a habit of adding the word meow unknowingly when he speaks. As for the so-called Elu cat, it is naturally not a creature on the earth, but a pet in a series of games called Monster Hunter. In the game, this pet named Elu Cat is not only an important NPC, appearing in various villages and towns to provide services to players, but also an important partner for the hunters played by players when hunting. Working closely with players, let's hunt vicious monsters together. Wait, let me sort out my thoughts first. What on earth is going on? How on earth did I travel into this world? I remember that I should be last night. Wenlong began to try hard to recall everything that happened last night. Just yesterday, Wenlong still clearly remembered that he had been staying at home and was urged by his mother to find a job. He had been running to job fairs and submitting resumes all day, and he was busy. At the end of the day, I found nothing. Finally, I returned to my place and played Monster Hunter online all night. I fell asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning and woke up to find that I had traveled through time. Meow. I seem to have complained a bit at first. I felt that even if I found a job working 9 to 5 every day, it would be meaningless. I hoped that I could travel to a more exciting world full of hunting and adventure. Oh meow. I really did. This is how I traveled through time. Although he found it a bit incredible, Wenlong quickly accepted this reality, because the memory of the Elu Cat where Wenlong is now still retains all the memories in this world. These memories are so real that it makes Wenlong could not doubt that this world was a real world. It turns out that the name of the Elu Cat that received my soul is also called Wenlong. I didn't expect that the name of this uncle is exactly the same as that of a cat in another world. Wenlong continued to recall the memories retained in his current body, and found that the Elu Cat he had traveled through was not an ordinary Elu Cat. This Elu Cat has tiger skin patterns all over its body, and its body is slightly larger than the average Elu Cat. Based on the knowledge gained after time travel, Wenlong knew that this kind of Elu Cat is called a tiger cat. Its strength, speed and physical fitness are much stronger than those of ordinary Elu Cats. So that's it. Wenlong lightly scratched the scar on his cheek with one of his paws. He couldn't help but feel a faint pain, which made Wenlong recall the origin of the scar on his face. So that's it. The scars on the face of the tiger cat are from the giant beasts on the snow mountain. An Elu Cat left behind when fighting the Snow Lion King was actually able to fight a Snow Lion King alone, and it can be regarded as a hero among the Elu Cats. However, because of his unruly nature and unwillingness to interact with humans, he stayed in the cat village and never went out to find a job. Well, it turns out that even the world of Monster Hunter is the same as the world on Earth. Finding a good job in the eyes of your parents means you are promising. But I didn't expect that even Elu Cat would be like this. While thinking this, Wenlong tidied his hair with beautiful tiger skin patterns with his paws, and then walked out. Wenlong, you see, Bina from next door has become the partner of a 2-star hunter, and is now famous in the village. Can't you learn from others and let our family get some glory too? As soon as he came out, Wenlong heard a black cat nagging non-stop. Wenlong knew that this black cat was his mother in this world. Sure enough, all the mothers in the world are virtuous. I remember my mother on Earth said the same thing. Wenlong thought to himself. Although he was thinking so in his heart, Wenlong knew that this person was his mother in this world after all, so he didn't bother to argue. He just casually made fun of her and left the house. I understand. Mom, I will go to the village to find a job today. I will make a difference in the future and let you live a good life. Just rest assured and wait. Wenlong said calmly. Why are you so obedient today? Wenlong, have you finally grown up? Woohoo. Mother Cat was stunned for a moment, with tears actually flashing in her eyes. While wiping tears with a handkerchief, he said goodbye to Wenlong. Seeing this scene, Wenlong couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and also felt a little ridiculous. What I feel is that I feel sorry for the parents in the world. But what is ridiculous is that I just want to experience the fun of hunting in this world. Isn't it just about finding a job? Isn't this a piece of cake? I couldn't find a job when I was on Earth. But this is the world of Monster Hunter. How can I still not find a job? I think I was considered a top-notch expert when I played Monster Hunter OL. I have hunted a lot of legendary monsters, and I am the highest ranked existence in the entire server. Now I have traveled to this Monster Hunter world. In this world, it's better to say that it's exactly what I want. Meow. Recalling his past achievements in the game, Wenlong couldn't help but look forward to the Monster Hunter world he traveled through. You know, Wenlong once relied on his superb hunting skills developed in the game to hunt powerful ancient dragon species without any damage by himself. Wenlong knew that in this world, all hunters who could hunt ancient dragon species were legendary beings, not to mention being able to hunt ancient dragon species without injury, which had never happened before. Although I don't know if the ancient dragon species in this world are exactly the same as the ancient dragon species in the game. But judging from the current strength and speed, the performance of this body should not be worse than that of a human body. Then after getting a little familiar with it, I should be able to bring out most of my strengths. In this case, there should be no problem in becoming an ordinary hunter. However, to be on the safe side, while familiarizing yourself with the world, find a capable hunter as your partner, and then hunt the dragon together and become heroic figures. And finally reaching the peak of life is the best way to survive in this world. Oh, no. I am an Elu Cat now. I should be at the peak of cat life. Chapter 2 White Hair. Wenlong walked out of the house thoughtfully, and saw a large number of young Elu Cats in the village gathering at the entrance of the village. Many of them were carrying their own luggage, and turned around to say goodbye to their families. Wenlong knew that these Elu Cats, like himself, were going out to find jobs in human villages. It seems that this is the place where Elu Cats live, the cat village. Sure enough, there are Elu Cats everywhere. Meow. Wenlong continued to walk forward with a group of cats, and soon he arrived at the entrance of the village. There! The gathered Elu Cats were staring blankly ahead, as if waiting for something to appear. Seeing everyone waiting, Wenlong also stopped, found a nearby big tree, and sat down under the shadow of the big tree, preparing to rest while waiting. However, at this time, another familiar voice sounded. Wenlong followed the voice, and saw an Elu Cat with white hair all over its body. Wenlong, a loser like you has to find a job. Didn't you just stay at home every day and refuse to go out to find a job? Meow. This Elu Cat was all white, wearing a metal armor that was different from the Elu Cats in the village. It also wore a collar with gems around its neck, and walked towards Wenlong with an arrogant look. When Wenlong saw the white cat, he was showing off his superiority, which made Wenlong feel very unhappy. Who is this guy? Oh, by the way, isn't this the Bai Mao from next door? He's dressed so fancy, I almost didn't recognize him. Wenlong searched his memories in this world, and soon recognized the identity of the Elu Cat in front of him. It turned out to be Bai Mao, who once lived next door to him. In Wenlong's memory, Bai Mao became extremely self-righteous after he found a 2-star hunter as his partner. Not only that, because Wenlong and Bai Mao's family were neighbors. And Bai Mao's mother also, she often brags in front of Wenlong's mother about how promising her son is, which makes Wenlong's mother often feel shameless. And she often lectures Wenlong in return. So many times, when Wenlong's mother talks to Wenlong, she never forgets to add, "Look at the white hair next door," in her words. And this is undoubtedly what Wenlong hates the most. What's wrong? Is it weird for me to find a job? Meow, Wenlong said lightly, trying not to let himself look at Bai Mao's ugly face. In the past, weren't you just willing to hide at home and chew on the old? Why did you think of looking for a job outside the village? But it's impossible for a waste like you to find a good job. It's different for me. The master is a 2-star hunter. When he said this, the proud look on Bai Mao's face was beyond words. 2-star hunter? When he heard this term, Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and the levels of hunters in this world began to appear in his mind. Stars are a symbol of a hunter's strength. The more stars there are, the stronger the hunter is. The highest level hunter currently known is a 5-star hunter. The Hunter Guild will issue a 5-star badge to him. However, among 5-star hunters, there are also legendary level hunters, and the strength of hunters of this level has gone beyond simple star ratings. So naturally it is impossible to measure them by star ratings. But even the same star level is divided into high and low levels. For example, a 2-star hunter can be divided into 2-star elementary, 2-star intermediate, and 2-star advanced. They have 3-star badges, bronze, silver, and gold, to represent it. For example, the highest level 1-star hunter has a gold star badge, while the lowest level 2-star hunter has a gold star and a bronze star badge. According to MHOL's habit of showing off, if his master was a 2-star high-level hunter or a 2-star intermediate hunter, he would have said it specifically to show off. But now, he just keeps emphasizing that his master is a 2-star hunter. But there is no mention of what level of 2-star hunter it is. So it seems that it is just the level of a junior 2-star hunter who has just stepped into the 2-star level. While Wenlong was analyzing the opponent's strength in his mind, MHOL continued to brag about his heroic deeds in Wenlong's ears. Not long ago, the two of us hunted a big strange bird. Speaking of big strange birds, have you seen it? That guy is awesome. Thanks to my heroic performance. Big strange bird? Huh. I can handle that kind of thing myself in a minute. It's not like you can only hug other people's thighs. Seeing the other party's arrogance, Wenlong, who had roughly grasped the other party's strength, said with some disdain, "You can defeat a big strange bird in minutes? Huh? Don't brag. Even if you are my master, it is not that easy for a 2-star hunter to defeat a big strange bird. Just you? Besides, you know what does it mean to be a 2-star hunter? It means that we have our own manor, and there are villas built for us by the villagers. The villagers treat us like heroes, because only we can protect the safety of the village." MHOL laughed. "Humph. Of course a weakling like you can't understand my strength. I'm trying to save face by saying I can do it in minutes. In fact, if I try my best, it won't even take a minute. 30 seconds is enough. Meow." Wenlong still maintained a calm tone, and was not provoked by the other party at all. "Who are you calling a weakling? 30 seconds? That's something only the top hunter can do. How is it possible for a guy like you?" Of course Wenlong was not bragging. What Wenlong said could be done in 30 seconds was referring to the time in the game. At that time, Wenlong, who was wearing top-notch equipment, had to kill a big strange bird in a one-sided way. With no doubt. Of course, that only refers to when playing games. Now that he has traveled to this world, Wenlong has lost his human body and turned into an Elu cat. At the same time, he is also barehanded and has no claws other than his natural claws. Wenlong was not sure whether the equipment that could be used for hunting could kill a big strange bird in less than a minute, as he said in this situation. So he used a more conservative statement at the beginning. But even so, Wenlong had no intention of losing to the opponent in terms of momentum. So after the opponent further provoked him, Wenlong showed an attitude of, "Believe it or not. Pull it down if you don't believe it," and ignored MHOL. There is no need to be familiar with guys of this level. If you want to say that I am the top hunter, I am. This is Wenlong's thought at this time. Although this thought has not been expressed, it has undoubtedly passed through Wenlong at this moment. A look of disdain was etched on Wenlong's face. However, MHOL came to Wenlong just to deliberately mock Wenlong. But not only did it not have any effect, but he was despised by Wenlong, which undoubtedly made MHOL very angry. "Let me ask you, who are you calling weak? Meow. I'm just talking about you. You weakling." Seeing the other party's persistence, Wenlong knew that just ignoring the other party might not solve the problem. But now that he was in the village, Wenlong didn't want to make too much noise, so he decided to show off his strength a little. "Sits easy." Wenlong casually put a paw on a rock under the big tree at the entrance of the village, and then scratched it with a little force, leaving 5 deep scratches. Seeing these 5 scratches, MHOL was so frightened that he took half a step back. "You? What about me? Or do you also want to become like this stone?" Wenlong knew that his body had fought with the powerful Snow Lion King on the Snow Mountain. Although his cheek was scratched by the Snow Lion King, he also left the same scratches on the Snow Lion King's face. Since it is powerful enough to scratch the Snow Lion King, it is definitely not a problem to break a few stones at the entrance of the village. Okay. Wenlong, since you are so confident, let me see your strength. Hunting is not something that can be done simply by relying on brute force. Don't be tortured by the big strange bird until you pee. Meow. After saying that, Bai Mao walked away angrily, still cursing as he walked. Obviously, this time Wenlong did give some stimulation to Bai Mao, who had been arrogant in the village. Huh? Wenlong sighed slightly. There are such annoying guys in the society of Elu Cats. When I played the game Monster Hunter, the Elu Cats in the game seemed to be much simpler. It seems that the games, although there are many similarities between the world and the world I travel through, they are not exactly the same. In this case, I still don't know what kind of situations I will encounter in the future. Seeing Bai Mao go away, Wenlong couldn't help but recall that when he was still on Earth, the child next door also had this kind of virtue. In school, every time you do well in an exam, you always have to show off. Although one is a human and the other is a cat, their arrogant faces are exactly the same. Chapter 3 Granny Cat. After Bai Mao left, Wenlong simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Wenlong didn't want to be in a bad mood because of the villain. After a while, Wenlong suddenly heard the sounds around him becoming noisy. Wenlong knew that it was the person he was waiting for. Opening his eyes and looking, Wenlong saw an elderly woman walking slowly towards the entrance of Mao Mao village on the mountain road in the distance. It was a short old woman, carrying a wooden barrel that was too big for her body on her back, and holding a wooden crutch in her hand, walking step by step along the mountain road. Wenlong knew that for thousands of years, whenever Elu Cats from Cat Village needed to go to human villages to find jobs, this old woman would act as the middleman. So this old woman had a well-known name. Cat, mother-in-law. Granny Cat is not a human being, but belongs to an extremely rare race on the Hunter continent, the Dragon tribe. There is not much difference in appearance between the dragon people and humans. But if you pay a little attention, you can still see that the ears of the dragon people are longer and more pointed than humans. And this is the easiest way to distinguish between humans and dragons. Precisely because she is a dragon tribe. Granny Cat's physique is far beyond what other people can compare to. Even though she is so old that she can no longer remember it, she is still able to carry a huge wooden barrel on the mountain road. Seeing Granny Cat coming, a group of Elu Cats, who had been waiting for her, rushed up together and formed a circle around Granny Cat. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. Come one by one. Everyone has a place. Hee. Grandma Cat smiled kindly. And then the Elu Cats jumped into the barrels on Grandma Cat's back one by one, including Wenlong. Give way! Give way! I'm going to jump in! When the strong Wenlong jumped into the barrel, all the Elu Cats around him were pushed aside by Wenlong. When all the Elu Cats jumped into the barrels, Granny Cat said again, Everyone, hurry up. We are about to set off. This time the destination is MHOL village. As she spoke, Grandma Cat's originally gentle and kind voice gradually turned into a thunderous roar. At the same time, it was accompanied by a huge growth of the body and a change in form. Within a short while, this kind old cat lady turned into an ancient dragon with scales all over its body. TSK. TSK. Compared to the game, the scene of witnessing the dragon-human transformation is really more shocking. Wenlong sighed as he desperately grabbed the edge of the barrel to prevent himself from being thrown out by the violent shaking. And just when Wenlong was sighing, the giant dragon had already waved its wings, flying over the mountains with Wenlong and a group of Elu Cats, and finally disappeared into the sea of clouds on the horizon. In the early morning, at the entrance of MHOL village, a short old woman was carrying a huge wooden barrel and shouting at the entrance of the village. Come and see! The kids here today are all good kids, and they will definitely be good helpers for everyone in hunting and life. After hearing Granny Cat shouts, the crowd soon began to gather. MHOL village is a small village located on the border of the West Shred Kingdom. It is the closest human village to the West Melon Mountain Road, which is the only way to several low-level hunting grounds. It is also the place where countless people are preparing to step into it. A place where newcomers to the hunter career gather. Of course, not all of the people who gathered around were hunters. In addition to hunters, there were many people with different professions and identities who also needed Elu Cat's help. For example, Granny Ruisi, the owner of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel in the village, the old blacksmith at the blacksmith shop, and Mr. Heezen, the businessman of the Basie Chamber of Commerce who is engaged in trade, are also among the crowd. It can be seen that the Elu Cats under the leadership of Granny Cat, it was indeed very popular with the villagers. Grandma Cat, I want that brown Elu cat. I don't know if it is possible. The first person to make an adoption request was Chilo, the owner of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. This middle-aged man was interested in a well-behaved cat. Brown Elu Cat. Of course you can. You only need 500 copper coins. And if the child agrees, you can take it away, Grandma Cat said with a smile. I agree. I agree. Meow. I prefer a stable and safe job to being a hard-working hunting cat. Meow. The brown Elu Cat said immediately. In this way, after the owner of the Silver Dragon Pavilion adopted the first Elu Cat today, more Elu Cats were taken away by humans. Most of those Elu Cats, who like a stable life, chose to live in the village. Most of the Elu Cats who were more enterprising and hoped to gain honor and status choose to partner with hunters and become a hunting cat that fights monsters. Of course, Wenlong's ambition is to become a hunting cat. After all, Wenlong was an excellent hunter when he played games before. So Wenlong believed that although he had lost his human body, hunting was still his best skill. And with the memory of this world that Wenlong gained, the status of hunters in this world is so high that it far exceeds other professions. There are not only hunter guilds with power across the entire continent, but also the Wanli Hunting Group, which was established with the help of national power and is powerful enough to rival a country's army. These are undoubtedly proof that the hunter profession has a profound impact on the world. So Wenlong knew that if he wanted to stand out in this world of monster hunters and have enviable wealth and status, the best way would be to become an excellent hunter. And for an Elu Cat, it is natural to become an excellent hunting cat. So although by noon, many Elu Cats had found suitable jobs, bid farewell to Granny Cat, and embarked on new jobs. However, unlike those Elu Cats who were eager to find jobs, Wenlong he was unmoved at all. Of course, this does not mean that no hunter likes Wenlong. In fact, it was just the opposite. Several hunters wanted to invite Wenlong to become their partner. I want this Elu Cat. One of the young hunters pointed at Wenlong and said, Look at him. He is strong. His eyes are bright. And the tiger skin pattern on his body makes him look mighty and domineering. He must be very good at fighting monsters. Fight! If such an Elu Cat can team up with me, we will definitely be able to form an outstanding hunter team. However, Wenlong didn't think so, because Wenlong, who had extensive hunting experience in the game, knew that having a powerful partner would undoubtedly make hunting easier when hunting. And those partners, who are weak but don't know how to cooperate, will undoubtedly make the hunting more difficult. So from the beginning, Wenlong wanted to choose a hunter with sufficient strength and experience as his partner. It was obvious that the hunters who invited Wenlong before could not meet this qualification. Humph. They are all newbies and weaklings. And they want to team up with an experienced hunter like me? It's just a daydream. Wenlong thought to himself. It is not difficult for Wenlong to distinguish the level of the hunter. After all, there are too many similarities between this world and the game. So the easiest and most direct way to tell the strength of a hunter is naturally to look at the equipment the hunter holds. Wenlong, who had extensive gaming experience, had a very good understanding of the various equipment in the game. Of course, he could easily tell the strength of these hunters. For example, the young hunter who invited Wenlong this time was wearing the most ordinary hunting clothes in the village. At first glance, he looked like a newcomer who had just joined the hunter team. He was far from enough in terms of strength and experience. Such a hunter would naturally not be able to meet Wenlong's requirements. Woof! 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 Facing the young hunter who invited him, Wenlong suddenly shouted, Don't look for me. I have rabies. Be careful, I bite you. Rabbit? Aren't you a cat? The young hunter was frightened by Wenlong's sudden bared teeth and took 2 steps back. Meow! Cats can also get rabies. Haven't you heard? Wenlong made a move to pounce. But the young hunter was so frightened that he rolled away and ran away. Chapter 4 Fateful Encounter. Humph. Do you even have the courage to become a hunter? Today's young people are too hopeless. However, there are so many people here. I guess there will be many rookie hunters who want to sign a contract with me later. It would be too troublesome to scare everyone away. While Wenlong was proud of his acting skills at pretending to be rabid, he was thinking about how to avoid being harassed by some inexperienced novice hunters. Oh meow! That guy with white hair and his hunter partner seem to be 2-star hunters, and they have already hunted big strange birds. The partner I am looking for can't be worse than that guy with white hair. Right. Otherwise, it will also look like the price is too low. So at least, we need to find a hunter wearing a big strange bird suit. Wenlong thought to himself. With this idea in mind, Wenlong began to lie motionless on the ground in the next moment, showing a listless look. At the same time, he half opened his mouth to let the saliva flow out. He looked like he was born with underdeveloped brain. Appearance. Sure enough, no other hunter asked to sign a contract with Wenlong after that. After all, no matter how strong the Elu Cat is, it will not be able to help the hunter complete the hunt if its IQ is too low. However, pretending to be stupid was nothing more than pretending to be stupid. From the beginning to the end, Wenlong's heart was as sharp as a bright mirror. While Wenlong was lying listlessly on the ground, his eyes were still paying attention to the movements around him, in order to find a hunter that met his requirements as soon as possible. However, reality is often cruel. Until the sun was about to set in the evening and the crowd gradually dispersed, Wenlong had not yet found a suitable partner. Oops! If this continues, will I become the only Elu Cat that no one wants? Meow! Looking around, Wenlong realized that he was the only Elu Cat left around. And the sun was when the sun sets. Granny Cat will have to finish her work and go home. And Wenlong, who has not found a job, will also be sent back to Cat Village. Oh meow! No! If I'm the only one left to go back, I will definitely be laughed at again. Wenlong couldn't help but panic. Great God of Elu! Please give me an excellent hunter! I will definitely become an excellent hunting cat! Meow! Because he was worried that he would be the only one left in the end, Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart, praying, as if hearing Wenlong's prayer. Before the sun finally set, a girl's figure appeared on the path connecting the village entrance. Oh meow! Is it finally here? Seeing the figure appear, Wenlong, who was listless just a second ago, immediately jumped up from the ground. His whole person looked lively and energetic, completely different from before. God of Elu, I thank you. This is the hunter partner I'm looking for. I finally found it after breaking through the iron shoes, and it took no effort at all. Meow! Even Wenlong had to admit that the girl in front of him was indeed very beautiful. She has a perfect oval face, fair and rosy smooth skin, and long, shining silver hair. However, what really excited Wenlong was not these, but the girl was wearing a set of rare armor that no villager in MHOL Village had ever seen before. At the same time, she was carrying an equally rare and unique armor on her back. Different blue swords. Although the villagers who passed by the girl as they were preparing to return to the village, because it was getting late, could not tell what materials the girl's equipment was made of, they could also infer from the style of the equipment. Definitely not an ordinary piece of equipment. This is this. Wenlong's eyes widened as he searched for detailed information about this set of equipment in his mind. Fortunately, as a veteran game player, Wenlong had thousands of styles and attribute information of weapons and armors in his mind. So Wenlong soon recalled the origin and attributes of this strange set of equipment. The head of the suit has a single horn for decoration, and there is also a dark blue sword with 7 fangs. Needless to say, this is definitely the famous Kirin suit in the original game, plus a Kirin made of the same Kirin material. A big sword. Wenlong suddenly thought of it in his mind. The level of this equipment is so much better than the big strange bird suit. In other words, this young girl is actually a high-level hunter who has hunted the fantasy beast Qilin. If we can team up with such a powerful hunter team, then the hunting journey will definitely become easier in the future. Although he was very excited, one thing that puzzled Wenlong was how could this hunter wearing equipment made from the material of the fantasy beast Qilin appear in this small MHOL village? You know, MHOL Village is a village located on the border of the West Shred Kingdom, and Qilin is a rare and magical beast that is legendary to exist in the East Shred Kingdom. Such rare and magical beasts can even be found in the East Shred Kingdom. It is extremely difficult to meet them, let alone in the Kingdom of Sishard. Therefore, although the girl's unicorn suit, which the villagers of MHOL Village had never seen before, attracted the attention of many people, none of these villagers could recognize the strength of the hunter represented by this suit of equipment like Wenlong. It seems that this girl should be a so-called roving hunter. Only powerful roving hunters will not stick to one hunting ground, but have the strength to travel between the East and West Shred Kingdom and try to hunt all kinds of species. Pray, Wenlong thought to himself. With such strength at such a young age, and with a sweet appearance, the unicorn suit with oriental style and the graceful figure of a girl is a perfect match. It seems that my wait today is really worth it. After all, Wenlong is not an ordinary Elu Cat. Before traveling to the world of Monster Hunter, Wenlong was a healthy young man. Naturally, he was interested in beautiful girls. Not to mention that the woman in front of him was not an ordinary beautiful girl. but a super beautiful girl with both strength and beauty. Wonderful! 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 Meow! It's decided. This is the goddess I'm looking for. Seeing the girl getting closer and closer, Wanlong was so excited that he clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, Grandma Cat, I want to hire an Elu Cat. Finally, the girl in a unicorn suit walked up to Grandma Cat and said in a soft voice, very politely, Hire El Cat. I only have the last El Cat left here. It was picked by someone else. I don't know if you like it. Obviously, even the old lady cat was scared away by Wanlong. The guest was a little dissatisfied with his behavior, so he couldn't help but tease Wanlong when he spoke. I'm not picking the rest. Wanlong jumped up as soon as he heard this. An excellent Elu Cat like me must be a hunter with more depth and content. Such as like you. Miss. Meow. When he said this, Wanlong's eyes never left the deep and connotative career line on the girl's chest. Chapter 5 Strength Display. For some reason, the girl stared at Wanlong for a while, but a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. What? Are you dissatisfied with me? Seeing the other party's hesitant look, Wanlong couldn't help but think, but it's normal. A top hunter like this is usually picky about his hunting cats. If I don't show my skills quickly, I'm afraid the other party won't choose to sign a contract with me. Meow. Thinking of this, Wanlong no longer hesitated, but decided to show his strength in front of this girl first. First a show of strength. Meow. As he spoke, Wanlong ran to the edge of a boulder that two adults could barely hug, then squatted down, lifted his hands from under the boulder, and pushed harder. Oh meow! Get up! In this way, although it was a little reluctant, the entire boulder was finally lifted. Humph! How are you? Are you scared? But there's more. Meow! Seeing the girl's surprised look, Wanlong felt very proud. After all, the power that Wanlong showed just now has far exceeded the limit of ordinary Elu Cats. If we really want to compare the power of Wanlong's one Elu Cat is enough to be equivalent to 3 ordinary Elu Cats. The combined efforts of El Cat. However, Wanlong did not stop there, but continued to show his strength in front of the girl in order to win the favor of the other party. Next is the speed demonstration. Please enjoy. Meow. As he spoke, Wanlong got down on all fours and rushed out. In almost the blink of an eye, he rushed to the big tree at the entrance of MHOL Village. This speed was twice as fast as the average Elu Cat. Also, look at my skill display. After showing his speed, Wanlong opened his claws and raised his head, staring at a bird's nest on the big tree at the entrance of MHOL Village. I saw Wanlong climbing up around the tree trunk. Although the speed had slowed down, the light movements made almost no sound, so that Wanlong had already climbed to the top of the tree, and the sparrows in the bird's nest were not alert at all. In the end, Wanlong easily took an egg from the bird's nest, and then slid it down from the tree trunk. The whole process did not disturb the sparrows in the bird's nest. Ah! Mr. Cat is so awesome! Seeing Wanlong's wonderful performance, the girl couldn't help but clap her hands and praise him. Humph! Of course! Meow! Hearing the girl's praise, Wanlong was naturally happy. If I show my strength like this, even a capable hunter will not refuse to team up with me. Right. So, how much does it cost for Granny Cat to hire such an Elu Cat? The girl said to Granny Cat very politely. 500 copper coins. But if you need it for a girl, because it is the last Elu Cat, you can take her away as long as you give her 250 copper coins. Grandma Cat said. No way. Old lady. Am I only worth 250 copper coins? I am not. Although Wanlong wanted to refute, he was quickly interrupted by Granny Cat's words. Wanlong, you also want to team up with this girl. Right. Why do you need to care about these 250 copper coins? That's right. I am indeed willing. Hearing Grandma Mao's words, Wanlong seemed to think it made sense. Although he always felt that something was wrong intuitively, Wanlong couldn't tell what it was for a while. Has a problem. Thank you, Granny Cat. When Granny Cat said that it only cost 250 copper coins, the girl's face was filled with happiness. Then she took out a small cloth bag and poured it twice, and then poured out 2 coins. 150 copper coins. Is it necessary to be so happy about saving 250 copper coins? Wanlong was stunned for a moment, and then thought, forget it. Although I am a bit stingy, but I can find such a powerful and beautiful person. The girl is really good as my partner. Not to mention that it's hard to find a thrifty and housekeeping woman these days. Meow. Then the contract is established. Granny Cat took out a signing contract from her body, and then asked the girl and Wenlong to sign their names and press their paw prints respectively. In this way, the partnership between Wenlong and the girl was officially completed. Contract. So this woman's name is Catherine. After glancing at the girl's signature, Wenlong finally knew the girl's name. Then please give me more advice in the future, Mr. Cat. Just after signing the contract, Catherine hugged Wenlong, her words showing excitement. For Wenlong, for a moment, Wenlong only felt that his body was buried in a soft and gentle land. Not only the gentle touch, but also the girl's unique fresh body fragrance that made Wenlong feel excited. From now on, it feels great to be able to hunt with such a young, beautiful and powerful girl. Meow. Wenlong felt like he was about to fly. It seems that the two of you have a good relationship from the beginning. From now on, you will be partners who share the joys and sorrows and advance and retreat together. Anyway, today's children have also found their respective destinations. And so can my Grandma Cat. Leave with peace of mind. Granny Cat smiled and looked at Wenlong, who was hugged by Catherine. His body actually changed again, turning into a giant dragon and disappearing into the dusk that had fallen. This old woman is walking very fast. Forget it. I have found a suitable partner anyway. From now on, I will be able to hunt happily, defeat powerful monsters, gain money and status, and finally reach the peak of cat life. At this time, Wenlong was already imagining the next happy hunting life. Well, Mr. Cat, it's getting very late today. Let's go to the hotel in the village to rest for the night, and then set off to the hunting ground early tomorrow morning. Seeing Wenlong standing there blankly, not knowing what he was thinking, Catherine proposed to Wenlong first. Oh, would you like to go to the hotel to rest for a night first? It's indeed getting very late now. After hearing Catherine's suggestion, Wenlong thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. So Catherine and Wenlong, the newly formed hunting partners, walked into the only hotel in MHOL village, the Silver Dragon Pavilion. Then I asked for a guest room and settled in. Going to a hotel to book a room with a girl I met for the first time is something that has never happened before on Earth. It seems that being an Elu Cat is also very beneficial. Girls won't be wary of me at all. Meow. Just as Wenlong was thinking this, he suddenly heard the sound of the door closing again. Snapped. As soon as she entered the door, the girl closed the door completely, leaving only one person and a cat in the room. It's great. It's great. When I lived with my brother before, I couldn't raise an Elu Cat because he was allergic to cat hair. Today I finally have one, Catherine said in a low voice. When you lived with your brother? This woman also had a brother? Hearing Catherine's whisper, Wenlong pricked up his ears unconsciously. However, Catherine did not mention her brother again, but slowly walked toward Wenlong. The dragon came over. Mr. Cat, can you let me touch you? Catherine said timidly. Touch me? As an Elu Cat, I can't refuse such a thing. Before she finished speaking, Catherine rushed over and hugged Wenlong while stroking Wenlong's fur lovingly. With this furry body, Elu Cat is so cute. So cute. So cute. I've always wanted to try this before. Pick up Elu Cat and then stroke the soft fur. It's so cute. Wait, even if you praise me for being cute, I won't be happy. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Although the feeling of being hugged tightly to Catherine's chest made Wenlong a little breathless, the feeling of lying on Catherine's chest in his arms, having someone gently caress his fur still gave Wenlong a feeling of comfort, as well as being tickled. It's so comfortable. Does it feel so comfortable to be held in someone's arms and caressed? Although it was only the first time for the two of them to meet, Wenlong couldn't help but stretch his body and let the other person touch him. Then gradually, sleepiness came over him, and Wenlong fell asleep in this warm and gentle place. Chapter 6, Taking over the mission. Early the next morning, when Wenlong opened his eyes, he found that Catherine was fully dressed and ready to go. Mr. Cat, we are going hunting today, Catherine said to Wenlong. Hunting? Oh, yes. Wenlong then recalled that he fell asleep in the arms of this woman last night. Indeed. As a hunter, of course, you need to continue to hunt to hone your skills. It's just right. I can also test my strength in actual combat. Wenlong thought so in his heart, naturally full of expectations for hunting. Although Wenlong was also a top player in the past, it was just a game after all, and it was still far from real hunting. So when Wenlong heard that hunting was about to take place, he naturally couldn't help but get excited. Oh, The hunting soul in me is burning again. Meow. Wenlong jumped up from the bed without hesitation, and then left the room with Catherine. Hunters do not hunt without purpose. Generally speaking, most hunters in Milad village will first receive entrustments from the villagers at the village's Hunters Guild office in Milad before embarking on their own hunting journey. Trip. The reason why most hunters like to receive commissions from the Hunter Guild is because there are 3 main benefits. If you complete the Hunters Guild's commission first, in addition to getting the materials stripped from the prey, you can also get money and props as rewards from the Hunters Guild. This will naturally make the rewards more generous and attract hunters to rush to receive them. Get the task. In addition, the Hunters Guild is, after all, an organization composed of hunters on the entire continent. In this way, every time a Hunters Guild completes a task assigned by the Hunters Guild, the hunter will also greatly increase his reputation among hunters, and his reputation will be greatly increased. The bigger you are, the higher level tasks you can take on, and it's easier to find strong teammates to team up with you. Finally, and the most critical point is that when accepting tasks issued by the Hunter Guild, hunters can often receive support from the Hunter Guild, in addition to providing frontline camps where hunters can rest. These supports also provide a large number of free support items that can be obtained, which is indispensable and important support for hunters who often need to hunt in deserted places. Because of these 3 benefits, before setting off, Catherine first took Wenlong to the Hunter Guild's office in Milad. Can I help you? The receptionist at the Hunter Guild's office in Milad is a woman named Sasha. She wears a garment similar to that on Earth called a cheongsam, which is quite able to outline the unique body curves of a young woman. Oh. There are so many beauties in this world. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But the beauty can't be too bad if it can be used as a reception. From this point of view, the Hunter Guild as I understand the needs of those young and middle-aged men who sweat all day long. While Wenlong was thinking this, Catherine spoke. Excuse me, which is the lowest level mission? Catherine said in a very polite tone, even with a sense of bewilderment. The lowest level mission? Sasha recommends this one. It is a mission to hunt fungus pigs. You can practice the basic skills of hunting, and there is no danger. This mission is very suitable for newcomers who have just joined the hunter team, Sasha said with a professional smile unique to a receptionist. The lowest level mission? At the same time, Wenlong was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to accept such a low-level mission? Are you looking down on me? Do you want me to start practicing from the lowest level mission? Wait a minute. Wenlong suddenly jumped up and jumped onto the reception desk of the Hunter Guild office. Shocking Xia Sha. Oh meow. The lowest level mission? That's too much. Do you look down on me? I strongly urge you to increase the difficulty of the task. Is this your Elu Cat? Seeing Wenlong suddenly jumping up, Sasha couldn't help but turn her eyes to Catherine, and then asked, I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. Please stop making trouble. Although Catherine wanted to stop Wenlong, it was already a step too late. Wenlong's shout had already alerted the other hunters around, and these people couldn't help but turn their eyes here to see what was going on here. The gazes of everyone gathered suddenly made Catherine, who was already a little cautious, even more nervous. I'm not making trouble. What's the point of hunting fungus pigs? Make the task more difficult for me. My hunting spirit has already become unbearable. Meow. An Elu Cat is nothing more than a hunter's pet. It is not the soul of hunting. Soon someone in the crowd laughed. After all, Milad village is a place where newcomers gather. The hunters here are far less knowledgeable than Wenlong, and they are ignorant of the unicorn suit Catherine wears. As for Wenlong, who was shouting at the reception desk, because it was his first time hunting, he didn't even have any hunting equipment prepared. He looked like a completely newbie who didn't know anything. Because of this, the hunters in Milad village naturally couldn't help but make mocking sounds. Why are you laughing? You idiots who can't see the truth. I will prove to you my strength. Meow. Because he is an Elu Cat. Wenlong's every move always has the unique cuteness of an Elu Cat. Even if the furry body and claws are waved vigorously, they are far less shocking than the sharp weapons. This makes the angry. Not only did Wenlong fail to intimidate the other party, but he also caused a burst of laughter in the crowd. Then, seeing that the matter was getting bigger and bigger, Sasha looked at Catherine on the side with some embarrassment. Finally, she saw Catherine nodded. After getting Catherine's agreement, Sasha said, Okay then. Here we happen to have a mission to hunt large wild boars. Recently, large wild boars often come to the vegetable gardens planted by the villagers to cause trouble. I hope you can help us hunt down the troublesome large wild boars. Humph. That's pretty much it. Meow. Wenlong jumped down from the reception desk after hearing that Sasha had changed her mission. In fact, in Wenlong's mind, he did not necessarily have to hunt very powerful prey. After all, Wenlong had just traveled to this world. Although he retained his memory, it would take some time to truly measure his own strength. If he acted too hastily from the beginning, it might be dangerous. So Wenlong walked down the stairs and pretended to accept it reluctantly, and agreed to the task of hunting the big wild boar. Since this is the case, let's start by hunting the big wild boar. Although this big wild boar is not very strong, it is still much better than the germ pig, which has almost no attack power. It just so happens that I can get familiar with how to do it first. Use this body to hunt. Wenlong thought in his heart. Chapter 7 First Hunting. After confirming the mission, Wenlong and Catherine embarked on a hunting journey. According to the testimony of eyewitnesses, the large wild boars that ruined crops came down from the Heimland Mountain Road, after damaging the farmland of several farmers. These large wild boars ran back to the Xiaofeng Valley where they were originally located. And what Wenlong and Catherine said the mission I received was to enter the Xiaofeng Valley and hunt those big wild boars that were ruining the crops. According to eyewitness information, there were 3 large wild boars in total. They went to the village's crop fields last night and destroyed the crops. However, one of the large wild boars was injured on the back when they escaped. Hunters from the village came to drive them away, left behind from time. Wenlong and Catherine were walking on the rugged mountain road while confirming the information about the mission collected from the villagers. 3 big wild boars? If they can be separated and defeated individually, it shouldn't be a problem. But if they come together, it will be a troublesome thing. For creatures like the big wild boar, although they are not very powerful individually, if they are hunting other large monsters, if there are large wild boars on the hunting ground at the same time, then as a hunter, you should give priority to clearing the large wild boars on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Wenlong couldn't help but recall some bad memories from the past. When Wenlong was hunting the female fire dragon, he despised the big wild boar and was attacked from behind by the big wild boar. In short, I will take care of these 3 big wild boars. Meow! Wenlong said to Catherine on the way. In Wenlong's mind, Catherine was not considered as a fighting force. After all, this battle was Wenlong's first hunting in which he wanted to test and demonstrate his hunting skills. And Wenlong firmly believed that a hunter who could wear the unicorn costume of a fantasy beast with taking care of 3 big wild boars was a piece of cake. Mr. Cat, can you kill 3 big wild boars? Catherine said with some surprise. Why don't you believe it? I see an expression of disbelief on your face. You really underestimate my strength. Just wait. I will show you my hunting soul right away. As Wenlong said this, he quickened his pace and walked ahead. Xiaofeng Valley is the closest hunting ground to Milad Village, and it is also a favorite hunting ground for some fledgling junior hunters. There are lush trees, lush water plants, and a huge silver waterfall hanging on the mountain wall. The most commonly seen prey are groups of elk deer, and occasionally there are some small monsters wandering around. The overall strength of the monsters is not high. Of course, it is said that some people have witnessed the existence of large beasts deep in the valley. Guys like the big wild boar that often go to the village to steal crops would not hide in the depths of Xiaofeng Valley. They should be nearby here. Wenlong carefully identified the footprints on the ground while thinking about the most likely location of the big wild boar. Sure enough, as Wenlong expected, Wenlong soon discovered a series of large wild boar footprints on the ground. And judging from the depth of the footprints, they should be recent footprints, which meant that the big wild boar was nearby. Mr. Cat, why did you stop? Seeing Wenlong stop, Catherine asked curiously. Shoo, Wenlong signaled Catherine to be quiet. He lay on the ground and raised his ears, carefully feeling the vibrations around him. Distinguishing the type of monster by listening to the sound is not a trick Wenlong used in the game, but a skill that Wenlong has automatically mastered based on the changes in his body, since he traveled through time as an Elu cat. After all, as a type of cat, Elu cats are far superior to humans in hearing, smell and night vision. Since traveling to this world, Wenlong has realized how to make reasonable use of the advantages of his current body and succeed. The key to hunting. So this time Wenlong decided to use this opportunity to test the ability of this body. Soon Wenlong heard a rustling sound. Wenlong knew that this should be the sound made by the big wild boar when it shuttled through the bushes. Are you here? The sound should be that there are 3 of them. It's indeed the same as the direction described in the witness report. If it's in the same direction, it's right behind me. Wenlong couldn't help but feel proud of being able to determine the location of the big wild boar just by sound. Next, Wenlong only needed to get into a fighting stance and wait for the prey to appear. The sound of fur rubbing against bushes became louder and louder, and Wenlong knew that the big wild boar was getting closer and closer to him. Here it comes! Meow! Just as Wenlong shouted, sure enough, a big wild boar rushed out of the bushes. And at this moment, Wenlong launched the attack before the other party could react. I saw Wenlong suddenly leaping high, and then jumped on the back of the big wild boar. The big wild boar that had just rushed out of the bushes and had not had time to identify the surrounding situation was suddenly hit by Wenlong, blinded by the sudden attack. It didn't react until Wenlong was already lying on its back. Snort! The big wild boar wanted to throw Wenlong off his body, but before he could make a move, Wenlong struck first. I saw Wenlong's sharp claws touch the big wild boar's neck, and a stream of blood spurted out instantly. The first prey. Successful hunting! As he said this, Wenlong jumped away from the big wild boar and then opened a distance between the two parties. Wenlong didn't bother to worry about what happened next, because Wenlong knew that he had cut off the neck artery of the big wild boar. Even if he didn't care about it, the big wild boar would definitely die of excessive bleeding in the near future. Although the big wild boar is still struggling now, it is just the last struggle before death. So Wenlong set his target on the other two big wild boars. Unlike the first big wild boar, the remaining two big wild boars rushed out of the bushes right behind the first big wild boar. So it was no longer possible for Wenlong to sneak attack the opponent just as he rushed out of the bushes. The only thing left is a 1-on-2 head-to-head contest. Come on! Let me see if your weaknesses are the same as those in the game! Seeing the two big wild boars rushing over, Wenlong did not panic. Instead, he stood on the spot and carefully observed the movement of the big wild boars. At this time, the two big wild boars were rushing towards Wenlong from two directions, one from the left and the other from the right. It was not until the tusks of the big wild boar were about to hit Wenlong's body that Wenlong finally made a move. This time, Wenlong did not choose to jump on the back of the big wild boar, but rolled forward and passed through the gap between the two big wild boars. Being short has its perks. Meow! The two big wild boars obviously did not expect Wenlong's actions. They had no time to stop and collided with each other like two trains traveling in the opposite direction. The two big wild boars used all their strength to collide, so even the big wild boar was stunned by the collision, and could not tell the difference between east, west and north for a moment. Of course, Wenlong would not miss this opportunity. When the two big wild boars were knocked unconscious, Wenlong immediately rushed over. Two more spurts of blood spurted out, and the carotid arteries of the two big wild boars were torn apart by Wenlong's sharp claws. Chapter 8 Newcomers. Mr. Cat, you are so amazing! When Catherine exclaimed in surprise, all three big wild boars had fallen to the ground, and it was less than a minute since the first big wild boar rushed out of the bushes. Time. Sure enough, even if I travel to another world, my hunting skills are worth relying on. Meow! Seeing the three big wild boars that had fallen to the ground, Wenlong couldn't help but feel proud. On his first hunt, he knocked down three large wild boars at once. This gave Wenlong a clearer understanding of how the hunting skills he had developed in the game could be used in the world. More importantly, this battle gave Wenlong's biggest gain this time is to become more adaptable to his current body, how to hunt as an Elu Cat in the future, and how to make good use of Elu Cat's skills that are different from humans. For example, this time Wenlong used the Elu Cat's keener hearing than humans to identify the location of the big wild boar. This is something that has never been reflected in the game before, but after traveling to this world, Wenlong discovered this method is indeed feasible. In addition to hearing, Elu Cats have a much stronger sense of smell and night vision than humans. Not only that, Elu Cats can also climb trees and dig holes in the ground. These skills can be more flexibly used in hunting. When I leave, I think it won't be a problem to make up for the loss caused by losing my human body. With this successful experience, Wenlong has begun to think about how to explore the role of his current body in hunting as much as possible. And the more he thinks about it, the more Wenlong feels that as an Elu Cat, maybe you can discover a different way of hunting than ordinary humans. Oh, by the way, there are also these three big wild boars. If you peel off the materials from them, it should be more than enough to make a good set of Elu Cat equipment. The excess materials can also be sold to make some money. After thinking for a while, Wenlong turned his attention to the carcasses of the three large wild boars on the ground. Suddenly, Wenlong seemed to feel that something was wrong. 1, 2, and 3 are indeed 3 big wild boars. But I remember that the report said that one of the big wild boars was injured on the back. Suddenly, Wenlong suddenly discovered that none of the 3 big wild boars had injuries on their backs, which made Wenlong suddenly wake up. No, there should be another one. The joy after the victory made Wenlong relax his vigilance. When he suddenly came to his senses, he found that the big wild boar had appeared behind Catherine at some point. Hey, woman, watch your back, Wenlong shouted so loudly. Behind me? Hearing Wenlong shout, Catherine reacted and turned around. Sure enough, she found a large wild boar with an arrow wound on its back rushing towards her. Although it was a sneak attack and time was a little tight, a big wild boar should be easily killed by a hunter who can hunt unicorns. Right. Although the situation seemed extremely critical, Wenlong didn't show any concern at all, worried about Catherine's safety. Judging from Wenlong's experience in the game, even if the big wild boar has rushed towards you, as a reaction hunter, you can still avoid it. The simplest way is to roll to the side, because creatures like the big wild boar, although the impact is very violent, do not know how to turn, which means that the big wild boar's impact must be along a straight line. As long as the hunter is not frightened by the opponent's menacing momentum, and then rolls accurately, it is easy to dodge such a straight line attack. The second method is what a hunter like Catherine with a big sword can do. The greatsword is different from other hunting weapons because the blade is very wide and thick, which makes the greatsword heavier than ordinary weapons, and also gives the greatsword certain defensive properties. For example, for a big wild boar attack like this, Catherine only needs to hold the big sword in front of her, and the thick and wide blade of the big sword can completely block the opponent's attack. At that time, you can also use your strength to push back the impact of the big wild boar. After all, it is impossible for a hunter who can wield such a heavy unicorn sword to lose to an ordinary big wild boar in terms of strength. Of course, in addition to these 2 methods, there is a third method, which is the most difficult to implement. That is when the big wild boar rushes over. Just wave the big sword and kill the big wild boar with one strike. The reason why this method is the most difficult to implement is because the sword is much heavier than other weapons. Because of this, when encountering a sudden attack, it becomes extremely difficult to suddenly draw the sword to attack. This is also the reason why great swords generally dodge in a small area or use the thick and wide blade to defend against sudden attacks, because compared to directly wielding the sword to counterattack, the first 2 methods are obviously easier to implement. But on the other hand, precisely because it is difficult to do this, this third method is the place that best demonstrates the strength of the hunter. This is like a top martial arts master who can surpass all other masters just by showing off his worst skill. It is undoubtedly the best indicator of his strength. Since you are a hunter who can hunt unicorns, you should not stick to the 2 common moves of rolling or using the sword to defend. Instead, you should directly use the sword to kill the charging wild boar. This is what a master should do. The style. Wenlong thought this, and began to look forward to Catherine's next reaction. However, the reality completely exceeded Wenlong's expectation. When the big wild boar rushed towards Catherine, Catherine was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she involuntarily covered her eyes with her hands. The dark blue unicorn sword was just thrown to the ground by Catherine. No way! This scene made Wenlong so surprised that he almost dropped his head. Is this woman the legendary female driver? Her first reaction when encountering danger is to cover her eyes. Until the end, Wenlong expected Catherine to fight back. But the reality ruthlessly told Wenlong that this woman was completely a newbie hunter who knew nothing. Although I don't know where the unicorn suit she is wearing came from. Judging from the current situation, this top-notch unicorn suit was definitely not made by Catherine herself after hunting unicorns. Snapped! Seeing that his companion was killed, the angry big wild boar rushed over and knocked Catherine to the ground. Only then did Wenlong react. Oops! Now we're in trouble. And what's going on? This so-called Kirin suit doesn't have its proper defense capabilities at all. Otherwise, how could the impact of a beast as big as a wild boar cause damage? Unless this suit Kirin costume is... Chapter 9 Just a Vase. Seeing that the situation had become very critical, Wenlong immediately reacted, took a big step forward, and rushed over. Fortunately, although the big wild boar knocked Catherine to the ground, its 2 fangs just passed by Catherine's waist and did not hurt Catherine's vital parts. So although Catherine fell to the ground, she only suffered a little scratch. However, the big wild boar obviously wouldn't give up. Seeing that Catherine had fallen to the ground, The big wild boar stepped directly towards Catherine's body with both feet. A large wild boar weighs about 400 kilograms. This weight, and the force of stepping down with both hooves are enough to cause considerable damage to an ordinary person. The situation at this time was already very urgent. If Catherine was an experienced hunter, she could avoid the attack of the big wild boar with just one roll. Unfortunately, Catherine was not. The panicked Catherine would just hold her head with her hands and bury her head in the sand like an ostrich, hoping to dodge the opponent's attack. Judging from the situation at this moment, the big wild boar has raised its hooves and is about to step on Catherine's head. Wenlong is still more than 10 meters away from the big wild boar. Even at this moment, Wenlong is already on all fours on the ground. Even with such a fast speed, it would be impossible to rush over in such a short period of time to prevent all of this from happening. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor. It was me who killed your companion. If you have anything to do with me, meow! Wenlong couldn't help shouting, trying to attract the big wild boar's attention. But he didn't expect that the big wild boar seemed to understand what Wenlong said. After a slight pause, he actually gave up and continued. Instead of attacking Catherine, he rushed in the direction of Wenlong. It's better now. Meow. Seeing this situation, Wenlong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wenlong didn't take a big wild boar seriously at all, even if it came menacingly. For Wenlong, who was already familiar with the big wild boar's attack methods, he would seize the opportunity and roll to the side, quickly and easily, just dodge the attack of the big wild boar. Seeing that the attack had failed, the big wild boar couldn't help but slow down, preparing to adjust its direction again to attack Wenlong. The best time to deal with a big wild boar is when it reorients itself and prepares to attack. Wenlong was already familiar with hunting techniques. This time Wenlong did not choose to jump on the opponent's back. Instead, he lowered his body, walked around to the side of the big wild boar that was adjusting its direction, and then used his sharp claws to make a sharp move on the side. Grasp. Wenlong attacked the hind legs of the big wild boar. Because he was adjusting his direction, Wenlong suddenly attacked the lower body. The big wild boar suddenly became unstable and fell to the side, flipping to the ground. At this time, Wenlong jumped up again, and then pierced the big wild boar's belly with his sharp claws, which was the weakest part of the whole big wild boar's skin. Then he pulled it down, as if disemboweling the big wild boar. The belly was cut open entirely. Wow! Not only blood gushed out from the belly of the big wild boar, but also internal organs of various colors flowed out. The scene turned out to be quite bloody. Wenlong finally felt relieved when he saw the last big wild boar fell down. It's so troublesome to go hunting with a rookie. But then again, how could I make a mistake in my judgment? I'm obviously just a newbie. Why am I wearing top-notch equipment? This kind of situation shouldn't be possible. Naya. When he was playing games, in order to make it easier for him to form a team to hunt, Wenlong always used the hunter's equipment to judge the opponent's strength. This also created Wenlong's data and understanding of various equipment in the game. The properties are extremely familiar. In this regard, Wenlong can even proudly pat his chest and say that he has never made a mistake. After all, equipment cannot be traded in the game, which means that it is impossible for a high-level hunter's equipment to appear on a low-level hunter. If low-level hunters want to obtain better equipment, they must hunt step by step to obtain materials, and finally create their own high-level equipment. In today's world, there are similar settings. That is to say, the equipment of high-level hunters is exclusive to them, and other than the hunter himself, others cannot exert its effects. Therefore, it is very similar to the situation in the game. The main materials of the equipment worn by the hunter must be obtained through hunting. Otherwise, the equipment itself will not be able to play its role. So naturally, Wenlong brought his ability to judge the strength of hunters through equipment to this world, and he firmly believed in the accuracy of this judgment ability. However, contrary to expectations, Wenlong made a mistake in his judgment the first time after he came to this world. He once thought that Catherine was a highly skilled hunter, but she turned out to be a newbie. No wonder Sasha from the Hunter Guild only allowed this woman named Catherine to take on the lowest level hunting mission at the beginning. It seems like I really made a mistake. After killing the 4 big wild boars, Wenlong turned his attention to Catherine and found that the girl finally calmed down a little. Although his body was covered with a lot of mud because he had just been knocked to the ground by a big wild boar, he was able to stand up on his own. Thank you, Mr. Cat. It was so scary just now. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. Well, you're welcome. No. Oh, meow. I have something to ask you. Wenlong jumped in front of Catherine and said angrily, "Mr. Kitten, you look so scary today, and not cute at all." Seeing Wenlong's angry look, Catherine looked like a child who had made a mistake, almost crying. "Don't change the subject. Woman, answer my question. Where did you get this unicorn suit?" Wenlong asked while sharpening his claws. "Is this the set of equipment?" Catherine carefully confirmed, as if she was afraid of making Wenlong angry again. "Yes, the equipment you are wearing. And the Kirin sword with 7 fangs that fell to the ground now. I want to know their origins. Meow." With Wenlong's familiarity with various weapons and equipment, Wenlong believed that he would never be wrong. The equipment worn by Catherine and the 7-fanged unicorn sword were definitely genuine and not anything else. A knockoff that purely imitates the appearance. Therefore, Wenlong did not doubt the authenticity of these equipment, but was interested in the origin of these equipment and why they were worn on Catherine's body. "The equipment I am wearing and the big sword were all given to me by my brother. My brother said that the equipment was made of materials extracted from the prey he hunted. As for the unicorn and so on," Catherine replied in a low voice. "This woman's brother? It makes sense if that's the case." Wenlong remembered that Catherine had mentioned that he had a brother before. Now it seems that the one who can really hunt Kirin is not the girl in front of him, but the girl's elder brother. This can also explain why the unicorn costume is worn on Catherine, but it has no effect at all. "What about your brother? Where is he now?" Wenlong asked again. "My brother." Catherine's eyes filled with tears again when she said this. "My brother said he was going to a faraway place for hunting, and he promised to come back this spring. But he hasn't come back yet. He was on time, so I wanted to go find him. So you ran away from home on your own? And then you want to become a hunter? Meow?" Wenlong added without missing a beat. Catherine nodded timidly. "No wonder I didn't see that this woman was a rookie at the beginning." Wenlong thought in his heart. In addition to the top-notch Kirin equipment, there is another important reason. That is, although this woman's hunting skills can be said to be no, but the preparations before the hunt were done very well. All the props and equipment should be prepared, and he didn't look like a rookie at all. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid this woman has watched her brother go hunting every day since she was a child. She is already very familiar with the preparations for going out. Thinking of this, Wenlong could only smile bitterly. "Okay, now I assume that what you said is true. You have a brother who is very skilled in hunting. The equipment you wear is all made by your brother for you." Wenlong continued to ask. "But, what I want to know is, why did your brother build you such top-notch, but completely useless hunting equipment?" Just like what Wenlong learned from the memory in this body before. Equipment that is not made from the materials of the monsters he hunts cannot display his true strength. It is no different from ordinary clothes, and is not even as good as what can be bought in a store. Equipment made from common mineral materials. Because of this, Wenlong couldn't understand why anyone would be willing to waste such precious unicorn materials to build a set of useless equipment. Wenlong even thought that it was not an exaggeration to describe this behavior as a waste of natural resources. Wenlong expected Catherine to answer his questions, but when the answer was revealed from Catherine's mouth, Wenlong was really surprised. "Because my brother said I look good in this outfit. Because it looks good in it? Oh meow. Is that the reason?" A big bead of sweat slipped from Wenlong's forehead, and Wenlong felt that his whole body was getting worse. Chapter 10 actually very talented. Isn't this dead girl wearing a unicorn outfit just to reveal more and look sexier? Wenlong couldn't help complaining in his heart. But looking at Catherine, who was wearing a unicorn suit and looked a little nervous after making a mistake, Wenlong seemed to understand this feeling. Silver hair. S-shaped figure. I have to admit that from a visual point of view, this woman really matches the Kirin suit. No wonder no matter the Monster Hunter fanfics at the anime exhibition, various Monster Hunter cosplays, and Monster Hunter among the model figures, the Kirin suit has the highest appearance rate among female suits. It seems that whether on Earth or in the world of Monster Hunter, men have the same aesthetic appreciation of women. Meow. Recalling the scene when he first met Catherine, Wenlong had to admit in his heart that he was also fascinated when he saw Catherine wearing a unicorn suit for the first time. Well, I'm unlucky to have signed a contract with such a newcomer. Wenlong complained in his heart while thinking about how to terminate the agreement with the woman in front of him. Wenlong knew in his heart that there would be many hardships on the hunting road in the future, and it would definitely be much better to have a powerful partner than a drag bottle. But Wenlong also understands that it is not easy to terminate the contract with Catherine. This requires the consent of both parties. Considering the joyful look of Catherine hugging Wenlong before, It is obvious that Catherine will not agree to terminate the contract. Ah, what should I do? How can I get rid of this stupid woman in front of me who knows nothing? Meow. Just as Wenlong was thinking this, some memories from the past began to appear in Wenlong's mind. That was many years ago, when Wenlong first came into contact with the game Monster Hunter. At that time, Wenlong was far from being a high-end player, but a fledgling newcomer. At that time, Wenlong didn't understand anything, so every time he invited other hunters to team up with him for hunting, he was often rejected without mercy. Finally, one day, Wenlong met a hunter holding a big sword. After seeing Wenlong's rudimentary equipment, the hunter not only did not kick Wenlong out of the team, but instead told Wenlong some hunting tips, helped him survive the dangerous hunt. Although a long time has passed, everything still seems to be vivid in his mind, and recalling this scene now makes Wenlong even more emotional. If it hadn't been for that man's help, I would have given up in frustration early in the game, and I wouldn't be as strong as I am now. But, oh meow, this is not a game, but the real world. With a rookie in the game, even if the team is wiped out, it is just a mission failure. At most, it is a waste of time. In the real world, in order to help a rookie teammate might injure himself, or even his own life. How can I make great achievements and become a legendary hunter then? Thinking of this, Wenlong finally made up his mind. No matter so much, I will escort this woman out of Sealfing Valley later. Once she is safely returned to Milad Village, I will firmly propose to terminate the contract, and then both parties will break up. No one owes anyone anything. Meow. Now that he had made up his mind, Wenlong said to Catherine, Woman, the mission has been completed. Let's return to Milad Village now. Ah, yes, Mr. Cat. Catherine replied quietly, considering that Catherine was injured. Wenlong, as a man, had some sympathy for her. Seeing the unicorn sword that had fallen on the ground, Wenlong thought of picking it up for Catherine first. The dark blue Qilin sword looked thick and strong. When Wenlong took a closer look, he found that the 7 fangs on the sword looked a little dull. You must know that this fantasy beast Qilin is best at manipulating thunder and lightning, and can draw the thunder of heaven and earth for its own use. So weapons made of Qilin materials are often surrounded by blue lightning, and now there is no blue lightning visible above, which seems to indicate that Catherine cannot exert the power of this big sword. Only by hunting Kirin in person can the hunter's strength be recognized by the Kirin soul. In this way, the weapon inhabited by the Kirin soul will also respond to the hunter's call and use its power for the hunter. But now this Kirin great sword has fallen into the hands of a hunter. It's really a pity that it can't function at all in the hands of a rookie hunter. What a pity. Meow. While Wenlong was thinking about it, he tried to bend down to pick up the Kirin sword. However, what surprised Wenlong was that Wenlong just lifted it casually with one hand at first, but found that the entire Kirin sword was not moving at all. This sword is so heavy. Wenlong was shocked, and quickly grasped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and then raised the sword. However, Wenlong still felt that it was very difficult. Although he raised the Qilin sword, he could hardly move freely, of waving. As a result, Wenlong felt that his arms were tired after raising it for a while, so he had to put the sword down again. Crack! The sharp sword penetrated deeply into the soil simply because of its own weight. Wenlong knew that his strength was absolutely top-notch among the Elu cats, even if compared horizontally with humans. Wenlong believed that he would never lose to the average strong adult male. However, even with this, Wenlong could not easily lift the Kirin sword, let alone swing it. Is this woman carrying such a thing on her back to travel across mountains and rivers with me? Seeing that she didn't look tired during the walk, I thought this sword wasn't very heavy. Wenlong clearly remembered that he was almost jogging along the way because he wanted to show his strength early, and Catherine was able to carry such a heavy unicorn sword all the way without falling behind. This is undoubtedly something that ordinary people cannot do. Oh, by the way, this woman's brother is an expert at hunting the phantom beast Qilin. Since they are biological brothers and sisters, it is not impossible that they have the same hunting talent. So this woman is not just a flower vase? Rather, it's more like an uncut jade? Such thoughts made Wenlong couldn't help but look at Catherine a little differently. However, although Catherine had power far beyond ordinary people, this alone would not make Wenlong change his view. After all, no matter how talented a newcomer is, he is still just a newcomer, and strength is not the only condition for becoming an excellent hunter. Wenlong always believes that someone who is so scared when he sees a big wild boar rushing towards him and covers his eyes cannot become an excellent hunter. I'm sorry, woman. Although you are very talented and may really be a piece of uncut jade. But I am not a patient gemstone craftsman. So, the talent shown by Catherine did not make Wulong change his mind. Even after a brief hesitation, he once again confirmed his intention to part ways with Catherine when he returned to Milad village. However, at this moment, a familiar yet annoying voice to Wulong appeared again. Hey, isn't this Wulong? He started hunting so quickly. How is his record? Meow! The person who appeared in front of Wulong was Bai Mao, whom he had met in the cat village. Not only that, this white-haired Elu Cat was also accompanied by a hunter wearing a big strange bird suit. Chapter 11. Pretend to be a master even if you are not a master. Wulong squinted his eyes and glanced at the hunter standing next to Bai Mao, and found that this man was a young man about 20 years old. His whole body was covered with a set of big strange bird armor, and he was carrying on his back a big red strange bird sword. It seems that since hunting the big strange birds before, this hunter and Bai Mao have hunted several big strange birds together, and have completed a complete set of big strange birds from weapons to defense. There is no doubt that this hunter wearing a big strange bird suit is the hunting partner Bai Mao has been bragging about. But he is already a 2-star hunter at the age of about 20. With such a talented hunter, no wonder Bai Mao is so arrogant. Seeing Bai Mao appear, Wulong couldn't help but frown. For Wulong, it was really not a good time for Bai Mao to bump into him at this time. Because compared to Bai Mao, who found a 2-star hunter as his partner from the beginning, the partner he found at the beginning was a newcomer who didn't understand anything. Based on this alone, Wulong felt that he was defeated by a hair. What's more, Wulong felt that he really had a headache when he thought about the phrase, "Look at the white hair next door," that he had already heard in his ears. Oh meow! We must not let them see through Catherine's strength. If Bai Mao knew that the partner I had been looking for a long time and finally selected was a newcomer, wouldn't I be laughed at by this guy? What if? Let the mother cat know that there is one more thing that she is nagging about. For my better life in this world in the future, I will not allow, absolutely not allow this kind of thing to happen. But fortunately, Catherine is wearing a unicorn suit, looking at the entire West Red Kingdom. Even in a big city like Major Boltan, there are not many people who recognize this suit, let alone Milad village. In such a remote mountain village, as long as Catherine doesn't take the initiative to reveal that she is actually just a newcomer, Bai Mao and the others will not be able to see her true strength. I can also take advantage of this to give Bai Mao some color. Meow. Sure enough, just as Wulong thought, while Wulong was thinking about countermeasures, Bai Mao and his partner also focused their attention on Catherine behind Wulong. Obviously, this person and the cat wanted to make guesses from the equipment on Catherine's body, Catherine's strength level. But after looking at it for a while, both the man and the cat seemed to realize that they had never seen equipment with a style like the Kirin suit. This tiger-striped Elu Cat is also from your village? Then the female hunter behind him should be his master? However, it seems that the strength of this woman cannot be seen just from the equipment on her body. I have never seen anything like this. The armor seems to be completely different from the style of our kingdom of Zishard. The young hunter standing next to Wulong glanced at Catherine with eager eyes, while speaking to Bai Mao next to him. Master, the Elu Cat standing in front of us is called Wulong. It is the Elu Cat that has lived next door to my house since he was a child. Today should be his first hunting. His strength is not worth mentioning at all. As for him, Meow, the woman next to me, although she is wearing equipment we have never seen before. But, having said this, Bai Mao paused for a moment, then checked the bodies of the 4 large wild boars that fell on the ground, and then continued, but judging from the 4 large wild boar carcasses on the ground, this woman's strength is also, but that's it. Yes, even if we hunt 4 big wild boars at the same time, there is still a long way to go compared to hunting big strange birds. What's more, we are now able to hunt big strange birds more skillfully. We can only be stronger than the opponent. Wearing a big monster, the man in the bird suit nodded, expressing his approval of Bai Mao. That's it. Master, we are the strongest hunting team in Milad village. Meow. Ha ha. Bai Mao, you said it very well. But although that woman is a bit weak in strength, she is quite handsome. I can have some fun by calling her to my manor at night. Master, you are wise and powerful, and you will definitely be able to please girls. Meow. Bai Mao didn't speak loudly to his master, but Wulong heard them clearly. In contrast, Catherine was confused and had no idea what the two people were talking about. It turns out that cats' hearing is much better than that of humans. With the comparison, Wenlong more intuitively felt the improvement in his hearing after becoming an Elu cat. At this time, Wenlong noticed that Bai Mao and his master were walking towards Catherine. Especially Bai Mao's master, who had the kind of heartwarming smile on his face that a man would have when he sees a beautiful woman. Oops! The other party may not be able to see this woman's strength from a distance. But if you get closer and chat for a few words, your flaws may be exposed. I have to act quickly. Meow! Seeing Bai Mao and his master approaching, Wenlong jumped on Catherine's back first, and then climbed along Catherine's jade back to Catherine's shoulders. Woman! Listen up! The man and the cat coming here are both bad guys. Follow my instructions, and make sure you are fine. Wenlong whispered in Catherine's ear. Mr. Cat, do you know them? I think their smiles are quite kind. Catherine was stunned for a moment, and then said, Wenlong was also convinced that Catherine mistook the man's evil smile as a kind smile. But from this point, Wenlong once again realized that this woman indeed had little social experience. A woman with no social experience is best cheated. Wenlong thought to himself. Where are you being so kind? Do you understand that he has evil intentions? That white Elu cat used to live in the same village as me. He did all kinds of tricks and deceives. Especially he often deceived ignorant girls and the man who was with him by being cute. You're a pervert and a pervert. And you often peek at women taking baths. You must listen to me. Otherwise I don't know what bad things they will do to you. Meow! In order to achieve his goal, Wenlong did not hesitate. Start talking nonsense. Hey, there is still such a thing. Mr. Cat, I listen to you. Catherine was also surprised by Wenlong's intimidation. Catherine also became nervous when she thought of how she might be treated by the other party. Well, very good. In order not to let the other party see me talking, I will use my tail to ride on your back. Then you will follow my instructions. I promise that I can let you avoid this tribulation, Wenlong said again, as Bai Mao and his partner got closer and closer. Wenlong knew that communicating directly with words could easily expose the secret. So Wenlong adopted the method of riding on Catherine's back with his tail to convey information to Catherine. Wenlong believed that as long as he gave some instructions, he should be able to get Catherine through, at least without exposing any flaws. First, take a deep breath. Stay calm. Don't panic. Okay, Mr. Cat. According to Wenlong, Catherine took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled it. Sure enough, her whole body felt relaxed. Wenlong knew that the most taboo thing at this time was to panic. After all, humans and Elu cats were both highly intelligent creatures, and they could easily be exposed if their expressions were wrong. And to be an excellent hunter, being able to remain calm in critical moments is also a necessary quality. Otherwise the man will go further on the dangerous hunting road. From the beginning, we must cultivate this woman's ability to become an excellent hunter, at least to the point where she won't embarrass me. Naya! Chapter 12 Bluffing 1. Hi, Beauty. My name is Levi, and I am a 2-star hunter. What's your surname? Beauty? The laughing Levi walked up to Catherine with Bai Mao, and while chatting, he took out his shiny badge. Sure enough, as Wenlong guessed, there was a gold star and a bronze star on this badge, which proved that Levi had just reached the level of a 2-star low-level hunter. Although Wenlong, a hunter of this level, was not looked down upon in Milad village where novices gathered, a 2-star hunter was definitely an enviable existence. Catherine didn't speak, just looked at the other party silently. This was because Catherine really didn't know what to say, and the other reason was that Wenlong didn't give instructions to Catherine. Seeing that Catherine was silent, Levi continued, You killed these 4 big wild boars. Right. Although there is a big gap compared to me. But my skills as a female hunter are pretty good if I practice more. It should be possible to improve even more. With that said, Levi took another step closer to Catherine. Beauty, why don't you go sit in my manor tonight? How about we discuss the hunting experience together? Asshole. How dare you disrespect my master? You must have lived a long life. Meow. Seeing that Levi was almost in Catherine's face, Wenlong suddenly roared, which actually scared Levi. Where did you come from? A wild cat. Humph. Even with your level as a 2-star hunter, you want to teach my master how to hunt? Don't you know that my master is a legendary hunter who can hunt the phantom beast Qilin? Meow. Wenlong said righteously. Qilin? Are you talking about the phantom beast Qilin that only exists deep in the dense forests of the eastern kingdom of Shredder? Levi was almost startled when he heard the word Qilin. Although Levi has never seen what Qilin looks like, and he doesn't know that Catherine is wearing a Qilin suit, he has still heard the name Qilin. The legendary phantom beast, which can control thunder and lightning, is elegant, noble and very powerful. But it does not exist in the kingdom of West Red. It's that Qilin. Otherwise, do you think there are any other Qilin? Wenlong mocked. Haha. What a joke. Kirin is something that can only be found in history books. I don't know if it really exists now. And even if it does exist, it is a fantasy beast that only exists in the eastern kingdom of Red. How could it possibly appear in our West Shirt kingdom? Meow. Seeing that his master was actually frightened by Wenlong, Bai Mao on the side immediately brought out the knowledge about Qilin that he had seen in the library. Ah, that's right. Where did the Kirin come from in our Zishirt kingdom? You need to make a draft even if you are bragging. Levi suddenly woke up after being reminded by Bai Mao. You don't believe it? Huh. The equipment my master is wearing is a unicorn suit made of unicorn materials. If you don't believe it, you can check the information about unicorn suits in the Wangli library. You will know what I am talking about. It's definitely not a lie. Meow. Wenlong knew that one way to make a lie look more believable was to mix it with the truth. For example, now, Catherine is wearing a genuine unicorn suit. Taking advantage of this, Wenlong can make his lies more truthful. For a moment, seeing Wenlong being so confident, even Bai Mao hesitated. Bai Mao and his master Levi have never seen what the unicorn costume looks like. But since the other party dared to tell him to go to the Wangli library to check information, that kind of confidence does not seem to be lying. What's more, the equipment Catherine is wearing does not look like ordinary equipment. Even if the style is unknown, at least it is different in terms of material and workmanship. And it does not look like it can be made by ordinary craftsmen. Although Levi and Bai Mao didn't completely believe Wenlong's words, their frivolous expressions couldn't help but soften a lot after being so frightened by Wenlong. Since this lady isn't old hunter enough to hunt unicorns, why did she come to the Xiaofeng Valley where novices gather to hunt big wild boars? Probably to test Catherine. Levi said this with some doubts. Asked. Wenlong had anticipated such questions. So at the same time Levi asked, Wenlong also wrote the answer on Catherine's back with his tail. I'm not here to hunt, just to test the strength of my partner. Catherine responded according to Wenlong's instructions. That's right. Wenlong didn't wait for the other party to react, and immediately took over the conversation. Because Wenlong knew that the more Catherine talked, the more likely it was that flaws would be exposed. Now he took the initiative into his own hands. The safest way is to use your hands. Do you think my master only came here to hunt big wild boars? It's a joke. It's just 4 big wild boars. There is no need for my master to take action. I have only one Elu Mao can do it. Meow. One Elu Cat defeated 4 giant wild boars. Levi stared at Wenlong with disbelief. And after a while, he shifted his gaze to Bai Mao. It feels like saying, we are both Elu Cats. So why is the gap so big? After all, Levi is Bai Mao's partner, so he knows Bai Mao's strength very well. During normal hunting, Bai Mao mostly does auxiliary work. If he really wants to hunt alone, he will be able to hunt a large wild boar at most. It is absolutely impossible to hunt 4 large wild boars at the same time. Faced with such a look from his master, Bai Mao could only defend with a helpless expression. This is impossible. I don't believe that an Elu Cat without equipment can hunt 4 big wild boars. This must be the case. The result of a hunter lady's personal action. Meow. Having said it, prey of this level does not require my master to take action at all. In order to portray Catherine as a top hunter, Wenlong did not hesitate to belittle his own identity. My master uses a big sword. You see, look at those wild boars lying on the ground. Do the wounds on their bodies look like they were caused by a big sword? What Wenlong said reminded Levi and Bai Mao, the hunting partners. After a closer look, they found that the scars on these big wild boars did not look like they were caused by big swords, but more like the claws of Elu Cats. The scars caused. At this moment, the suspicious expressions on Levi's and Bai Mao's faces disappeared. The wounds caused by heavy weapons such as the big sword will be wider, and not only break the skin, but can even cut off the bones together. It is very easy to identify. Bai Mao and his master both have certain it's natural for experienced hunters to not be able to discern this point. Such obvious evidence is placed here. Naturally, they don't dare to doubt what I said. Meow. All of this was naturally within Wenlong's expectations. Chapter 13 Bluffing 2. The more powerful the Elu Cat is, the more likely it is to be chosen by a powerful hunter, and vice versa. This also means that only powerful hunters are qualified to own powerful Elu cats. Therefore, it is often necessary to distinguish the strength of a hunter without knowing the opponent's star rating, in addition to observing the opponent's equipment. Another simple method is the strength of the Elu cat he brings. Wenlong took advantage of this, and made by MHOL and Levi believe that Catherine was a truly powerful hunter by showing his own strength. Of course, Wenlong knew that doing so was not enough. If he wanted to make the other party completely believe that Catherine was a powerful hunter, he had to let them see something more shocking. Pull out the big sword stuck in the ground. Behind Catherine's back, Wenlong gave another instruction with his tail. Catherine didn't know why Wenlong asked her to do this, and she didn't have time to ask why. Catherine just obeyed Wenlong's instructions very obediently, and pulled out the big sword stuck on the ground as Wenlong said. For a moment, the expressions of Bai Mao and Levi froze, as if they had seen a monster they had never seen before, and both of them stood stunned. Catherine stretched out a hand, and then easily pulled out the unicorn sword stuck on the ground. Yes, one hand. Just one hand. The sword that an average adult man would need 2 hands to barely swing was pulled out by Catherine with 1 hand. It can even be said that it is so easy that it is not taken seriously. Sure enough, this woman's only power is legendary. Even if I already knew about it before, it is still shocking to see her now. Even Wenlong had to admit that Catherine was superior in strength. But Levi and Bai Mao, who didn't know Catherine's background, were even more shocked. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you, madam, to be a legendary hunter. I'm really disrespectful. Levi said this while stepping back respectfully, being able to easily lift a big sword with 1 hand and hunting a unicorn. Even Levi knew that this had undoubtedly reached the legendary level. And in front of legendary hunters, 2-star hunters are no different from newcomers who have just entered the industry. So Levi suddenly changed his attitude and became respectful. We are still hunting here. Please leave immediately. Following Wenlong's instructions, Catherine continued. Yes, the little one will leave right away. Sir, please feel free to hunt here. Levi bowed, and then walked back with Bai Mao. As he walked, he complained that Bai Mao was not as strong as Wenlong. He also complained that if Bai Mao hadn't misled him by not distinguishing the other party's strength, he would have made a fool of himself. Bai Mao could only apologize with an aggrieved look on his face, saying that he had never expected Wenlong to be so fierce. It was not that he was incompetent, but that the Elu cat named Wenlong was too cunning. Seeing Bai Mao's aggrieved and defensive look, Wenlong was secretly amused in his heart. Bai Mao! Bai Mao! You used to always show off in the village, but now you know the pain I've suffered over the years. Right. Meow! After retaliating against Bai Mao and humiliating him in front of his master, Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. However, after venting his anger, what Wenlong really has to consider now is what he should do next. Because just now Wenlong realized some differences between the current world of Monster Hunter and the settings in the game. For example, in the game, if you use a big sword to attack, you must only use the moves of the big sword, no matter how powerful you are. It is only reflected in the damage of the moves. No matter how skilled your skills are, the activation time will be shorter, and there will never be a situation where a big sword is used with 1 hand. But Catherine did it, holding the big sword in 1 hand and looking very relaxed. In this way, Wenlong couldn't help but think of the possibility of one person holding 2 big swords. What would it be like if a hunter had a big sword in 1 hand and danced the big sword like a pair of swords? The picture must be very beautiful. So beautiful that I dare not look directly at it. Meow. Wenlong tried to restore such a picture in his mind, but after thinking about it, he still felt that it was too exaggerated and should not be possible. While Wenlong was thinking about it, Catherine had already walked over. Ugh, Mr. Cat. Those 2 bad guys are finally gone. Seeing Bai Mao and Levi leave, Catherine finally relaxed, and the face that had been deliberately pretending to be calm suddenly showed a long-lasting look. Tiredness after stress. Yes, it was thanks to me that we scared away those 2 villains. Wenlong unceremoniously took all the credit on himself. Thank you so much to Mr. Cat. I don't know what I would do if Mr. Cat wasn't here. Catherine already had a grateful expression on her face. Of course. So, whatever happens in the future, you must listen to me. This will ensure that you will not suffer any loss. Meow. While Catherine was still frightened, Wenlong said while the iron was hot. Well, I will definitely listen to Mr. Cat from now on. Catherine nodded gratefully. Humph. This woman is not bad. Although she is a bit stupid, she is at least very obedient. Maybe it is possible to train her to become a legendary hunter? Seeing Catherine's sincere look, Wenlong remembered what he had been thinking about before. Before time travel, Wenlong also led many newcomers in the game. Many of these people's skills have been greatly improved after receiving Wenlong's guidance. Even some people soon became the main force in the hunting group from a newcomer. Therefore, Wenlong is quite confident in how he teaches newcomers. However, in this other world, hunting is no longer a game, and his life may be endangered at any time. Wenlong has to think carefully, and does not dare to do anything casually. Take a tow bottle with you on your hunt. But now, Wenlong's view of Kaiser has changed a lot. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to wield a big sword with one hand is definitely an incredible talent. If you cultivate it, you might actually be able to become a legendary hunter. Another thing that Wenlong likes more is that although Catherine lacks social experience, she is relatively simple on the other hand. Teaming up with such a person is not afraid of being plotted. In addition, Catherine seems to have a deep understanding of herself. He obeyed his words, which also made Wenlong feel somewhat fond of Catherine. Okay, although she is a stupid woman, she will definitely be able to achieve something under my guidance. So I will reluctantly let this woman named Catherine be my partner. Meow. Finally, Wenlong made up his mind. Chapter 14, Stripping Materials 1. By the time Mao and Levi were gone, the sky was gradually getting dark. In the wild, night and day can be said to be two completely different worlds. Even a hunting ground suitable for novices, like Xiaofeng Canyon, becomes very dangerous at night. Considering that Catherine was still a novice after all, Wenlong decided to return to Milad village to rest for a while. Of course, before going back, Wenlong still had one important thing to do, which was to peel off all the materials from the 4 large wild boars he hunted this time, and then bring them back to the village. With these materials, firstly, it can be used as proof that one has completed the hunting mission, and secondly, these materials can be given to the blacksmiths in the village and asked to help them create new equipment. If there are extra materials left, you can sell them to material merchants and get generous monetary rewards. Hey, woman! Hurry up and get the materials! Why are you standing still? Wenlong urged Catherine, because he was anxious to leave Xiaofeng Canyon before the sun completely set. Well, Mr. Cat, I will not strip prey of its prey. Oh meow! You don't even know how to do this! Forget it. I'll do it. Just look at it. This is the basic skill of a hunter, and every hunter needs to master it. Although he was complaining, Wenlong still took the hunter's knife from Catherine's hand, and then began to dismember the 4 large wild boars lying on the ground. When dismembering the first big wild boar, Wenlong deliberately slowed down so that Catherine could clearly see every move he made. Catherine also watched Wenlong's every move very seriously, for fear of missing something. Wenlong also seized this time, dismembering the prey while chatting with Catherine. Woman, why do you want to become a hunter? A woman like you looks pretty good. When the time comes, she can find a good man to marry, and she can have enough food and clothing for the rest of her life. Why bother hunting monsters in the deep mountains and forests? Not to mention the hard work. It's still dangerous. Meow. Because I want to find my brother. I must find him. No matter how dangerous or hard it is, I am not afraid, Catherine said firmly. Oh, your brother is so important to you. Meow. Wenlong asked deliberately. Of course. That is my only relative in the world. We have been living together since childhood. He is the best person to me in the world. When she said this, Catherine's face was filled with happiness. Expression. Okay. Stop being crazy. Do you want your brother to see a German orthopedic surgeon? Meow. Wenlong said. What kind of orthopedics? Catherine tilted her head, a little confused. Forget it. You don't understand even after I tell you. Wenlong waved his hand impatiently, but his other hand was still breaking down the big wild boar's carcass. Wenlong first peeled off the skin of the big wild boar bit by bit, then very skillfully inserted the hunter's knife into the joints of the big wild boar, and then turned the sharp blade to swim through the gaps in the big wild boar's bones. And soon the meat and bones began to separate, and a complete wild boar was quickly broken down into multiple parts. Although the big wild boar is not a powerful monster, it can be said to be full of treasures. The skin of the big wild boar can be used to make protective gear. The bones and tusks of the big wild boar can also be used to make weapons, and the wild boar can also be used to make weapons. an important ration that hunters love to eat in the wild. After dismembering the first big wild boar, Wenlong started to dismember the second big wild boar. This time Wenlong speeded up a little, and the whole movement seemed more like flowing water, with almost no pause. As before, Catherine still witnessed the entire dismemberment process from beginning to end. After dismembering 2 large wild boars in succession, Wenlong handed the hunter's knife to Catherine. "Woman, follow my example and try it too." "Meow." "Oh, okay, Mr. Cat." Catherine gritted her teeth before taking the hunter's knife from Wenlong's hand, and then stood in front of the body of a big wild boar. Originally, Wenlong would have thought that Catherine would behave as clumsily as she did during the previous hunt. But when Catherine took action, Wenlong realized that his judgment was so wrong. When dismembering prey, not only did Catherine not feel unfamiliar at all, but she also performed even more skillfully than Wenlong. Especially the difference in strength made Catherine's movements more powerful. The entire dismemberment scene even made Wenlong think that he was watching a tall butcher slaughtering a poor little animal. It was so different from Catherine's own beautiful appearance. If Wenlong's knife is like a butcher dismembering a cow when dismembering a big wild boar, swimming through the gaps in the bones of the big wild boar, then Catherine's knife is more like a butcher holding a big knife, directly cutting off the bones of the prey together. Break. For example, at the beginning, Catherine skillfully turned over the big wild boar that had bled too much and died, exposing its belly upwards. Then she sat on the big wild boar without caring about the image. Holding knives in both hands, he stabbed the relatively soft belly of the big wild boar. Next, Catherine pulled the knife down hard, and then the sharp blade went straight down, cutting open the belly of the big wild boar. Suddenly, a lot of internal organs rolled out of the big wild boar's fat belly, and Wenlong couldn't help but be stunned. "That woman! Why are you a complete novice when hunting? But are you so skilled at dismembering prey? And didn't you just say you don't know how?" "Meow." Seeing Catherine's familiar movements, Wenlong finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Oh, Mr. Cat, I really don't know how to do it. It's just because when I was with my brother before, he often brought prey from outside and gave it to me to make dinner. So I still know a little bit about cooking. So that's it. No wonder they cut off all the bones of the big wild boar." At this point, Wenlong suddenly jumped up and patted Catherine on the head. "Ah, Mr. Cat, it hurts to say this." Catherine covered her head with one hand, with a look of grievance on her face. "You stupid woman. The bones of the big wild boar are also good materials and can be sold for money. Who told you to chop them all into pieces?" "Meow." "Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Cat, because I want to make braised pork ribs," Catherine defended weakly. "Eat, eat, eat, please. Now is not the time to think about eating." "Meow." Wenlong almost jumped up with anger. Striping the material is not simply to dismember the prey, but to ensure that the prey is not eaten. In the case of damaging the material, separate the material from the prey as perfectly as possible. Do you understand? Meow. Although it was getting late, and Wenlong felt hungry, Wenlong understood that the most important thing now was not to eat, but to let Catherine understand what it means to peel off the material. The so-called stripping of materials is a method of separating the useful parts of a monster. When separating these materials, the integrity of the materials must be maintained as much as possible. In other words, the higher the integrity of the materials, the more valuable they are, the higher it is. For example, the skeleton of a large wild boar is a commonly used low-level material. Although the price is not high, it is often used by novice hunters in exchange for money because it is relatively easy to obtain. But once these bones are scarred, the value will plummet and even become worthless. After all, equipment made from defective materials will definitely have defects. Not to mention cutting off the entire bone like Catherine did, which would naturally end up being used to make braised pork ribs. Chapter 15, Stripping Materials 2. Okay, there is one last big wild boar carcass left. You can try what I did before. This time, remember to try not to hurt the big wild boar's bones. Meow. Wenlong pointed at the last remaining carcass. Only the carcass of the big wild boar that had not been skinned said, "Okay, I will do it well this time." Catherine picked up the hunter's knife again. But this time Catherine did not do it immediately, but paused for a while, as if she was thinking about something. After about a few seconds, Catherine began to insert the peeling knife into the body of the big wild boar. It can be seen that Catherine's actions were the result of careful thinking, because this time Catherine did not hurt the bones of the big wild boar, but slowly cut along the gaps in the bones. It seems that this woman is doing well if she really wants to do it. Although the speed is a bit slow, she is indeed making rapid progress if she is serious about it. Wenlong was watching all this from the side. At some appropriate time, Wenlong would also provide Catherine with some pointers so that she can avoid detours. Not long after, Catherine's exploiting actions gradually began to get better, and Wenlong stopped giving instructions and watched from the sidelines. In fact, another important reason why Wenlong asked Catherine to learn to peel the material of the big wild boar was that he wanted Catherine to learn how to use her power more accurately. In terms of pure strength, Catherine has indeed reached a very terrifying situation. Because of this, Wenlong wanted to test Catherine's control over accuracy. Judging from the current situation, Wenlong was overall satisfied. At least after Wenlong's reminder, Catherine barely finished stripping the last big wild boar of materials at the expense of speed. Well, it's not bad. Although there are scratches on some bones, overall the bones are not damaged at all. It's barely passed. Meow! When Catherine finished extracting the material, even Wenlong nodded in appreciation. No matter what, Wenlong knew that as a result of the first time, Catherine had done a good job. Okay, woman, now that we've finished peeling them all, let's put all these ingredients away. In addition, we need to peel off a few pieces of good big wild boar ham and tenderloin and take them back with us. This should be enough for us to eat. It's been a few days. Wenlong said this while helping Catherine clean up the debris on the ground. The required ingredients and meat were packed in a special blue leather bag, and then Catherine was carried on her back. Judging from the material of these large bags, Wenlong knew that these bags should be made of high-grade prey materials and were particularly elastic. When he first took it out, the bag was only as big as the palms of 2 adults. But when he was loading it, Wenlong discovered that the bag could be opened to be very large. So big that several adults could hold it. There is no problem getting in. And what's even more surprising is that even if the volume is expanded many times, the strength of this bag is not affected at all. And it can still hold an amazing amount of heavy objects without breaking. This made Wenlong couldn't help but feel some curiosity. He carefully touched the outer skin of the blue leather bag, then took it in his hand and rubbed it. Only then did Wenlong understand the material of this carrying bag. This kind of highly stretchable material should be made of the skin of a bird dragon monster called the poison monster bird. It can be said to be a very precious treasure. This woman actually has such a good thing. She must be her brother again. Leave it to her. Wenlong knew that according to the monster danger level classification of the Hunter Guild, the danger level of the poisonous monster bird was 3 stars, which was much stronger than the big monster bird that Bai Mao and his partner Levi hunted. This means that if you want to hunt poisonous monster birds, you need to be at least a 3-star hunter to be qualified. On the other hand, Catherine could not defeat even the lowliest big wild boar. Her strength obviously did not reach even the most basic 1-star hunter. At best, she could only be considered a trainee hunter who had just started. The growth path of a hunter is really long and long. Meow! Thinking of this, Wenlong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. However, sighing, with Wenlong's character, since he decided to train Catherine into an outstanding hunter, Wenlong would not give up easily. Soon, with the efforts of Wenlong and Catherine, all the materials stripped from the 4 big wild boars were put into this extremely stretchable bag. Then Wenlong asked Catherine to put the bag on her back and follow him along. I hurried back on the mountain road. When we returned to Milad village, it was already dark. But this not-so-busy village was still brightly lit at this time. This somewhat surprised Wenlong. After all, even Wenlong did not expect that the nightlife of the villagers in the remote Milad village would be so rich, especially in the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel located in the center of the village. Many villagers gathered to drink and have fun, and the happy laughter could even spread far away. I spent a day hunting, and then rushed back. I was also hungry. I don't have to cook for myself tonight. It would be nice to go directly to the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel and spend some time. Meow! Seeing the busy Silver Dragon Pavilion Tavern, Wenlong couldn't help but feel greedy in his stomach, and rushed in before Catherine could wait. Cat! Mr. Cat! Wait a minute! Seeing Wenlong rushing forward with flying strides, Catherine also hurriedly chased after her. However, Catherine was not only carrying a heavy unicorn sword, but also the trophies of today's hunting. This makes Catherine's pace always slower than Wenlong's. Welcome. Do you need anything? Wenlong was greeted by a black-haired girl wearing a maid uniform. This woman was Lita, the waiter at the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. I have fresh ingredients here. Can you ask your boss to help process them? Wenlong asked. Of course. I wonder what ingredients the customer wants to process. Lita asked with a smile. This is it. The best wild boar hind leg meat. Make it into a barbecue for me. As he said that, Wenlong took out a big wild boar hind leg from his small package and threw it to Lita. Then he walked to the counter, took out a small bag, shook the bag mouth downward, and 30 copper coins fell out of the bag and fell on the counter. This is the processing fee for you. Remember to bake it well for me. If you have more, I will give you a pot of good wine. Okay. Mora, here to help the guest barbecue. The best wild boar hind shank meat. And Lita, give this guest a pot of the best clear spring wine. The person who spoke was the owner of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. Quirrell. I saw him shouting towards the kitchen while collecting more than 30 copper plates that fell on the counter. After a while, a middle-aged woman with a somewhat stout figure walked out of the kitchen. She took the hind legs of the big wild boar that Lita handed over and walked towards the kitchen. Soon, the strong aroma of barbecue came from the kitchen. At this time, Catherine, who was carrying a lot of things on her back, hurriedly approached the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, and couldn't help shouting when she saw the more than 30 copper coins that Wenlong poured out at once. Cat! Mr. Cat! That's the last little money we have. If we spend it all, we won't have anywhere to stay tonight. Don't worry. Wenlong stretched out his paw and waved it in front of him, showing a confident look. We will soon have more money. Chapter 16 Secret Recovery Medicine G. Wenlong had carefully calculated before that. This time, he hunted 4 large wild boars. The combined materials of these 4 large wild boars were enough to build a set of low-level equipment for Catherine. And there were some leftover materials. It could also satisfy Wenlong to build himself a set of special equipment for El Cat. But if this is the case, not only will all the materials obtained from this hunt be consumed, but all the monetary rewards obtained from completing the mission will also be spent. If there is no money, the supplies needed for the next hunt will be exhausted, cannot be replenished. Although Wenlong believes that with his current strength, he can prosper in a low-level hunting ground like Xiaofeng Valley without any equipment. However, from the perspective of time, this will affect the next hunting. The efficiency conflicts with Wenlong's goal of cultivating Catherine into an excellent hunter as soon as possible. Of course, the experienced Wenlong would not allow such a thing to happen. As a veteran player of the Monster Hunter series of games, Wenlong was prepared to deal with it from the beginning. As an experienced hunter, the materials you obtain are not only from the prey you hunt. Learning to collect and blend is also an important way to earn money. Meow! Collecting and blending? Catherine was a little confused after hearing what Wenlong said. Humph! Woman! Take a good look at how a good hunter makes money. Meow! With that said, Wenlong jumped onto the table where the food had not yet been served, and shouted loudly. Hunters! Come and take a look. There is a good recovery medicine G here. It is a good helper for you to hunt monsters. You must not miss it. Meow! In the noisy tavern, Wenlong's voice was not too loud, but almost everyone was attracted by Wenlong's voice and turned their attention to Wenlong. After all, many people in this tavern are hunters who hunt in the forest during the day and come to relax and have fun at night. As a higher-level healing drug, the recovery medicine G is better than what is currently sold in the grocery store in Milad Village. Generally, the effect of recovery medicine is twice as high. It is a medicine that many hunters urgently need when hunting. So as soon as they heard Wenlong shout, many people naturally turned their attention to Wenlong. Then in full view, people saw Wenlong take out 5 glass bottles containing green potions from his bag. And then Wenlong placed these bottles in a row on the table. Is it recovery medicine G? Is it really recovery medicine G? Some people were full of doubts. No way. The grocery merchants in the village only sell ordinary medicinal herbs. Occasionally, merchants from the Basie Chamber of Commerce will come to the village and bring some bottled recovery medicine, which is slightly more effective than medicinal herbs. There are really people in the village who know how to do it. Preparing a recovery medicine G that is twice as effective as ordinary recovery medicine? Some people found it unbelievable. Look at the owner of the Elu Cat. He seems to be wearing equipment that we have never seen before. He may be a high-level hunter. In this case, he has the money to buy a more effective pharmaceutical formula like Recovery Potion G and carry out. It's not surprising that it's formulated. Some people analyzed the equipment on Catherine's body and came to the conclusion that the Recovery Medicine G is likely to be genuine. The crowd was talking a lot for a while, and soon a group of people gathered around him. Of course it's the real Recovery Medicine G. Meow! Wenlong said firmly, while waving his hand to signal the hunters present to stay quiet. After all, a group of people gather together in such a noisy manner that it becomes difficult to hear what they are saying. After the crowd calmed down a bit, Wenlong continued, "Everyone, please stay quiet. I know you may not believe that the potion in my hand is the real recovery potion G, but it doesn't matter. I can put the potion bottle in now. Open it, and let you identify whether this potion is real. Meow." After speaking, Wenlong opened one of the glass bottles, and saw a green potion flowing in the glass bottle. Among the green potion, some golden liquid could be vaguely mixed in it, exuding an alluring scent. Aroma. At this moment, the entire crowd fell silent. Everyone was staring at the open bottle of recovery medicine G. After a while, an old hunter with graying beard and hair said, "This is recovery potion G. I know this stuff. Last time I bought a bottle from a hunter from Bolton. And this is what it looks like." Hearing an old hunter from MHOL village confirm this, the crowd immediately let out a burst of exclamation. After all, everyone is a hunter in the village, and they are familiar with each other. Although this old hunter is not a hunting expert, he is a good hunter in the village. Everyone knew that he was a loyal and honest person, and it was impossible for him to lie for a newcomer who had just arrived in the village. And all this is according to Wenlong's calculations. Humph. It's exactly what I thought. MHOL is a remote mountain village after all. The hunters in the village are mainly newcomers. Even the slightly higher level potions, like recovery potion G, are rarely seen by many people. But if I sell the recovery medicine G I prepared here, can I still make a lot of money? Meow. When he was playing games in the past, Wenlong often prepared this kind of potion called recovery potion G himself. However, preparing a medicine is not something that can be done from the beginning. In addition to preparing the materials needed to synthesize the medicine, you also need a detailed process for preparing the medicine. The simplest way to obtain the formula for preparing the healing potion G is to spend some silver coins to buy a scroll containing the formula from an NPC. You must know that Wenlong used to be a top senior player in the game. The few silver coins he paid to purchase the medicine formula were naturally like a drop in the bucket to Wenlong and not worth mentioning at all. But the current Wenlong is different. As an Elu Cat hunting for the first time, the partner who signed the contract was a newcomer who knew nothing and had little savings. This made Wenlong almost penniless at this time. So naturally it was impossible for him to have the money to buy it. What's the recipe? Fortunately, Wenlong had already memorized the contents of the formula in his mind when he was playing the game. Now that he has traveled to this world, Wenlong tried to synthesize various materials according to the detailed process recorded in the formula. And as expected, a recovery medicine G that can heal a large amount of life was prepared. That's amazing! Mr. Cat, when did you prepare so many recovery medicines? Not only the diners in the Silver Dragon Hotel, but also Catherine's eyes widened. By the way, Catherine had been walking with Wenlong all the way, but she didn't even know when Wenlong prepared the potion. Stupid woman! On your way back with that big baggage on your back. I had already prepared everything. Meow! Wenlong explained triumphantly. It turned out that when Catherine was carrying the trophies of the hunt back to the village, Wenlong was following Catherine while collecting the required materials according to the records on the formula of the recovery medicine G. After all, no matter how powerful Catherine was, she couldn't move too fast while carrying the materials stripped from 4 large wild boars, plus the already very heavy sword and the entire unicorn suit worn on her body. On the contrary, Wenlong was almost completely dressed in light clothes, without any burden, and he ran as fast as flying. In addition, the materials needed to prepare the recovery potion G are relatively easy to obtain, and can usually be collected on both sides of the road. So Wenlong has time to collect enough materials while ensuring that he does not fall behind. The materials needed to prepare the recovery potion G include herbs, blue mushrooms, and honey. Moreover, this road is the only way for hunters in MHOL village to go to the hunting ground. Many used empty potion bottles are thrown on the road. If you pick it up, it can be used to hold the newly prepared recovery medicine G. I have to say that I am really smart for using such waste. Meow! Chapter 17 The Deal at the Banquet. Walking all the way back from Siafang Valley, Wenlong collected materials while picking up empty bottles that fell on the ground. In this way, he prepared a total of 10 bottles of recovery medicine G. Among them, 5 bottles were placed on the table, and the other 5 bottles were placed by Wenlong. The dragon was put away, not for anything else but to be useful when hunting later. There are a total of 5 bottles of recovery medicine G. Each bottle costs 200 silver coins. Which of you wants it? Meow. Wulong opened his claws and said without hesitation the figure of 5 bottles. Each bottle costing 200 silver coins. 200 silver coins! Someone exclaimed. Indeed. Looking at the price alone, the price of 200 silver coins per bottle is really a bit high. In addition, most of the hunters in MHOL village are novices, who are not very strong. And their financial resources are not too strong. So for 200 the price of silver coins per bottle is still a bit hard to accept. So after Wulong said the price of 200 silver coins, a group of people also fell silent. These people stared at the potion bottle on the table with eagerness in their eyes. But they did not offer a price. Obviously Ji was in a dilemma about whether to spend 200 silver coins to buy this recovery medicine. I know that 200 silver coins is not a small amount. But you must know that at a critical moment, when you are seriously injured while fighting a monster, these 200 silver coins and a bottle of recovery medicine Ji may very well save your life. How about it? 200 a few silver coins can guarantee your hunting safety. Isn't that too much? Meow. According to the currency exchange rules of the Monster Hunter world in Wulong's memory, 1 gold coin is worth 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is worth 100 copper coins. It can be seen that the price of these 200 silver coins converted into copper coins is equivalent to 20,000 copper coins. Just now, Wulong asked the chef of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel to help process wild boar ham and a bottle of fine Qingchuan wine, which only cost him 30 copper coins. In comparison, this bottle the price of recovery medicine Ji is much higher. There was still silence in the crowd. But Wulong was not in a hurry, because Wulong knew that these novice hunters had no choice at all. The location of MHOL village is too remote, and it is impossible to buy high-end recovery potions like recovery potion Ji. In addition, it is said that because of the people who travel to and from the Basie Chamber of Commerce between the big city Mijbolton and MHOL village, the caravan has also temporarily stopped trading with MHOL village due to the recent increase in incidents of monsters hurting people. So in this case, Wulong believes that these hunters will eventually choose the recovery medicine Ji prepared by themselves. It turns out that Wulong was indeed right. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man opened his money bag first. I want a bottle. Here are 200 silver coins. I want 2 bottles. This is my money. Seeing someone taking action, another person immediately took out his wallet and poured out all the silver coins inside. Wait. 1 bottle is not enough. I ask for 2 more bottles. The middle-aged man who originally only asked for 1 bottle of recovery medicine Ji saw that he had just taken 1 bottle. And someone immediately bought 2 bottles. Suddenly I felt that I had bought too little of 1 bottle. So he immediately took out the silver coins from his pocket and prepared to buy the remaining 2 bottles together. Little did they know that this middle-aged man's behavior suddenly ignited the crowd. A young man carrying 2 short knives on his back immediately slapped 5 gold coins on the table before the middle-aged man, and then grabbed the last 2. Bottle of recovery potion Ji. You have already bought 1 bottle. How can I give you the remaining 2 bottles? I bought the last 2 bottles of recovery medicine Ji for 5 gold coins. The young man was aggressive and did not negotiate at all. This moment actually shocked other hunters who were about to buy the last 2 bottles of recovery medicine Ji. Gold coins. They are gold coins. And 5 of them were taken out at once. The crowd suddenly became excited. After all, according to the general exchange rate on the road, 1 gold coin is enough to exchange for 100 silver coins, which means that the price of these 5 gold coins is actually its equivalent to 500 silver coins. Does 5 gold coins add the price of 100 silver coins? Then I'll pay you 600 silver coins. Seeing the young man displaying a gold coin that was very rare in MHOL village, the middle-aged man's face suddenly changed. It turned red, and it was obvious that he was a little embarrassed about his face. But he refused to admit defeat. Humph! The young man smiled contemptuously, opened his wallet, and then placed 10 gold coins in a row on the table. 10 gold coins! No one will rob me now! Right! Oh! The crowd was excited again. Even the middle-aged man, who had previously wanted to buy 3 bottles of recovery medicine Ji suddenly shriveled up and stopped talking. He just stared at the 10 gold coins on the table in a daze. All this was because everyone present was amazed at the young man's financial resources. At first, the deerskin wallet the boy took out from his arms was only about the size of an adult's fist, so it didn't seem that big. But when people saw the boy open the wallet and take out the gold coins, they realized that the wallet was actually filled with golden coins. In other words, compared to those hunters whose wallets looked bulging, but were actually filled with copper coins and silver coins. The wealth in this young man's seemingly small wallet was in fact. It takes a lot. Sure enough. He is a hero. How can he have so many gold coins at such a young age? He must not be an ordinary one-star hunter. Right. One-star hunter? I think this person is at least a two-star hunter. Is he actually a two-star hunter? In that case, besides Levi, it seems that there will be another two-star hunter in the village. The crowd began to whisper. But because the young man did not hang the badge indicating the hunter star level on his chest, so other than making random guesses, people did not know what level this young man really was. When the young man saw that no one was trying to grab the remaining 2 bottles of recovery medicine G, he turned his attention to Wenlong. After Wenlong nodded, the young man collected the last 2 bottles of recovery medicine G, put it in your pocket and walk away. That man is really rich, Catherine said with some envy. Oh meow. That's nothing. I will be 1,000,000 times richer than this in the future. Woman, when the time comes, I will dig out some charity from between my teeth and give it to you. And you will be richer than that pretty boy. Wenlong he curled his mouth and whispered in Catherine's ear. At the same time, he put all the money on the table into his pocket. 10 gold coins plus 600 silver coins. It's a little better than expected. It's not bad at all. Naya! At this moment, Lita, the waitress at the Silver Dragon Pavilion, came out of the kitchen carrying a huge plate. For a moment, the entire Silver Dragon Pavilion hotel was filled with the aroma of roasted wild boar. Okay, everyone. The recovery medicine G this time has been sold out. Thank you for your support. Facing the crowd who were still gathered around and refused to disperse, Wenlong continued to stand on the table and said loudly, At the same time, what I want to say is that both my host Catherine and I have come to Milad Village for the first time. In order to get acquainted with you all, my host Catherine will pay for your drinks today. Come on, everyone. Please have a great time. Meow. After speaking, Wenlong took out 20 silver coins from the coins he just received and put them on the plate brought by Lita. This is the money for tonight's drinks. I'll give everyone here some fine spring wine. Oh. Long live Lady Catherine. The atmosphere in the Silver Dragon Pavilion instantly reached the climax of the entire evening. And then the hunters began to return to their respective drinking tables to enjoy the carnival and drinking. Huh? Because the whole process was led by Wenlong. When people shouted Long live Catherine, Catherine herself was still in a state of unresponsiveness and somewhat inexplicable. Chapter 18 Take a shower before going to bed. Mr. Cat, I seem to have become very popular with everyone. Seeing that people in the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel were looking at her eagerly, Catherine said to Wenlong next to her at a loss. Of course you will be welcome when I am here. And we are all newcomers to Milad Village. It is only good for us to have good relations with these people now. For example, it will also change things like extracting information. It's more convenient. That's it. Mr. Cat, I have never thought about these problems, Catherine said. But it seems a bit strange to be stared at all the time. Don't talk. Just keep smiling. Meow. Wenlong whispered to Catherine while chewing on the big wild boar ham that was served. Ah. I see. According to Wenlong, Catherine didn't say anything. She just smiled back at the diners who looked at her with thanks, which caused a stir among the crowd. Although the scene was a little noisy, Wenlong could vaguely hear some people talking about Catherine. Oh. Goddess. Not only is she powerful and generous, but she is also so beautiful. She will definitely become the best among hunters in the future. What? You have a crush on her? How is it possible? Such a beautiful goddess is not worthy of ordinary people. But that smile makes people feel healed just by looking at it. Ha. You are such a nympho. They are really superficial men. When they see a beautiful woman, they feel like they have lost their souls. They have no concentration at all. No wonder many of them are not young yet and are still one-star hunters. Meow. Wenlong complained in his heart while skillfully speaking. He cut off a piece of wild boar with a knife and put it into his mouth to chew. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at Catherine's body carefully from the corner of his eye. I saw Catherine also picked up the knife and fork and started to put a piece of wild boar meat on her plate. Although her fingers seemed to be slender, the movements were light and elegant. But she easily placed a large piece of rough meat. Of wild boar meat. I have to admit that I never get tired of looking at this face. No wonder this woman's brother dotes on her so much. But the road to hunting must be full of hardships and dangers. I don't know if this pampered woman can survive. Gotta go down. Oh meow. Forget it. What else is there to think about now? I signed the contract with my face. And I have already decided to train this woman well. The decision I made must be hanging there till the end. Meow. Thinking of this, Wenlong simply picked up the wine bottle and poured himself a large gulp of Qingchuan wine. This woman doesn't drink anyway, so I'm the one who burped the wine. It was not until early in the morning that the crowd in the Silver Dragon Pavilion gradually dispersed. And Catherine and Wenlong also asked for a nice guest room to spend the night. As soon as he entered the door, Wenlong fell on the bed without hesitation. So tired. Meow. Wenlong was really tired. After all, he hunted 4 large wild boars for the first time using this body, which was already a considerable amount of consumption. Then on the way back, Wenlong ran around again in order to prepare the recovery medicine G, which made him even more tired. In addition, he drank a lot of wine in the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, which made Wenlong feel sleepy as soon as he touched the soft bed. Mr. Cat, you can't do this, suddenly Catherine said. Catherine's voice was not loud, but Wenlong actually felt a force that could not be rejected. Meow? Mr. Cat, this won't work. Catherine walked towards Wenlong quickly, looking a little angry, which made Wenlong confused. What's going on? What do you want to do? Meow. Wenlong, who had just laid down just now, was grabbed by Catherine from behind before he could get up, and then lifted him up. It's not okay to go to bed without taking a shower, especially since I sweat so much today. Meow. I am very tired already. Meow. You still need to take a shower even if you are very tired. Don't worry, Mr. Cat. I will wash you clean. You wash me clean. What do you mean? Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Wenlong, who was still sleepy at first, suddenly lost all sleep. Meow. I have never taken a bath with a woman in my life. Don't you think so? Wenlong guessed correctly. Catherine picked up Wenlong with one hand and walked to the bathroom. At the same time, she unbuttoned the clothes with the other hand, and the coat came off, leaving only her underwear. Oops. Although my current body is the body of El Cat, my soul is a human soul after all. I really can't hold it when I see this woman's body. It's in vain that I act like a role model for others. It looks like it won't be good to make a fool of yourself in front of this woman. Meow. No. I need to calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Bang! The sound of the bathroom door closing shocked Wenlong's heart. Okay. Now there's nothing I can do about running away. Meow. At this time, Catherine had already carried Wenlong into the bathroom. Then Catherine picked up the shower head and opened the valve. The water temperature is just right, Mr. Cat. Hot water of moderate temperature sprayed out from the nozzle. Catherine very carefully tested the water temperature with the back of her hand, and then pointed the nozzle at Wenlong. Meow meow. While the hot water poured all over Wenlong's body, Catherine had already covered her hands with soap bubbles, then stretched her fingers to Wenlong's body and combed through Wenlong's hair carefully. Mr. Cat, if you don't take a good bath, you will get lice on your body, Catherine muttered as if talking to herself. At first, when Wenlong's body came into contact with Catherine's slender fingers, he felt as if he was electrocuted, and he was shocked. However, this feeling soon disappeared and was replaced by a more comfortable feeling. Okay, I feel so comfortable. I will really react to being spoken to like this. Oh, by the way, the best way to stay calm at this time is to divert your attention, such as recalling irrelevant things. Amitabha. Harley Road. Yeah. Form is empty and emptiness is form. It seems completely useless. Fortunately, it didn't take long for Catherine to smear soap all over Wenlong's body, then pick up the shower head again and open the valve. The gushing hot water washed away the foam on Wenlong's body like an autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, and Wenlong felt as if he was about to be liberated. Okay, Mr. Cat, it's already cleaned. After all the foam on Wenlong's body was rinsed away, Catherine also lowered the shower head. Hey, I finally held it back and didn't lose my composure. Meow. Just when Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief and thought everything was okay, he saw that Catherine had reached behind her back and unbuttoned the secret button. This time, what fell was the last covering of the girl's body. Chapter 19. Be prepared like a hunter. 1. Click. Wenlong seemed to hear the sound of something breaking. Just like a raging flood washed away a fragile dam, Wenlong's reason was overwhelmed by desire in an instant. But before completely losing his mind, Wenlong quickly made a wise decision. Plop! Wenlong stretched his legs hard, jumped hard, and finally jumped into the bathtub beside him at the moment when desire surged out, and sank his body into the water, finally avoiding an embarrassing scene. "Oh, Mr. Cat, why did you jump in so impatiently?" The splash of water caught Catherine's attention. Catherine turned her head and looked at Wenlong, who had jumped into the bathtub, and said, "Yes, because I want to take a bath early and then rest." "Ha ha. Ha. Meow." While Wenlong admired his resourcefulness in adapting to circumstances, he had to lament Catherine's allure as a woman. "The lethality of this woman's body to men is simply legendary," Wenlong thought to himself. "Mr. Cat is so lucky," Catherine added. After a while, Catherine also finished washing her body, then stepped into the bathtub and sat down. In this way, Catherine and Wenlong, one person and one cat, faced each other naked. Although he was a little embarrassed, Wenlong still couldn't help but carefully observe Catherine's body. The exquisite and bumpy figure, the white and rosy skin because of the hot water soaking, the long shining silver white hair that sticks to the skin because it is soaked by the water, and the pure and beautiful face. Just from the appearance point of view, Catherine can be said to have truly reached the highest level of female charm. What man wouldn't want such a beautiful woman? It would be great if I were still in a human body. What a pity. I'm just a cat now. Wenlong couldn't help but think to himself. Well, it seems that in addition to becoming the legendary great hunter, among my goals in this world, I have to add another one. If possible, I will definitely turn back into a human again. Meow. Wenlong secretly swore in his heart. After taking a bath, Wenlong dried his body and lay down on the bed with exhaustion all over his body. This time, Catherine still held Wenlong in her arms very gently. But Wenlong no longer had the energy to think too much, and soon fell asleep nestled in Catherine's warm and tender land. In this way, one person and one cat hugged each other and fell asleep until the next morning. What time is it now? When Wenlong opened his eyes, what he saw was the sunlight that had shone into the room from the window. After glancing at the clock hanging on the wall, Wenlong's body suddenly bounced, and then he struggled to climb out of Catherine's arms. Oh meow! It's already past 9 in the morning. I obviously have a lot of things to do today according to the plan. But I slept until this time. What a mistake! What a mistake! But if I have to say, it's probably because this woman's arms are so comfortable. It's warm, soft, and has a woman's unique sweet smell. This feeling is really easy for people to get addicted to it and can't extricate themselves. Ah! Meow! After sighing a little, Wenlong immediately put away his thoughts, and then prepared to wake up Catherine, who was still sleeping. Get up! Woman! You can't become an excellent hunter just by lying in bed and sleeping in every day. You have to work harder and overcome many difficulties and dangers. Meow! Although Wenlong said so righteously and loudly, Catherine was still lying lazily on the bed and seemed to be sleeping soundly. This woman couldn't wake up. Fortunately, she was in the guest room of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. If she slept so hard while camping in a forest full of dangers for hunting, she might have been eaten by some strange beast. Come on! Meow! Looking at Catherine's silly sleeping face, this time Wenlong simply raised a foot and stepped on Catherine's face, and then poked Catherine's rosy cheeks a few times. Because cats' claws generally have the ability to stretch and retract, and are usually retracted into the claw sheaths, Wenlong will not hurt Catherine's white and tender skin even in this way. Woman! Get up! Woo! Mr. Cat! Unexpectedly, Catherine still didn't open her eyes. Instead, as if she was sleepwalking in her sleep, she grabbed Wenlong's feet, and then slowly rubbed her cheek against the fleshy pads of Wenlong's paws. Mr. Cat's claws are so soft. Fleshy. Fleshy. Hee hee. For a moment, Wenlong really wanted to stretch out his claws and stab Catherine hard. But after thinking about it, Wenlong still held back. Humph. Since that's the case, then I'm going to use my special move. Meow! Wenlong sneered, then turned slightly sideways, and stretched out his tail. Elu Cat has a flexible tail, so it can be manipulated easily. I saw Wenlong extending his tail to the tip of Catherine's nose, and then gently sweeping it. This time he achieved good results. Achio! Catherine sneezed heavily, and finally sat up from the bed. Get up! Woman! There are a lot of things going on today, so you can't be lazy. Have you forgotten your goal of becoming a legendary hunter and patrolling the entire continent to find your brother? Wenlong lectured unceremoniously. Ah! I'm sorry. Mr. Cat, I overslept. Catherine apologized and jumped out of bed. Wenlong and Catherine quickly took action. Washed up, dressed up, and left the hotel. Mr. Cat, where should we go now? Catherine asked while walking on the path in Millard Village. First go to Grandma Ruisi and ask her to build equipment for us. Originally, the sooner the better. But yesterday, it was too late and the blacksmith shop was closed. So we can only use the materials obtained from the previous hunt now. Leave it to her. Meow. Grandma Ruisi? How come I haven't heard of her? Mr. Cat, do you know her? Because the name Grandma Ruisi was quite unfamiliar. Catherine continued to ask. How do I know them? Wenlong glanced at Catherine disdainfully. This is the advantage of inviting people to drink last night. Although those rookie hunters are not very good at hunting, they are more familiar with this area than us. So by the way, I got some information, such as who is the most skilled forger in the village, which is one of them. Oh, Mr. Cat is really thoughtful. Catherine showed admiration. Oh, it's not that I thought about it carefully. It's just that you are too simple-minded. Meow. Wow. Mr. Cat, how could you say that to me? Catherine looked aggrieved. I'm just telling the truth. We're here. It should be here. Unknowingly, as Wenlong was walking and talking, a building made of stone and wood appeared in front of him. Chapter 20. Be prepared like a hunter, too. In the open room, you can see the burning furnace fire and the anvil used for forging equipment. An old woman with gray hair is standing in front of the anvil, hitting a weapon with a hammer, making a crisp sound. However, unlike ordinary blacksmiths who use iron tongs to hold forged items, the old woman holds the hammer in her right hand, but does not hold the iron tongs in her left hand. Instead, she wears a pair of silver-white gloves, relying on the separation of the silver-white gloves with the ability to heat. The old woman grabbed the red-hot metal object and hit it hard with a hammer. Undoubtedly, this is Granny Reese's weapons shop that Wenlong is looking for. We want to create 2 sets of equipment, one for humans and one for Elu cats. All the materials are here. After confirming the characteristics of Granny Ruisi, Wenlong rushed to the door of the store first, and then said straight to the point. 2 sets of equipment? Grandma Ruisi stopped the hammer in her hand for a moment, then raised her head and took a look. What she saw was Lumeo Wenlong, whose head was just a little higher than the counter. The place where equipment is made for Elu cats is next door. Please find Jihuaipu, who is also an Elu cat. He is the best Elu cat blacksmith in the village, Grandma Ruisi said. Not only me, but my master also needs to build a set of equipment. In order to let Granny Ruisi see him clearly, Wenlong simply jumped on the counter and said loudly, Oh, I understand. Grandma, although my hearing is not very good as I am getting older, I don't need to be so loud. Well, what kind of equipment do you want to build? Grandma Ruisi asked, squinting her eyes. This is what I want to build. Wenlong placed a large package of materials on the counter and unwrapped the package. What was revealed inside was the materials for the big wild boar that had been sorted and put away. Oh, it turns out it's the material of a big wild boar. Then later. I'll leave the guests here to you. Yes, Grandma Ruisi. The answer was a young man in blue clothes. Judging from his childish appearance, Wenlong had a bad feeling. This person looks like a helper in the forging house. If I let such a person build equipment, wouldn't all my hard work to find Granny Ruisi's forging skills be in vain? Wenlong said think. Wenlong knows that this is the real world. Unlike in the game, no matter which forger is allowed to build the equipment, it will not affect the data and attributes of the equipment. The skill level of the forge here will directly affect the ability and attributes of the equipment. Wenlong can see this from the unicorn suit worn by Catherine. Not only are higher grade materials often harder or stronger, but also more difficult to forge. The skills of seamlessly sewing and forging materials are definitely not something that ordinary blacksmiths can achieve. In other words, if it were an ordinary blacksmith, it would be absolutely impossible to perfectly combine the Kirin materials to form a perfect set of equipment. Wait a minute. Wenlong quickly made a stop gesture. Oh meow. Old woman. I heard that you are the most skilled blacksmith in Milad village. How can you let your apprentice do the work for you? What's wrong with my apprentice? Grandma Ruisi said impatiently. The big wild boar suit is not a cherished suit. Many hunters have asked to make it. If I have to make each one, I won't be able to make it. Old lady, I'm exhausted. Besides, my apprentice is pretty good, and his forging skills are definitely above average. That won't work. Wenlong, who was once a top hunter in the game, inevitably has the habit of pursuing perfection. Wenlong always hopes to get the best possible. Old lady, don't you just want to collect more money? I'll just give you more. Meow. After speaking, Wenlong slapped 5 gold coins on the counter. 5 gold coins is definitely not a small amount in MHOL Village. Especially it is more than enough to pay for such low-level equipment. So when these 5 gold coins were lined up on the counter, Grandma Ruisi's apprentice Lei Ti's eyes instantly went straight. Although the 5 gold coins were far more than the original cost of building the equipment, Wenlong didn't feel it was a pity. Years of hunting experience have made Wenlong understand that equipment can be said to be the hunter's life for hunters. A good piece of equipment can often greatly enhance the hunter's combat effectiveness. It can not only improve hunting efficiency, but also enable hunters to an extra layer of safety protection when encountering dangerous situations. Therefore, Wenlong was not stingy at all when it came to obtaining good equipment. 5 gold coins? What a big deal. But young man, you have misjudged the person. Old lady, I am not someone who would change my principles just for such a small amount of money. In short, I still have more important equipment to build. I won't waste time with you. Really? I think you are not very skilled and are afraid of losing face. So you don't dare to build equipment for us? Meow. Wenlong suddenly changed his tone to a mocking tone and said, My skills are not good? Granny Ruisi suddenly laughed. There are no more than 10 blacksmiths stronger than me in the entire continent. Even if I am a little old-sighted now, it won't be your turn to do this. The boy came to laugh at me. You don't believe it? Wenlong continued to mock. If you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? Meow. What are you betting on? Seeing Wenlong's tone of voice be so sure, Granny Ruisi also became a little curious. After all, no one in MHOL Village dares to laugh at his own skills. And Grandma Ruisi once toured the entire continent with some top hunters when she was young. And she was well informed. Especially the silver-white gloves in her hands. It is made from certain materials and rare ores from the desert. It is the best equipment that can improve forging skills. Because of this, Grandma Ruisi is quite confident in her own skills. It's easy to bet. Meow, Wenlong said. If I can prove that your skills are not as good as a certain blacksmith, then you will help us build equipment. If I can't prove it, then I will keep these 5 gold coins. How about leaving immediately and never disturbing your old man again? Very good. Then you come up with a piece of equipment that even my mother-in-law can't build. If you really do it, I will build good equipment for you even if I risk my life. Seeing that Granny Ruisi had taken the bait, Wenlong couldn't help but smile secretly in his heart. He turned around and saw Catherine following behind him. So Grandma Ruisi, how do you think the skill of the blacksmith who forged this set of equipment is better than yours? Meow. As he said that, Wenlong stepped away from Grandma Ruisi, and what appeared in front of Grandma Ruisi was a Catherine looked confused and didn't understand the situation at all. Chapter 21 The Best Big Boar Suit. This is, Granny Ruisi's eyes widened when she noticed Catherine. Wenlong knew that if anyone in MHOL Village could tell that Catherine was wearing a unicorn costume, then it would probably be Granny Ruisi, who had traveled to many places. So Wenlong also knew that Granny Ruisi would be amazed by the exquisite workmanship of this unicorn suit. Is this a unicorn costume made of the fantasy beast unicorn? And the big sword on this woman's back, are the 7 teeth on it made of unicorn horns? Granny Ruisi asked in surprise. Exactly. As expected of Granny Ruisi, who has traveled across the mainland. She can understand it so clearly. Meow. Wenlong also agreed. Come on, child. Let me see. Let me see this equipment. It was only for a moment. But Grandma Ruisi was immediately attracted by the unicorn outfit on Catherine. Although she didn't know what was going on, Catherine still took a step forward in accordance with Grandma Ruisi's request. Now Grandma Ruisi could see the unicorn suit Catherine was wearing more clearly. It is indeed a Kirin suit. This fantasy beast Kirin is extremely rare. When I traveled to the mainland, I thought about making a suit made of Kirin materials. But I never found it. I didn't expect that at this age when I was about to be buried. But you can still see such divine objects. As Granny Ruisi spoke, she couldn't help but put down the hammer in her hand, and then stretched out her hand to touch the unicorn suit on Catherine's body. The workmanship is indeed exquisite. It connects all the materials together without losing the original style. The connections are tightly integrated, allowing the energy to maintain a perfect flow between all the materials. There is also the sharp point of the unicorn. The horn is extremely hard, but it can be polished just right without damaging its original strength. It is simply perfect. Perfect. After sighing, Grandma Ruisi seemed to have discovered something. It's a pity that it seems that this set of equipment has not exerted its strength at all. It seems that the Kirin soul contained inside the equipment has not been conquered. When Granny Ruisi said this, Catherine's face suddenly turned red. I'm sorry, Granny Ruisi. This set of equipment was given to me by my brother. Oh, that's it. No wonder the Kirin soul in the equipment has not been awakened. After all, Kirin is not something that a young hunter like you can hunt. But that's not important. Girls' clothes are fine as long as they look beautiful. If my mother-in-law were 50 years younger, I would really want to try on this unicorn outfit. It seemed that Granny Ruisi had a good impression of Catherine. Wenlong also seized this opportunity and said, So Granny Ruisi, how do you think the workmanship of this Kirin suit compares to yours? Meow. Ha ha ha. Grandma Ruisi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that at my age. I would let an Elu Cat plot against me. But I have to admit that making this Kirin suit, this person's skills are indeed superior to mine. And I'm afraid he's enough to be ranked among the top 5 in the entire continent. It's not unfair for me to be able to see such an exquisite masterpiece. But I am willing to admit defeat. I will accept your request. Mother-in-law. Thank you so much. Mother-in-law. Meow. Wenlong said, pushing 5 gold coins to Granny Ruisi. But unexpectedly, Granny Ruisi shook her head and pushed the gold coins back. Grandma Ruisi, these 5 gold coins are just a small thing. Please don't be polite. Meow. Seeing this situation, Wenlong said, No, I'm not being polite. Granny Ruisi replied with a smile. I just saw this unicorn suit. I found that the technique of sewing the unicorn skin is very exquisite and unique. After seeing it, I was very impressed. How can such a harvest be compared to 5 gold coins? With such a great gift, I will not accept these 5 gold coins again. Grandma Ruisi firmly refused Wenlong's payment and accepted the material of the big wild boar. Then, in order to make equipment for Catherine, he measured Catherine's measurements with a measuring tape, while constantly praising Catherine's elegant figure. A set of full-body armor made of wild boar fur, plus a giant bone knife made from the bones of a wild boar. At this time tomorrow morning, you will see the strongest wild boar in the history of Milad village. Suit, Granny Ruisi added. As for Mr. Elu Cat, although I am quite confident in my forging skills, I have never made Elu Cat's equipment. So if you need to make Elu Cat's equipment, please contact us. Jojo up next door. He's an expert on this. Thank you so much, Grandma Ruisi. But I still want to trouble you about my equipment. Meow. What Grandma Ruisi didn't expect was that Wenlong didn't listen to Grandma Ruisi's advice, but continued to insist that Granny Ruisi build equipment for herself. I have no experience in making Elu Cat equipment. Is this okay? Grandma Ruisi asked in surprise. No problem, Granny Ruisi. You just need to build my equipment like human equipment. As for the size of the equipment, you just need to reduce it in proportion to the height of my body. Well, since it's your request, I'll do it. Anyway, the materials here are enough to build another set of Elu Cat equipment. But I want to ask, what kind of equipment do you want? Thank you, Grandma Ruisi. A set of leather armor specially designed for Elu Cats. As for the weapons, Wenlong thought for a moment and then said, just a set of double light bone swords. Apart from the size, please give me any other details. Made exactly to human specifications. Meow. The reason why Wenlong said this was because Wenlong knew that the equipment of ordinary Elu Cats was much simpler than that of humans. The reason is that Elu Cat's body is relatively petite and not as strong as humans in terms of strength. So most of the weapons have been simplified and made lighter to suit Elu Cat's physical condition. But Wenlong is different. Among all the Elu Cats, Wenlong's power is considered top-notch. It is roughly equivalent to the power of 3 ordinary Elu Cats. This kind of power is even stronger than the average adult human male. Powerful. With this level of power, Wenlong believed that he could support the use of human-style weapons. And the more important point is that Wenlong, as a top player in the Monster Hunter game, has always used human weapons and is more familiar with the use of human weapons. In order to directly inherit the weapon usage experience gained in the game when hunting, Wenlong naturally chose to let Granny Ruisi build his own weapons according to human standards. Chapter 22 1 Silver Star. After leaving the Forge House, the next place Wenlong went to was naturally the Hunters Guild's office in Milad village. where Wenlong needed to complete the previously completed task of hunting the big wild boar. If you deliver the mission, you can also get a mission bonus. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Moreover, this woman's hunting level also needs to be improved. After all, according to the regulations of the Hunter Guild, Elu Cat cannot receive the mission alone. Only when the level of the hunter increases can he take on higher level hunting missions. Only then will I have the opportunity to become famous all over the world and reach the pinnacle of cat life. Meow! With this idea in mind, Wenlong came to the Hunter Guild's office in Milad village, and saw the receptionist Sasha whom he had met before, still wearing a purple Cheongsam-like outfit. Sasha recognized Catherine and Wenlong as a hunting combination of one person and one cat at a glance. Welcome you two. Has the mission been completed? Sasha said with a smile. Yes, the mission has been completed. Catherine said, a little embarrassed when she thought that she had hardly done anything to help. However, before Catherine could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wenlong. Of course. Who do you think I am? A mission of this level is out of the question. Meow! As he spoke, Wenlong took out the tails of 4 large wild boars and placed them on the counter. This was a method that hunters often used when handing over tasks, which meant cutting off part of the monsters they were hunting and letting them people could understand the results of Wenlong's hunting at a glance. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's confirmed. There are 4 big wild boars. Sasha was a little surprised when she saw the 4 wild boar tails on the counter. In fact, hunting for large wild boars is not a difficult task. What really surprises Sasha is that, as a member of the Hunter Guild, the business advantages make Sasha know that Catherine is just a newcomer who has just registered as a trainee hunter. However, it is very rare for such a pure newcomer to successfully hunt 4 large wild boars in the first battle. However, Sasha also knows that because hunters are the most popular profession on the entire continent, countless young hunters register as trainee hunters every year. And there are also some of these trainee hunters who are very talented and can perform amazingly on their first hunt. The existence of strength, however, on the dangerous hunting road, only a few of these talented hunters can eventually become legendary hunters. Many of them either lack perseverance in the face of difficulties and give up halfway, or are attacked by powerful monsters and are seriously injured, lost his life. So after the initial surprise, Sasha quickly returned to her usual smiling expression. That's right. For big wild boars, Wenlong said with some dissatisfaction in his tone. What did your Hunter Guild do? You actually provided wrong information, saying that there were only 3 big wild boars. Fortunately, I am smart. The reaction was fast enough, so we were not plotted against. Sorry. Our information is also provided by witnesses, and it cannot be guaranteed to be 100% accurate, Sasha said apologetically. In Sasha's experience as a receptionist, such situations are not uncommon. In reality, situations often change rapidly, let alone 3 large wild boars turning into 4 large wild boars, even if someone hunts a few of them without attack power. It has also happened that a herbivorous dragon encountered a powerful male fire dragon. And this is one of the reasons why hunting is full of danger and excitement. After all, you never know what kind of prey you will encounter every time you hunt. Of course, Wenlong also knew this. So although I was a little dissatisfied, I didn't say anything more after delivering the task. I just started thinking about how to deal with such a situation in the future. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can fight 100 battles without danger. This is also true for hunters. Wenlong also sighed in his heart. Okay, for big wild boars, the total reward for this mission is 20 silver coins. After confirming the tails of the 4 big wild boars, Sasha handed a bag containing silver coins to Catherine's hand. Along with the bag, there was also a small wooden box given to Catherine. Catherine was a little confused. Congratulations! Through this mission, your hunting skills have been recognized by the guild, and you can officially become a hunter, Sasha said with a smile. Oh? What? Catherine was stunned for a moment. And then after Sasha repeated what she had said before, Catherine was sure that she heard correctly. Ah, thank you so much, Sister Sasha and Mr. Cat. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to do it. Catherine was obviously very happy to hear that she had really become a hunter, although it is not particularly difficult to officially become a hunter. In Catherine's mind, this is undoubtedly the first step towards her true goal of becoming her brother. I finally became an official hunter. Brother. With such a mood, Catherine opened the wooden box and saw a silver star badge. Silver star? Shouldn't a trainee hunter be a bronze star? Catherine was a little flattered when she saw this badge. Yes, Miss Catherine. The task you need to complete to become a 1-star Bronze Star Hunter is to hunt a large wild boar. Considering that you hunted 4 large wild boars at one time, we made an exception and awarded you the 1-star Silver Star badge. Awesome. Catherine jumped up like a child. I am also a hunter. And I am also a Silver Star Hunter. Mr. Cat, thank you so much for your guidance. Catherine was so excited that she hugged Wenlong and held Wenlong in her arms again. Okay, woman, you will strangle me to death like this. Because Catherine was too excited and used too much force. Wenlong was a little breathless. Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. Catherine quickly let go. Ahem, it's just a silver star. There is still a long way to go in the future. If you are so proud, it will be difficult to make progress in the future. Meow. Wenlong pretended to be mature and scolded Catherine. After being scolded by Wenlong, Catherine also restrained herself a little and silently put the 1-star Silver Star badge into her pocket and put it away. But her face was still filled with an excited smile. You too. Now that the mission has been completed, have you decided to accept a new mission? Sasha asked again at this time. New mission? Catherine asked quickly. Yes, because you are already a 1-star Silver Star Hunter. There are more missions to choose from. Not only the previous missions for trainee hunters, but now the missions for formal hunters can also be accepted. In addition, if you pay a certain deposit, you can also take on promotion tasks. Sasha explained patiently. Promotion mission? What is that? Catherine, who knew almost nothing, asked again. Promotion tasks are tasks that hunters take when they need to improve their hunter level. Such tasks will be 1 level higher than the hunter's current star level, and will naturally be more difficult. However, the advantage is that after completion, the star level can be improved. Class, I personally suggest that hunters who have just upgraded their star level should not rush to continue to upgrade their star level immediately. It is best to be able to complete the tasks of your current star level with ease before considering taking on the promotion tasks of the next star level. So I would like to ask you recommend this mission to hunt the blue velociraptor. You will have to hunt 4 to 5 blue velociraptors wandering in the forest. This mission is also a mission that meets the 1-star Silver Star Hunter level. Oh, that's it. Then I'll take it. My uncle, I want to take on the promotion mission. Meow. After listening to Sasha's explanation, Catherine was suddenly interrupted by Wenlong before she could finish speaking. Chapter 23 Promotion Task. Mr. Cat, is it really okay for us to accept the promotion mission first? Seeing Wenlong jumping out and asking for a more difficult promotion mission, Catherine couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry. I'm here. It'll be no problem. Meow, Wenlong said, patting his chest. After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine calmed down a little. After all, after the previous hunting, Catherine has become more convinced that Wenlong is a truly trustworthy hunter. Although it is only an Elu cat, it gives people a special sense of security. Especially when Catherine was about to be stepped on by the big wild boar's hoof. It was Wenlong who attracted the other party's attention and saved Catherine. At that moment, Catherine even thought of her brother. Since Mr. Cat said that, he must have his reason. So I'd better believe Mr. Cat, Catherine thought to herself. After testing the waters before, Wenlong already had a general understanding of his current body, since he had killed 4 large wild boars with just his claws without any weapons and equipment. He wanted to challenge something more powerful than the large wild boar. Monsters aren't that difficult either. Moreover, Wenlong also has an idea. That is, to make Catherine familiar with the hunting process as soon as possible. Although it is unrealistic for Catherine to become like a seasoned hunter and be able to kill more powerful monsters in a short period of time, Wenlong is confident that she will be able to kill more powerful monsters in a short time. After a certain level of training, there should be no problem in getting Catherine to the point where she can help clean up other weaker monsters around her. All in all, with the high-quality equipment created by Granny Reese and the newcomers with huge room for improvement, Wenlong has the confidence to challenge the promotion task. As before, Sasha did not immediately agree to Wenlong, but looked at Catherine aside, wanting to hear Catherine's opinion. After all, when it comes to the combination of humans and Elu cats, humans always make the decision, while Elu cats are more like followers. Although there are some powerful Elu cats whose combat effectiveness is no worse than that of hunters, most of the time it is the Elu cats who make the decision. As a human hunter, you make more decisions. However, Catherine just smiled sheepishly, and then said, Mr. Cat said that he wants to take on promotion tasks. So let's see what promotion tasks there are. Catherine's behavior made Sasha feel a little strange. As the receptionist at the Hunter Guild office in MHOL Village, Sasha often interacts with hunters and their Elu cats. But this is the first time she has seen a hunter who leaves the decision-making power of accepting missions to Elu cats. Okay. Seeing Catherine agreeing, Sasha nodded after a slight hesitation. But before that, you must pay a deposit. Deposit? Catherine's eyes widened in confusion. Yes. The deposit is set up to prevent some hunters from impulsively challenging promotion tasks. Moreover, because the promotion tasks represent the next star-level tasks, they will be more difficult than ordinary tasks. So the deposit also plays a role. Once a hunter encounters an unexpected situation when completing a promotion mission, our Hunter Guild will organize a rescue team to carry out rescue operations. You can think of it as a kind of life insurance that hunters must purchase when accepting dangerous missions. Sasha repeated the overview of the margin that she had explained countless times. I understand. How much is the deposit? Wenlong asked. 100 silver coins. Not one less, Sasha said. In fact, at this time, Sasha did not think that Wenlong and the others could come up with a deposit of 100 silver coins. After all, the 1-star Silver Star mission they completed before, hunting for large wild boars, only got a mere 20 silver coins. The reward, even if the income from the sale of large wild boar materials is included, is barely at the level of 50 silver coins. If the costs required for hunting are also excluded, such as recovery medicine, dry food, sharpening stones for knife sharpening, and rice if you think about the cost of accommodation in Lad Village, then the money left over in the end should be very little. So Sasha didn't think that Catherine, who had just been promoted from the trainee hunter, could get a deposit of 100 silver coins. In other words, Sasha mentioned the deposit issue at this time. A big reason was that she didn't want Catherine to leave prematurely, take risks and accept high-level quests. After all, judging from past experience, if newcomers are too aggressive, it will often lead to tragic consequences. So when Wenlong took out a golden gold coin from his pocket and put it on the counter, Sasha was speechless for a moment. Don't worry. We can still afford the deposit. Isn't it just 100 silver coins? I don't need my master to pay it. I can afford it with my pocket money. Meow. In order to help Catherine build a reputation in MHOL Village and even the Hunters Guild, Wenlong did not hesitate to tell lies. According to ordinary people's thinking, Elu cats generally rely on the salary provided by the contractor to maintain daily expenses. In other words, as a hunting cat, the pocket money comes from part of the hunter's usual income. In this case, as a hunter, Catherine is definitely much richer than Wenlong. So Sasha easily thinks that since Wenlong, as an Elu cat, can easily take out a gold coin in his pocket, then Catherine, the owner of this Elu cat, must be a very rich person. And with so much money at such a young age, it is easy to think that Catherine is probably the younger generation of a rich and powerful family. At this moment, Sasha couldn't help but feel a little ashamed for being blind, and her face turned a little crimson. After all, even in the world of monster hunters, rich second generations who are rich, powerful, and capable of hunting talents are always enviable. Okay, 1 gold coin is exactly equal to 100 silver coins. Then I will accept it. Sasha accepted the gold coins and then took out some scrolls, which densely recorded some detailed information about the mission. These are all 1-star gold star tasks. For you, they are the next level promotion tasks. You can choose any of them to complete. No matter which one you complete, you can advance to 1-star gold star. Yeah. Got it. Meow. Facing the scrolls spread out on the counter, Wenlong looked at them carefully. Although Catherine on the side didn't understand very well and couldn't even figure out the strength of the monsters recorded in these missions, she pretended to follow Wenlong read the information recorded above carefully together. Chapter 24 Mutation Caused by Unknown Creatures. According to the information recorded on the scroll, there are 3 tasks to choose from to upgrade from 1 silver star to 1 gold star. The first is the task of hunting the Blue Dragon King who threatens the trade routes. Blue Velociraptor is one of the most common species of bird dragons. It usually moves in groups. And Blue Velociraptor King is the king among blue velociraptors, and the ruler of a group of blue velociraptors. Although the Blue Velociraptor King itself is not very powerful, because there are always around 10 to 20 blue velociraptors. If you want to hunt the Blue Velociraptor King, you often have to clear out the surrounding blue velociraptors. So hunting the Blue Velociraptor King is not an easy task. The second mission is to hunt the beaver beasts that built embankments upstream to block the flow of water. The beaver is a type of toothed beast with an extremely warlike personality and a strong sense of territoriality. It will attack mercilessly any creature that invades its area of activity. It has sharp claws and is very powerful. It also has the ability to burrow into the ground and can move underground. It can be said that its attack methods are more diverse, so it is more difficult to deal with than the Blue Speed Dragon King. But fortunately, beaver beasts generally like to be alone. When hunting beaver beasts, there are usually no other creatures that will interfere. The hunter only needs to focus on the beaver beast itself. The third mission is to hunt the big wild boar king that comes from the depths of the forest to the farmland. The big wild boar king, as its name suggests, is the king of a group of big wild boars. It is larger, more powerful, and more rough than the average big wild boar. Like the Blue Dragon King, you will face multiple enemies when hunting big wild boars. At that time, multiple big wild boars charging at the same time will make up for the single weakness of the big wild boar's common attack method. After carefully reading the descriptions of the 3 tasks, Wenlong began to think about which one of them he should take. In Wenlong's view, the difficulty of these 3 tasks is similar. Generally speaking, there is not much difference no matter which one you choose. It is no wonder that these 3 tasks are simultaneously listed as the tasks to advance to 1-star Venus. But after carefully considering the current situation of himself and Catherine, Wenlong made a decision. The equipment Catherine and I built this time is made of materials from the big wild boar. If you are hunting the big wild boar king, then the big wild boar suit and the big wild boar king suit are exactly the same. That means you can use the big wild boar king suit. Strengthening the attributes of the big wild boar suit will undoubtedly save a lot of hunting time. And you don't have to start over again to grind materials to create new equipment like other hunters. Meow. In addition, Catherine doesn't have much hunting experience. She has only fought against the big wild boar before. So choosing the big wild boar king this time should make it easier for Catherine to adapt. Therefore, after considering the continuity of the equipment itself and Catherine's adaptability to the task, Wenlong chose the task of hunting the big boar king. Then, I will choose this. Sir! Wenlong grabbed the scroll recording the mission of hunting the big boar king with his claws, and then said to Sasha, Okay, then I will register your names under the task of hunting the big boar king. As Sasha spoke, she picked up a pen to register. This is also a process that hunters must go through to accept tasks in the Hunter Guild. This is to prevent others from accepting the same task again. Task? Otherwise, if 2 different groups of people accept the task of hunting the same prey, they are likely to have a dispute over the ownership of the prey after the final hunt. While Sasha was writing notes with a pen, Wenlong seemed to remember something and asked suddenly, By the way, I also want to ask, why do the recent monsters seem to be so violent? They seem to have begun to gather near the king's village. Monsters like the big wild boar king, blue velociraptor king, and beaver beast are not usually found in dense forests. Are they living in a deeper place? Why did they come together to cause trouble near Milad village? Meow. That's true. Monsters like the big wild boar king, the beaver beast, and the blue velociraptor king generally only occasionally enter near human villages. It's impossible for all 3 monsters to appear near human villages at the same time and cause harm. The situation is very rare. I remember the last time such a situation occurred. It seemed that more powerful flying dragons appeared in the forest, so these lower-level monsters could only migrate out, eventually affecting human villages. Sasha answered, So what about this time? Has another flying dragon appeared? Meow. Wenlong continued to ask. This time, Sasha's expression looked a little embarrassed. It's a pity that our Hunter Guild did not investigate clearly this time. Although the investigators said they were basically certain that there was another more powerful creature in the forest, these low-level monsters began to migrate out. But we do not have detailed information about what kind of monsters appeared. That's it. Meow. After hearing Sasha's explanation, Wenlong looked a little disappointed. After all, Wenlong wanted to get some useful information from Sasha at first, but he didn't expect that he didn't get what he wanted. Mr. Cat, did you seem to be talking about something very important just now? Listening to the conversation between Wenlong and Sasha, Catherine was already feeling a little scared. Mr. Cat, the big wild boar king is more powerful than the big wild boar, and the unidentified monster you are talking about is more powerful than the big wild boar king. So what should we do if we encounter such a powerful monster? Wenlong could hear the obvious tremor in Catherine's voice. Don't worry. With me here, no matter what kind of monster it is, it won't be a problem. But Kaiser was still a little worried. What else? Is this how determined you are to see your brother? Meow. Wenlong suddenly asked. No. I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. Catherine, who suddenly realized her gaffe, immediately said in an apologetic tone. That's right. Follow my instructions, and one day you will catch up with your brother. Wenlong said confidently. You too. At this moment, Sasha spoke again, but Wenlong noticed that Sasha still had a hesitant and embarrassed look on her face. What's the matter? Meow. I have another commission here. I wonder if you two are interested. Is there another commission? Didn't it say that hunters can only accept one commission mission at a time? Wenlong knew that according to the rules of the Hunter Guild, hunters can only accept one mission at a time. The purpose is to prevent some powerful hunters from taking all the missions at once. All of the missions were taken care of, leaving other hunters with no missions to take on. So Wenlong, who was familiar with the rules of the Hunter Guild, immediately raised objections to what Sasha said about another mission. Chapter 25 getting ready to end and start setting off. It's like this. Sasha explained immediately. This mission does not conflict with hunting, which means that you don't need to hunt any monsters. So it doesn't matter if you can accept it together with the hunting mission. In addition, the reward of this mission, the gold, is much higher than that of ordinary hunting missions. That's it. Then what kind of mission is it? Meow. Sasha's hesitant reaction and the higher reward she mentioned made Wenlong suddenly interested. The mission is to investigate the cause of this mutation. The reward for the mission is 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? This is indeed a rare high bounty for your hunter guild. In Wenlong's mind, 10 gold coins are not too many. After all, with Wenlong's mastery of the synthesis formula, it is not difficult to earn 10 gold coins. This was the case when Wenlong sold the recovery medicine G before. It has been verified by then. However, a reward of 10 gold coins is relatively rare among the Hunter Guild's commissions, so this made Wenlong a little wary. Is this task quite difficult? Wenlong was a little confused. According to Wenlong's general idea, this kind of investigation task is generally not too difficult. After all, the investigation mission does not require you to hunt monsters. It only requires you to go to where the monsters are, observe what monster caused the mutation, and then report back. Seemingly seeing through Wenlong's thoughts, Sasha immediately continued. Don't think that the investigation task is relatively simple. In fact, several hunters sent from the Major Bolton branch to investigate had given up the investigation before this because of injuries. Yes, this is why the reward amount for this investigation mission will be increased from 1 gold coin to 10 gold coins. Wait, you're saying that several hunters from Major Bolton were injured and then gave up the investigation? Meow. Wenlong asked again. Yes. That means they were injured by an unknown monster. But the identity of the monster was not discovered. Meow. That's it. Then what kind of attack was he injured? Meow. It's not very clear, because the hunters were all suffering from burns and were in a coma. Are you burned? If you only have this bit of information, you really can't tell what kind of monster is causing trouble. With insufficient information, even Wenlong, who is familiar with the characteristics and appearance of various monsters, can't tell what kind of monster it is. After all, in the world of Monster Hunter, there are too many monsters that can cause burns. Faintly, a feeling of uneasiness began to spread in Wenlong's heart, because Wenlong knew that the hunters from the big city Major Bolton were generally much stronger than the hunters in Milad village. This can be seen from the fact that Major Bolton has a large branch of the Hunters Guild, while Milad village only has a small Hunters Guild office. But just like this, the more powerful hunters sent from the branch were all burned to the point of coma, which naturally had to arouse Wenlong's vigilance. It is undoubtedly unwise to take on such a task without enough intelligence. Not to mention that Catherine is still too weak now, and it is not time to go deep into the dense forest far away from the village. In addition, although I am confident that this matter will be solved, the investigation is clear, but the reward of 10 gold coins is really not attractive to me. So at this stage, it is more practical to focus on improving Catherine's hunter level. So Wenlong thought for a while and finally said, I'm sorry. We don't accept such tasks. Meow. Hearing Wenlong's answer, Catherine, who was already a little nervous, finally breathed a sigh of relief, while Sasha showed an expectant expression. That's right. This kind of mission will be more dangerous. It's too reluctant for a 1-star hunter like you to take it. I was too impatient. Even the 3-star hunter has not completed the mission. And I actually reported it to you. Such a 1-star hunter, Sasha said apologetically. That's not the case. What I mean is that the reward for your mission is too small. When the bounty for this mission increases to 100 gold coins, you can tell me again. Meow. After saying that, Wenlong walked away with Catherine, leaving only a somewhat surprised Sasha still standing in front of the counter. After leaving the Hunter Guild's office in Milad, Wenlong took Catherine to visit the grocery market in Milad village. However, what was disappointing was that the business route with the big city Major Bolt in was constantly being attacked by monsters. The caravan could not pass due to the threat. So the grocery market did not have many supplies that Wenlong needed. In the end, Wenlong only bought some iron picks for mining and insect nets for catching insects, so that he could collect more wild materials during hunting and prepare for the next stage of building equipment. In this way, after all the preparations were completed and Wenlong and Catherine returned to the guest room of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, it was already evening. In order to hunt the next day, Wenlong and Catherine went to bed early at night and did not engage in other activities to ensure that they had sufficient energy for the next day. Then the next day came. Early in the morning, Wenlong and Catherine went to Granny Ruisi's forging house, where they had customized the equipment before, and received the customized equipment. Wenlong's equipment is a set of Elu Cat's large-bore leather armor, and a set of light bone double swords, while Catherine's equipment is a large bone sword and a set of large-bore skin armor. Oh! It feels really good! This set of equipment is obviously the size of Elu Cat, but it is still made of human standards. Granny Ruisi's skills really did not disappoint me. Meow! Putting on real armor for the first time, Wenlong felt a force emerging from his body. When playing games before, the bonus of equipment to strength was mainly reflected in the panel data, and the player himself could not directly feel the difference in his body. But this time when Wenlong actually put on the equipment forged from the material of the big wild boar he hunted, the real power that emerged from his body made Wenlong immediately feel stronger. A feeling of, not only Wenlong, but Catherine also felt the same. Ah! Mr. Cat! I feel like something has entered my body and made my body become weird. Oh meow! Idiot! Don't talk like a porn host. Pornographic female anchor. What is that? Then you don't need to know. In short, it is the soul of the big wild boar attached to the equipment. Now that it recognizes you as its master, it means that it has lent its power to you. So now you feel that entering what you have in your body is the power from the soul of the big boar. Really? Really? Catherine became a little excited. Of course. Although your only role in the last hunt was to attract the attack of a big wild boar, it seems that they have recognized you as the winner. Meow. Wenlong said with some ridicule. Mr. Cat, you are so offensive. And this time, I will never be like last time. Thinking of the fool she made last time, Catherine felt a little embarrassed. Then this time, just follow the plan I told you. Do you remember what I said? Meow? Wenlong asked. Yeah. Catherine nodded affirmatively. Chapter 26, Exercise Mental Quality 1. This time the hunting ground is in a place called the Hermitage Forest. The Hermit's Forest is a secret realm deeper than Xiaofeng Valley. It has tall trees that almost block the sun, countless precious medicinal materials, and is also home to a large number of large wild boar and bird dragon species. The Hermitage Forest is usually quiet, because the beasts there are hidden deep in the dense forest and rarely appear. However, recently, some monsters have come to the edge of the Hermitage Forest and have begun to threaten the tranquility of Milad village. Ah! Mr. Cat! The trees here are so tall! Catherine raised her neck and looked at the sky, only seeing the dense tree crowns and a very small amount of sunlight shining through the tree crowns into the dense forest. Well, seeing these towering trees with dense crowns means that we have entered the range of the Hermit Forest. Be careful. Meow. Wenlong walked in front, and Catherine followed closely behind. One person and one cat moved forward cautiously, but not long after walking, they saw the footprints of a big wild boar. It's a big wild boar, and there are more than one. In this case, the big wild boar king should be nearby. Sure enough, the intelligence showed that the beasts that were supposed to be deep in the forest have all come outside. If we continue to indulge, it will really bring a lot of trouble to the village. Meow. Mr. Cat. So are you ready? Meow. Ready. Mr. Cat. Then keep going. But be careful. Lower your body from now on. Hide yourself in the grass. And try not to let the other party find you. Meow. According to what Wenlong said, Catherine and Wenlong began to follow the big wild boar's footprints in the depths of the hermit with a more cautious attitude than before. After a while, Wenlong saw a big wild boar twitching vigorously next to a big tree. As he continued to get closer, the number of large wild boars in Wenlong's field of vision increased. After a rough look, there should be about 10. If he looked carefully, Wenlong could see that one of the large wild boars was exceptionally large, and the tusks in front were much longer than those of ordinary large wild boars. Undoubtedly, this is the big wild boar king that needs to be solved in this hunt. Mr. Cat, what should we do? There are so many big wild boars. Don't argue. Let's deal with the lone ones first. After weakening the other party's strength, we can catch them all in one fell swoop. Meow. Wenlong knew that facing such a large number of big wild boars and the big wild boar king, it was not a good idea to fight head-on. So Wenlong thought of killing the lone big wild boar far away from the team first, and trying his best to kill the big wild boar that was far away from the team. Don't disturb other big wild boars. Fortunately, the big wild boar is not as sharp as the alert blue velociraptor. Wenlong believes that as long as he grasps it well, there should be a way to kill 2 big wild boars without alerting the other big wild boars. First, Wenlong targeted a large wild boar that was twitching next to a big tree. The fur on the big wild boar is very thick, so it can easily hide dirt and evil people and people. One of the ways that a big wild boar can remove dirt and parasites from its fur is to rub its fur against the rough bark of a tree, thereby using the friction of the bark to remove dirt and parasites from the body. Obviously, the big wild boar is cleaning its own body in this way without paying attention to the surrounding situation. More importantly, the big wild boar that is cleaning its body is far away from other big wild boars that are looking for food. Are you ready? Meow. Wenlong asked Catherine. Yeah. Catherine nodded. So Wenlong picked up a stone from the ground and threw it towards the big wild boar not far away that was scraping its body against the tree trunk. Very accurately, the stone thrown by Wenlong hit the big wild boar on the head. However, because the stone was not large and Wenlong did not use all his strength when throwing it, it did not cause any damage when it hit the big wild boar's head. What harm? But it was enough to attract the big boar's attention. The big wild boar stopped rubbing the bark of the tree and looked in the direction where the rocks had just come. What he saw was Wenlong standing there with a grimace on his face. Come on! Stupid pig! Meow! But it was just an Elu cat. This was the message Wenlong wanted to convey to the big wild boar. And the big wild boar seemed to have fallen into Wenlong's trap and rushed over without hesitation. During the whole process, this big wild boar did not notify its companions. Instead, it moved further and further away from the wild boar herd without even realizing it. Humph! He's as stupid as a pig. Oh! No! He's just a pig! Meow! Facing the big wild boar that was rushing towards him, Wenlong was calm and composed, because this was only the first step of Wenlong's plan, and the one who really had to compete with the big wild boar was not Wenlong himself, but Catherine, who had no previous experience. During the previous hunt, Catherine was so frightened that she covered her eyes when she saw a big wild boar charging towards her. This made Wenlong quite worried about Catherine's psychological quality. So this time Wenlong asked Catherine to face the same situation again, hoping to exercise Catherine's psychological quality. Okay, woman, it's your turn. Meow. Wenlong stepped back and pushed Catherine behind him forward. Catherine also raised the giant bone sword in her hand and assumed a defensive posture. This is the only sword skill Wenlong has taught Catherine these days. From the last hunting, Wenlong saw Catherine's biggest weakness, which was the lack of calmness. Therefore, in this short period of time, Wenlong did not choose to teach Catherine too many skills, but just continued the emphasis is on one skill. That is defense. Defense is one of the basic skills of the big sword. Its basic posture is not difficult at all. All Catherine needs to do is to turn the big sword sideways, grab the main hilt with one hand, and support the wide shoulder with the other hand. Then place the sword in front of you so that you can use the extremely broad and strong sword of the great sword as a shield to resist the enemy's attack. Wenlong believed that with Catherine's strength and holding the big sword carefully forged by Granny Ruisi, as long as he correctly assumed the defensive posture of the big sword and stabilized his body, he could definitely withstand the attack of the big wild boar. Next, it depends on the woman's psychological quality. After the last failure, whether she can overcome her fear. After all, as long as this kind of thing succeeds once, then There will be no problems in the future. Seeing the big wild boar getting closer and closer, Wenlong noticed that there were beads of sweat on Catherine's forehead. But he still gritted his teeth and maintained a defensive posture. Sure enough. Are you still nervous? Wenlong kept an eye on the changes in Catherine's expression, so that he could respond immediately if an accident occurred. The big wild boar is still 30 meters away. 20 meters. 10 meters. Oops. Mr. Cat. Wow. Catherine, who was still clenching her teeth, suddenly shouted out. Catherine still wanted to retreat, as if she was afraid of being hurt. Catherine turned her face to the side and closed her eyes again. Chapter 27. Exercise Mental Quality 2. Oh meow! Idiot! Open your eyes quickly! Always keep track of the enemy's movements! Meow! Wenlong scolded loudly, but it was still a step too late. Bang! The big wild boar's tusks hit Catherine's huge bone sword, making a dull sound. The violent impact caused Catherine's body to take several steps back. The original defensive posture was suddenly out of proportion, and the relatively large the speed of the wild boar also slowed down quickly. This woman actually lost her temper at a moment's notice. She obviously cannot lose to the big wild boar in terms of strength. Originally, no matter how powerful a person is, the importance of posture must not be ignored. With Catherine's power of wielding the sword with one hand, it was enough to block the big wild boar. However, because of the panic caused by fear, the focus suddenly changed. It was unstable, and the big wild boar rushed over from a distance. In addition to its own strength, it also carried the inertia generated by constant acceleration. The result was that Catherine took several steps back. Wenlong didn't have much time to complain. If he wanted Catherine to master the hunting skills, she must regain her sanity immediately. When he thought of this, Wenlong immediately took action, jumped on Catherine's back, then climbed onto Catherine's shoulders, and shouted loudly in Catherine's ear. Because it was close to my ears, the sound sounded like thunder. Idiot! Quickly reposition yourself. The opponent's second attack is coming again. I'm sorry. Mr. Cat, don't apologize. Look ahead. Because he was too excited, Wenlong didn't even say the word, meow, when he saw the big wild boar and another pig rushing in front of him. This time, Catherine didn't have time to restore her body's balance. She could only forcefully lift the sword to block the big wild boar's attack when her center of gravity was unstable. As a result, her body tilted again, although she barely blocked the big wild boar's attack. But the whole person suddenly fell to the ground. This is bad. Wenlong felt something was wrong, because when the big wild boar saw that Catherine was sitting on the ground, he kicked forward and stepped on Catherine. The whole scene seemed to be repeating the crisis that had been encountered before. Whether we can get out of the shadow of the previous fear of big wild boars depends on this. Oh meow! There is no way out. Don't think about escaping. Quickly raise your sword to block the opponent's attack. Wenlong shouted loudly and put his hands on the handles of the double swords, ready to take action at any time. Suddenly, Catherine made a counterattack. Catherine put her left hand on the ground to prevent herself from being crushed by the big wild boar, and with her right hand, she waved the sword with one hand to block the two front hooves of the big wild boar. This woman actually blocked it with one hand. You must know that such a big wild boar weighs more than 400 kilograms. In addition, the weight of the big sword itself can be supported by one hand. It is simply incredible. It must be said that even Wenlong was shocked by the sight in front of him. This woman was so scared just now that she didn't dare to open her eyes. She finally opened her eyes after I yelled. Unexpectedly, she made such an astonishing move at this critical moment. It seems that she is not hopeless. Well, Wenlong thought. The two swords that were about to be pulled out of the scabbard were put back by Wenlong, for no other reason than Wenlong wanted to see what this woman named Catherine could do. So he originally wanted to rescue her. Wenlong chose the strategy of waiting for a while to observe the situation. Cat! Mr. Cat! I did it! I blocked the big wild boar! Catherine said excitedly. Well, that's it. Take this opportunity to stand up and try again. Meow! Wenlong encouraged. Okay. Mr. Cat. Catherine escaped temporarily. But that doesn't mean the danger has been lifted, because after taking a few steps back, the big wild boar started to attack again. What made Wenlong feel gratified was that after Catherine had the experience of blocking the attack of the big wild boar, she became much calmer, although she still felt a little nervous. At least, she would not lose control before taking action. Seizing the time when the big boar retreated and prepared to charge again, Catherine immediately got up from the ground, and then re-established a defensive posture. The movements were perfect. There was nothing to fault about it. And more importantly, Catherine's eyes became more resolute, without the panic and wavering before, which made Wenlong feel relieved. Bang! The big wild boar rushed over again, and just as Wenlong expected, this time, Catherine perfectly blocked the opponent's attack, and took advantage of her strength to push the big wild boar to the ground. At this moment, a happy smile appeared on the corner of Wenlong's mouth. Without giving the big wild boar another chance, Wenlong rushed forward. It was not easy for the big wild boar that fell to the ground to get up. So when Wenlong approached, the big wild boar had no way to make a counterattack or defensive posture. In normal times, Wenlong would definitely attack the weak points of the big wild boar at this time, such as the belly with thinner skin and lack of protection, or the neck that would bleed immediately once cut, because attacking these two weak points would definitely result in a single blow. A sure kill. No doubt about it. But this time Wenlong didn't do that. Wenlong chose the hardest part of the big wild boar, which was the two fangs on the big wild boar, and Wenlong's double sword slashed towards that place. Bang! Recalling the crisp sound, the two tusks of the big wild boar fell off instantly, but the blades of the two light-bone double knives were still intact. At this moment, Wenlong achieved his goal. As expected, it is Grandma Ruiz's work. The sharpness and hardness are much improved compared to before processing. Meow! Looking at the two fangs that fell on the ground and the flat and smooth cross-section, Wenlong couldn't help but admire in his heart. Wenlong knew that these two short knives were made from the tusks of large wild boars, but after being polished and forged through various special processes, their strength and sharpness were far superior to ordinary large wild boar tusks. In particular, the surface of these two daggers has a coating that can refract light. It is said that this is a kind of mucus extracted from sticky termites, which can penetrate into the inside of the bones from the tiny gaps in the bones. However, inside the bones it condenses into crystals to enhance the strength and sharpness of the blade. With so many processes, coupled with Granny Ruiz's exquisite skills, it is not surprising that the light-bone double swords made from the tusks of the big wild boar can easily cut off the tusks themselves. Chapter 28 just for you. The big wild boar, with its tusks cut off, was rolling on the ground in pain. At this time, the big wild boar had almost lost the ability to attack and turned into a piece of pork on the chopping board, only ready for slaughter. Then let me now try to use these two knives to cut through the thick pig skin of the big wild boar. What will it feel like? As he spoke, Wenlong raised his double light bone knives again, and then pierced the throat of the big wild boar with one knife to prevent it from screaming in pain, while the other knife pierced the back of the big wild boar. There was no sense of resistance from the tough boar's skin to the sharp blade, but it was cut open like tofu. As the blade moved, the entire wound expanded rapidly, and a large amount of blood also gushes out. Soon the unlucky big wild boar lost his life. This feeling of being at ease is really different, Wenlong confirmed in his heart. Wow, Mr. Cat, we killed one. Catherine smiled happily. Well done. Meow. Wenlong nodded approvingly. I have to say that Wenlong was quite satisfied with Catherine's performance just now. Although Catherine was still panicked at the beginning, she cheered up in the end and finally used her strength advantage to knock the big wild boar to the ground. This made Wenlong a little curious. Hey, woman, haven't you always been afraid? Why are you not afraid anymore in the end? Meow? Because I saw that big wild boar was about to step on you, Mr. Cat. So I thought of helping you block the big boar. Somehow, my body started to move naturally. Catherine felt a little uncomfortable. He explained politely. Rescue me? To help me block the attack of the big wild boar? Hearing Catherine's explanation, Wenlong was a little confused. After all, there was no situation in Wenlong's consciousness that he needed to be rescued. But after carefully recalling what happened just now, Wenlong also understood. When the big wild boar was about to step on Catherine, Wenlong rushed over and stood in front of the big wild boar. Of course, Wenlong's purpose in doing this was to save Catherine at the critical moment. According to Wenlong's idea, if the big wild boar really steps down, then Wenlong will take advantage of the situation and take half a step forward, and then instantly draw out his two knives. At the same time, the two knives are inserted into the belly of the big wild boar. Using the sharp blade cut open the body of the big wild boar. In this case, the big wild boar would definitely die on the spot, and Wenlong would only be covered in blood at best. Wenlong was confident that he could do all this without being hurt at all. This was because Wenlong had accumulated enough experience in the game. However, In the eyes of Catherine, who had little experience, it was a different situation. In Catherine's opinion, Wenlong suddenly rushed forward before he even had time to pull out the knife, but was almost stepped on by the big wild boar. So at this critical moment, Catherine forgot about the nervousness of fear, pushed the big sword forward desperately, and finally blocked the big wild boar's attack. It's really obvious that I wanted to save her, but this woman thought she saved me. After thinking about the whole story, Wenlong couldn't help but smile bitterly. So Wenlong said again, "Oh meow, it's not your turn to save me before I come." Although he said this, Wenlong couldn't help but feel a little relieved in his heart. Killing a big wild boar does not mean the end of the hunt. At best, it can only slightly weaken the enemy's power, because there is a big wild boar king, and the big wild boar group he leads not far away. Of course, this situation had already been expected by Wenlong. He wanted to weaken the number of the entire wild boar group as much as possible before hunting the big wild boar king. Wenlong also prepared some special props for this purpose. The remaining big wild boars are not too far apart, so it seems that we must use this. Meow. As Wenlong spoke, he took out some brown mushrooms from his pocket. This is a kind of brown mushroom that is very common in the sunny and dark hermit forest. It is generally called a specialty mushroom. It is delicious and is not only liked by humans, but also one of the favorite foods of big wild boars. Therefore, some people think that it is because the hermitage forest is filled with a large number of such delicious specialty mushrooms that it has become a place where a large number of large wild boars gather. So for this battle, Wenlong collected some along the way. In addition to this kind of mushroom, Wenlong also brought some strings and stones, tied the mushrooms and stones for waiting together, and left a long line on the other end to make a trap to seduce the big wild boar. Props. Huh? Mr. Cat, what's the use of this? Catherine asked. You'll know it just by looking at it. Meow. Wenlong didn't bother to explain to Catherine. He just picked up the mushroom tied to the stone and threw it in the direction of the wild boars. Snapped. Impartially, this specialty mushroom tied to a stone fell in front of a large wild boar that was looking for food. Soon, the big wild boar was attracted by the delicious food falling from the sky and pounced on it without hesitation. Of course, Wenlong would not let the big wild boar succeed like this. He saw the right moment and pulled the long line hard. And the big wild boar, it was all in vain. Wow! Mr. Cat, you are so smart! Seeing this situation, Catherine couldn't help showing admiration. Of course. Isn't it trivial that my IQ can crush a pig? Meow! Although he pretended to be very calm, Wenlong couldn't help but feel a little proud in his heart. In this way, whenever the big wild boar was about to pounce on the food, Wenlong pulled the thin string and pulled the specialty mushrooms towards him. But the big wild boar, which was completely fascinated by the delicious food in front of him, did not hesitate. He followed hesitantly until this big wild boar had strayed far away from the original herd. It seems like it's almost ready. At this time, the big wild boar had arrived only 10 meters away from Wenlong and Catherine, and was already more than 80 meters away from the original group of pigs. However, it still had no vigilance and wanted to pounce on the tempting plant, human specialty mushrooms. Under this situation, Wenlong felt that killing this big wild boar would not be a problem. However, Wenlong felt that there was no need to take action at this time. Let Catherine try it again. It will give her more hunting experience. Wenlong thought to himself. Woman, I'll leave this big wild boar to you. Just push it to the ground like you did just now, and then use the big sword in your hand to kill it with one blow. In this case, can you do it? Meow. So, Wenlong said this to Catherine. Okay, Mr. Cat, I must hunt it this time. When she said this, Catherine's hands were already tightly holding the sword. Chapter 29: The Charging Big Wild Boar King. With her previous experience, Catherine reacted much calmer this time. Catherine, who stood up from the originally hidden bush, undoubtedly disturbed the big wild boar that was dining. The stupid big wild boar looked at the woman in front of him and let out a low growl of dissatisfaction. Humph. The big wild boar launched a charge. This time, Catherine very calmly turned her sword over and blocked it in front of her. Bang! A clear voice sounded. The big wild boar's tusks collided with the huge bone sword. Catherine, who kept her center of gravity steady, blocked the opponent's attack very easily, and then pushed back violently. The poor big wild boar was easily overturned. On the ground, the big wild boar that rolled over and fell to the ground struggled to stand up again. But it was not that easy. After struggling for a while, it failed to get up. According to Wenlong's previous experience, Now is the best time to launch an attack. So Wenlong gave the order to Catherine without hesitation. Good job. Now! Kill it! Meow! Anyway, Wenlong's purpose of testing his double swords had been achieved, so he didn't bother to do it himself, but gave this opportunity to Catherine. Wenlong believes that Catherine, who has overcome her psychological barriers, can successfully complete this task. And this is also a rare opportunity for Catherine to practice. Okay. Catherine seemed to have made a lot of determination and raised the big sword in her hand high. At this moment, the giant bone sword made of bones gave people an amazing momentum. Ah! Catherine shouted. Then the sword fell. It's not a move at all. It's just like the feeling of a farmer hoeing the ground swinging down the hoe in his hand. The giant bone sword brings astonishing destructive power. The weight of the sword itself plus the power of Catherine's swing with both hands caused it to fall at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Along with a violent noise, a large amount of gravel and soil flew up, leaving a deep ravine on the ground. However, the big wild boar that was still rolling on the ground was safe and sound. Just now, when the big sword fell, the big wild boar's body also rolled, and the big sword that was supposed to hit the big wild boar also missed at this moment. The blade of the huge bone sword fell almost against the back of the big wild boar. However, except for cutting off a few pig hairs, it did not hurt the big wild boar at all. Ah! Yes! I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. I cut wrong. Catherine's crimson face showed that she was obviously ashamed. Shut up! I saw it already. Meow. Wenlong helplessly held his forehead with his hands and murmured to himself. Forget it. I was also wrong. My expectations for you were too high. I naively thought that you, a woman, could reach the level of ordinary humans as long as she overcomes her psychological barriers. The great sword has amazing destructive power and good defensive capabilities, but it also has a fatal weakness, which is its relatively slow attack frequency. Precisely because of the slowness of the attack, it is often more difficult for the great sword to hit the target when attacking. In other words, the big sword is one of those heavy weapons that often misses. But once it hits, it is not dead, but also disabled. As an experienced hunter, Wenlong can naturally rely on his own experience to predict the movements of his prey. In the situation just now, if it were Wenlong himself, he would be able to use a big sword that requires more time to prepare. With 3 stages of charged attacks, you don't have to worry about missing the target. Therefore, Wenlong took it for granted that even a novice like Catherine, facing a big wild boar that had fallen to the ground and would not be able to get up for a while, should not lose the target if he used faster normal attacks. But it turned out that Wenlong's expectation was wrong. Generally speaking, the 3-stage charged attack is the most powerful among the great sword moves and requires the longest preparation time. But that is the case for a veteran like Wenlong. For novices, because they are not familiar with the moves and have not received systematic training, even ordinary attack moves will contain too many redundant movements, resulting in a decrease in attack speed. So much so that the time required for a newcomer's normal attack is often no shorter than the time required for a veteran with the charge shortening skill. And Catherine is obviously such a newcomer. In addition, Catherine would only focus entirely on how to concentrate her power and ignore how to hit the target more accurately. These 2 reasons superimposed on each other, resulting in this almost all-out blow that was eventually defeated by the big wild boar. He turned over and hid. It seems that I am too eager for quick success. In addition to defense, I should also teach this woman some basic sword attack skills before this. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. At this time, Wenlong couldn't help but regret his decision. Thinking of this, Wenlong cast his gaze into the distance again, and then said to himself, It's just that there seems to be no time now. Meow. Because just now, Catherine's astonishing blow hit the ground and made a huge noise. The loud noise echoed everywhere in the woods. The birds on the trees were frightened and flew up. And the natural world was also frightened. There is also a group of big wild boars and their leader, the big wild boar king. Originally, Wenlong thought that this was a safe enough area that would not alarm the big wild boar king in the distance. But now it seems that Wenlong was wrong. Although Catherine's blow did not hit the target, the noise it caused far exceeded Wenlong's expectations. The alarmed big wild boar king and his men followed the direction of the sound and found Wenlong and Catherine. According to Wenlong's plan, he was supposed to lure a few more big wild boars over to rob and kill them, and then consider hunting the big wild boar king. But now it seems that this plan has been ruined. Be prepared, woman. I may not be able to protect you later. Meow. Looking at the group of big wild boars rushing over with the big wild boar king, Wenlong said to Catherine. At this point, Wenlong's previous strategy of attracting the big wild boars one by one failed, and he had to face the 8 big wild boar legions head-on. 8 big wild boars plus a big wild boar king charged together. Even if you barely manage to kill one, it will be torn into pieces by the tusks of the other big wild boars. This is not fun. Wenlong knew that even in the game, the group charge of the big wild boar king and several big wild boars was definitely not easy to deal with. What's more, this big wild boar king is not comparable to ordinary wild boars. Its super weight of 1 ton and its tusks thicker than human arms are enough to prove its status as the king of wild boars. Wenlong even felt that such a big wild boar king could be called a rampaging tank when it launched a charge. The situation at this moment made Wenlong, a veteran, couldn't help but sweat. Looking at Catherine again, he was undoubtedly even more nervous and stuttered a little when he spoke. Mr. Cat, what should we do now? What else can we do? Meow. Wenlong asked. Huh? Catherine didn't expect that Wenlong would ask her back, and she was stunned for a moment. But then Wenlong shouted again. Of course you run! You idiot! Meow! Chapter 30 Running and Chase 1. There is no doubt that there is no chance of winning against a group of big wild boars in an open area. So from the beginning Wenlong dragged Catherine off the road without saying a word and ran towards a place with dense trees. 1 person and 1 cat were running quickly, and behind them were a group of large wild boars chasing after them. The big wild boar was very fast, rushing straight towards it like a running train. Naturally, Wenlong did not dare to slow down. He gave up his usual upright walking posture and instead got down on all fours, using the unique running posture of cats, weaving through the woods at high speed. It has to be said that in this case, Wenlong has the confidence to not lose to other creatures in terms of speed. However, Catherine may not be able to do this. Cat! Mr. Cat! Slow down! I can't keep up! Wenlong only ran for a while when he heard Catherine's voice coming from behind. Can't keep up? After hearing Catherine's cry for help, Wenlong suddenly realized that something was wrong. Looking back, he saw that Catherine was already far behind him. Why are you running so slowly? Meow. Wenlong was a little confused. According to Wenlong's usual understanding, because of her extraordinary physical strength, Catherine's speed should not be so much slower than his own. However, taking a closer look, Wenlong quickly discovered the problem. As she ran, Catherine held a heavy sword. Originally, this big sword was nothing to Catherine, who had extraordinary strength. But the point was that Catherine still held a big sword in her hand when running. This is a serious problem, and it is also a basic common sense that everyone who has played games knows. Because this common sense is so basic and almost everyone knows it. Wenlong never thought of teaching this to Catherine. If the weapon used is a big sword, then if you want to move at high speed, you must put the big sword into the scabbard on your back. Otherwise the movement speed will be greatly limited. This is true in the game, and it is also true in reality. Although there is no difference between holding the weight in the hand and carrying it on the back. For a running person, it is undoubtedly easier to control the body's center of gravity when carrying it on the back. So although Catherine has extraordinary strength and can wield a big sword with one hand, when running, because the big sword is located on one side of her body, her center of gravity shifts to one side. So naturally she cannot run fast. Idiot! Put the sword into its scabbard quickly. Meow! Seeing that Catherine was about to be overtaken by the big wild boar, Wenlong had no choice but to give up escaping alone and turn back. At the same time, he shouted loudly to remind Catherine to use the correct posture. After hearing Wenlong's instructions, Catherine realized her problem and quickly put the huge bone sword in her hand into the scabbard. However, it was still a little late. A large wild boar had already caught up and rushed straight from behind Catherine. Catherine had just put the sword into her scabbard and had no time to speed up. Seeing that this big wild boar was about to hit Catherine, the situation had become extremely critical. Perhaps Catherine was wearing a large boar leather armor made by Granny Reese. So even if she was hit, she would not be too damaged. But if you think about it carefully, you will understand that this is definitely a very dangerous moment. Because in this case, once knocked to the ground, it is definitely not a big wild boar's problem. The big wild boars following closely behind will destroy any creature that falls in front of them, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Careful! Meow! At the moment when the big wild boar at the front of the row was less than half a meter away from Catherine's back, Wenlong, who had just turned back, grabbed Catherine's hand and then yanked Catherine to the side. Pulled by this sudden force, Catherine's body leaned to the side unnaturally. Although she looked a little embarrassed, she just avoided the fierce attack of the big wild boar behind her. The big wild boar, who thought it was about to succeed, didn't expect that its opponent would avoid it at this time. It couldn't stop for a moment, and it went straight forward and hit a big tree. With a sound of bang! The big wild boar's fangs actually penetrated into the thick trunk of the towering tree. The big wild boar struggled to pull out its fangs, but found that it was too deep. It's so deep that I want to pull it out, but I can't. Okay, we killed another one. Meow! Knowing that this big wild boar would not be able to get out for a while, Wenlong felt a little relieved. However, looking behind him, he saw more big wild boars still chasing after them under the leadership of the big wild boar king. I feel an inexplicable headache. Run! Woman! We can't let those wild boars catch up easily this time. Like an order, Wenlong warned Catherine loudly. Good. Catherine responded while speeding up. Sure enough, this speed was much faster than before. However, compared to the big wild boar running on 4 legs, Catherine's speed was still a little inferior. No! You'll still be caught up if you keep going like this. Meow! Observing the situation behind him carefully, Wenlong was almost certain that Catherine's speed was still not as good as the group led by the big wild boar king, who was known for its fast charge. What should I do? Should I ask that woman to throw away the sword on her back to reduce the weight? Wenlong thought to himself. No, that won't work. Without the big sword, there will be no way to proceed with the battle later. Wenlong soon rejected his idea. But we are surrounded by towering trees that cannot be hugged by 2 people. What if we hide in the trees? After all, no matter how strong the big wild boar is, it can't climb trees. Right. That's probably not possible. If it's me alone, there should be no problem. But I can't expect this woman who has been cared for by a sister-loving brother since she was a child to master the same tree-climbing skills as me. Wenlong thought of several solutions to deal with the large wild boar herd, but Wenlong felt that it was not feasible. However, the large wild boar herd was still chasing after her, and it was getting closer and closer to Catherine. Forget it. Let's use the old method. Although it has been used once, these stupid pigs may not be fooled again. Meow. With this thought in mind, Wenlong slowed down his speed and let Catherine run first while he took charge of the rear. Mr. Cat, what's wrong with you? Seeing that Wenlong actually slowed down by himself, Catherine was a little puzzled. Don't worry. You run first and leave the rest to me. Meow. Although I don't know why. Since Wenlong said so, Catherine had no choice but to obey and continue running forward at full speed. After Wenlong, who deliberately slowed down, fell behind Catherine, he naturally became a group of big wild boars. Primary goal. It seems that these guys attack whichever target they see is close to them. But this is just right, Wenlong thought, and then changed the direction to lead the large wild boar herd to the other side. Chapter 31 Running and Chase 2. Wenlong's idea was to lure the big wild boars away from Catherine, so that Catherine could have a chance to breathe. In addition, he would not have to worry about Catherine's safety for the time being, so he could have the opportunity to use all his strength to kill a few of them ahead. Big wild boar. Wenlong succeeded, and soon these big wild boars targeted Wenlong, who was slower and closer to him, of course. The so-called slower speed was just the result of Wenlong deliberately slowing down. The purpose is to get these big wild boars to take the bait. Seeing that a big wild boar was approaching him, Wenlong repeated his previous actions. He kept slowing down, pretending that he was too tired to keep running at high speed, waiting for the big wild boar to be less than 1 meter away from him. And then when the big wild boar launched its final charge, Wenlong suddenly rushed forward, jumping away from the side. All I knew at this time was that the charging wild boar could not stop its body at all. A pair of sharp fangs would be inserted into the strong and tall tree, making it impossible to pull it out in a short time. You are indeed a stupid pig. You can actually fall into the same trap twice. Meow! Seeing another big wild boar burying its fangs into a big tree, Wenlong reacted immediately. He braked hard and quickly stopped his body, then turned over and jumped onto the big wild boar that couldn't move at all. Both knives were inserted into the big wild boar's neck at the same time, and accurately hit the main artery in the neck. The whole process was like cutting tofu with a sharp blade, without any pause. Once the goal was achieved, Wenlong no longer stayed for a moment longer, but continued to accelerate and rush forward. In an instant, blood spurted out from the damaged neck artery like a spring, and the big wild boar struggled to pull its tusks out of the trunk of the big tree, but was unable to do anything. It could only scream in pain, and then waiting to eventually bleed out and die. In this case, there are 6 big wild boars, and 1 big wild boar king left. Seeing another big wild boar fall, Wenlong felt a little proud. But Wenlong knew that compared to these big wild boars, the real powerful one was the big wild boar king. So Wenlong still didn't dare to take it lightly, but continued to accelerate and run forward, preparing to wait for the next opportunity. Just like this, Wenlong ran and looked back. Sure enough, he saw that what was following him was the leader of the entire pig herd, the big wild boar king with a larger body, sharper and stronger tusks, and harder pig skin. Letting these stupid wild boars crash into big trees is really a good way. But I don't know if this method will also be effective on the big wild boar king. If it can succeed, it will simply have the effect of getting twice the result with half the effort. Meow! While Wenlong was thinking this, Wenlong soon discovered another opportunity. At this moment, a towering tree that seemed to be thousands of years old and required 3 people to hug it appeared in front of Wenlong. Wenlong knew that now was the best opportunity. He ran straight towards the thick tree, and behind Wenlong was the big wild boar king who charged like a tank. However, unlike before, the big wild boar king seems to be stronger than other big wild boars, not only in strength, size, and the hardness of the pig skin, but also in terms of IQ. However, although Wenlong slowed down at this moment, the big wild boar king also slowed down accordingly. It was obvious that this was to prevent him from being unable to stop due to inertia in a short period of time and crashing into a big tree. Response measures. Sure enough, even a stupid pig can't fall into the same trap 3 times in a row. Meow! But what if I do? Wenlong, who discovered that the big wild boar king was on guard, did not give up. Instead, he changed his previous approach and suddenly accelerated and ran, as if he was trying to break away from the big wild boar king's pursuit. At this moment, the big wild boar king couldn't control that much. Seeing Wenlong speeding up without any scruples, the big wild boar king couldn't help but speed up. When the speed reached its extreme, Wenlong knew that even with his light body, he could not ignore the most basic laws of physics and change direction in an instant and move aside. The final result is likely to be like the previous big wild boar, directly hitting a big tree. Although Wenlong does not have tusks, it will not be unable to move because the tusks are inserted into the trunk of the big tree. But it was hit on the head. It is very possible to be dizzy and eventually be overtaken by the large wild boar herd that comes later. But Wenlong was already prepared. He kept accelerating and accelerating again, until he accelerated to the extreme. And the big wild boar seemed to have seen this, knowing that Wenlong's speed was too fast to change direction instantly. So the big wild boar king no longer had anything to do. Instead, he continued to accelerate with all his strength, and also accelerated his speed to the extreme. In this way, the big wild boar king chased Wenlong all the way to the thick 1,000-year-old tree, maintaining the highest speed, and seeing that Wenlong was about to hit the tall tree trunk like a rabbit waiting for a rabbit. It is no longer possible to jump left and right like before. But Wenlong is full of confidence, if not for other reasons, because Wenlong also has a skill that the big wild boar does not have, and that is climbing trees. While approaching the 1,000-year-old tree, Wenlong jumped up suddenly, and then his body landed high on the tree trunk. Then Wenlong's 4 claws stretched out from the flesh pad at the same time, and then grabbed the buckle tightly in the bark of this 1,000-year-old tree, because Wenlong knew that he would receive an extremely violent blow next, and if he didn't grasp it firmly, he would probably be knocked off the tree by the violent vibration. Sure enough, as soon as Wenlong tightened his grip, the big wild boar king like a tank hit the tree trunk. A tremor like a magnitude 9 earthquake suddenly spread throughout Wenlong's body, making Wenlong feel that what he was holding on to was not a 1,000-year-old tree in the sky at all, but just a small sapling that was so weak that it could shake at will, and Wenlong's body just kept swaying with this fragile tree. However, Wenlong still managed to hold on. All 4 claws were deeply embedded in the bark of the tree, leaving 18 scratches on the bark. The reason why there are 18 scratches is because as a cat, Wenlong has 5 toes on its forelimbs, and only 4 on its hind legs. Each toe has a retractable claw at the front end, so it ended up on the tree trunk. What was left were 18 deep scratches. When the vibration subsided, Wenlong, who was still lying on the tree trunk, lowered his head and looked down. What he saw was the majestic big wild boar. At this moment, like his subordinates before, Two sharp fangs were inserted into the among the big trees. Chapter 32 Falling into a desperate situation. Ha ha. Pigs are pigs after all. No matter how smart a pig is. It is only at this level. Seeing that the big wild boar king's fangs were stuck in the tree trunk and unable to move, Wenlong felt proud. Now Wenlong felt as if he could just jump off the branch and jump onto the back of the big wild boar king, and then use the two knives in his hands to cut off the big wild boar king's neck artery. And once this big wild boar king is killed, the fighting power of the remaining big wild boars will naturally be greatly reduced, and they will be completely reduced to a mob. Of course, Wenlong knows that many things look simple, but are not easy to implement in practice. For example, the big wild boar king is covered in thick pig skin, and because it often rolls in the mud and scratches on tree barks all year round, the big wild boar king's pig skin is thicker than that of ordinary big wild boars. It's also harder. In this case, some hunters often use weapons to attack the big wild boar king. As a result, not only are the big wild boar king not injured, but their weapons will be bounced off by the hard skin. And this situation is called bounce. When he was still playing games, Wenlong had experienced the situation of flicking knives. At that time, the double knives in his hands hit the harder parts of the monster's body. Instead of cutting in, Wenlong was bounced away by the huge reaction force. At this time, in addition to the reduced damage caused by not cutting into the more vulnerable parts of the monster, the hunter's attack is also vulnerable to the monster's counterattack, because the weapon rebounds due to the reaction force. Therefore, whether in the game or in reality, situations such as knife flicking that are detrimental to hunters should be avoided as much as possible. However, wasn't it just to cope with this situation that I had to go through all the trouble to get Grandma Reese to forge equipment for me? If such a weapon is used against a big wild boar, it should not be able to flick the knife. Wenlong estimated in his mind arrive. Excellent blacksmiths can improve the level of weapons, and the higher the level of the weapon, the less likely it is to flick the knife. So even if it is necessary to cut through the skin of the big wild boar king, Wenlong is confident enough. However, before Wenlong had time to take action, he soon discovered that the situation seemed to be a little not right, because there is a squeaking sound coming from the bottom of the trunk. No way! Is it the sound of a tree trunk breaking? This is a giant tree that requires 3 people to carry. Meow! Although he felt a little unbelievable in his heart, Wenlong's body still moved immediately. Sure enough, the next second Wenlong felt that the center of gravity of the big tree was tilting. Oh meow! I was really knocked down! Cursing, Wenlong sped up and ran. As the sound of the tree trunk breaking became louder and louder, the leaning of the tree became deeper and deeper. Fortunately, Wenlong reacted quickly. Finally, when the tree completely fell, Wenlong the dragon jumped up to another big tree. Fortunately, there are a lot of trees around here. Otherwise, if I had fallen, I would have been in trouble. Let's not talk about whether I would have died. Falling in the middle of a group of big wild boars would definitely not be a good thing. As soon as Wenlong's body landed on the branch of another big tree, he heard a huge noise behind him. Boom! 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 First there was the sound of the branches of the big tree rubbing against each other, and then the roar of the whole tree hitting the ground. For a moment, Wenlong felt that the whole earth was shaking. The huge wild boar king shook its body, showing off its strong body and a pair of sharp spear-like fangs in front of Wenlong as if on purpose. This big wild boar king is really difficult to deal with. If I hadn't been able to climb trees, I'd be afraid. Before Wenlong finished speaking, he suddenly saw the big wild boar king rushing towards him again. Not good! Meow! This time, before Wenlong had time to jump away, he felt a strong vibration, although he barely managed to grab the tree trunk with his claws to prevent him from being shaken off the tree. His gradually tilting body still told Wenlong that the big tree has fallen. It turned out that Wenlong had just escaped in a panic and had no time to choose the direction of escape. He just jumped to the tree closest to the big tree that had just fallen down in desperation. However, what Wenlong didn't notice was that the trunk of the big tree he was in now was much slender compared to the previous thick tree that was thousands of years old. So it took a while longer to slowly fall than before. The 1,000-year-old tree under the tree. This more slender tree almost fell down after being hit by the big wild boar king. But this time, no matter how quickly Wenlong reacted, he could not avoid falling with the tree. Oh meow! Wow! The moment he fell, Wenlong truly felt for the first time the superiority of being an Elu cat compared to humans. That is, cats are less likely to be injured when falling from a height than humans. This law that applies to cats on Earth also applies to the Elu cats in this world. Following the fall of the big tree, Wenlong's body was thrown heavily, and then fell to the forest ground covered with fallen leaves. Wenlong's body also rolled several times on the ground due to inertia. Finally stopped. I'm not hurt! Meow! As soon as he stopped, Wenlong got up from the ground very neatly. He carefully felt every abnormality in his body, but found that everything in his body was normal, and there was no pain or discomfort. Wenlong knew that although falling from a height of 7 or 8 meters was nothing to a cat, but because Wenlong was not familiar with some of the abilities of this Elu cat's body, he fell to the ground when he landed. At that time, I didn't master the correct landing posture. This caused Wenlong to roll several times on the ground in a very embarrassed state. However, Wenlong did not suffer any harm even in this way. It felt as if he had turned over on a spring bed at home. Extremely relaxed. Not only the weapons, the armor forged by Granny Reese is also very strong and close to the body. Meow. Wenlong couldn't help but praise Granny Reese's forging skills in his heart. However, the crisis was not over. Just as Wenlong fell down with the big tree, the big wild boar king and his men had already gathered around Wenlong. Wenlong silently clenched the 2 knives in his hands, and at the same time glanced around with the corner of his eye, and found that under the leadership of the big wild boar king, this big wild boar group also showed a certain organizational ability. A group of big wild boars, including the big wild boar king, formed a circle and surrounded Wenlong in the middle. Moreover, the distances between these large wild boars are almost the same, although there is still a certain distance. It seems to be within a controllable range. In other words, if Wenlong wanted to get through the gap between the 2 large wild boars, he would probably only be blocked by their waving fangs. Chapter 33. If you can't kill me with a chop, shoot me to death. It seems there is no way out. Meow. After carefully observing the surrounding situation, Wenlong came to such a conclusion. Sure enough, the only option is to fight to the death? If I were still in human form, or if I still had the top-notch equipment I had in the game, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to deal with these stupid pigs? It's a pity that this situation is really the cat fell on Pingyang and was bullied by the dog. Meow. While Wenlong was thinking this, he continued to look around, trying to find a less tight gap in this tight encirclement to break through. But what is disappointing is that there are no obvious weaknesses in this encirclement. So, however, just when Wenlong had given up and was about to fight to the death, Wenlong suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mr. Cat! Here I come! Why did this stupid woman come back again? Meow! Wenlong looked in the direction of the sound and saw Catherine running towards this side, holding a giant bone sword, because someone suddenly approached from the outside of the encirclement. These big wild boars were a little panicked, especially when they saw the sharp giant bone sword in Catherine's hand. These big wild boars felt threatened. Soon, a big wild boar seemed to be instructed by the big wild boar king, so it broke away from the original defensive circle, and then rushed towards Catherine's position. Mr. Cat, I won't let you down. Seeing a big wild boar charging over, Catherine muttered to herself, put up a defensive posture, and then waited for the big wild boar to charge. Everything was like a rehearsed script. Catherine took a stance and waited for the big wild boar to rush towards her. Then she adjusted her direction and accurately blocked the big wild boar's sharp fangs with the blade of her big sword, and used your own power to force the big wild boar to stop in place. Bang! And at the same time as the collision sound was heard, Catherine suddenly pushed forward, pushing the big wild boar that had just lost its center of gravity due to the impact to the ground. Then when the unlucky big wild boar struggled to stand up, Catherine had already raised the sword in her hand high and shouted, Ah! Is this stupid woman going to make the same mistake as before? Her movements are so slow, and the arc of her movements is so wide. Why are you yelling so loudly? By the time you cut it down, this big wild boar will have already turned over and ran away. Meow! Seeing this scene, Wenlong couldn't help but sweat for Catherine. Wenlong knew that if the blow missed, he would most likely be counterattacked, and it would be hard to say what would happen. However, Wenlong soon discovered that Catherine was not just repeating her previous mistakes, because just when Catherine raised the giant bone sword in her hand, Wenlong suddenly noticed that Catherine's sword-holding posture was different from before. When Catherine shouted and cut the big sword in her hand, Wenlong finally understood Catherine's true thoughts. It turns out that this time the big sword in Catherine's hand was not cut, but beat is a more appropriate word to describe it, because the big sword in Catherine's hand did not aim the blade at the big wild boar that fell on the ground. but unexpectedly pointed the broad blade directly at the big wild boar's body. If you really want to describe it, this is like using a fly swatter to swat a fly with a higher hit rate than using a knife to chop a fly. The same person is not more agile with a fly swatter than a knife. And the reason for using the easier it is for a fly swatter to catch flies. It mainly depends on the larger area of the fly swatter. As a result, the area of damage caused by this shot is also larger. Catherine took advantage of this, because she knew that if she used a big sword to chop the big wild boar like ordinary people, she would probably not be able to chop it. But if she turned the big sword over and used the broad blade to hit it, what about that big wild boar? This time, Catherine made no mistakes. Although it was not perfect, Catherine's huge strength made up for his lack of skills. At the same time, the destructive power caused by this wide giant bone sword made it impossible to hit the vital point accurately, enough to cause fatal damage. As a result, although the poor big wild boar struggled on the ground and moved half a meter away, Catherine's big sword still hit its hind legs. Then Wenlong only saw a lot of blood, muscles, and fur. The mixture of bones and bones splashed out. If you look closely, you can see that the poor wild boar has completely turned into mincemeat from the roots of its thighs, having completely lost its hind legs. This big wild boar had no way to stand up again even if it didn't die on the spot. It could only make a death struggle while waiting for a large amount of blood to drain from its body. Oh meow! This is so heartbreaking! At this moment, Wenlong had to complain. But this kind of strange attack method is really unheard of. I don't know whether I should scold her or praise her instead. Meow! Wenlong then put his hand on his forehead and muttered to himself. On the other side, Catherine, who had already killed a big wild boar, shouted excitedly, Mr. Cat! I did it! I did it! Don't get too happy too soon. There are more troublesome guys. Why don't you run away? Meow! There is no doubt that Catherine's behavior has angered the pigs, because while Wenlong was speaking, more large wild boars had already rushed towards Catherine's location. At this time, the text dragon reminded Catherine to react. As soon as she saw 3 big wild boars rushing over, Catherine had no choice but to put away the big sword in her hand and turn around and run away. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 big wild boars, which was more than Catherine could handle. Although Wenlong wanted to help Catherine, he was blocked by the big wild boar king and the other 2 remaining big wild boars, and was unable to rescue her. So Wenlong knew that letting Catherine escape at this moment was the best choice. There is 1 big wild boar king and 2 big wild boars left. No matter what, at least the situation is much better than before. If I can't even handle this, am I still a man? Meow! Seeing that only the big wild boar king and 2 big wild boars were left blocking him, Wenlong knew that the opportunity had come. So he suddenly exerted force without hesitation, moved his body quickly, and began to take the initiative to attack. The big wild boar king on the other side also rushed over with its 2 younger brothers, and double-teamed Wenlong, leaving Wenlong unable to dodge left and right. And there were no trees around Wenlong to climb. It's impossible to climb up a tree to escape like before. Chapter 34 must be resolved quickly. Humph. If the tiger doesn't show off its power, you really think I'm a sick cat? Meow! Wenlong sneered and approached a big wild boar on the left. The speed was so fast that the big wild boar Chui couldn't guard against it. At the same time, at the moment of approach, Wenlong lowered his body, and with a flash of sword light, he opened a large hole in the belly of the big wild boar. In an instant, the internal organs spurted out, and the big wild boar fell to the ground. Wenlong's attack was very fast, but the big wild boar king was also very fast. When he saw Wenlong going to his left, the big wild boar king immediately caught up with him. 2 huge fangs stabbed towards Wenlong's body. Wenlong noticed that this time, the big wild boar king's attack was from bottom to top. In order to prevent Wenlong from lowering his body and hiding under the big wild boar king's abdomen, however, Wenlong did not panic, but his legs suddenly with exertion. The whole body jumps up lightly, just as the fangs of the big wild boar king hit. Wenlong's body just jumped up. The whole process was like performing acrobatics. The jumping Wenlong just stepped on the fangs of the big wild boar king, which were as thick as an adult man's arm. Superior. The big wild boar king was stunned. He had never seen any creature dare to tease him like this. So the big wild boar king tried hard to swing his fangs to throw Wenlong standing on top, but found that Wenlong was just throwing him away. Its fangs were used as pedals, and with one powerful leap, it jumped onto the back of the big wild boar king. The first thing Wenlong did when he landed on the back of the big wild boar king was to insert his two swords into the back of the big wild boar king as a way to fix his body to prevent himself from being hit by this beast. The crazy big wild boar king was thrown out. Sure enough, the pain caused by Wenlong's double swords to the big wild boar king and his previous behavior of teasing the big wild boar king made the big wild boar king even more crazy. The big wild boar king couldn't help twisting his body crazily. Fortunately, Wenlong's double swords had been firmly inserted into the big wild boar king's back, and Wenlong had been holding the double swords tightly. So even if the big wild boar twisted its body wildly, but was unable to shake Wenlong off his back, seeing that just twisting his body had no effect, the ferocious big wild boar king immediately changed his strategy and instead hit the big tree next to him with the side of his body in an attempt to knock Wenlong off him. Bang! 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 As a result, with every loud noise, a big tree fell down. However, Wenlong also reacted quickly. When the big wild boar king hit the big tree with his left side, Wenlong jumped to the big wild boar. On the other hand, when the big wild boar king hit the tree with the right side of his body, Wenlong jumped to the left side of the big wild boar king's back. In this way, Wenlong could prevent himself from being accidentally knocked into a tree trunk. After knocking down more than a dozen big trees like this, the big wild boar king found that Wenlong was still stalking him on his back. The big wild boar king finally got angry. As soon as the big wild boar king straightened up, Wenlong felt something was wrong. Does this stupid pig want to roll on the ground? Wenlong, realizing the danger, wanted to pull out the two knives inserted into the back of the big wild boar, but found that in order to fix the body, the two knives were inserted too deep and could not be used for a while. Pull out. In desperation, Wenlong had no choice but to give up the two swords that had been stuck in the body of the big wild boar king, and rolled off the big wild boar king. At the same time, the big wild boar king also rolled over in the mud. Originally inserted in the double knives on the big wild boar king's back sank deeper due to the pressure from the roll. Oh meow! Fortunately, I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have been crushed by this ton of fat pig. But even the pair of knives inserted in the body were pressed under me. No matter how you look at it, it hurts a lot. But even like this, I can't die. Of course, Wenlong knew that the big wild boar king was, after all, a big wild boar king. Not only was his skin rough and fleshy, but his vitality was also tenacious. Although the two light bone knives had completely sunk into the back of the big wild boar due to the pressure during the roll. But this level of damage is not fatal. Just as the big wild boar king was rolling on the ground, the remaining big wild boar also came around from behind. Naturally, the purpose was to sneak attack Wenlong, who had just jumped off the big wild boar king. Oh meow! Your boss may give me a headache, but don't join in the fun with a small roll like you. Meow! Wenlong had already ignored a single big wild boar. Even without weapons, Wenlong was confident of killing it with one blow. With just a slight dodge, Wenlong dodged the big wild boar's attack. At the same time, the moment the two sides passed each other, he scratched his claws across the big wild boar's neck, leaving behind a deep slash, deep bloodstains. As a result, this poor big wild boar failed to make a sneak attack and lost his life instead. However, although this big wild boar did not pose any threat to Wenlong, it still delayed some time. In such a short time, the big wild boar king, who was rolling in the mud just now, stood up and said with blood red his eyes stared at Wenlong, who had lost his weapon. A big wild boar and an Elu cat looked at each other. The other party is injured, but I am not. Theoretically, the longer it takes, the better it is for me. But if we don't kill this stupid pig as soon as possible, I'm afraid that woman Catherine will be in danger. Meow. When he thought that Catherine was still being chased by three big wild boars, Wenlong felt a little uneasy and wanted to kill the big wild boar king as soon as possible so that he could find Catherine's whereabouts. Okay, since that's the case, let's decide the winner. Otherwise, leaving that woman alone is not an option. Meow. Wenlong got down on all fours, then lowered his body and rushed forward. And almost at the same moment, the big wild boar king also roared and rushed over. In terms of body shape, Wenlong is far smaller than the giant wild boar king that weighs 1 ton. Moreover, Wenlong also lost his weapons. Apart from his claws, he could be said to be barehanded. On the other side, the big wild boar king had already been extremely irritated by the pain caused by the two light bone knives inserted into his body, and the momentum and power he exuded were unmatched before. No matter how you look at this situation, Wenlong had the upper hand. But Wenlong did not back down and still chose a frontal attack. There is only one purpose, and that is to end the battle as quickly as possible and then go find Catherine. The two sides were getting closer and closer, and when they were less than 2 meters apart, Wenlong suddenly jumped up. It seemed to be the same tactic as before, and the big wild boar king was also on guard. In order to prevent Wenlong from jumping on his fangs again, the big wild boar king suddenly waved his fangs to prevent Wenlong from getting close easily. However, Wenlong still rushed over, without hesitation or slowing down at all, in order to seize the only momentary gap to achieve his goal. Chapter 35. A good hunter must be able to seize the opportunity. When he was still playing games, Wenlong always believed that in order to become an excellent hunter, in addition to possessing proficient skills, he also needed to be good at seizing the opportunity. At that time, in order to practice his ability to grasp timing, Wenlong often fought with the male fire dragon with a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer, like the great sword, has a special 3-stage charged attack. Although it is powerful, it also has the huge disadvantage of taking a long time to activate and being slow. What Wenlong had to do was use this charged attack that took a long time to activate and was slow to move to deal with the male fire dragon that rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and successfully forced the male fire dragon's dragon chariot to stop halfway. To do this, the most important thing is to grasp the timing. Start accumulating power when the dragon is still far away from you. When the dragon reaches you, the sledgehammer will be just right to hit you, and accurately hit the head of the male fire dragon, which can cause tons of damage. Because the dragon car is extremely fast, it is very difficult to do this. After all, if the sledgehammer falls a little earlier, the male fire dragon will not be close when the sledgehammer comes down, and he will because it was too late to stop the attack. The male fire dragon knocked him away. If it was a little late, then he would have been knocked away by the male fire dragon before he had time to take action. All in all, it requires a very precise grasp of the time. If there is a slight mistake, it will be impossible to succeed. In order to hone his ability to grasp timing, Wenlong had been practicing in the game for a long time, and he basically made no mistakes. However, a game is a game and reality is reality. If you use this ability in reality, you will face much greater dangers than in the game. In the game, the most you can do is to repeat the mission, but in reality, you may lose your life. It is precisely because of this that even an old hunter like Wenlong is not willing to take risks and do such dangerous things. But now, Wenlong decided to give it a try. Staring carefully at the big wild boar king rushing over, Wenlong focused all his attention on the big wild boar king. He felt that the speed of the big wild boar king seemed to have slowed down, which allowed Wenlong to clearly see the high-speed movement. Every move of the big wild boar king. Theoretically, when the big wild boar king charges, the frontal destructive power is the greatest. Not only is a pair of long, sharp and hard tusks that can easily penetrate the human body, but the huge impact of the big wild boar king when it runs will also cause huge damage once it hits. But even a frontal attack is not invulnerable. Because of the small size of Elu Cat, it is very possible to rush through the gap between the two fangs. And once the fangs of the big wild boar king are bypassed, it is very possible. Then Wenlong can attack the most vulnerable part of the big wild boar king. And Wenlong grasped this point. The distance between the two sides became closer and closer, and finally they reached the point of close combat. Seeing the right opportunity, Wenlong stepped forward. His body also jumped slightly, and he passed right through the gap between the two fangs. If you look at it from the side, it looks like Wenlong's body has been pierced by the fangs of the big wild boar king. But if you look at the picture from above, you can see that the two huge fangs of the big wild boar king are in fact. It rubbed against Wenlong's body tightly. Now! Meow! Wenlong, who bypassed the fangs, stretched out his claws, aiming at the blood-red eyes of the big wild boar king. After all, no matter how hard and thick the skin of the big wild boar king is, his eyes cannot have much defense capabilities. Two cold lights flashed, and Wenlong could clearly feel the touch of his claws piercing the big wild boar king's eye socket. Instantly, the big wild boar king's eyes were covered with a layer of blood mist. But at the same moment, Wenlong was also rushed come over and knock over the big wild boar king. Meow! The impact caused by the power of the big wild boar king knocked the smaller Wenlong's whole body away. But Wenlong knew that this was the best result he could achieve. Wearing the leather armor that Grandma Ruisi made for herself using the material of the big wild boar, Wenlong also received the protection of the soul of the big wild boar. In this case, As long as he can avoid being penetrated by the fangs of the big wild boar king, there will be no other harm. It shouldn't be fatal. On the other hand, the big wild boar king did not expect Wenlong to choose to attack from the most dangerous front this time. So Wenlong injured his eyes. Judging from the injuries, it is estimated that there is no way to restore his eyesight. The big wild boar king who lost his eyes roared and ran rampant in the forest, but was unable to catch the target. Wenlong, who was knocked away, flew more than 10 meters away, and then hit a big tree before falling from the air. Puff! Wenlong spat out a mouthful of blood after falling to the ground. It was obvious that his internal organs had been injured by being directly hit by the big wild boar king. If it hadn't been for the cushioning effect of the leather armor on his body, the injury would have been much more serious. Did your lungs get injured? It's a bit bad. Naya? Wenlong tried to move his body again, and found that the joints of the entire body seemed to be falling apart, making a creak sound, especially the position of his left arm, which seemed to have been dislocated. Pain. Fortunately, it was just a dislocation and no fracture. This should be considered good. I still have the recovery medicine G. It was a right decision to keep a few bottles and not sell them. Meow! Although the physical injury was not minor, Wenlong knew that it was not a big problem. He used his right hand to take out a potion bottle containing the recovery medicine G from his pocket, then tore open the bottle cap with his teeth and drank the potion inside in one gulp. Wenlong soon felt that his physical condition suddenly improved. Oh! It turns out that the recovery effect of the recovery medicine G on the body is almost the same as in the game. It will take effect immediately after drinking it. No wonder it sold so well before. Meow. After drinking the recovery medicine G, Wenlong could clearly feel that his body was healing, and the previously painful chest and dislocated arms gradually reduced their symptoms until they finally became the same as usual. It didn't take long for Wenlong's body to be almost healed. On the other hand, the big wild boar king, because it lost its eyes, kept bumping around in the forest and knocked down countless trees, blocking its path. On the big tree. It's so dangerous. But this crazy wild boar is blind now, and can't tell the difference between east, west, north and south. There are still 2 light bone knives stuck in its back, and the wounds are bleeding constantly. No matter how tyrannical it is, it's just the end of the crossbow. As long as we wait a little longer, this crazy wild boar will be exhausted and even die from excessive blood loss. If that's the case, I'd better go find Catherine first. I hope nothing serious happens to this woman. I'll just come back and deal with this crazy boar king by then. It shouldn't take much effort at that time. Meow. Thinking of this, Wenlong gently walked around the big wild boar king, and then ran in the direction where Catherine had just escaped. The big wild boar king who had lost his eyesight was no longer able to stop Wenlong from leaving, and could only keep roaring and making angry sounds. Chapter 36: The Exhausted Big Boar King. Wenlong ran quickly along the route that Catherine had escaped from before. It was not difficult to find Catherine, because there were clear tracks of 3 large wild boars along the way. The traces left by animals, like large wild boars running on the soft soil, were too obvious, and it was naturally easy to distinguish them. This stupid woman won't let the big wild boar eat her, will she? With some uneasiness, Wenlong ran non-stop. The advantage of being a cat is that it can run at high speeds on all 4s, which is much faster than ordinary humans running on 2 legs. Not long after, Wenlong heard the sound of fighting, and after a while, Wenlong saw Catherine's voice and shadow. At this time, Catherine looked very embarrassed. She was being attacked by 3 large wild boars in turn. Catherine could only rely on the edge of a boulder to prevent her back from being attacked, while using the giant bone sword in her hand, resisting attacks from the front. Even so, Wenlong also noticed that there were many scars on Catherine's leather armor. It should be that there was a gap in the defense when faced with the siege of 3 large wild boars, and she was stabbed by the sharp long tusks of the big wild boar. There we go! Fortunately, this leather armor was made by Granny Ruisi, and it showed amazing defensive power. Even if it was attacked by large wild boars many times, it would only leave some dents, but not to the extent of damage. Otherwise, if the leather armor was punctured and the fangs penetrated Catherine's body, it would be impossible for Catherine to persist until now. However, these 3 big wild boars still took turns to attack Catherine, although several attacks were blocked by Catherine with her big sword. Judging from the scene, under the consumption of the 3 big wild boars in turn, Catherine was defeated. His physical strength has declined very rapidly. Under such circumstances, This precarious defensive method is estimated to be impossible to persist for much longer. Woman, hold on. Wenlong shouted and immediately rushed over. Cat. Mr. Cat. I'm so glad you're okay. Catherine, who barely resisted the attack of 3 big wild boars, saw Wenlong running towards her, with an expression of joy on her face. Stupid woman. At this time, you should take care of yourself first. How can a big wild boar king defeat this uncle? Meow. While she was talking, another big wild boar attacked Catherine and rushed towards her. Catherine barely raised the big sword in her hand to block the opponent's attack. But due to some haste, Catherine's body center of gravity also became a little unbalanced. Stable. Fortunately, Catherine was relying on the boulder behind her to fight. So with the support of the boulder behind her, Catherine could barely stand firm and avoid the tragedy of being knocked down. How dare you touch my uncle's woman? Are you stupid pigs impatient? Meow. Wenlong scolded angrily. The 3 big wild boars did not defend Wenlong's attack from behind in advance. When Wenlong approached, it was already too late to turn around and deal with it. Wenlong rushed forward and jumped directly on the back of one of the big wild boars. And then, like before, tore their carotid arteries with his claws. And blood flowed into a river in an instant. You boss can't beat me. How dare you be so arrogant here? Meow. When he said this, 3 big wild boars had fallen to the ground one after another. Mr. Cat. Seeing that the 3 big wild boars had fallen to the ground, Catherine rushed over and hugged Wenlong into her arms. Hey woman, what are you doing? Meow. I thought I wouldn't be able to see you this time. Mr. Cat, Catherine said almost in a tearful voice, with tears streaming down her face. Wenlong felt that this was probably the so-called crying of joy, or a way to release the stress when the nerves that had been tense when facing the 3 big wild boars finally relaxed. After thinking about it for a while, Wenlong felt that it was more likely to be both. Stupid woman, Wenlong wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words when he reached his lips. No matter what, Catherine was of great help in this hunt. Not only did she kill 1 big wild boar, but she also helped lure away 3 big wild boars. This alone really reduced Wenlong's hunting time for the big wild boar king. A lot of pressure. Although it is necessary to be strong as a hunter, women are emotional creatures after all, especially for a woman who has been pampered since childhood. Wenlong thought in his heart. And Catherine has indeed grown up a lot in this short period of time. I remember she was so scared when she saw the big wild boar rushing towards her that she covered her eyes. In just 2 or 3 days, she was able to fight alone 3 big wild boars fight. What's more important is that he has persisted for such a long time. In isolation and without help. A person has persisted for such a long time. Not to mention a woman who has been pampered since childhood. Many male hunters who have just entered the industry also have this feeling in their hearts. When it breaks down, Wenlong also felt a little relieved when he thought of this. I didn't expect that it would be such a joy to see the woman you train grow. Meow. So Wenlong comforted Catherine a little, and waited for Catherine's mood to stabilize before speaking again. Okay. Although we have suffered a lot this time, the big wild boar king has only 1 breath left. We will kill it later. Even if this mission is successfully completed, you can upgrade to 1 star. Gold star. This way you will be 1 step closer to your brother's level. Meow. Really? Mr. Cat? Catherine wiped the tears from her eyes, and asked with red eyes. Of course it's true. Could it be that I would lie to you? Wenlong patted his chest confidently. Wenlong knew that no matter how strong the big wild boar king's physical strength was, he would be exhausted after struggling for so long. What's more, there were 2 light bone knives stuck on his back. The one with a blood groove ensures that the wound on the big wild boar king's back will not heal easily, but blood will continue to ooze out. So after a little estimation of the time, Wenlong determined that the big wild boar king should have fallen by now. As long as he took Catherine back at this time, he would definitely be able to eliminate it in 1 fell swoop. Yeah, Catherine nodded after hearing what Wenlong said. In this way, Wenlong and Catherine began to walk back along the previous road. After about 10 minutes, the pair of Wenlong and Catherine returned to the place where they fought the big wild boar king. Almost all the surrounding big trees had fallen down, and layers of mottled blood could be seen on the ground. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. And just under a big tree, Wenlong noticed that the big wild boar king with 2 light bone knives stuck on his back was lying on the ground motionless, as he had expected. The only difference was that, except for those 2, Wenlong also saw a light bone knife, with a red handle inserted into the neck of the blind big wild boar king. Chapter 37 The fruits of the hunt were stolen. Wenlong had never been so angry. Because Wenlong saw another person, and a cat standing next to the body of the big wild boar king. The man is Levi, who wields the big strange bird sword with fire attributes. And the cat is naturally by MHOL, the Elu cat who once lived in the same village as Wenlong. Judging from the current situation, Levi's slender sword is inserted into the neck of the big wild boar king. It is obvious that the other party has regarded the big wild boar king as his prey. Hey! That's our prey! What are you doing standing there? Meow! Seeing this situation, Wenlong expressed a great protest. Hey! Isn't this Wenlong? Meow! Seeing Wenlong coming, Bai Mao smiled with a triumphant villain's face. What is your prey? This big wild boar king is my master, Mr. Levi. Just now beheaded. Meow! We have already disabled those, Wenlong said. And it is the mission we took over first. Before we give up the mission, you should not attack our prey without authorization. What a coincidence. When we came, there was no one around this big wild boar king. What evidence do you have to prove that this big wild boar is your prey? Meow! Bai Mao continued. And when Bai Mao said this, Levi on the other side walked to the body of the big wild boar, and then took off the 2 light bone knives inserted into the back of the big wild boar. This is the evidence I'm talking about. But it's really useless. Huh? Levi threw the 2 light bone knives on the ground, then took out his own sword and pointed at the 2 wounds caused by the previous light bone knives. He stabbed it in again, due to the piercing of the sword. The 2 wounds on the back of the big wild boar also changed their original shape and became like wounds caused by the sword. Oh meow! You wanted to steal our prey from the beginning? It's too ugly to say stealing, said Levi, who was holding a big strange bird sword this time. It's because you are incompetent that I helped you, and you don't insist that this prey is yours. It's useful because you have no evidence. Although Wenlong wanted to argue and say, that's not because the evidence has been destroyed by you. He swallowed the words as they came to his lips. There is a saying that you can't wake up a person who is pretending to sleep. And it is obvious that Levi pulled out the 2 light bone knives that Wenlong left on the back of the big wild boar king. And at the same time, he used the original light bone knife on the back of the big wild boar king. The practice of reinserting the knife into the wound left by the knife was to blatantly destroy the evidence that the big wild boar king was the prey of Wenlong and Catherine. So there is no point in arguing in this case. You 2 guys really made me angry. As he muttered to himself, the hair on Wenlong's body stood on end, and he looked extremely angry. The claws on his hands also popped out from the flesh pads, ready to fight. Ha ha ha. Do you still want to bluff now? I won't be scared by you anymore. Seeing Wenlong assuming a fighting posture, Levi also smiled contemptuously. I have already gone to see you about your identity. The Hunter Guild has investigated your information. But you are just a 1-star Silver Star hunter who has just been promoted. You don't know where to get a set of equipment that we have never seen before to pretend to be a legendary hunter. It is simply funny. That's it. Master, we are the most powerful hunter combination in MHOL Village. In the future, Master, you will definitely successfully embark on the road of legendary hunter. While Levi was speaking, Bai Mao did not forget to be with him. Echoed. At this moment, Wenlong almost couldn't help but rush over and slap Bai Mao. But from behind Wenlong, Catherine's arms hugged Wenlong tightly. Mr. Cat, it's all my fault. If I were stronger, I wouldn't need you to save me today so that the prey wouldn't be snatched away by others. Catherine said very apologetically. Woman, you are not wrong. It is these 2 shameless people who are wrong. We are partners. And I have never heard of any hunter who values his prey more important than his partner. Wenlong said categorically to Catherine. But if you really feel guilty, then you must work harder to improve yourself in the future. And I will train you more strictly. Mr. Cat, I will definitely work harder. Catherine was also a little moved by Wenlong's words. At this time, Wenlong had also calmed down a little. Wenlong understood that if he directly clashed with Bai Mao and Levi now, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. He had just gone through a fierce battle and was physically exhausted. Catherine, who was with him, also had little fighting experience. Although she was very strong, her speed was too slow, and she probably couldn't even touch the opponent's body. Patience. Wenlong, be patient. It's not the first day you've met Bai Mao. You don't have to be so angry. Moreover, the Hunter Guild's punishment for fights between hunters is also very severe. But the other party is well prepared. Come. Deliberately provoke us. Then we shouldn't conflict with them at the time and place they want. Wenlong said to himself while suppressing the urge to take action directly. In fact, Wenlong once hunted various powerful ancient dragon species in the game, and he didn't even pay attention to the material of a big wild boar king. But what made Wenlong really angry was that Bai Mao, as an Elumeo who came from the same village as Wenlong, treated Wenlong like this. Oh meow. Bai Mao. In the past, you just made me a little unhappy. But this time you really pissed me off. Oh. What can I do if I offend you? Meow. Bai Mao laughed. Your master is just a 1-star hunter, and my master is a 2-star hunter. Don't you know how big the difference is? Don't you know? Those of us who are Elu cats have to choose a capable owner, and then hug the owner's thigh tightly. And then we can rise to the top and embark on the road to success. And you found a person with low strength from the beginning. It's impossible for a woman like me to have any future. But my master is very kind-hearted. Meow. Bai Mao continued. Wenlong, if you are willing to abandon the woman beside you and join my master's army, then my master can also. I'll give you a status second only to mine. Meow. Humph. Hum. Hum hum ha 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 ha. Wenlong sneered at first, and then gradually turned into uncontrollable laughter. It's really ridiculous. After being a human pet for a long time, it actually gives me pleasure, Wenlong said with a smile. This woman is not my master. She and I are a hunting partner. Don't compare me with. How can I compare to someone like you who only knows how to hug other people's thighs? You? Wenlong hit Bai Mao's weakness as soon as he said this, leaving Bai Mao speechless. And Wenlong continued. In addition, I can remind you that although my partner's current strength is not very good, the future will be unlimited, and you will pay the price for today's behavior. Chapter 38. Seeing through the trick. The future is limitless? When Levi heard this, he couldn't help laughing. I am the most promising hunter in the entire Milad village. Didn't you say that this big wild boar king is your prey? If you don't accept it, come and rob it. Mr. Cat was afraid that Wenlong would rush forward impulsively and cause a fight. So Catherine grabbed Wenlong's paw from behind. Woman, don't worry. I have my own sense of discretion. Meow. Wenlong said. Although he was facing the other party's provocation, Wenlong was still very calm in his heart. This is not because Wenlong does not dare to fight with the opponent, but because Wenlong knows in his heart that this is just a trick of the opponent. Because in this world, all monster hunter weapons are made of various monster materials. Having the soul power of the hunted monster can greatly improve the hunter's body. Therefore, compared to the weapons used by ordinary armies, mercenaries, and other human warriors, the hunting weapons used by monster hunters are much more powerful. It is precisely because of this that according to the regulations of the Hunters Guild, no hunter can use hunting weapons against humans. On the one hand, this is because the weapons used for hunting are too powerful and can easily cause some tragedies. Another reason is to eliminate the worry of the king of the Shredder Kingdom that hunters who are too powerful will threaten his rule. And once someone violates this rule, the punishment will be expulsion from the Hunter Guild, which means that they will lose their qualifications as a hunter. Of course, there are also some hunters who have been kicked out of the Hunters Guild but are still hunting in their own name. However, such hunters are generally not recognized by society, so their hunting path will naturally change. It has to be even more difficult. Because he understood this, Wenlong knew very well that one of the main reasons why Levi provoked himself and Catherine was that he hoped that Catherine would take action. As long as Catherine took action, he would be able to shift all the responsibilities to Catherine. A novice who has just become a Silver Star hunter will face expulsion from the Hunter Guild. Of course, this rule is for hunters, but there is no restriction for Elu cats like Wenlong. In other words, Wenlong himself was registered in the Hunters Guild as a hunter's pet, rather than a hunter. In this case, all the regulations for hunters will naturally not be able to restrict Wenlong. However, Wenlong has no plans to exploit this loophole for the time being. After all, even if he is not punished by the Hunters Guild, there are still laws in this country, and those who hurt people for no reason will also be punished by the state authorities. But relatively speaking, it's just that it won't be that serious. So now Wenlong understands that he still needs to be stoic and needs to become stronger. After all, Wenlong knows that if his current body of Elu Cat is to collide head-on with the 2-star hunter wearing higher-level equipment, he still needs to be strong. Can't take advantage. Therefore, Wenlong was not angry, but very calmly walked step by step towards where Levi and Bai Mao were. Master, that guy is here. Seeing Wenlong approaching, The first person to react was Bai Mao, who was also an Elu cat, although Bai Mao had been laughing at Wenlong. After seeing the knife wounds on the back of the big wild boar king and the claw scratches on the eyes, Bai Mao also understood in his heart that Wenlong's strength was really inferior to his own. He is too strong. And if he really wants to attack himself, he will never be his opponent. So if it weren't for holding Levi's thigh, Bai Mao would really not dare to be arrogant in front of Wenlong. What? Do you want to take action? Levi continued to provoke Wenlong. Do it? Ha ha. I won't fall for your trick and want to lure us into taking action first. And then have Catherine expelled from the Hunter Guild. Right. Meow. Unexpectedly, Wenlong actually said what he was thinking directly. And Levi was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. This move of yours is useless to us, Wenlong continued. I'll just give you a big wild boar king. I think my closet was filled with all kinds of ancient dragon species and rare subspecies. The suit includes black dragon, brilliant black dragon, Tyrannosaurus, Long, golden fire dragon, silver fire dragon, Laozon dragon. Oh my! There are so many that I can't even count them. What did you say? Both Levi and Bai Mao were confused. You want to bluff us again? Right. Fooling? Wenlong spread his hands helplessly. Forget it. It's normal that you don't know. These are powerful monsters that only legendary hunters are qualified to hunt. You two can only fight in this little place. The village of Milad is very proud. Meow. At this time, Wenlong had already reached a distance of less than 3 meters from Levi and Bai Mao. At this distance, Wenlong noticed that Levi and Bai Mao were on alert, obviously preparing for their own attacks at any time. Wenlong knew that although the other party had not seen his hunting process, nor had he really seen his strength, any experienced hunter could judge based on the scars on the big wild boar that was lying on the ground. Xu Wenlong is not an easy person. After all, both Levi and Bai Mao knew that the weapon Catherine used was a big sword. So just by looking at the pair of light bone knives inserted on the back of the big wild boar king, they knew that they were Wenlong's weapons. Plus the eyes of the big wild boar king, the scratches of the cat's claws left on his body were enough for them to conclude that Wenlong was a more terrifying existence than a strong big wild boar king. It's stronger than the big wild boar king. Can it reach the level of the big strange bird? If that's the case, then we can't just be prepared. This kind of thinking is Levi's current mentality. And it was precisely because Levi and Bai Mao were aware of Wenlong's strength that they felt the threat to their status from Wenlong and Catherine. That's why we came up with this plan to frame Wenlong and Catherine. Of course, all this is within Wenlong's insight. Oh, don't be so nervous. I'm just an Elu cat. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong stopped and then bent down to pick up the 2 light bone knives that Levi had thrown to the ground. Got up. You guys are so rude to throw the weapon Grandma Ruisi made for me on the ground like this. Meow. Wenlong wiped the light bone knife he picked up with a cloth and put it back into his sheath. Then see you next time. Remember to work hard to improve your strength during this period. Otherwise Wenlong turned around, leaving his back to Levi and Bai Mao without any scruples, and then left the forest with Catherine. Chapter 39. Don't go back to the village. Bai Mao, are you really sure that the Elu cat named Wenlong came from the same village as you? Seeing Wenlong still able to remain calm even after being robbed of his precious prey, Levi didn't know why, but there was a faint feeling of uneasiness spreading in his heart. Master, you have to believe me. Meow. What Wenlong said about ancient dragon species and rare subspecies suits is just a bluff. He and I are neighbors. We have known each other since we were children. I have never seen anything special in his home. Things, let alone this legendary top-notch suit, Bai Mao explained quickly. Well, that's probably because I'm overly worried. But I've been living in Milad village for so many years, and I can't possibly lose to an outsider who just came to the village. When the time comes, I'll go back to the village and arrange for those in our hunting group. Brother, give them some color and make sure they don't dare to be arrogant again. There was a fierceness in Levi's words. For so many years in Milad village, Levi has always been the most powerful and promising young hunter in Milad village. His strong sense of self-esteem and arrogance made it unbearable for him to be threatened by a potential combination like Catherine and Wenlong. His position in Milad village. Needless to say, Wenlong's strength was evident from the wounds on the big wild boar king's body. They were all the work of Wenlong, the Elu cat, which fully demonstrated his strength, although the woman named Catherine seemed to be a pure newcomer. Her original gesture of wielding the sword with one hand still left a deep impression on Levi. But master, according to regulations, hunters cannot use hunting weapons against humans. Meow! As if to remind Levi, Bai Mao on the side said quickly, Stupid! Who said you want them to use hunting equipment? Wouldn't I let them hide their identities and then use ordinary weapons to attack secretly? That's it. Master is wise. Master, you are so talented and resourceful. I am really impressed by you. Bai Mao praised quickly. That's natural. Ha ha! It is said that Wenlong and Catherine did not rush back to the village after leaving the forest. Instead, they went to another hunting ground, Siafeng Valley, along the Heimlan Mountain Road. Mr. Cat, why don't we go back to the village? Catherine asked with some confusion while walking on the mountain road carrying a heavy sword and a lot of luggage. Anyway, the mission has failed. There is no point in going back now. Moreover, we have brought enough supplies. With these supplies, we can stay in the wild for a long time without any problem. Another point is that if we go back now, it will be very difficult. It might be dangerous. Meow. Wenlong explained to Catherine. Is there any danger? Kaiser opened his eyes wide in surprise. Does it mean that monsters will also be encountered in the village? Monster? Huh? Wenlong snorted softly, and then said, It would be good if it was a monster. Sometimes humans are more terrifying existences than monsters. Meow. Human beings are scarier than monsters? How can humans be scarier than monsters? Catherine really didn't understand Wenlong's statement. Humph. Stupid woman. Don't doubt what I say. The man named Levi just now openly broke up with us. Not only did he steal our prey, but he also wanted to frame us. Although he didn't directly fight with us in the end. It should also be for the sake of safety. So I think since they can achieve this level, they will not give up. I am afraid there will be other actions against us in the future. Meow. Wenlong paused for a moment, then continued to explain. And Levi has lived in Milad village for many years. He has met many friends and has formed a hunting group in the village. In the past, they often hunted for the members of their own group, to suppress the new hunters who have just arrived in Milad village for their own interests. Meow. Because Levi is the owner of Bai Mao. Wenlong also collected a lot of information about Levi after coming to Milad village. So he naturally knew these things. Who is Mr. Cat's hunting group? Catherine asked with some doubts about this sudden term. It's a group of hunters. Meow. It's made up of like-minded hunters, in order to help each other when hunting, and to make it easier to take on some large-scale hunting tasks that require multiple people to complete. Similar to a mercenary group, the same organization. The number of hunting groups may vary, ranging from thousands to a few people. It sounds terrible. Catherine sounded a little worried, always feeling like she had offended something big. Don't worry. The storm hunting group formed by Levi only has about 20 people. It's just a small hunting group. It's just that after all. The others have been in Milad village for too long, and they are familiar with each other. We are familiar with it. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If we stay in each other's sphere of influence all day long, we might be plotted by others. Meow. How could this happen? As she spoke, Catherine's mood became obviously depressed. Catherine has lived in an environment where she was pampered by her brothers since she was a child. She rarely interacts with strangers, and has no knowledge of the dangers of the world. Therefore, what Wenlong just said completely subverted Catherine's previous understanding of human beings. Naturally, it's inevitable to feel frustrated. But Wenlong didn't care about this. Although in terms of age, Wenlong was only in his early 20s, and not much older than Catherine. But in terms of social experience, Wenlong was much richer than Catherine. Before time travel, Wenlong had never been fond of reading since he was a child, but often hung out in social places such as dark internet cafes and game arcades. Because he was young at the time, he was inevitably bullied by some social youths. So Wenlong was quite familiar with the fighting styles of some social youths. Among them, it was normal for someone to find someone behind his back to trick someone in an alley because he didn't get any advantage in the fight at that time. It was with this experience and considering that staying in the hunting ground would make it easier to train Catherine, Wenlong naturally made the decision not to return to Milad village for the time being. It was not until late in the evening that Wenlong found a cave suitable for resting. This is a cave located halfway up the mountain. The entrance to the cave is relatively hidden and difficult for others to find. There is also a river not far from the cave, which is an ideal water source. Then Wenlong and Catherine moved the camping equipment into the cave together. then lit a bonfire at the entrance of the cave, and roasted some large wild boar for dinner. Chapter 40 Vertical Beheading. Catherine recalled the day's journey. The battle with the large wild boar group was already quite tiring. Later, carrying a large amount of supplies, and leaving the Hermitage Forest all the way to Xiaofeng Valley was a long and arduous journey, which required considerable physical strength. When she finally found a cave where she could have a good rest and enjoy dinner, Catherine felt that she was simply tired and hungry. "Mr. Cat, can I eat it now?" When she said this, Catherine had already unconsciously reached out her hand to the wild boar meat that was not yet fully cooked. Snapped! Wanlong slapped Catherine's hand that was about to reach out with his paw, and then said, "It's not time to eat yet. Before eating, we still have important things to do." Meow! Important things? Catherine didn't seem to know what important things Wanlong was referring to. "Have you forgotten what you said before? Hey, Mr. Cat, what did I say? You have to train hard." Meow! "Oh, but I haven't eaten anything yet. Come and eat after you practice. If you don't even have this bit of perseverance, how can you become an excellent hunter?" Meow! Wanlong knew that no matter how talented a person is, if he does not have perseverance in training, it is absolutely impossible to achieve success in the field of monster hunter. In the end, he will only become invisible to everyone in his lazy and unexamined days. So in training Catherine, in addition to general hunting skills, Wanlong also planned to train Catherine's perseverance first. This naturally includes the willpower to not be tempted by delicious food and to persist in completing training. Since Mr. Cat said so, it could be seen that Catherine really wanted to eat. But she still picked up the big sword that was already on the ground, and then walked aside to get ready for training. If you want to use a weapon well, you must first ensure that you have sufficient proficiency in the weapon moves. Not only must you be fast, but your movements must be accurate, which is undoubtedly what Catherine lacks. In the past, because I was not familiar with the sword, my attack speed was too slow, and I was dodged by a big wild boar. So this time Wanlong planned to train Catherine from the most basic moves. First, put the big sword into the scabbard on your back. Then keep your legs as wide as your shoulders and maintain a basic standing posture. Meow! Wanlong ordered. "Ah. Okay, Mr. Cat." According to Wanlong, Catherine put the big sword into the scabbard on her back, and then stood naturally. What I want to teach you now is the most basic move of the big sword. Vertical slash. The reason why it is said to be the most basic move of the big sword is because most hunters who use the big sword will use this move as their own sword draw. Sure. Meow. Wanlong said in a cadence. Dagger style? It means the first step of pulling the sword out of its scabbard and launching an attack. Because Wanlong often taught newcomers in the game, he spoke like an experienced tutor, giving people a very professional look. Because the big sword is a very heavy and long weapon, it usually becomes very inconvenient when moving. If you want to move as fast as possible, you can only put it in the scabbard on your back. At this time, once you encounter danger, it is particularly important to practice the vertical slash as a sword drawing style. Meow. Oh. Oh. Catherine couldn't help but nod. Please watch my decomposition actions below. Meow. At this time, Wanlong found a branch from nowhere and stuck it on his back to simulate a big sword. Wanlong was seen holding the big sword stuck on his back with both hands. Then he raised the big sword over his head with force, and then slashed it down. Huh? The branches traced an afterimage in the air, and the surrounding air vibrated violently, giving people an amazing momentum. Wow, Mr. Cat is so powerful. Even though it's just a branch, it actually feels like he's using a weapon. Catherine praised. This is the importance of correct posture. Even if you don't use much effort, you can achieve greater effects than the average person. And if your posture is accurate, because there are no unnecessary movements, your attack speed will be faster. Meow. Long said with some pride. When Wanlong was in the game, he was not only proficient in one kind of weapon. As the top player in the entire server at that time, Wanlong had collected all the top equipment very early. So he began to practice various weapons continuously in the following time, striving to become an all-round hunter proficient in all types of weapons. Because of this, Wanlong had the confidence to train Catherine into an excellent hunter. But even so, Catherine still had a puzzled expression on her face. But, Mr. Cat, I still can't see any difference. The posture seems to be similar to mine. But why are the effects of the same move so different? Really? Sure enough, it's just a demonstration, and it's not easy for ordinary people to understand. Since that's the case, let me explain it again. Wenlong touched his chin and said, although this vertical slashing posture looks simple, but there are also two key points that need to be grasped. The first step is to pull the big sword out of the scabbard, and then raise it above your head. Please be sure to change the direction of the force when the big sword in your hand reaches its highest point, because the weight of the big sword is very considerable. So only by letting it start falling at the highest point can the power of its gravitational potential energy be utilized to the maximum extent. Do you understand? Meow. Oh. Catherine still didn't seem to understand. What? You still don't understand? Just ask if you don't understand. There's nothing to be afraid of. Excuse me, Mr. Cat. What is gravitational potential energy? Wenlong then realized that he seemed to have used a word that would not normally appear in this world. So he quickly explained about gravitational potential energy. It is a very profound thing. You don't need to understand it. You just need to remember it. Just raise the sword to the highest point first, and then change the direction of the force. Meow. Well, okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded. Then the second key point of vertical slashing is to be fast, ruthless and accurate at the moment of slashing. How can we be fast, ruthless and accurate? Under Wenlong's guidance, Catherine was like a studious student who started asking questions about things she didn't understand. Like this, Wenlong guided while holding a branch and making movements. At the moment when the big sword strikes down, he takes a step forward with his right leg and leans forward at the same time. It is not only the power of the big sword, but also the power of the big sword. Even the strength of the body must be suppressed, so that not only can the power of the sword be maximized as much as possible, but the step forward can also be used to slightly adjust the direction of the sword to achieve the two elements of ruthlessness and accuracy. And the element of speed requires you to practice more. And once you become proficient in the entire movement, you will be able to do it naturally. Meow. Chapter 41A 500 Exercises. Well, woman, try it yourself now. Meow. After demonstrating to Catherine, Wenlong motioned to Catherine to try it herself. Okay, Catherine said, and began to try to perform vertical cuts according to Wenlong's previous instructions. When the sword reaches its highest point, it changes the direction of its power. Then, when the sword is struck, take a step forward with your right leg and lean forward at the same time. Catherine silently recited the technical essentials of vertical slashing explained by Wenlong, and swung the big sword in her hand from top to bottom. Boom! The huge destructive power of the sword instantly opened a ravine on the ground. Ah, Mr. Cat, I feel much more relaxed than before, and it seems to be more powerful, Catherine said in surprise. That's right. The movements are much more standard than before, but the speed is still very slow. You need to practice more to become proficient, Wenlong praised. Yeah, Catherine kept nodding. Then, Wenlong said, as he cut off a large piece of roasted wild boar from the barbecue grill and stuffed it into his mouth. The roast pork covered with sesame oil immediately oozed thick juice under the pressure of his teeth, together with the aroma of gravy, filled Wenlong's entire mouth. The current group. Brother Wu. The master is standing. Rise. Mr. Cat. What are you talking about? Because she couldn't hear what Wenlong was saying with his mouth full of pork. Catherine, who was already feeling very hungry, could only ask while swallowing her saliva. I'm a jungler. Wenlong finally swallowed the pork in his mouth, then cleared his throat and said, Ahem. I'm saying, let's do 500 vertical slashes as practice first. Meow. Hey, 5 to 500. Mr. Cat, I haven't eaten yet. Catherine looked aggrieved. Eat. Just know how to eat. If you can't resist this temptation, how can you become an excellent hunter in the future? Meow. After saying that, Wenlong stuffed another piece of juicy pork into his mouth and chewed it. The fragrant juice even flowed out from the corners of Wenlong's mouth. Ah, Mr. Cat, you are bullying me. Although she complained reluctantly, Catherine did not disobey Wenlong's order, but began to practice according to Wenlong's previous requirements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inch. While Catherine was practicing vertical cuts according to Wenlong's requirements, she was counting numbers in her mouth. Wenlong was eating barbecue while watching Catherine. If he found that Catherine's posture was incorrect, Wenlong would not do anything. Hesitantly picked up the branch in his hand and hit Catherine on her body, and corrected her. Of course, Wenlong didn't use a lot of force when he hit him, but just to serve as a reminder, just like the former teacher who used a ruler to hit his students. But even so, Catherine still couldn't help but make gasping sounds such as and ah. The red light from the bonfire nearby shone on Catherine's face, making her face flushed and looking particularly delicate. On the other hand, Wenlong's mind began to wander. This woman is really an uncontrollable beauty. It's obviously just a simple vertical cutting exercise. But her curvy body and the beautiful scene when the plump parts of her body that women are proud of sway due to movement. It's simply tempting to commit crime. If you add in the fact that when the tree branches hit the woman, she would make gasping sounds like ah, etc. And she wouldn't be able to stop at all. Oh, no. Why do I feel so excited? Could it be that there are some strange attributes in my body that are about to awaken? Wenlong, who had already waved the branch several times in succession, quickly threw aside the branch he was about to swing out again. Mr. Cat, aren't you going to guide me? Catherine asked a little strangely. No need. Your movements are already basically standard. All you need to do for the rest is to complete 500 and it will be okay. Meow. After saying this, Wenlong quickly turned around to face the bonfire, and at the same time stuffed a large piece of pork into his mouth. This time Wenlong was not trying to fill his stomach, but just to distract himself a little bit. Pay attention to calm down your excitement. As a man, seeing such a stunning beauty, but not being able to do anything. Isn't this worse than a beast? I, Wenlong, swear here that I must change back to a human. I must change back to a human. I must become a human again. Wenlong roared in his heart. Behind Wenlong, Catherine's counting voice still came. 89, 99, 11, 497, 498, 499, 500. When it was finished, even Catherine was so tired that she laid down on the ground. After all, these 500 vertical slashes were not accomplished with an ordinary long sword, but with an extremely heavy sword. Even Wenlong couldn't help but praise Catherine for completing these 500 vertical slashes in his heart. Of course, on the surface, Wenlong tried his best to keep a calm look, as if what Catherine had done was just an ordinary thing, in order to maintain his dignity as a teacher. Mr. Cat, I've done it all. Well, you did a good job. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you get used to it, 500 vertical slashes will be nothing. Oh, then, Mr. Cat, can I have barbecue now? Seeing that Wenlong did not show a happy expression, Catherine also asked cautiously. Well, that's enough. Wenlong nodded. Great. Thank you, Mr. Cat. Suddenly Catherine jumped up, and then rushed to the edge of the barbecue, where the slices of wild boar meat cut by Wenlong for Catherine were already placed. Catherine completely ignored her image, but directly grabbed a piece of meat with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth, chewing it while talking. Forget Mousian. This one is so soft and so thick. Catherine, who was chewing something in her mouth, could not speak clearly, but Wenlong still heard it. Catherine said, Mr. Cat, this meat is delicious. Hey, weren't you so tired that you laid down just now? Why did you jump up as soon as you heard that you could eat barbecue? And where is your ladle-like image? Seeing Catherine's eating image, Wenlong was really excited at this moment. I wanted to complain like this, but in the end I didn't say that, but said, of course, my barbecue skills are also top-notch. Meow. Always maintain innocence. Have no scheming. And always show her inner thoughts without reservation. This is also one of the advantages of this woman named Catherine. In short, I don't hate it. Meow. In Wenlong's heart. But this is what I thought. Chapter 41 Be the Toothed Beast in the Water 1. After dinner, it was already dark, and Catherine stretched herself out with satisfaction. Wenlong knew that it was time for Catherine to take a bath. If you spend the night in the wild today, don't take a shower. There's no telling what wild beasts will come out in the forest at night. Meow. Wenlong reminded him. Hey, Mr. Cat. I've been sweating a lot today, and my whole body is sticky and uncomfortable. I told you. The forest at night. Wenlong was picked up by Catherine before he could say anything, and was taken out of the cave without even a chance to resist. Although Catherine usually obeyed Wenlong's words. On the issue of bathing, Catherine insisted on her own opinion without hesitation. Oh, forget it. I haven't heard of any powerful monsters in the Xiaofeng Valley. Let's let this woman go this time. Wenlong thought to himself. In Xiaofeng Canyon at night, the night is dark, and a bright moon hangs in the sky, making it possible to clearly identify the surrounding conditions even without other lighting methods. Moreover, A clear river is not far from the cave where Wenlong and Catherine are stationed. This is a good place for Catherine to take a bath. When she came to the river, Catherine took off her large boar leather armor and an inner layer of underwear until she was naked, and then walked into the river carefully. The cold river water penetrated Catherine's body, causing Catherine to shiver. The water is so cold. Catherine sighed in her heart. Catherine, who had always been doted on by her brother, had never bathed in the wild like this. She had always enjoyed warm hot water in the bathroom at home. But this time Catherine bathed in a wild river at night for the first time. But she didn't feel so scared. Instead, she felt particularly fresh. The forest is quieter at night than during the day, and you can occasionally see fireflies flying on the shore, giving you a mysterious and quiet feeling. And Catherine showed her perfect body in the moonlight. The silver moonlight was scattered on her long silver white hair, and it was like a dreamlike work of art. Wenlong beside her could hardly move away from her body. Mr. Cat, come and take a bath together. Catherine was intoxicated by the beauty of the forest at night, and invited Wenlong to enjoy the bath in the forest at night with her. I won't get into the water now. I'll wash it after you finish washing it. Meow. Wenlong shook his head to express his refusal. Of course, this was not because Wenlong didn't want to take a bath with Catherine, but because Wenlong had always had a longing for the night in his heart. I was a little worried about what kind of wild beasts would be in the forest. Although Xiaofeng Valley is not a place where powerful monsters gather, most of the time they encounter monsters that are relatively easy to deal with. But that is compared to hunters who are fully prepared. If you take a bath, you will definitely take off your equipment and weapons and put them on the shore. If you are suddenly attacked by a monster at that time, you will most likely be in an extremely passive situation. Wenlong didn't want others to see his naked, but being chased around by monsters. Although it would be no problem for an Elu cat to wear no clothes. Wenlong, who was once a human, I still don't quite accept this happening. So when Catherine completely took off her equipment and walked into the river naked to bathe, Wenlong chose to guard the shore like a knight, always paying attention to any situation around her. Fortunately, Wenlong, as an Elu cat, has the superior vision of cats at night. So even if there is only moonlight scattered in this valley, Wenlong can see the situation in the distance as clearly as daytime. Coupled with Wenlong's hearing that is much better than humans, this gives Wenlong the confidence to ensure Catherine's safety. No matter what, it is necessary to stay vigilant in the forest at night, Wenlong thought, although Catherine was a little unhappy that Wenlong refused to take a bath with her. Seeing that Wenlong's attitude was so determined, it was difficult to say anything more. Just wash your body carefully while feeling the relaxing feeling brought by the gentle running water. Wow! It's so comfortable. It's a completely different feeling from taking a bath in the bathroom. What's more, there's the moonlight, the starry sky, and the cool night breeze. Right. Just as Catherine was immersed in such a beautiful night. Suddenly, Catherine seemed to feel that the water around her began to change strangely. There seems to be something? Catherine looked towards the unusual position of the waterways and saw two bright blue gems emitting a faint blue light deep in the clear river bottom. Mr. Cat, look what I found. There are blue gems at the bottom of the river. Catherine shouted in surprise. Gem? Blue? Wenlong was stunned for a moment at first. And then Wenlong, who was sitting by the river, suddenly jumped up like a spring. Stupid woman! Run away quickly! Meow! Wow! The water flowed, and a black shadow appeared from the water. And the head of the black shadow had a bunch of blue eyes. Catherine was so frightened that she hurriedly ran away to the shore. But the black shadow was faster, and had caught up with Catherine's figure in an instant. Oops! I only remembered to be alert to the movements around me, but forgot to pay attention to the situation in the river. Wenlong felt guilty for his carelessness, and hurried towards Catherine. However, it seems that it is already a step too late. I saw that the black shadow had caught up with Catherine and rushed directly towards Catherine. At this moment, Wenlong finally saw the true identity of the black shadow. Beaver Mon! Just when he accepted the promotion mission before, Wenlong had seen a mission about the beaver beast, which was of the same level as the big wild boar king mission. He didn't think much about it at the time, but he never expected that it would be in such a place. Bump into. At this time, Catherine had been thrown into the water by the beaver beast. Seeing this, Wenlong immediately rushed into the water, preparing to have a life and death struggle with the creature named the beaver beast. If he were on the shore, Wenlong would naturally not take this kind of creature at the same level as the big wild boar king in his eyes. But in the river, Wenlong was a little unsure whether he could defeat this creature. Beavers are good at water fighting, and the game only has scenes of fighting beavers on the shore. Oh meow! How do you fight in the water? Although he was a little worried, Wenlong rushed forward without hesitation, dove into the water, raised the two knives in his hands, and stabbed towards the beaver beast. Chapter 41. See the tooth beast in the water too. Because the beaver beast's skin is not as hard as the big wild boar king's skin. Wenlong's light bone knife pierced the beaver beast's shoulder from behind without encountering much resistance. However, just as Wenlong was about to take advantage of the situation, pulling and widening the wound, the beaver beast suddenly turned around and slapped Wenlong with its broad claws. Although the beaver beast's claws were very sharp, Wenlong had already expected this slap. So when the beaver beast turned around, Wenlong was ready to dodge it immediately. But Wenlong found that he couldn't dodge at all. If it were on land, then the agile Wenlong would only need to roll to avoid it. However, this was not land but in a river. In addition, Wenlong's body is smaller than humans. The shallow water area where Catherine can step on the bottom of the river is deep enough for Wenlong to submerge her entire body. Therefore, if her feet cannot step on the bottom of the river, we will proceed. It was impossible for the dragon to dodge quickly. Oops! Unable to dodge, Wenlong had no choice but to take the blow. With a bang sound, the beaver beast's slap hit Wenlong, causing Wenlong to roll backwards and fly 3 meters away. If it weren't for the large boar leather armor on Wenlong's body absorbed most of the damage, Wenlong's body may have already been left with 5 bright red blood marks by the claws of the beaver beast. Fortunately, just when Wenlong was attacked by the beaver beast, Catherine, who had been pushed into the water, came out of the water again. Although Catherine choked a lot of water because she had just been thrown to the bottom of the river by the beaver beast, Catherine, who realized that the situation was critical, still did not care about rest, and immediately gasped for air while trying her best to move towards the shore. Run. Fortunately, this stupid woman finally came out, and the slap I received was not in vain. But Wenlong was a little relieved to see Catherine escape, but saw the huge beaver beast moving towards him again. The direction was coming, and Wenlong felt an extra headache again. It seems that this is no longer something that can be solved with a slap. The knife that was inserted into its shoulder just now has made the other party completely angry. Meow! Considering that Wenlong was in an absolutely unfavorable situation in the water, Wenlong's first reaction was to run away. But no matter how he paddled the water with his claws, Wenlong could only see the beaver beast that was familiar with water. It was almost very easy to catch up with him. Sure enough, you can't run away? Wenlong protected his head with both hands, preparing to resist the beaver beast's claws again. But suddenly, Wenlong heard Catherine's voice. Mr. Cat, be careful. Careful? Wenlong, who seemed to realize something, quickly buried his whole body in the water, and then heard a violent splash and exploded instantly. Wenlong knew that it didn't seem to be caused by the beaver beast's claws. With a bang sound, under the pressure of the giant bone sword, the surrounding river water turned into waves 7 or 8 meters high. However, Catherine's sword did not hit the beaver beast, but hit the Liebeaver beast and Winley beast. The dragon was less than half a meter away. Different from the previous hunting of the big wild boar, this blow did not hit the beaver beast. It was not because Catherine was not accurate, but because Catherine saw the sharp claws of the beaver beast and was about to hit Wenlong and use the attractor to attract the river. Tanuki pays attention to the method. So before reaching the attack range, Catherine used the vertical attack she had just learned not long ago. But just like this, Wenlong felt that his body was pushed by the waves and rolled several times, which showed the power of Catherine's blow. When Wenlong finally managed to stabilize his figure and surfaced, what he saw was the retreating back of the beaver beast. Run away? But that's right. Even a beaver beast would be a little afraid of an opponent who can hit waves 7 or 8 meters high in the water with one blow. Seeing the beaver beast going away, Wenlong breathed a little, and then turned to Catherine on the side. He found that Catherine was holding her giant bone sword in her hand, breathing rapidly, but she was naked except for her water-soaked hair was scattered and clinging to her body, showing Catherine's hasty response just now. It can be seen that after Catherine returned to the shore, she also rushed to rescue Wenlong with her big sword. In this hurry, she had no time to put on her big boar leather armor. It's true. Wenlong felt a little angry. I'm sorry, Mr. Cat, Catherine said very apologetically. Oh meow. Don't say you're sorry to me. You're sorry for me too much, Wenlong said angrily. You know, we were lucky that you were able to scare away the beaver just now. Otherwise, if we really get into a fight, We don't know what will happen. Meow. I'm really sorry, Mr. Cat. If I hadn't insisted on taking a bath, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Is my apology useful? Do you know what would happen if the beaver beast didn't run away but instead attacked us? We are no match for it in the water. And you don't have any armor on your body now. Once you are attacked by the beaver beast, do you know what will happen if the claws hit you? As he spoke, Wenlong trudged toward the shore. Fighting in the water was not Wenlong's strong point. What's more, the hair on Wenlong's body could easily absorb and store water once it encountered water. And it would also easily increase the body's resistance in the water, making the body heavy, making it extremely difficult for Wenlong to move in the water. This was the first time that Catherine saw Wenlong so angry, and she didn't know what to say for a while. So she just stayed silent, preparing to be scolded by Wenlong. After all, even a novice like Catherine knows how powerful the claws of the beaver beast are. If the claw just hit her, the claws of the beaver beast will easily tear apart her skin and muscles, and even the bones. Let's beat them to pieces together. In this case, even if he doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured. Catherine understood that all of this was caused by her own willfulness. Seeing Catherine like this, Wenlong was like seeing a child who had made a mistake and was waiting for a parent to reprimand him. And his originally angry mood began to slowly calm down. Forget it. This woman can't be entirely blamed for this. I clearly knew that Xiaofeng Valley was the habitat of the beaver beast, but I failed to take this into consideration. I only focused on the shore, but ignored the things under the water. Threat. Calculating it this way, my experience as a hunter is still too limited to the game itself. Wenlong, who was thinking this way, walked to Catherine's side. Mr. Cat, as long as you know you're wrong, take a good rest today, and we'll come back to kill it tomorrow, Wenlong said. Chapter 42. Only by understanding the enemy can you win. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Wenlong turned over in a daze, but only touched the cold ground. Aren't you supposed to touch too soft, warm things at this time? Where are they? Meow? Wenlong slowly opened his eyes, only to find that Catherine, who should usually be sleeping with him in his arms, had disappeared. This woman actually got up earlier than me? Or? Wenlong quickly got up and chased out. But what he saw was that on the flat ground outside the cave, Catherine was trying hard to wave the big sword in her hand. 487. 488. 489. 490 inch. It turns out that I came here early in the morning to practice vertical beheading, and there were 500 cats at a time. Wenlong looked at Catherine's figure in surprise. But Catherine didn't seem to notice that Wenlong was watching her and continued to wave the big sword in his hand. The morning sun shone on Catherine, making the sweat beads on Catherine's forehead shine brightly. For some reason, Wenlong felt a little emotional in his heart. The movements are more standard than yesterday. And more importantly, the proficiency has reached a level that is not inferior to that of a hunter with a year of hunting experience. Is this really because of the genetic talent for hunting? Once you start, if you stay on the right track, you will get better immediately, and you will be able to familiarize yourself with and master the skills faster than the average person. No, it's not just that. If you just rely on talent, you won't be able to make such rapid progress. It should be more of a change in mentality. The more and more eager desire to become stronger. That's probably the main reason why we were able to make such rapid progress in such a short period of time. Meow. 497. 498. 499. 500. While Wenlong was thinking, Catherine also completed the amount of morning exercises she had set for herself. So Catherine gasped and inserted the giant bone sword in her hand deeply into the ground. Then he leaned his body on the upright sword and took a short rest. Papa papa. Catherine heard the sound of someone applauding. It was only then that Catherine noticed that Wenlong was not far away watching what she had just done. Mr. Cat. Catherine shouted in surprise. Well done. Some improvement compared to yesterday. Wenlong first praised, and then asked, why did you get up so early to practice today? Meow? I don't know why, but I always feel like I still have some shortcomings, so I thought I should practice more. Catherine said with some embarrassment. Well, that's good. As a hunter, you have to constantly pursue perfection. It shows that you have gradually matured. Meow. As an old hunter, Wenlong certainly knows that being able to always discover one's own shortcomings and constantly train to improve oneself is an important factor for a person to become stronger. Some people rely on their talent, but are unwilling to train consistently because of lack of perseverance. In this way, even if they are stronger than the average person, they will never reach the peak of the strong. Although some people are diligent and practice continuously every day, they are unable to discover their own shortcomings and improve them because of lack of talent. Then in the end, if you repeat the wrong thing 10,000 times, there will still be no progress. So when he heard Catherine say this, Wenlong was naturally very happy. Thank you, Mr. Cat. Hearing Wenlong's praise of her, Catherine rushed over like a child, hugged Wenlong, and made intimate gestures. Okay, let me go first. You're hugging me too tightly. Meow. Ah, I'm sorry, Mr. Cat. Catherine found that she had exerted too much force and quickly let go of Wenlong in her arms. Ahem. Woman, do you remember what I said about what we are going to do today? Meow. Wenlong asked after clearing his throat. Remember, Mr. Cat, we have to take care of the beaver beast today, Catherine replied. From Catherine's tone, Wenlong could clearly feel that Catherine seemed to be looking forward to today's hunt. It seems that this woman is becoming more and more like a hunter. Wenlong thought to himself, well, what we are going to hunt today is the beaver beast. But before hunting, I still have something to tell you. Meow. When saying this, Wenlong put his hands behind his back and walked slowly, looking like a dignified mentor. Catherine said nothing, quietly waiting for Wenlong to speak. There is an old saying that know yourself and the enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. It means that when we are hunting, the first thing we have to do is to investigate the prey as much as possible. When we know the opponent's intelligence well, our hunting will become invincible. So woman, let me ask you, how much do you really know about beaver beasts? Meow? Catherine shook her head, indicating that she didn't know much about the so-called beaver beast. Well, remember, the beaver is a kind of toothed beast that is relatively common in the wild around here. So you must be familiar with its characteristics. Since you don't know, let me explain it to you now. Yeah. Catherine nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Seeing Catherine nodding in agreement, Wenlong continued to explain about the beaver beast. First of all, the beaver is a type of toothed beast. It usually likes to live in places with rivers. It has sharp claws and teeth, especially its claws, which have amazing attack power. So they need special attention. Speaking of the beaver's claws, one thing to understand is that the beaver does not just wave its claws to attack the enemy. In many cases, the beaver will also use its wide claws to dig. They will dig out the soil as lifted up to attack the enemy. If you are accidentally hit, you are likely to be trapped by large pieces of soil, which will affect your ability to move. And if you are on the edge of a soft river beach, then the beaver beast, the digging speed is even more amazing. In this case, we must pay attention to the ground escape attack that the opponent may use. Meow. Throwing dirt? And hiding from the ground? Catherine was a little confused after hearing such moves. Catherine had no hunting experience, and had only seen the big wild boar and the big wild boar king before. Although these two monsters were very powerful, their attack methods were extremely simple. It's nothing more than an assault. Continuously perform pig thrusts, either piercing the enemy with sharp fangs, or stepping over the enemy who is lying on the ground. Wenlong knew that such a simple and lack of variety attack would easily cause Catherine, a new hunter, to have a misunderstanding, that is, all prey have such a single attack method, and they only need to use strength to win as before. So in order to dispel Catherine's misunderstanding before the battle with the beaver, Wenlong decided to let Catherine know some of the moves of the beaver from the beginning. Chapter 43 Hunting. Beaver Beast 1. Chapter 45 Hunting. Beaver Beast 1. The first is to throw dirt. Wenlong patiently explained to Catherine. There are two ways for beaver beasts to throw dirt. One is to throw large pieces of dirt upwards with its claws, and then fall in a parabola. The other is to it uses its tail to pick up clods of soil and throw them forward. No matter which type it is, it will be very troublesome once it is hit. Mr. Cat, how can I avoid these two attacks? Catherine asked. It's very simple. If the soil is thrown in a parabola, then you have to keep your body moving as much as possible so that the beaver can't accurately identify your direction. If the soil is thrown forward, then you just need to keep it as close as possible. The oblique side of the beaver beast will do. Of course, woman, you are using a big sword. You can also use the big sword for defense directly. Meow. That's it. Catherine nodded, carefully remembering Wenlong's explanation in her heart. Compared with throwing dirt, the beaver beast is more troublesome with its ability to escape from the ground. If you see the beaver beast starting to dig a tunnel, then the best way is to try to stay away from the beaver beast's digging point. Otherwise it is very likely attack from below. Meow. Attack from underfoot. Although Wenlong used words to explain to Catherine the two relatively threatening moves of the beaver beast, Catherine still could not fully restore the true situation of the battle with the beaver beast just by relying on her imagination. So seeing Catherine, who was imagining the attack method of the beaver beast, Wenlong continued, "What I just introduced to you are two special moves. There are also some more common moves, such as pounce, roll, and swing are all moves that many Fang beasts can do, and Beavermon has also mastered them. I won't explain them to you in detail, but you should be able to see them by then." Meow. But, halfway through, Wenlong's tone suddenly became a little heavy. Another thing that needs special attention is that the beaver beast has a very high IQ, and it will be like humans to a certain extent. It uses tools. So in addition to those specific moves, you also have to worry about the possibility that Beavermon uses surrounding objects as weapons to launch attacks. In which case you have to be very careful. Naya. Hey, is there anything like this? Compared with the sudden advance of the Big Boar King, the various moves of the beaver beast made Catherine feel as if her head was too big. Even Catherine gradually became a little worried about whether she could respond correctly when faced with the various moves of the beaver beast. But don't worry too much. No matter how many tricks the beaver beast has, it is only a monster on the same level as the Big Boar King. As long as you are familiar with its moves, it will not be so scary. Wenlong comforted. In short, it's better to practice it than to say it 1,000 times. And now I will take you to defeat the beaver beast. Meow. Yeah. She was a little skeptical at first, but seeing Wenlong's confident look, Catherine was immediately full of confidence again. As long as it's Mr. Cat, there will be no problem. Ah. No. I have to work harder. But I can't always have this idea of relying on others. Catherine was thinking like this in her heart at this time. Soon, Wenlong and Catherine were ready for hunting. In addition to wearing neat equipment, they also brought all food and potions to ensure nothing went wrong. The first destination of the two was the place where they were attacked by the beaver beast last night. However, when they returned to their old place, Wenlong and Catherine found that there was no trace of the beaver beast around. Did you really run far away? Meow, Wenlong said to himself while carefully observing the flow direction of the river and the depth of the river, as if he was thinking about something. Mr. Cat, I would like to ask, this river is so long. How should we find the monster called the beaver beast? And you said that the monster called the beaver beast can also dig holes. If it hides in the hole here, wouldn't we be able to see it? Seeing Wenlong thinking, Catherine couldn't help but ask. It's very simple. Wenlong, who was still thinking about something, smiled and said, the beaver beast does have the habit of hiding in caves, but its home is very easy to identify. Or in other words, you want to, it's hard not to recognize it. Meow. Is that so? Well, come on. Woman, this beaver beast should be at the lower reaches of the river. Meow. As if he thought of something, Wenlong said as he walked towards the lower reaches of the river. However, during this process, Wenlong still did not forget to continue to instill the knowledge of hunting in Catherine. A real hunter must not only learn to defeat the prey, but also learn to find the prey. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing to have no skills, but not find the prey. So in addition to understanding the prey's fighting skills, we must also learn about the prey. You also need to understand your daily living habits. Meow. For example, this beaver beast usually has the habit of building dams by mixing branches and soil, and their nests are usually in this dam. Hey, Mr. Cat, did I hear correctly? Beaver beasts can build dams? Catherine's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this strange knowledge. Don't be so surprised. Woman, don't forget. I have said before that beaver beasts have very high IQs. Meow. Wenlong continued to explain. In order to build dams, they will use their sharp claws. Thick trees were knocked down and stuck in the river as the main structure of the dam. After using the trunks and branches of many large trees to build the main structure of the dam, the large trees were then filled with excavated soil. The gaps between the dams ensure that the dams will not leak easily. Of course, if you want to block the river, simply piling up branches and soil is not enough. So the beaver beast will also use its thick tail to continuously slap around the dam, using the huge power of the tail to pull the dam up. The soil is photographed to be tighter and firmer, so the dam built in this way will be strong enough to hold back the river water. Meow. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Catherine, who pricked up her ears for fear of missing a word, felt as if she was listening to a story. And she was deeply attracted. It turns out that the creatures of nature are so magical, Catherine marveled. There are still many magical places. Woman, you will experience them in the future. But now, halfway through, Wenlong stopped, because Wenlong had already seen, not far away, a line of 3 people. The dam, which is more than 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide, blocks the river, turning the originally not too wide river into a small lake. Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! There is indeed a dam here! But Mr. Cat, how do you know that the dam is just downstream of the river? The excited Catherine seemed to be eager to know how the magician did it, like a child who transformed a dove from a hat. His eyes are full of curious curiosity. Chapter 44 Hunting. Beaver Beast. 2. It's easy to know where the dam is. Just pay attention to the condition of the river. Meow. Wenlong explained proudly. You see? This dam is more than 30 meters long and 7 or 8 meters wide. It can cut off a river in the middle. This will inevitably reduce the flow of water downstream. However, the place where we fought the beaver beast last night still had plenty of water. 9 times out of 10. It is upstream of the dam. Another reason is that if there is a dam downstream of the river, considering the water storage effect of the dam, walking from the upstream to the direction of the dam, the water surface will become larger and larger, the wider it is. So considering these 2 points, it is natural to be sure that the dam is near here. Meow. That's it. Mr. Cat, I have learned a lot again, Catherine said happily. But although we have seen the dam, where is the beaver beast? It should be nearby here. Beaver beasts are creatures with a very strong sense of territoriality. We have already reached this vicinity. It is estimated that the other party is about to come out. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong carefully paid attention to the movements around him. But after scanning the surroundings, Wenlong did not find anything special. Beaver beasts generally build their nests in dams, and they also dig special passages connecting their nests to the bottom of the water and the shore to ensure that they can appear in the water or on the shore at any time. In this case, thinking like this, Wenlong began to change his posture, leaned down, and put his ears to the ground. Soon, Wenlong heard the vibrating sound getting louder and louder, which showed that something was approaching quickly. Right at our feet. Meow! Upon hearing Wenlong's warning, Catherine immediately took action and ran several steps to the side. Then the next second, she saw a piece of soil on the ground where she was originally standing being lifted up, and a huge beast rushed out. The scattered soil splashed several meters high, making people marvel at the surprise ability of this beast. The head looks a bit like a mouse, with sharp and wide claws. The body is covered with brown-red hair, and the hairless abdomen has purple skin. It also has a thick and flat tail, which looks like a huge beak. Fortunately, I have heard Mr. Cat's explanation before. Otherwise, this giant beast will definitely be blown away. Catherine thought this while carefully observing the giant beast in front of her. Sure enough, it was the giant beast by the river last night. The monster of my own that sneaked up on me, Beaver Mon. The beaver beast showed a somewhat unhappy expression. Obviously, the beaver beast was very dissatisfied with Wenlong and Catherine, who invaded its territory. But at the same time, the beaver beast also did not receive any benefit from its sudden attack. It's cheap, and I feel a little annoyed. The beaver beast first looked at Wenlong on the side, then turned its gaze to Catherine on the side. Finally, the beaver beast locked its eyes on Catherine. Then the beaver beast roared and rushed towards Catherine. Okay, woman, let me see your special training during this period. This time, Wenlong did not take action himself, but gave Catherine such an order, because Wenlong knew that if he and Catherine attacked at the same time, and only needed a little help from Catherine to contain the beaver beast, Wenlong would be sure to completely defeat the beaver beast in a short time. After all, it's just a beaver, so as long as it's not in the water, there's nothing to be afraid of. This is Wenlong's idea. So Wenlong did not hesitate to give this opportunity to fight the beaver beast alone to Catherine, so as to truly test Catherine's training results. Okay, Mr. Cat, Catherine replied firmly, facing the beaver beast that suddenly rushed over. Catherine did not feel panic at all. Instead, she immediately drew out the giant bone sword on her back, and then placed it across her chest in a defensive posture. The time is just right. I put my defensive posture just before the opponent takes action, and my center of gravity is also very stable. In this way, I should be able to catch the blow. seeing the upcoming first round of Catherine and Helly's fight. Wenlong so judged. Bang! Sure enough, as Wenlong expected, the beaver beast's broad claws swung towards Catherine, hitting the giant sword in Catherine's hand, causing Catherine to take 2 steps back. But that's all. Well, the strength is indeed not on the same level as that of a normal big wild boar. Even Catherine had to admit. However, the beaver beast's attack did not end. After one swing was blocked, the beaver beast launched 3 more swings in succession, constantly hitting Catherine's giant bone sword with bang! Bang! The sound! Although Catherine's power is great, the beaver beast is not at the level of the big wild boar after all, but an existence comparable to the big wild boar king. So even Catherine couldn't push it away just by relying on her own strength. He could only continue to defend in order to block all the beaver beast's attacks. Fortunately, after several battles, Catherine also accumulated some experience. This time, Catherine's center of gravity was kept very stable when attacked by the beaver beast. Moreover, every time the beaver beast tried to cause damage to Catherine through the gap of the big sword, she was blocked. Catherine adjusted the position of the sword in time to block them one by one. In this way, although every swing of the beaver beast caused the giant bone sword to continuously bloom with dazzling sparks, Catherine only took a few steps back. But her defense was still impregnable, and she did not receive any real impact. As damage. On the other hand, the beaver beast launched several attacks in succession without any results. It seemed to have retreated, and no longer pursued Catherine. Instead, its 2 broad claws suddenly pushed back, and its whole body it's jumping towards the back. There is a chance! Seeing the beaver beast jumping back, Catherine saw the flaw exposed by the beaver beast. That is, in the process of jumping back with its front paws, it was impossible for the beaver beast to swing at herself again, out of those sharp claws. Coupled with a previous continuous defense, Catherine had long been unable to resist the desire to counterattack. So as soon as she saw the beaver beast showing its flaws, Catherine immediately thought of using the vertical slash that she had practiced more than 1,000 times. Mr. Cat, please see my strength. Catherine thought so. So she gave up her previous defensive posture and took a step forward while raising the giant bone sword in her hand. Of lift. Slash vertically. Catherine's vertical slash was very fast and very powerful. But the timing of using the vertical slash seemed not very accurate. This is the difference between actual combat and practice. During practice, it is just a simple swing. It is true that the posture and speed can be practiced to a very good level. But when it comes to real combat, one thing that needs to be considered is the timing. Chapter 45 Hunting. Beaver Beast. 3. As expected, you are still inexperienced. Naya. Even without taking into account the advantage of being a bystander, Wenlong could easily see that Catherine's attack was clearly at the wrong time and in the wrong place. Because at the same moment, the beaver beast suddenly turned around. At this time, Catherine discovered that a piece of clay as big as a millstone flew from behind the beaver beast. Because Catherine was in a head-on conflict with the beaver, she could not see the movement of the beaver using its tail to roll up the ground from behind. It is understandable that she did not consider the possible attack of the beaver. However, if she often fights with the beaver, hunters who have some experience fighting beaver beasts will never make such a mistake. Wow! Unsurprisingly, Catherine, who had no time to dodge or make a defensive posture, was hit by the clod of earth thrown by the beaver beast with its tail. And then her body shook, and she sat down on the ground. However, because of the protection of the leather armor, and the soil thrown by the beaver beast was relatively soft river mud, Catherine did not suffer much damage. Simply judging from the feedback of the pain nerves, Catherine could also feel herself your body should still be in a normal state. Fortunately, I wasn't injured. The beaver beast's attack is not that high, Catherine thought with some luck. But when Catherine tried to stand up, she found that her body felt much heavier. Looking again, Catherine realized that the blow just now not only caused her to sit on the ground, but also covered her body with a large amount of sticky soil, which made it difficult for Catherine to get out of it. However, time waits for no one. And at this moment, the beaver beast attacks again. What kind of move is this? Different from before. Catherine noticed that this time the beaver beast did not use its claws to attack, but curled its body together very strangely. And then its already bulky body immediately turned into a huge meatball. Generally, he rolled towards where Catherine was. With such a big fang beast, if it were to press over me, it would almost certainly be crushed. Right. Catherine thought so, and at the same time looked at the person watching not far away from the corner of her eye. In this battle, Wenlong found that Wenlong had no trace of movement at all. Mr. Cat. For a moment, Catherine really wanted to ask Wenlong for help. But when the words came to her lips, Catherine swallowed back the words she almost said. No, we must not let Mr. Cat down, Catherine thought. Even if the lower body is trapped in the mud and cannot escape immediately, at least the hands can still move. As long as the hands can move, there will be no problem in dealing with this so-called beaver beast. With her own brute force, Catherine just pulled out the big sword covered in mud. As a result, he just took a defensive posture and collided with the beaver beast that rolled over in a ball. Catherine instantly felt that her hands were bearing much greater power than before. If the previous beaver beast only used its claws to attack, Catherine at that time could still support its defense sufficiently. But when this beaver beast no longer only attacked with its claws, but also used the weight and inertia of its entire body, if she was among them, even Catherine felt like she could no longer hold on. Bang! The original crisp sound when the sharp claws collided with the big sword turned into a heavier sound when the whole body collided with the big sword. At the same time, because the lower body was trapped by the soft and sticky soil, it was unable to adjust her center of gravity at any time according to the opponent's impact. As a result, Catherine was completely knocked out. Then he fell to the ground again. Catherine rolled around on the ground several times in a very embarrassed state. But even so, Catherine still felt a little lucky. After all, the beaver beast just rolled over at high speed like a sphere. It was just that it was bounced away. If it accidentally fell to the ground and was crushed by it, I'm afraid it would only end up with a death or death, the result of the injury. However, the beaver beast's attack was still not over. After stopping, the beaver beast, which was usually on all fours, stood upright. In an instant, the already huge beaver beast looked even bigger. The standing figure, even it gives people an invisible sense of oppression. Then the next second, the beaver beast's entire body was pressing towards Catherine like a hill. What should I do? Although it was only a short moment, it was as if something was opened in Catherine's mind, and 3 different options suddenly appeared. Catherine knew that this was absolutely impossible to happen before. Just a few days ago, Catherine was so scared that she covered her eyes because a big wild boar rushed towards her. At that time, Catherine was in danger. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was completely blank, let alone coming up with any countermeasures. But now, Catherine's brain not only did not shut down when encountering a crisis, but instead ran at high speed, taking into account several dangerous situations at the same time. The situation is obviously very dangerous, but the brain can think faster than usual. This is probably the result of being in danger many times these days. Right. Catherine couldn't help but think. But, if it's Mr. Cat is so, what decision will you make at this time? There were 3 options before Catherine. The first option is to get up from the ground before the huge beaver beast's body is pressed down, and then avoid it. That's definitely not possible. I'm afraid that before I even have time to get up from the ground, the other party will have already pressed on me. Time doesn't allow it. The second option is to immediately raise the giant bone sword in your hand to block the beaver beast's move. It probably won't work. The move that Beavermon uses its entire body weight to press down is very powerful. Whether it can be blocked or not is not important. Even if it is blocked, it will fall into absolute passivity. I'm afraid the next battle it will be difficult to fight back, and you will only get beaten. Then the third option is not to get up in a hurry, but to use rolling to avoid the beaver beast's attack, and then get up to look for opportunities to counterattack. Yes, Mr. Cat will definitely do the same. At the same moment, Catherine's body reacted immediately. While rolling to one side, the beaver beast's huge body also pressed down. Boom! Like the earth shaking. Catherine felt that even the earth was shaking. This even made Catherine think, if I were standing instead of lying down, I might even be unstable on my feet. Fortunately, I made the decision to roll to avoid first. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 46 Hunting. Beaver Beast. 4. It's really good. Although there was a little hesitation, she was able to make the right choice quickly. This woman is really talented. Meow. Seeing this scene, Wenlong felt more and more that Catherine's talent was not just strength, but maybe some intuition that could make correct judgments when dealing with crisis. Then it will take a long time for Beavermon to get up again after using this move. If it were me, I should be able to counterattack now. Just as Wenlong was thinking this, almost the same thought came to Catherine's mind. If it were Mr. Cat, he would have seized the time to fight back by now. Right? With this thought in mind, Catherine tried her best to get up from the ground as quickly as possible. However, looking at the beaver beast, it was not so easy to think about it now because it was thrown down with too much force. Stand up, raise your hand, raise your sword, and then drop the big sword in your hand. Catherine performed all the movements in one go without any sloppiness, fully demonstrating the results of her previous training. But the beaver beast had just gotten up from the ground again, and it was already too late to escape. This smart beast could only raise its forearm, preparing to block Catherine's blow with its claws. Ah! Catherine shouted. The heavy giant bone sword slashed down, and the beaver beast's claws came up from bottom to top. The two collided with each other, and Wenlong saw a stream of blood coming from the beaver beast's front paws, gushing out. Taking a closer look, I found that the beaver beast's originally wide and sharp front claws not only failed to block Catherine's sword, but were cut off, and the blood flew out along with the cut-off piece. However, Catherine's big sword did not stop, but after a slight delay, it continued to fall. Catherine's hands and body strength did not relax at all because she cut off one of the beaver beast's front paws, but instead keep up the good work. Seeing that the huge bone sword in Catherine's hand was about to fall on the beaver beast's head, but the beaver beast, which had lost one of its front paws, immediately turned around, and the result was that the big sword that should have fallen on the beaver beast's head changed. It landed on the beaver beast's left shoulder, and with the sound of the shoulder blade breaking, the giant bone sword actually cut into the beaver beast's shoulder. Great! I finally hit it. Although the blow was not fatal, Catherine was still happy that she was able to hit the target. As for Wenlong, who had been standing aside to watch the battle, he just silently pulled out his two swords from his back and walked towards the river. It's a pity, but it's done very well for a newcomer. Naya, on the other hand, the beaver beast had one of its claws cut off and its own shoulder was also chopped off. This undoubtedly made the beaver beast truly realize the strength of the woman in front of him. Then the beaver beast let out a cry of pain, and at the same time, the other uninjured front paw swung towards Catherine, which forced Catherine to draw her sword and defend herself. As a result, as soon as Catherine drew out her sword, the beaver beast, which seemed to be trying to counterattack out of anger, immediately retracted its claws and began to turn around and run away crazily. Although Beaverman's left shoulder has been injured, the speed of Beaverman running wildly with all his strength is not too slow. And more importantly, the place where Beaverman and Catherine fought is not far from the river bank. As long as he runs 20, you can dive back into the water at a distance of several meters. And once in the water, Catherine will be helpless against the beaver beast. Although Catherine's speed may be slightly faster than that of a beaver that has an injured shoulder. In such a short distance, can Catherine really catch up with the beaver that is trying to escape back into the water? Of course Catherine knew in her heart that the answer must be no. Oops! I'm running away! At this moment, Catherine thought so. But soon Catherine changed her mind. Because at this time, Catherine found a familiar figure standing by the river. Standing on the bank of the river with his back to the river was Wenlong holding two swords. Wenlong raised one hand and pointed the direction of the blade towards the beaver beast, while the other hand drew in front of himself a horizontal line. Beast, if you dare to cross this line, I want you to look good. Meow, Wenlong said, as if it understood what Wenlong was saying. The beaver beast hesitated for a moment, stopped again, then turned its back and faced Catherine again, who was rushing towards him. Because he is smart, he knows which side is strong and which side is weak, and attacks the weak. That's all. The beaver beast turned around, and its first offensive move was to use its uninjured front paw to lift up a piece of dirt and throw it towards Catherine's position. But this time, Catherine already had the previous experience. He immediately did a side roll and dodged the flying clod of dirt. No matter how stupid I am, I can't do the same move twice in a row. Catherine felt a little proud in her heart. But in less than a second, another piece of soil flew over. But this time, it was a block of dirt thrown by the beaverman's tail. Catherine once again dodged with a side roll. For 2 consecutive dodges, Catherine kept her body diagonally in front of the beaver beast as Wenlong said. In this way, the beaver beast had to readjust the direction of its body if it wanted to throw clods of soil again. This undoubtedly caused giving Catherine more time to react. The 2 consecutive throws of soil were dodged, which made the beaver beast realize that his move seemed to have lost its effect. After the second throw missed, the beaver beast immediately made the decision to continue running away. Of course, The beaver beast did not choose to escape towards the river guarded by Wenlong, but ran towards the depths of the forest with trees. As for Catherine, seeing the beaver beast running away again, naturally she immediately picked up her sword and chased him. Do you want to run away this time? As long as you don't run into the river, I can catch up with you. Just as Catherine thought. Not long after, the distance between Catherine and the beaver beast was shortened to only 2 or 3 meters. With a little more effort, Catherine could catch up with the beaver beast, and then use her rather proud vertical slash. This time, Catherine believed that if the beaver beast was hit by her vertical slash again, it would completely lose its ability to fight. It's still a little bit close. It's a little bit close. Okay, it'll be done soon. Just when Catherine was about to use her vertical slash again, suddenly Catherine heard the sound of squeak. There were some strange sounds, and Catherine didn't even react at first. But when Catherine realized it, she realized that a big tree was falling down just above her head. Beaver beasts can use tools to fight to some extent. At this moment, Catherine suddenly remembered that Wenlong seemed to have said this before. Chapter 47 Beaver Beasts Plot. When Wenlong was still playing games, he had seen the power of creatures like beaver beasts. Although the attack power and anti-strike ability are not as good as the big wild boar king, and the speed and group combat ability are not as good as the blue speed dragon king, the rich attack method still left a deep impression on Wenlong at the time. And these attack methods, what impressed Wenlong the most was the way beaver beasts sometimes bite tree trunks with their teeth, and then swing the trunks to attack. At that time, Wenlong felt that he could use tree trunks to build dams, and also use tree trunks to fight. This undoubtedly shows that the beaver beast has a high IQ. And precisely because Wenlong had realized this a long time ago. When Wenlong saw Catherine chasing the beaver beast into the woods, Wenlong knew that something was wrong. Beavermon wouldn't run to a place like that for no reason. Thinking this way, Wenlong began to speed up and catch up, because Wenlong knew that Catherine, who was inexperienced, probably couldn't see through the beaver beast's plan. Sure enough, Wenlong's idea came true. Just when Catherine was chasing the beaver beast ran into the forest. When it passed by a big tree, it used its sharp teeth to bite it off. The trunk of the big tree fell, and the big tree fell down in the direction of Catherine. If only a big tree fell, Catherine could probably block it with her sword. But at the same moment, the beaver beast also reacted immediately. And the beaver beast that was still running away suddenly turned around again. He came forward and rushed towards Catherine. This is equivalent to the beaver beast's claws, and the fallen tree forming 2 attacks at Catherine from different directions at the same time. No matter which one Catherine uses her big sword to defend, she will be mercilessly attacked by the other. And Catherine wanted to escape, but she also found that she had been running with all her strength just now. Due to inertia, there was no way to stop immediately. I'm probably going to get hit no matter what, Catherine thought to herself. Obviously Mr. Cat has reminded me, but I still didn't notice it. Faced with this situation, Catherine, who was somewhat self-blaming, could only make a choice to defend against attacks from one direction. Then after a short decision, Catherine chose to use her big sword to defend against the beaver beast that was attacking from the front. As for the big tree trunk falling from her head, Catherine chose to turn a blind eye. Since we have the armor made by Granny Reese, getting hit by a big tree shouldn't be a big problem, Catherine thought with such luck. However, at this moment, Catherine suddenly heard Wenlong's familiar complaining voice again. Stupid woman. You are already stupid. And if you get hit on the head, wouldn't you be hopeless? Meow. Ah, Mr. Cat, I am not stupid. Because the situation was urgent, Catherine could only retort in her heart. Because at this moment, the beaver beast had already attacked, and the uninjured claw swung over at once. But Catherine blocked the attack with the big sword in her hand without any accident. However, the big tree that was originally expected to fall from above did not appear. Catherine just felt her shoulder sink, as if something fell on it. Taking advantage of the gap to block the beaver beast's attack, Catherine turned around and saw that it was Wenlong standing on her shoulders holding 2 swords. Then she looked at the tree trunk that fell next to her, which had been broken into 2 pieces. Catherine immediately understood what had just happened. It was Wenlong who stood on Catherine's shoulders and cut the fallen tree trunk into 2 sections. The 2 trunk sections changed their original trajectories and landed on both sides of Catherine's body. In the end, Catherine was not hurt at all. Thank you so much, Mr. Cat, Catherine said. Humph, I don't need you to thank me. Anyway, let's get rid of this prey quickly. Meow. Okay, alright. Catherine looked forward again. In front of her was the beaver beast that had lost its fighting spirit. The beaver beast, who originally thought he could succeed, did not expect that Wenlong would kill him halfway and change the situation, because he knew that it was impossible to gain any advantage with 1 against 2. So the beaver beast had only one way out at this time. That is to run away again. However, this time Catherine did not give Beavermon another chance. Facing the beaver beast that was trying to escape again, Catherine immediately took a step forward and chased after him. Slash vertically. This cut happened to hit the left hind leg of the beaver beast, although it was only scratched by the tip of the sword. The huge destructive power of the big sword still caused the running beaver beast to lose its balance and fall to the left. The injured beaver fell to the ground and screamed in pain. At this time, even Catherine, who had little experience, knew that the beaver had no way to escape. The left front paw and left hind leg were injured. In this situation, let alone escaping, even standing up again would be difficult. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Catherine raised the sword in her hand again. Final blow. Catherine was confident that this final blow would seal the beaver's fate. Stop! 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 Stupid woman! What are you doing? Meow! Suddenly Wenlong shouted, causing Catherine to put down the sword in her hand. What's wrong? Mr. Cat? Catherine didn't know what she had done wrong. It was clear that as long as the sword was struck, the beaver beast would definitely die. As for why it stopped again, it was really unclear. Oh meow! Don't you understand? The fur of this beaver beast is of the finest quality. You are cutting it vertically like this. Do you have to cut a complete piece of fur into 2 pieces? Catherine imagined the situation in her mind when she slashed with the sword, and found that what Wenlong said seemed to be correct. The power of the big sword is astonishing. It can even cut off bones with 1 strike, not to mention how ragged the fur will become. So, Mr. Cat, what should I do now? Catherine asked. Leave this final blow to me. Meow! As Wenlong said this, he walked towards the beaver beast that was lying on the ground and struggling in pain. I see you are in quite a lot of pain, so let me finish you off. Meow! After saying that, Wenlong inserted both knives into the beaver beast's throat, and then violently tore it open. After a while, the beast that was struggling just lost its strength and finally lay motionless on the ground. After winning, Catherine stood there blankly, feeling no joy at all. It took a while for Catherine to react. Ah! Mr. Cat, this is my prey. I should give it the final blow. Chapter 48. Decline first and then advance. Failed. If the full score is 100 points, your evaluation of this hunting will only be 50 points at most. Meow! Wenlong said this very seriously while instructing Catherine to strip the materials from the dead beaver beast. Hey, Mr. Cat, how could this happen? You don't even have 60 points? Catherine suddenly became very depressed after hearing Wenlong's evaluation of herself. Of course not. How can this be considered a passing grade? Wenlong continued. The first time, because I didn't consider the location of the beaver beast. I almost let the beaver beast run back into the river. This is considered a failure. Once. Later, because he didn't notice, the beaver beast chewed up a big tree and almost hit his head with the tree. This is the second failure. It's totally impossible. Meow! Mr. Cat purr. Wenlong noticed that tears were already welling up in Catherine's eyes. Then Wenlong changed the topic and said again, but as a newcomer hunting beaver beasts for the first time, it's still pretty good. If you practice more, it's not impossible to improve. Meow. Really? Really? Catherine's mood suddenly became high again. Of course it's true. When have I told lies? In short, you have to hunt. Hunt. Keep hunting. Only in this way can you accumulate experience. Continuously upgrade. Surpass your brother. And become a man second only to me. The second best hunter in the world. Meow. Okay. Mr. Cat. I must become the second best hunter in the world after Mr. Cat. Catherine looked very motivated. Well, that's it. Meow. That's the good thing about a simple woman. She will believe whatever you say. Wenlong thought to himself. However, although Wenlong rated Catherine's hunting evaluation as failing, Wenlong knew clearly that as a newcomer who had just entered the hunter field for a few days, it was already very good for Catherine to be able to do this. Although there are still some carelessness and lack of experience, it has reached the level where it will not lose to the beaver beast in a head-on fight. Moreover, if Catherine is allowed to hunt the big boar king with a more single attack method, I'm afraid Catherine won't have any problems either. But Wenlong, who understood this, did not want to praise Catherine's achievements prematurely, but deliberately belittled them, because Wenlong knew that as a newcomer, the most taboo thing is premature pride and complacency. Therefore, Wenlong adopted the method of suppressing first and then promoting. He first pointed out Catherine's shortcomings to make her realize her own shortcomings, and then encouraged her to prevent her from losing confidence. Otherwise, if Catherine is praised first, then with Catherine's somewhat careless and simple character, it is very likely that she will be so complacent that she will not be able to listen to subsequent criticisms. In just a short time, Catherine had finished stripping the beaver beast of its material. Various materials were classified and stacked together, including the skull of the beaver, the teeth of the beaver, the claws of the beaver, and the spine of the beaver. However, the most eye-catching thing among them was the beaver, the skin of the beast. Unlike the rough and gray skin of the giant wild boar king, the skin of the beaver beast is much brighter and smoother. Not only that, the fur is also softer and has better thermal insulation properties. All this is determined by the living environment of two different species. The coat of the big boar king is gray and rough mainly because the big boar king often rolls in the mud and often rubs against the bark of trees to remove dirt and parasites. The beaver beast is different. The beaver beast lives in the water for more than half of its time. In order to adapt to the water environment, its fur is naturally smoother and tighter, which can reduce the resistance of the water flow. At the same time, because the temperature in the river is low, it is difficult to stay in the water for a long time. In the water, in order to maintain body temperature and prevent excessive heat consumption, the beaver's fur naturally has better thermal insulation properties. So from the beginning of hunting this beaver beast, Wenlong had thought about the use of the beaver beast's fur. Mr. Cat, what are you going to use these beaver beast materials for? Are you asking Granny Reese to help us build a set of equipment again? After stripping the materials, Catherine asked Wenlong. It's true that you can use it to make equipment, and you can also use it to sell to merchants. However, the reddish-brown fur of this beaver beast has a use that we urgently need at the moment. Meow! What is the usage? Of course, I take it back to the cave and use it as a cushion on the bed. Meow! Wenlong continued. Look, this fur is soft and smooth, and our cave is a bit cold, so it would be much more comfortable with this fur cushion. Otherwise, you will always sleep on a simple bed made of stones and soil. It will be uncomfortable to sleep, and it will be troublesome if you get rheumatism. Meow! That's right, Mr. Cat. After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine couldn't help but touch the beaver beast's fur. It was indeed warm and soft, especially when you run your fingers through the beaver's hair. The soft feeling is simply irresistible. If Mr. Cat hadn't reminded me, I would have almost chopped such a fine piece of fur into pieces. I didn't expect the beaver's fur to be so comfortable to the touch. Of course, my taste is absolutely trustworthy, Wenlong replied proudly. But if you want to use this fur to make a bed, you need to do a little processing. Meow! Take care of it. Well, after all, if it is not tanned, it will easily rot over time. As he spoke, Wenlong picked up the entire stripped beaver fur and walked to the river. Then he dipped the fur in his hand into the water and vigorously scrubbed away the blood and grease on the inside of the fur. Oh! It turns out that Mr. Cat can also handle fur. Catherine couldn't help but cast an admiring look at Wenlong. Humph! There's nothing I can't do, Wenlong said. Although he said so, Wenlong knew in his heart that he actually didn't know how to handle fur. After all, the beast's pelts in the game do not need to be processed before being stored, even if they are just peeled off and placed in the warehouse for a month. The system will not let them rot. But this is reality, not a game. So Wenlong knows that this fur still needs to be dealt with a little bit. Otherwise it cannot be stored for too long. Fortunately, Wenlong had read some knowledge about this on the internet before, so he started to learn and sell it, pretending to be a demonstration, and started processing the fur of the beaver beast. Chapter 49. Synthesizing Strong Traveling Drugs 1. Due to insufficient materials on hand, Wenlong was unable to strictly follow the process steps to process such a large piece of fur. Just clean the fur first. Then take it out, and use the salt you carry with you to marinate the meat surface of the fur. And then hang the marinated fur in the shade of a tree not far away to slowly dry. In this way, it can not only maintain the softness of the fur, but also play a certain antiseptic role. In fact, the process originally required soaking in alkaline water, but Wenlong omitted this process. Although the alkaline solution only requires a few pieces of soap from Catherine, who likes bathing, and then dissolve it in the water. Wenlong did not have a water tank at hand that could be used to soak such a large piece of fur. And considering the time, not cost-effective either. It doesn't take several years to get a pelt anyway. There are a lot of beavers around here. Let's get a better one when we have the conditions. Meow. Wenlong thought this way. After processing the beaver beast's fur, while waiting for the fur to dry, Wenlong set his sights on the remaining pile of beaver beast's fresh meat. Claws and bones can be used as materials for making equipment. So what can this pile of fresh meat be used for? Meow? Wenlong thought this way. Because I have hunted many large wild boars before, it can be said that the meat in Wenlong Bao has reached a quite sufficient storage quantity. And these meats have been salted in advance, and can be stored for a long time. It will not deteriorate over a period of time. In addition, there are many wild animals in the forest, and it is not difficult for a hunter to obtain meat. Therefore, facing this large amount of fresh meat, Wenlong did not particularly want it. But if you just throw it away, it would seem like a waste. Suddenly, Wenlong seemed to have thought of something. No! The fresh meat in the game can also be used to make important materials for synthesizing the forcible drug. It should be possible here, too. I almost forgot. Meow! Wenlong remembered that the force-taking medicine in the game was a special medicine that kept the hunter's physical strength from decreasing for a period of time. For some hunter professions that rely more on physical strength to carry out attacks, the value of this kind of medicine, called forcing medicine, can be said to be very high, and the supply on the market often exceeds demand. Items that are in short supply in the game should be sold at a good price in Milad Village. Moreover, I also need this item when I use my double swords. Thinking of this, Wenlong immediately said to Catherine, Hey! Woman! Hurry up! Set up the barbecue grill. Grill the barbecue for 2 people until it's fully cooked for lunch, and grill the rest until it's half cooked. Meow! Except for lunch. Is it okay to bake everything until half cooked? Catherine was a little puzzled. Generally speaking, the meat that you usually eat will taste better if it is roasted until it is fully cooked. Although some people like to eat half-cooked meat with blood, it is difficult to preserve it if you roast so much half-cooked meat at one time. After all, meat can easily expire and go bad if not processed. Anyway, just do as I said. Now I have some things to do and go around. Woman, you can barbecue here in peace. Meow. Oh, okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded and began to take out the flint and barbecue grill from her bag. By the way, it should be okay to roast the meat until it's half cooked. Right. Can you control the heat well? Meow? Before leaving, Wenlong still looked a little worried. No problem, Mr. Cat. Catherine replied affirmatively, with a rare look of confidence on her face. When my brother was still here, the only thing I could do to help him was to wait for him before he came back. A delicious dinner is ready. After saying that, Catherine's face showed some loneliness again. Well, that's good. Wenlong recalled that when he first asked Catherine to break down the ingredients of the big wild boar, Catherine directly chopped the ribs of the big wild boar into sections, saying that she was going to make braised pork ribs. At that time, I was even scolded by myself for this matter. Then just have a good barbecue here and wait for me to come back. If you are in danger, just shout for help. I won't go too far, and I will be back soon. Naya. Like a nagging old woman, Wenlong told Catherine some things that needed attention. And then he picked up his backpack and walked towards the forest not far away. Really? When did I become so fond of worrying about others? Wenlong thought as he walked. There are 2 kinds of materials that Wenlong wants to collect in the woods this time. One is the honey of natural wild bees. Wenlong had used some of this kind of honey before when preparing the recovery medicine G. But the honey collected at that time, the quantity is not large, and has been basically used up now. The other type is an insect called a bitter insect, which is said to have a very bitter taste, but is very beneficial to the human body. These 2 materials are relatively common materials in Xiaofeng Valley. That's why Wenlong left Catherine behind and stepped into the forest alone to start searching. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wenlong to see a large wild bee's honeycomb hanging on the trunk of a big tree, the size of 3 human heads. The honeycomb is surrounded by dense numbers of wild bees. Good luck. Meow! After seeing the wild bee's honeycomb, Wenlong began to find some semi-dry branches nearby, then piled them under the honeycomb, piled some hay on it, and then lit it with flint. The flint ignited the dry grass, and the fire suddenly started, and the half-dry branches began to emit a lot of thick smoke directly towards the wild nest above. After a while, the wild bees in the wild hives began to be unable to stand the smoke and began to fly away from their hives in groups. When the wild bees were almost gone, Wenlong came closer, cut the honeycomb open with a knife, and squeezed the honey inside into the jar that had been prepared. In addition, Wenlong also placed a thin piece of gauze at the mouth of the bottle, so that the honey can flow directly into the jar through the gauze, while some impurities are filtered out by the gauze. What finally flows into the bottle is some golden pure wild bee honey. TSK. TSK. This golden color. Every time I see it, I can't help but want to take a bite. Meow. Although he had such thoughts, Wenlong still held back. After all, although honey is good, its value can be doubled after being blended into potions such as the strong medicine and the recovery medicine G. The benefits brought to Wenlong at that time will be beyond what can be compared with stealing a little bit at this time. After a while, a bottle of honey was collected. Wenlong looked carefully and found that there seemed to be some honey that had not flowed out of the honeycomb. So he took out another bottle and continued collecting according to the previous method. So, by the time the honey in the honeycomb was basically squeezed out, Wenlong had already collected 2 full jars of honey. Chapter 50. Synthesizing Strong Traveling Drugs 2. Great harvest! Meow! Looking at the 2 golden bottles of pure wild bee honey in his hands, Wenlong couldn't help but talk to himself happily. However, although the honey has been collected, Wenlong still needs to find another material, which is bitter insects. At this time, Wenlong was somewhat grateful that he had gone to the grocer to buy some collection tools when he was in Milad village, and this included an insect net for catching insects. As for the bitter insects, they should be found around here. Since they are not high-level insects, they shouldn't be too hard to find. Meow. So Wenlong put the collected honey into his backpack and began to search for traces of bitter insects. Wenlong still remembered that when he used to play games, wherever there were insects, there would be yellow-green fluorescence flashing, and such places were usually filled with a variety of insects. Therefore, if you use an insect catching net to catch, you can generally catch several different insects. As a result, after walking in the forest for a while, Wenlong found some places with yellow-green fluorescence in a low bush. Okay, this should be it. I wonder if there are any bitter insects. Wenlong held the insect catching net tightly in his hand, and then cautiously began to approach the area that was shining with yellow-green light, for fear of disturbing the insects prematurely and allowing them to escape. Just like this, he slowly approached without making any noise. When he was able to reach it with the insect net, Wenlong raised the insect net in his hand, and then slammed it down. Don't run away at all. Meow! After the net was lowered, Wenlong immediately saw several moving things in the insect net beating non-stop, while others escaped. However, Wenlong did not give these bugs a chance. Instead, he waited until the bug net completely caught the bugs in the grass. Wenlong used his other hand to hold down the exit of the bug net, slowly pulled it back, and then used half of the net to catch the bugs. The transparent cloth bag catches the outlet of the insect net, and all the insects caught in the net are poured into the bag. At this time, Wenlong had time to carefully observe the situation in the bag. Let me see what kind of bugs we caught. Through the translucent cloth bag, the most conspicuous thing inside is a kind of insect with yellow-green light. It is also the yellow-green light that Wenlong could see from a distance before. This should be a light insect, Wenlong thought to himself. Although it is not a bitter insect, the light insect is also a very important insect as a material. Keep it well for now. It will be of great use in the future. Meow. Under the illumination of this yellow-green light, Wenlong gradually saw clearly the appearance of other bugs in the bag. A non-wriggling bug like an earthworm. It is said to have a lifespan of 1,000 years, which can be said to be extremely vital. Wenlong knew that this should be a kind of insect called immortal insect. Undead bug. Remember that you will need it for some high-level recovery items in the future. No matter what. Put it away first. Meow. Wenlong continued to identify the insects in the bag, and finally found an insect that looked like a beetle. In this case, it must be a bitter insect. It is said that the taste is extremely bitter, and it can even be so bitter that it reduces the player's health. Wenlong remembered that in the past, some players would use the setting that directly eating bitter insects would reduce their own health to harm themselves in the game, in order to trigger some skills that could only be triggered when the health was low. However, most of the time, bitter bugs are still used as ingredients for blending potions, although eating bitter bugs alone will reduce your health. If you mix it with something like honey and then eat it, it can effectively offset the bitter taste brought by the bitter bugs. Stimulate the special medicinal ingredients contained in bitter insects. 1, 2, 3. There are only 3 bitter insects. Wenlong carefully counted the number of bitter insects in the bag and found that there were only 3 pitiful ones. And this number was far from enough to reconcile with the large number of beaver beasts. It seems I can only go to other places to catch it. So Wenlong could only continue to search for grass with yellow-green light in the forest, and then use the same method to capture the insects. By the time Wenlong collected enough bitter insects, more than an hour had passed. It's almost time to go back now. Naya. Looking at the number of bitter insects in the bag, Wenlong nodded with satisfaction. A total of more than 30 bitter insects were collected. And not just bitter insects. The entire bag now also contained 18 light insects, 20 undead insects, and 5 spider nests were also found. Although other things except bitter insects may not be used for the time being, Wenlong knew from his original understanding of the game that these are important materials that can be used to synthesize various very practical props. And these props are likely to play an extremely important role in hunting some high-level monsters in the future. Anyway, be prepared, as long as you can use it in the future. It's not a bad thing to collect it first. It's like the saying that if you don't worry about the future, you will have to worry about the near future. Right. When Wenlong returned to the riverside, Wenlong found that Catherine had basically grilled the meat. And judging from the meat quality, it was indeed in accordance with Wenlong's requirements. Except for the barbecue the two had for lunch. Bake everything else until medium rare except for well done. Mr. Cat, the meat is already roasted. Catherine greeted Wenlong enthusiastically as soon as she saw him coming back. Well, you did a good job. Wenlong couldn't help but praise. And then asked, during the time I left, there were no other wild beasts to attack. Right. Meow? No. There were only 2 big wild boars that came to the river together. And then I drove them away, Catherine said proudly. Big wild boar. Now you are not afraid of wild beasts of this level. Recalling that Catherine was so scared when she saw the big wild boar a few days ago that she covered her eyes. Now she can easily drive away 2 big wild boars. Wenlong also felt quite relieved. So, Mr. Cat, what did you catch in the forest? Looking at the glowing cloth bag in Wenlong's hand, Catherine couldn't help but ask curiously. Want to see it? It's a good thing. Meow. When he said this, Wenlong put the cloth bag in his hand in front of Catherine's eyes. At this close distance, Catherine was finally able to see clearly the cloth bag in Wenlong's hand. What kind of stuff is inside? Chong chong. Ah! Suddenly Catherine shouted. And then she shrank back suddenly, and she was several meters away from the bag in Wenlong's hand. Wenlong laughed mischievously. Why are women so afraid of bugs? Meow. Ugh. Mr. Cat, you are bullying me again. Catherine pouted angrily, looking like she had been greatly wronged. I'm not bullying anyone. As a hunter, I will have to hunt some bug-like monsters sooner or later. I can't help but learn how to deal with them. Meow. And there are really good things here. There will be many places in need in the future. Meow. Wenlong said very seriously. Hey, is that so? Although Wenlong explained very seriously, Catherine still looked a little unbelievable. Of course it is. Now I will let you see it. As he spoke, Wenlong used a simple pair of tweezers made of 2 pieces of wood to pick out a bug that looked like a beetle from the bag. Chapter 51. Synthesizing Strong Traveling Drugs 3. This is a bitter insect. A very bitter insect. Meow. Wenlong introduced. Oh, that's disgusting. Catherine couldn't help but said. Don't judge a thing just by its appearance. Although some good things may look a little disgusting and taste bad, if they are paired with certain things, they can produce extraordinary effects. Such as this cat. As he spoke, Wenlong took out a bottle containing wild bee honey and put the golden honey together with the hairy-looking bugs, which made Catherine frown. I still prefer honey, Catherine said. Honey is indeed very good. Not only is it delicious, but its golden appearance is also very beautiful. However, this honey is also brewed by bees. If you look closely, the bees look quite scary, especially if you have seen bees. If it's a larvae, I'm afraid it would be even more difficult to accept. Naya. Catherine tilted her head and imagined it, and found that she couldn't imagine what a bee larvae looked like. Forget it. There's no point in telling you this. In short, let me help you make these half-cooked meat into a paste first. It will be needed to prepare the next thing. Meow. Made into a pulp? Well, it's like this. Meow. Wenlong spread his left hand, and held his right hand like a hammer, and struck the palm of his left hand. Seeing this action, Catherine understood in her heart. Okay, Mr. Cat. I'll do it right now. Remember to control your strength, Wenlong said half seriously. You have to do it just enough to crush the meat, but not to the point where it flies away. This is also a kind of training for your own strength control ability. You must know that a hunter's practice is ubiquitous and can be carried out at any time. Even some seemingly ordinary things can be treated as practice. Meow. Yes. No matter how difficult the practice is, I will definitely do it well. Catherine believed Wenlong's words without hesitation. So Catherine found a stone by the river that was washed away by the current and became extremely smooth and flat. Then Catherine placed a large piece of half-cooked meat on the stone, smoothed it, and placed it in place. Then Catherine raised the giant bone sword in her hand. It was obvious that he wanted to use a vertical slashing posture, but it was not the usual vertical slashing, but like Catherine had done once, turning the sword body around, not with the blade, but with the flat blade. The blade of the sword was slapped down, snapped. Not only the half-cooked meat, but also the stones underneath the half-cooked meat were turned into pieces. What made Catherine even more depressed was that due to the excessive force, flying stones and meat scraps were scattered everywhere. Yes, it can no longer be collected at all. Well, what Mr. Cat said is really difficult to practice, Catherine thought to herself. However, Catherine was not willing to give in. So Catherine found another smooth and flat stone by the river, and put the second piece of half-cooked meat on it. Control the power. Control the power. With this thought in her mind, Catherine raised the sword in her hand again, and then gently patted it down. However, this time Catherine's strength was too small, and the whole piece of half-cooked meat did not change much at all. Ah! Is the power too small again? Catherine couldn't help complaining. However, Catherine was not discouraged, but continued to test it. After about a dozen times, she finally mastered her own strength for the first time. Just as Wenlong said, it was just enough to smash the half-cooked meat on the stone into meat paste. But the stone was not damaged at all. But the next few times were a bit unstable, with some successes and some failures. But as the number of times increased, the number of successes gradually increased. About 40 times, Catherine finally reached the point where she could basically succeed. Although it's a bit wasteful, a beaver beast has hundreds of kilograms of fresh meat. There should be enough left over to mix the forcible medicine. Wenlong thought this after taking a look at the meat scraps on the ground. However, Wenlong's attention is now more focused on what he has to do now. Speaking of blending drugs, there are special blending instructions in the game. You only need to select the materials required for blending, and then press the blending command. The system will automatically generate the blended product. As for the specific blending process, how? The players don't know. But what made Wenlong feel a little strange was that, after he came to this world, he not only knew the blending formula in the game well, but also knew the detailed blending process. This was the case when blending recovery medicine G before, and now it is also the case when blending strong-moving medicine. Probably, learning the blending formula in the game is equivalent to completely mastering the entire blending process in this world. But compared to the game, blending in reality is indeed a lot more troublesome. But when I have money in the future, maybe I will master. Can you also recruit a few Elu cats to help me do these things? Meow? Although he thought that he might be able to pay others to help with such things in the future, and he could focus more on improving his hunting skills. The reality is that Wenlong currently has no way to do this, and can only do a little bit by himself. Efforts were made to concoct a rare medicine such as a strong drug. Then first use stones to crush the bitter insects into powder. Then pour the powder crushed from the bitter insects into a bottle of honey at a ratio of about 1:1, and stir it slightly at an even speed. According to the method in his memory, Wenlong executed every action accurately. Soon, after the originally golden honey was mixed with the powder of bitter insects, it gradually turned into a dark brown substance, like silt. Wenlong knew that when this dark brown mud-like object appeared, it meant that his first step had been completed, because this dark brown honey mixed with bitter insect powder can no longer be called honey, but is something called an enhancer, an auxiliary agent that can greatly enhance the effects of other substances. Next, Wenlong took some half-cooked meat paste from Catherine, and then mixed the meat paste with the black sludge in the bottle at a ratio of 1:1. He kept stirring with a clean wooden stick, and the originally very viscous sludge became even more viscous. It was not until it was so viscous that it would never fall down even if a wooden stick was inserted into it. Wenlong finally stopped stirring. Actions. At this time, a substance that was more viscous than silt and even asphalt appeared in front of Wenlong. This substance could already be regarded as a forced drug in terms of composition, but for the convenience of carrying and taking it, Wenlong still had one last step to take. Chapter 52 Witnessing the Moment of History 1. Wenlong used his claws to dig out a piece of the mixed substance that could almost be called a strong drug, then placed it in the palm of his hand and pressed it with a little force with his claws. It's like the feeling of making meatballs during the holidays at home. The sticky substance changes with the shape of the hand, and finally forms a relatively regular sphere. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to describe it as a pill. In short, it is almost a pill that can be swallowed in one bite. Then you just need to wait for it to dry slowly. Then use this waiting time to make a few more and dry them together. Meow. So Wenlong dug up another piece of black and sticky object. The originally very sticky meatballs quickly began to stick together under the blowing of the natural wind. In Wenlong's opinion, the difference between the before and after was roughly equivalent to the difference between meatballs that have not been fried and meatballs that have been fried in a frying pan. The difference between them. Half an hour later, each black pill was officially completed. Because the icon in the game is a bottle, I initially thought that the forced pill would be a solution, but I didn't expect that when I made it. It turned out like this. But now it seems that the form of the pill is more scientific. While Wenlong was thinking this, he couldn't help but pick up a black pill that had been dried and fixed in shape, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully. The force-taking medicine has been completed. Why don't you try it yourself first? Wenlong thought to himself. Even though each drug should be sold for a good price, it should not be used casually. However, blending strong-moving medicine is different from blending recovery medicine G. The materials needed to blend the recovery medicine G, whether they are herbs, blue mushrooms or honey, are all beneficial to the human body, even if they are not mixed well during the blending process. The efficacy of the medicine will be reduced at best, so there will be no major problem. The situation is different with forced medicine, because there are substances like bitter insects that may cause damage to the body. It is necessary to consider whether the neutralizing effect of honey on bitter insects has achieved a perfect effect. Otherwise, once an incident occurs that damages the hunter's body, it will have a negative impact on his reputation in Wenlong's opinion. As the saying goes, fame and wealth, fame and fortune. Once the reputation is bad, it will be difficult to make money. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. There is also a more important reason. Wenlong wants to know if he can use the effect of force-moving drugs to maintain sufficient physical strength for a certain period of time to break through his limitations as an Elu cat. In the game, a hunter only needs to use one weapon when hunting, and can achieve colorful attacks through different moves and ultimate secrets. The Elu Cat is different. In order to enrich its attack methods, the Elu Cat must carry a variety of different weapons. For example, knives and hammers for melee combat, boomerangs for long-range combat, barrel bombs that can cause explosive damage, and even recovery flutes that can restore health. There are not many types. Therefore, you can often see an Elu Cat traveling through mountains and rivers carrying various weapons and props. However, Elu Cat's seemingly diverse attack methods actually conceal the fact that Elu Cat cannot enrich its weapon moves, so it can only make up for it through the number of props. In the past, Wenlong didn't understand why there was such a gap, but after traveling through time and holding the same standard weapons as humans, Wenlong finally understood the reason. In the final analysis, it is still a difference in physical fitness. Even if Wenlong has already mastered almost all weapon moves in his mind, and even if Wenlong's strength and physical fitness are several levels higher than the average Elu Cat, he still can't make up for this gap. According to Wenlong's judgment, his strength should be equivalent to that of an ordinary adult man. But the physical fitness of an ordinary adult man is not equal to the physical fitness of a hunter. Even the lowest level of 1-star low-level or 1-star bronze-star hunter can only be achieved after considerable training, and the physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. As for those high-level hunters, the gap between them and ordinary people is even greater. It is not an exaggeration to describe the difference between them as clouds and mud. Under this disparity, Elu Cat, who is generally inferior to ordinary humans, is naturally unable to use the skills that hunters can use. But looking at it conversely, this also means that it is very likely that if Elu Cat can reach the physical fitness of a human hunter, after learning certain skills, it can also use human weapon moves. Other Elu Cats may not be able to do it, but there is no reason why I can't do it. Meow! Wenlong confirmed in his heart. In terms of strength, Wenlong is about the same level as an ordinary adult man. Naturally, he is still a little behind those well-trained hunters, and even further behind a woman like Catherine, who is born with strange strength. However, considering that the weapons Wenlong currently uses are light and fast double swords, rather than heavy weapons that focus on strength like the big sword, Wenlong believes that his current strength should be enough to use the skills of double swords line. But in terms of agility, Wenlong is much higher than ordinary humans. This is mainly due to the fact that Wenlong, as an Elu cat, is much smaller and lighter than humans. Therefore, in terms of agility attributes, Wenlong believed that he should have exceeded the level of using dual swords. But why didn't Wenlong use the dazzling double sword skills like a violent storm after becoming an Elu Cat like in previous games? Wenlong believes that the biggest problem lies in his physical attributes. If you need to increase the attack speed of the double sword to a certain level, you must enter a state called Ghost Transformation. In this state, not only the user's speed will be greatly improved, but also the attack moves will be greatly improved. It will also change and become more fierce and gorgeous. However, becoming a ghost is not without cost. The price is that it will greatly increase the physical strength of the hunter itself. So it is naturally impossible for Elu Cats, whose physical strength is not as good as that of humans. What if you use force-moving drugs? Wouldn't it just solve the problem of lack of physical strength? With such a mood, Wenlong swallowed the black pill in his hand. There is a bit of bitter taste at first, but it is not unbearable, which means that honey has a pretty good neutralizing effect on the taste of bitter insects. Then Wenlong gradually felt as if something was coming out of his body, and he became extra energetic. Oh. So this is the experience brought by forced drug taking. Can it be understood that it is actually a stimulant with excellent effects but no side effects? It's really good. Meow. Wenlong confidently pulled out the light bone swords from the scabbard and walked to the river. Catherine on the side didn't know what Wenlong wanted to do. Mr. Cat, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wenlong's excited but serious look, Catherine couldn't help but ask. Look, woman, the time to witness history has come. Meow. Wenlong took a deep breath and said loudly. Chapter 53 Witnessing the Moment of History 2. Wenlong felt that his physical strength had reached its peak, but it was not possible to activate his transformation into a ghost right away. Just like a car, no matter how good its engine is, it needs to be accelerated to increase its speed to the extreme before entering the ghost form. Wenlong still needs a certain number of slashes to bring his body to a critical state. So Wenlong slowly walked into the river, letting the water just cover his waist. Well, let's begin. Meow. With that said, Wenlong began to swing the two swords in his hands. The speed at first was not fast, and it was only the frequency of swinging the two swords. But as time went by, Wenlong's speed and frequency of swinging the two swords in his hands began to gradually increase. Once, twice, 3 times. Initially Wenlong could count 1 slash at a time. 8 times, 10 times, 12 times. Then Wenlong's counting method changed to 1 and 2 slashes. Later, Wenlong was too lazy to count anymore. Catherine on the side didn't understand what Wenlong was doing. She just watched quietly, watching Wenlong change from slow to fast, constantly cutting the water surface, and then constantly arousing water splashes, until Catherine heard Wenlong yell, Ghost Transformation! Suddenly, Catherine saw a red light coming out of Wenlong's body, and it looked like he was enveloped in a strange blood mist. Mr. Cat! Catherine also exclaimed, as if it suddenly burst out. Wenlong's speed suddenly reached a point where even the naked eye could not see clearly. The two knives that kept dancing around kept cutting the water in front of Wenlong. And then Catherine could see that the water gradually formed a whirlpool. There used to be an ancient poem that said, drawing a knife to cut off the water will flow again. But it is no longer applicable here. Wenlong's double swords have begun to continuously change the direction of the water flow. What changed next was that the vortex in front of Wenlong began to get bigger and bigger. And then the water flow began to gradually divide into 2 sides, bypassing the area in front of Wenlong as if it were alive. Catherine was stunned. Mr. Cat actually separated the water flow, Catherine murmured to herself while looking intently at the incredible scene in front of her. However, for Wenlong, the test was only halfway through. Well, that's right. The speed of swinging the sword has increased. And even when swinging the double sword at such a fast speed, I can still maintain sufficient physical strength without feeling too much fatigue. This is undoubtedly thanks to credit for taking the medicine by force. Meow. However, according to Wenlong's understanding, when transformed into a ghost, in addition to being able to draw the sword faster, he could also move faster. So after confirming that the sword swing speed reached the extreme, Wenlong began to try to move in the water. If you want to move at high speed in the water, You must use the double knives that are constantly waving at extremely fast speeds to cut the water flow in front of you like Wenlong is doing now. This is also the main purpose of Wenlong choosing to conduct the test in the river. By observing whether his double swords really separated the water flow during the movement, Wenlong could have a keen insight into whether he was still maintaining the ghost-like speed of the double swords in his hands when moving, instead of purely improving it. The movement speed ignores the wielding of the double swords. Facts have proved that Wenlong did it. The body moved in the river with more flexible movements than before, but the river in front of him still remained separated by the two swords. He was obviously in the river, but it seemed as if he was walking on flat ground. This is enough to prove that while the movement speed is increased, the speed of wielding the double swords is still not affected. Yes, it's simply better than expected. Now let's test the special skills in the ghost human state. Meow! Spiral avoidance. This is a skill that integrates attack and avoidance, which can ensure that you can avoid the enemy's attack while attacking the enemy. It is named because it looks like two double knives rotating around the hunter's body. In essence, the hunter opens his arms and rotates his body to cut the enemy. It can be said to be a very practical trick. However, this time, Wenlong found that he did not use the spin evasion, but instead turned it into a very ordinary attack. Oh meow! What's going on? Is it because my memory of spin avoidance cannot be directly used in my current body? Although there was a moment of doubt, Wenlong quickly discovered the problem, because Wenlong found that his just full physical strength suddenly began to become a little insufficient. Because of the excitement, even if he kept moving, he could still go on is the state of constantly attacking without feeling tired. The fatigue that pressed down like a mountain forced Wenlong to slow down. The river water that had been separated by the two knives immediately returned to its original state, leaving only the two light bone knives in Wenlong's hands that continued to stir up waves in the river. Damn it! The effect of the force drug has expired. The duration of the effect is actually shorter than in the game. Although there was no time to test the various powerful moves in the ghost human state, this test was already quite good for Wenlong. Even this is enough to be called a historic moment. No matter what, I should be regarded as the first Elu cat in the world that can enter the ghost human state. Meow! When he thought of this, Wenlong, who was still a little regretful, began to feel proud again. At the same time, Wenlong also began to think about how to make the most of the special effects brought by the force drug. Because the time is too short, it is impossible to use it every time when hunting, and it is impossible to maintain this state from beginning to end when hunting. However, if it is used as a prop to reverse the situation at a critical moment, it's pretty good too. Meow! After confirming this idea, Wenlong began to have a sense of accomplishment in his heart that ordinary people could not achieve. At this time, Catherine also ran over. The excited Catherine hugged Wenlong and said excitedly, Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! What did you just do? You look so awesome! Can I learn it too? You? Wenlong blew his beard and put on a condescending and contemptuous expression. You are using a big sword. It is impossible to do it. Meow. However, what Wenlong was thinking in his mind was, if you, a person with a big sword, could learn the moves of these two swords, wouldn't it be a big deal? If it were in the game, it would probably be enough to be called. Is it a bug that destroys the balance? Chapter 54 Future Plans. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that Wenlong and Catherine decided to return to the cave to rest. Looking back on this day, not only did I hunt a beaver beast and extract some pretty good materials, but I also mixed 20 powerful pills, which was quite a harvest. In fact, according to the amount of bitter insects and honey in Wenlong's hands, Wenlong could have concocted more force medicine. But after thinking about it carefully, Wenlong decided to temporarily keep part of the bitter insects for future use. Use it when needed. If there are 20 forcible pills, sell 10 of them and keep 10 for your own use. It should be enough for the time being. In addition, there is also the fur of the beaver beast, which is dead because of the strong wind on the river. It seems to be almost dry in one day, so it can be laid in the cave tonight. Oh, by the way, we can pick some wild fruits and vegetables when we go back. There seems to be some wild peppers on the way that we can also pick for seasoning. After all, just eating barbecue every day is not good for the body. It is too nutritious. Single, if you want to be an excellent hunter, you will never be able to do it without a good body. Meow. Vegetables? Eggplant and cucumber are my favorite, but I don't like peppers. Bang! Wenlong jumped up and knocked Catherine on the head. You can't become an excellent hunter if you don't even dare to eat peppers. Meow. What does becoming a hunter have to do with eating chili peppers? Catherine expressed confusion. You will know later. Stupid woman. Meow. In this way, Catherine and Wenlong put all the materials for this hunting into the poisonous monster bird skin bag, and then carried the skin bag on their backs. The two of them walked back while chatting about how they would live in the cave in the future. Because they had collected some wild fruits and vegetables on the way. When the two returned to the cave, the sun had already set, and it was just time for dinner. So Wenlong went to prepare dinner, while Catherine was responsible for setting up the bed. Before that, the so-called bed where Wenlong and Catherine slept was actually a place slightly more than 20 centimeters above the ground made of stones and soil. It can only slightly distinguish it from the surrounding ground. In fact, it is not much different from the ground. But when Catherine put the beaver skin on it, the so-called bed really looked like a bed for the first time. Mr. Cat, I want to be the first to try sleeping, Catherine said. Go to sleep. The bed is for sleeping anyway. Before Wenlong finished speaking, Catherine had taken off her armor and laid down on her. Wow, Mr. Cat, the bed covered with beaver fur is really comfortable. Even more comfortable than the bed in the hotel in Milad Village. The excited Catherine couldn't help but roll around on the bed. Humph! A little girl is prone to making a fuss and getting so excited over trivial things. Can't she be a little more mature and steady? Forget it. She has been sleeping in the open air for the past few days, and she really hasn't slept well. Seeing Catherine's excited expression looks like this, Wenlong complained in his heart. But seeing Wenlong still concentrating on cooking dinner, Catherine said, Mr. Cat, why don't you try it too? This bed is really comfortable. I don't need it. The barbecue is not ready yet. It would be bad if it burns. Meow. Although Wenlong said this, at some point, Catherine had already come around behind Wenlong, and then hugged Wenlong. It doesn't matter. Just for a while. The barbecue won't burn. Then Catherine carried Wenlong to the bed. Oh. It's so comfortable. It's much more comfortable than the hotel bed. Meow. The moment he touched the soft beaver fur, Wenlong was so excited that he rolled around on the bed, completely forgetting what he was doing before, complaining about Catherine. After all, even though Wenlong had known that beaver fur was very good for making sheets, he didn't really feel the comfort until he experienced it himself. After rolling on the bed for a while in excitement, Wenlong suddenly thought of something. He lay quietly on his back on the beaver skin bed and stared blankly at the top of the cave. Is this the life I want? A more exciting hunting life than working 9 to 5 in the city? There are no supermarkets, no computers, no internet, no TVs, no mobile phones. It seems that all the things that I couldn't live without are gone. But I don't seem to miss those things very much. I just don't know what happened to my parents, classmates, and friends on Earth. Did I die? Or did I become a vegetative state and couldn't wake up? Really, I've only been away from home for a few days, and I'm already thinking about this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Wenlong actually found himself feeling a little melancholy. Hey, Mr. Cat, what's wrong with you? Are you thinking about something? Catherine asked from the side, probably because she noticed something was wrong with Wenlong. No, it's nothing, Wenlong quickly denied, and then asked, Oh, by the way, woman, do you regret leaving home? Meow? Wenlong suddenly asked. Regret? Well, I mean, it's warmer at home than in this cold cave. Right. It's easier to get food. Right. You won't be as tired as you are now. Right. There are some friends I've known before. So it's okay. Visiting each other. No, Catherine said. As long as Mr. Cat is here, I feel like there won't be any problems. Or even if there are any problems, they can be solved. Am I so reliable? Wenlong thought to himself. When I was attacked by a big wild boar. If it weren't for you, Mr. Cat, I almost died, Catherine continued. After that time, I felt that Mr. Cat, like my brother, was a very gentle person. Really? Why has no girl ever said that to me before when I was still a human? Wenlong complained in his heart again. So, compared to the home where I am alone now, a place with Mr. Cat like my brother is more like home. Because Mr. Cat is my family. Even my brother. If he knew that I am now, if you are with Mr. Cat, you will definitely be happy. Right. Besides, I think this cave is quite nice. There is a river in front and a large open space. The cave is warm in winter and cool in summer. Ha 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 ha. Wenlong suddenly laughed. Mr. Cat? Wenlong said loudly. Of course. How could the place I chose be bad? You can fish in the river in front. You can grow some herbs and vegetables in the open space in the future. There are so many wildflowers on the mountain. You can also keep bees in the future, and some ores can also be dug in this mountain. Maybe there will be precious minerals. When we have money in the future, we will build a big house on the mountain. And this cave can also be used as a storage room. What kind of food? Herbs, furs, and bones of wild beasts can all be piled in here. I have already thought about this from the first day. Meow. Oh, Mr. Cat is the best. Suddenly, Wenlong felt that without a woman like Catherine who stayed by his side and listened to his bragging, his life in this world would be a lot less fun. Unknowingly, Wenlong's previous melancholy was swept away. Chapter 55 More Practice. Although the dinner is still barbecue, the meat slices wrapped in fresh vegetable leaves have a richer taste than simple barbecue. Coupled with the after-dinner fruits, the nutrition is also more balanced. After dinner, after taking a short rest, Catherine began to pick up the giant bone sword and practice vertical slashing again. She seems to be used to practicing whenever she has free time. Well, I didn't expect this woman to be quite motivated. Wenlong, who was watching from the side, thought, but I've almost practiced Zongjian, and I should teach some more. Are there any other tricks? With this thought, Wenlong picked up a branch from the ground, walked to Catherine, and made a pause gesture to signal Catherine to stop practicing first. Well done. I'm very pleased to see that you can use your free time to practice with me, Wenlong said. So now I will teach you another move. Meow. Great, Mr. Cat. Catherine immediately showed a look of joy. I want to learn the double swords you used this afternoon. Snapped. Before Catherine could finish her words, Wenlong mercilessly hit Catherine on the head with a branch. You can't learn those advanced moves. What you have to learn now are the basics. Do you understand the basics? Meow. Wenlong scolded. Not good. Well, Wenlong thought for a moment. Since you have basically mastered the two skills of the great sword, vertical slash and defense, let me teach you how to slash horizontally. Meow. Horizontal slash? Well, horizontal slash. As you can tell from the name, horizontal slash is to sweep the big sword across. Compared with vertical slash, the activation speed of horizontal slash will be slower. But the advantage is also obvious. That is, having vertical slash can't comparable attack range. Meow. Attack range? That is to say, how large an area can your attack cover? It will be a good choice when dealing with a large number of monsters. Often a single horizontal slash can clear out an area of monsters. It is a move suitable for dealing with multiple targets. Meow. Oh. Watch carefully. Meow. Just like when he was teaching vertical cutting before, Wenlong picked up the branch in his hand as a big sword and started to demonstrate. Wenlong stepped out with his foot. His body turned accordingly, and the branch in his hand swept over, sweeping out a fan-shaped afterimage in front of his body. Wow! Mr. Cat, you are so powerful even if you are a tree branch. Humph! Who do you think I am? But unlike the vertical slash, the focus of the horizontal slash is on the waist. You need to use the power of the waist to drive the entire body to rotate, and then sweep the sword across. Do you understand? Meow? After the demonstration, Wenlong was afraid that Catherine might not understand something, so he explained the key points again. Okay, Mr. Cat. So Catherine also tried to swing the sword like Wenlong, but Wenlong interrupted the sword halfway. Attention! The focus is on the waist. No matter how strong the hands are, can they be compared to the strength of the waist? Don't just use the strength of the hands. The waist must also move together, so as to maximize the strength. Meow! Okay. Okay. After hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine quickly corrected her posture. After trying a few more times, Catherine's movements gradually became standard. Seeing that there was basically no problem with Catherine's posture, Wenlong, as before, set another practice number of 500 horizontal slashes for Catherine. However, unlike the first time she practiced vertical slashing, Catherine did not complain at all this time, but naturally accepted the 500 training time set by Wenlong. 500 times? No problem, Catherine said, and then started to count to herself while performing horizontal cuts. Once, twice, 3 times. I accepted it so easily. Should I consider increasing the amount of training? Thinking like this, Wenlong began to carefully observe Catherine's reaction when she swung the sword, and indeed found some differences from before. Obviously in the past, Catherine would sweat after swinging the sword dozens of times. and her breath would become a little short. But this time there seemed to be no such change, and she showed more ease. All in all, it is much more relaxed than before. Before I became a hunter, I was always favored by my brother, so I didn't have much chance to engage in heavy manual labor. Right. But after becoming a hunter, after a few days of hunting training, not only my skills and psychology have become more mature, but my physical ability has also improved. Have you started to improve? This reminded Wenlong of the time when he was practicing running 5,000 meters in school as a student before time travel. At first, Wenlong could no longer run almost halfway through the 5,000-meter run. However, after running for several days, his body gradually became more relaxed as his body began to adapt to the intensity of exercise. After a month, Wenlong no longer felt that it was strenuous even after running 5,000 meters. At this time, Wenlong could handle running another 10,000 meters. At that time, Wenlong deeply realized that even ordinary people's physical fitness would be greatly improved after training. Obviously, my physical ability is already very abnormal, but there is still so much room for improvement. I don't know how far it will grow in the future, so I am a little bit excited about it. So Wenlong, who was thinking this way, decided to increase the amount of training for Catherine. Hey, woman! The 500 I said didn't just mean 500 horizontal cuts, but 500 horizontal and vertical cuts each. Meow! Mr. Cat. Catherine was stunned for a moment and then said, Wouldn't that be 1,000? That's it. Although you have done well in vertical slashing. If you forget to continue practicing because you have to practice horizontal slashing, I'm afraid you will become rusty again in the future. So while practicing horizontal slashing, vertical slashing you can't leave it behind. Wenlong explained. How about it? Can it be completed? Meow? No. No problem. Catherine gritted her teeth and responded. Well, very good. Then let's work hard towards the goal of being a great hunter. Meow. On a whim, he made a declaration that even he thought was too good to be true. Wenlong felt a little embarrassed and touched his beard. Then let this woman practice well on her own. With such perseverance, it doesn't matter even if I'm not around to supervise her. Right. Taking advantage of this time, I can further improve my current body. Training. What about just practicing? Meow? Chapter 56 7 days later. Recalling the settings in the game, Wenlong remembered that Elu cats can improve various attributes through training. And through training, you can not only improve basic attributes such as strength, defense, and health, but you can even learn the special skills of Elu cat, which is different from that of a human hunter. It's just that Wenlong doesn't have a clue yet on how to understand Elu cat's special skills. After all, when we were playing the game, Wenlong was also a human hunter and not an Elu cat. So naturally he had no memory of Elu cat's skills. Although he was a little regretful about this, Wenlong believed that he would realize this sooner or later in the future hunting process. It was just a matter of time. So before that, Wenlong decided to try to improve his basic physical abilities first. If we work hard, we can definitely narrow or even make up the physical fitness gap between Elu cats and human hunters. Right. Wenlong thought so. In the game, weight training can improve defense. Long-distance running training can increase health. As for the combat training of hitting sandbags, it naturally improves attack power. So what kind of training should be done first? After thinking for a while, Wenlong quickly made a decision. Then do 500 times of weight training, 500 times of 100-meter round-trip running, and 500 times of sandbag training every day. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if that woman catches up. Meow! Wenlong, who was thinking this way, could only think of Catherine's rapid progress during this period. This made Wenlong consciously or unconsciously develop a sense of crisis, and he decided to work harder to improve himself. Then let's start with weight training first. Anyway, there is no shortage of rocks in this cave, so let's use 2 rocks that are bigger than my body to practice weightlifting. Meow! In this way, it was not until very late that Wenlong and Catherine completed the amount of training they needed to complete. Every day after that, Wenlong and Catherine almost repeated what they did on this day. Although they were very tired, both Catherine and Wenlong persevered without hesitation. It was as if the two were competing to see who worked harder. During the day, they went hunting and collected some materials and came back. After having dinner in the cave at night, they started training separately. Catherine performed 500 vertical chops and 500 horizontal chops every day. Later, she added running training in order to increase her lung capacity and strengthen her legs. After Wenlong initially set 500 times of weightlifting training, 500 times of 100-meter round-trip running, and 500 times of sandbag training, he added 500 times of sit-ups in order to strengthen his waist. In this way, time passed day by day until the morning a week later. On this day, at the entrance of a hidden cave in Xiaofeng Valley, Wenlong and Catherine put on their usual hunting equipment and got ready to set off. But this time, their destination was different from before. "Woman, is it almost done? Meow?" It was Wenlong who asked the question. "Well, the inventory has been completed. Mr. Cat." "How many?" Wenlong asked. 10 large wild boar pelts. 10 pairs of large wild boar tusks. 10 large wild boar skeletons. 25 sets of blue velociraptor scales. 25 sets of blue velociraptor fangs. And 2 blue velociraptor king heads. Crown. 2 sets of blue speed dragon king scales. 2 sets of blue speed dragon king skin. 2 pairs of blue speed dragon king's fangs. 8 blue speed dragon king sharp claws. 3 beaver beast spines. 3 beaver beasts the head SHL. 3 sets of beaver fangs. 3 sets of beaver fur. 60 bitter bugs. 55 undead bugs. 26 light bugs. 38 blue mushrooms. And 8 ivy bugs roots. 6 spiders' nests. 3 bottles of honey. That's all. After reporting a long list, Catherine finally stopped. Not counting the materials we collected. I didn't expect that we also hunted a lot of monsters this week. I don't know. I'm shocked when I think about it. Meow. Wenlong, who said this, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the materials that had piled up like a hill in front of him. In the past week, Wenlong and Catherine have been hunting around here every day. At first, they could still encounter some monsters. But later, even monsters like the beaver beast and the blue speed dragon king were cleaned up. So there was nothing. Monsters still dared to approach this cave. The result was unknowingly calculated. In these 7 days, Wenlong and Catherine hunted a total of 10 large wild boars, 25 blue velociraptors, 2 blue velociraptor kings, and 3 beaver beasts. So later, because the monsters near the cave had been basically cleared away, Wenlong and Catherine began to reclaim wasteland near the cave. On the one hand, they could plant some materials like herbs, and on the other hand, they were also considering building there are facilities such as beehives that can breed bees, grass inhabited by various insects, and mushroom houses that can produce mushrooms. But before doing this, Wenlong knew that he had to go back to Milad village to purchase some tools. For example, if you want to build a beehive for raising bees, let alone the wooden boards that you can make yourself, at least the nails and hammers used to nail the beehive must be purchased in the village. Of course, in addition to purchasing some necessary supplies, Wenlong also had 2 other things to complete. One is that Catherine's current strength has been improved enough. Wenlong hopes to go to the Hunter Guild again to take over the promotion task. This time he must complete the task and improve Catherine's hunter level as soon as possible. This will bring great convenience to hunting and life in the future. Another thing is that Wenlong must also consider sending the more and more prey materials piled up in the cave to Milad village to sell them, so that he can accumulate money as soon as possible. After all, whether on Earth or in this world of monster hunters, there is no money. It is absolutely impossible. But with money, you can do many things. However, Wenlong still had a headache looking at the mountain of materials in front of him. Because there were so many things, it was impossible for Catherine and herself to transport them all to Milad village at once. So what should we do? Catherine asked. Well, since we have no way to bring these supplies back, let's bring the merchants from Milad village here. Meow? When he came up with this idea, Wenlong suddenly felt that he was too smart. After all, merchants usually transport goods for business, so they must have vehicles for pulling goods. As long as the merchants bring their own vehicles, they can load a lot of materials into the vehicle and tow them away at once. Chapter 57 Return to Milad Village 1. But it's such a long way to Milad Village. How do we keep the things in this cave safe? After all, we usually hunt around here and never leave too far. Moreover, this cave doesn't have a lockable door. It's possible that someone came in and stole the materials we worked so hard to hunt these days. Meow. Suddenly thinking of this, and then talking to himself, Wenlong hesitated again. Should I leave Catherine here and go to the village to find a merchant by myself? It doesn't seem appropriate. Although Catherine, a woman, has gained considerable strength after this period of training. There should be no wild beasts nearby that can threaten her. Okay. But what if she, who lacks social experience, happens to meet a smooth-talking man and deceives her away? That won't work. I have an obligation to prevent ignorant girls from becoming delinquent women. Meow. Just as Wenlong was thinking this, Catherine suddenly spoke. Mr. Cat, it's very easy to block the cave and prevent people from entering. How? Meow. Just like this. I don't know when. Catherine had moved a huge rock, and then blocked the entire rock at the entrance of the cave with a bang. Well, let alone a human being. Even if a bear comes, it won't be able to move away. Right. Looking at the huge rock that completely blocked the entrance of the cave, which is more than 4 meters high and more than 5 meters wide. Even Wenlong had to admit it. Well, you did a good job. Then let's set off to MHOL Village together. Meow. Walking towards MHOL Village through Himilon Mountain Road. There are people walking in the opposite direction to Catherine and Wenlong along the way. Because it was early in the morning, most hunters set out early to hunt at the hunting grounds, and then chose to return to MHOL Village before the sun set in the evening. So when Wenlong and Catherine came back from outside, they also showed surprised expressions. Of course, this surprised expression was not just that. Wenlong also vaguely heard someone whispering, "Oh, isn't this woman a hunter who went on a promotion mission some time ago and then disappeared? I heard that the Hunter Guild sent people to search for her whereabouts, but she was not found. She has been classified as a missing person. Does this mean that this woman has been alone in the hunting ground with an Elu cat for 9 days? That's really an amazing skill. You know how many monsters appear in the hunting ground at night, but you can still survive." Hearing these people's comments, Wenlong also blew his beard disdainfully, and then thought to himself, "Oh, isn't that my credit? And you rookie hunters can't even handle the Beaver Beast and the Blue Speed Dragon King. Of course, I won't dare to spend the night in a hunting ground because I can hunt down lone blue velociraptors and giant wild boars. As for the Hunter Guild, I'm really a little embarrassed. Instead of returning to MHOL Village, I ran from the Hermit Forest to Xiaofeng Valley. So asking the Hunter Guild to send out manpower for rescue and search is also a trouble for others. But these are all the search fund was based on the deposit left when we first accepted the mission, which meant that all the funds needed for the rescue were paid by myself in advance. So it's not too willful when you think about it." In this way, when Wenlong and Catherine swaggered back to MHOL Village, they had already attracted the attention of quite a few villagers, and there were even some looks that made Wenlong feel unfriendly. As expected, I was targeted as soon as I returned to MHOL Village. Realizing this, Wenlong began to change his route and walk towards a small alley on one side. Mr. Cat seems to be going this way to find Mr. Heezen, who is doing business. Right. Seeing Wenlong suddenly change his direction, Catherine asked a little strangely, "Stupid woman. Just follow me. I just want to take a long detour right now." Meow. Hearing what Wenlong said, Catherine had no choice but to follow. However, not long after Wenlong and Catherine walked into the alley, Wenlong felt someone else coming in with them. Sure enough, some nasty guys have followed. It seems that those people are right. Because it is a small alley where there are usually no people, it is also the best place to ambush the opponent. Even if there are some fights, they won't be easily discovered. Based on this inference, Wenlong basically determined the identity of the other party. It should be that guy by Mao and his idiot master who sent people to keep an eye on us as soon as they came back. Are they planning to wait until there is no one to sneak attack us? If that's the case, let's get rid of it as soon as possible. It was with this thought in mind that Wenlong chose to take a secluded alley that he would never walk down. The purpose, of course, was to lure the other party to the bait as soon as possible. Because in Wenlong's view, the sooner troublesome things are solved, the better. Sure enough, just when there was no one around, 3 masked men holding weapons appeared in front of Wenlong. At the same time, 3 unknown men with similar masks appeared behind Wenlong. Such a combination just in time to block Wenlong and Catherine in the middle of the alley. And looking at the weapons of these people, Wenlong, who was very familiar with various weapons and equipment, immediately recognized that these weapons were obviously not used by ordinary gangsters, but weapons of hunters. Among them were some with double swords, some with single-handed swords and bucklers, and even some with light ballistae. It can be said that the lineup is complete with far, near, and output capabilities. 6 people? He carefully identified the surrounding auras and found no other ambush. So Wenlong made this judgment. These 6 people are all masked men holding hunter weapons. So what's more? It's definitely by Mao, and that guy named Levi's fault. Mr. Cat, what should we do? We seem to be blocked. Catherine said nervously. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Meow. As he said this, Wenlong drew out the two swords on his back. The last time Wenlong met by Mao and Levi. One of the main reasons why he didn't do this was because Catherine was too weak at that time. Wenlong didn't worry about taking care of Catherine's safety. Take action. But it's different now. Wenlong is convinced that even if Catherine has no experience in fighting with people now, with the skills and reaction speed she developed during this period of hunting, coupled with her extraordinary brute strength, she can be used to. There is no problem with self-protection. And as long as Catherine can protect herself, the remaining Wenlong is confident that he can solve them all by himself. Chapter 58 Return to Milad Village 2. I am so impatient that I dare to blatantly use hunting weapons. Wenlong thought in his heart. At this moment, Wenlong, who had a keen sense of hearing, heard someone speaking quietly on the opposite side. Is it really okay to feed us hunting weapons? If someone finds out, we will be expelled from the Hunter Guild. It doesn't matter. They don't know who we are anyway. And if they use hunting weapons, they will also be punished by the guild. The boss said that as long as we force them away from Milad Village, or let them be if you are forced to withdraw from the Hunter Guild, give each of us 10 gold coins as a reward. 10 gold coins. That's right. With these gold coins, do you still need to work hard to hunt every day? It doesn't matter even if you are withdrawn from the membership. Right? That's right. Anyway, I will only be a 1-star low-level hunter for the rest of my life. I can't show off a bronze star badge to meet people. Why don't I just get some money and switch to business as soon as possible? Wenlong couldn't help but feel a little funny when he heard this. It turns out that they are all worthless people who dare to block my way. Moreover, I am not a hunter, but just an Elu cat. Even if I use hunting weapons, I will not be expelled from the Hunter Guild. Oh meow! Wenlong said loudly. How did you hear that? A masked man's tone was full of surprise. Uh-huh. How can I not hear you idiots talking so loudly? Meow. Wenlong mocked the other party mercilessly. Then Wenlong whispered to Catherine beside him. Woman, just wait and watch me take care of all these people. Meow. The reason why Wenlong said this is that one is because Wenlong is confident that he can get rid of all these people by himself. And the other is because Wenlong does not want Catherine to get involved in trouble. But Mr. Cat, I also want to fight, Catherine said firmly. You? That's fine. You can do whatever you want. Just remember not to use hunting weapons. Just pick up a stick or stone on the ground and use it as a weapon. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded. Then it's time to start. Naya. Just when Wenlong was about to take action, he suddenly saw a fearful look on the other side. Even though his face was almost covered by dark cloth, only a pair of eyes were exposed, and the look of fear was clearly revealed in his eyes. What? Are you afraid before I take action? Meow. But soon, Wenlong realized from the other party's sight that it was not himself that the other party was afraid of, but Catherine beside him. Wenlong turned his head to take a look, and sure enough he found that Catherine was pulling out of the soil a big tree on the side of the road that had to be hugged with both hands. Mr. Cat, I'll use this as a weapon. At this moment, even Wenlong was stunned, although I said I could let you use a wooden stick or something. However, before Wenlong finished speaking, Catherine had already thrown the big tree in her hand. A big tree that had to be hugged with both hands flew sideways, and with a loud noise, the masked man on the opposite side was hit by a big tree before he could even escape and fell to the ground. Of course, during this process, a masked man holding a sword and a buckler prepared to block the flying tree with the buckler in his hand, but was completely defeated by Catherine's overwhelming power. What a monster! After seeing Catherine's terrifying power, a masked man on the other side shouted and began to run away. Under the leadership of this masked man, the remaining two masked men also seemed to have seen it, run away like a ghost. Some even threw their own weapons on the ground. As expected, they are some worthless things. But I won't let you go like this. Naya. Seeing the opponent running away, in order to pursue speed, Wenlong simply put the two swords in his hands back into the scabbard, then got down on all fours and rushed forward with all his strength. This speed instantly surpassed the three escaping people. The first one to catch up was the original double sword wielder, but he had thrown away the double swordsman in order to escape. However, Wenlong easily caught up with him, and used his claws to make a hole in his butt. The man with the double sword immediately fell to his knees on the ground, covering his bleeding, but with both hands and crying bitterly. The second person caught up was the masked man holding a sword and a round shield. Although the masked man had thrown away the sword, the round shield was still in his hand. Seeing Wenlong approaching, he tried to use the round shield. The shield blocked Wenlong's attack. Unexpectedly, Wenlong suddenly lowered his body, and then rushed over from under the round shield. He waved his two claws at the same time, leaving two scars on the opponent's knees in an instant. When his knee was injured, the man immediately fell to the ground, then held his knees in pain and got up. In the end, there was one masked man holding a crossbow, because the masked man was standing farthest from the beginning. Wenlong was the last to catch up. Seeing that Wenlong was getting closer and closer to him, the masked man holding the crossbow was obviously panicked. In a hurry, he turned around and loaded the bullet, preparing to fire at Wenlong. This speed is too slow. Meow! Wenlong knew that the firearms in Monster Hunter World lagged far behind those on Earth. Not only were their firing rates slower, but they were also larger in size, so aiming was naturally not as convenient as modern weapons on Earth. The moment the opponent pulled the trigger, Wenlong's claws had already swung upwards, hitting the bottom of the ballista. Then the barrel of the ballista was lifted up by Wenlong's attack. It originally attacked Wenlong. The bullet missed and flew diagonally upward. At the same moment, Wenlong's other claw had already swung towards the face of the man holding the crossbow. And then with a scream, not only was the dark cloth covering the man's face torn off, but also the man's face was 5 deep blood marks were left on his face. The man immediately covered his face in pain, wailing and rolling. You dare to attack me! You are so impatient! You should be glad that I am in a good mood today and spare your lives. But if you dare to use hunting weapons, then don't blame me for handing you over to the Hunter Guild. Meow! However, just as Wenlong clapped his hands and was about to stop, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Plop! The sound was like something falling to the ground from a high place. But judging from the sound when it landed, it was not a relatively hard object like a stone branch, but something relatively soft like a living body. And it can be determined from the direction of the sound that the sound was not made by the 6 masked men who had fallen to the ground. Is there anyone? Wenlong was shocked. From the beginning, Wenlong used his excellent hearing and vision to carefully explore the surrounding situation. The result at that time was that only these 6 people existed. But the sound that appeared now was obviously within Wenlong's perception range, and not far from Wenlong. Why didn't you notice it before? Could it be that the other party is a guy who is very good at hiding? With this thought in mind, he looked in the direction of the sound. And sure enough, he saw a trace of blood on the ground. Chapter 59 picked up a good thing. Judging from the location, Wenlong found the blood stain below the corner of a high wall. The bleeding guy must have fallen from this high wall and hit the ground. But it didn't seem that he was seriously injured, so he ran away immediately. Looking above the high wall, Wenlong quickly discovered the problem. It must have been the moment when I raised the man's ballistae upwards, which caused the ballistae's bullets to fly diagonally upwards, hitting exactly this position. And the man hiding here he was injured by a stray bullet from the ballista. So he fell down from the wall and made a noise that I discovered. I have to say that my luck is really good. I can hit people like this. If it weren't like this, I probably wouldn't be able to detect the opponent's existence at all. Right. Then carefully observing the ground, Wenlong discovered something else. Is this white cat hair? In an instant, Wenlong immediately understood something. Bai Mao! You guy! You are actually hiding as a supervisor. You want to see me make a fool of myself. Right. Huh. You are a bit too naive. You actually sent such a few wastes here. But I can run pretty fast now. I guess you've already run back to report the situation. Right. Thinking of this, Wenlong didn't plan to chase her anymore. After all, Bai Mao had already run far away, and he probably wouldn't be able to catch her again. Moreover, Wenlong didn't worry about letting Catherine stay here alone. But at this moment, Wenlong suddenly noticed something shining on the ground not far away. What the HL is this? Meow? Wenlong took a closer look and found that what just shone on the ground was a stone-like thing. At the same time, there was a chain-like thing on one end of the stone that sprang up the stone, forming a necklace. Is this the protective stone? Wenlong was shocked and recalled the protective stones he had seen in the game. The two were indeed very similar. Although it looks very similar, you still need to try it yourself to know whether it is a stone guard, and what the effect of this stone guard is. Meow! But fortunately, things like protective stones are usually excavated from some ancient mining areas. They are not like hunting equipment that can only be used by specific people. Although this thing is very likely to be dropped by the white-haired guy. But I should be able to use it. Naya. While Wenlong was thinking about the protective stone, Catherine happened to come over. Seeing the black stone necklace in Wenlong's hand, Catherine also came over curiously. Mr. Cat, what is this? It should be a protective stone, but I don't know what effect this protective stone has yet. So I'm planning to give it a try. Meow. With that said, Wenlong put the protective stone on himself. What kind of effect is it? Why can't I feel it? Meow. Wenlong tried to move his body, but didn't seem to notice anything strange about his body. However, the functions of the stone guard are quite rich, and some of them can only be activated under certain conditions. So Wenlong doesn't find it strange. But just when Wenlong decided to slowly study the function of this protective stone in the future, Catherine on the side suddenly screamed. Ah! Mr. Cat! What's wrong with your body? What's wrong? Meow? At this moment, Wenlong remembered to lower his head and look at himself. The result of this look shocked him. It turned out that Wenlong's body had turned into a translucent state, looming like a ghost. But the next second, Wenlong immediately regained his composure, because in Wenlong's heart, he basically understood what this protective stone was used for. I see. This black stone should be a protective stone that provides the wearer with secret skills. Meow. Secret skills? Catherine asked quickly. Well, to put it simply, it is a skill that reduces one's presence and makes it difficult for the enemy to detect. When hunting, it is usually worn by hunters with strong output capabilities. This way, while outputting damage vigorously, it is not easy to be targeted by monsters. You can maintain the continuity of output as much as possible. Meow! After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Catherine also showed a look of realization. No wonder Mr. Cat's body has become translucent. If I hadn't been so close, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. That's it. In short, this is a very good protective stone. Meow! At this moment, Wenlong not only figured out the true effect of this protective stone, but also understood why he, who always thought he had a strong sense of perception, had not noticed the existence of Bai Mao. It turns out that this guy Bai Mao used a secret protective stone to ambush around here. No wonder he was able to deceive me. But now it seems that I have to thank him for sending me such a good thing. In fact, when playing the game, Wenlong also had many rare protective stones in his warehouse. And among those protective stones, those with hidden effects were not particularly outstanding. But in Wenlong's view, games are games, and reality is reality. This secret skill that reduces the sense of existence can not only reduce the hatred of monsters towards oneself during hunting, but also has a very good effect in daily life outside of hunting. And this is exactly what the game does not reflect. With this thing, it will be much easier to do things like sneaking around and being embarrassed to see people. Meow! So when he thought that he had picked up a protective stone with a secret effect for nothing, Wenlong couldn't hide his excitement. So Wenlong quickly took off the protective stone and put it in his pocket. Since then, the original effect of reducing the sense of presence has disappeared, and Wenlong's body has returned to its original appearance. It's better to wait until the need arises to use this protective stone. But the function of the protective stone has been figured out. So now we have to deal with these 6 idiots. Right. After putting the protective stone away with satisfaction, Wenlong took another look at the 6 masked men who were still lying on the ground wailing. Then Wenlong walked up to these people and pulled off the cloth covering their faces. I observed them carefully again and memorized the appearance of these people. I have already remembered your appearance. Do you have anything to say now? Meow? However, these masked men did not answer Wenlong's question. Instead, they looked at each other and then remained silent. Wenlong sneered at first, and then scolded mercilessly. Oh Meow! You guys are so brave. You dared to come to trouble me. Now I will do justice for God and hand you over. Give it to the Hunter Guild and deprive you of your hunter qualifications. Chapter 60. Pressing for information. As soon as Wenlong said these words, the 6 people who fell on the ground immediately began to beg for mercy for themselves in fear. Forgive me, little one. The rest of us are also following orders. The weapons used for hunting are just for show. I definitely didn't mean to hurt you. Acting on orders? Wenlong blew his beard and pretended not to believe it. Tell me, whose order are you following? Meow? Well, there was another moment of silence. You won't say it. Right. If you don't tell me, I will send you to the Hunters Guild. Meow. Wenlong said this in 100 years, while polishing his claws carefully, looking as if he was ready to take action at any time. I said. At this time, the man whose face was scratched by Wenlong immediately changed his tune. Although several other men wanted to speak out to stop it at first, they did not take action in the end. Instead, they adopted a default attitude and said nothing more. At this moment, Wenlong was already laughing secretly in his heart. Sure enough, I was scared when I said that I would hand it over to the Hunters Guild. These people usually have no skills and rely on hunting to support their families. Once they are expelled from the Hunters Guild, they will not be able to support their families. I've also lost my livelihood job. So why don't I just give in? So Wenlong asked again. Then, let me ask you for the last time. Which order are you following? Meow? It's Master Levi. We are all members of his Storm Hunters. And we are following his orders. Oh meow. It's him. Wenlong deliberately pretended to have just found out. And then said indignantly. In fact, Wenlong already knew the answer in his heart. And the reason why he pretended to know it just now was to prevent these people from being trusted by Levi from now on, in order to weaken Levi's the strength of the Storm Hunters. After all, no boss would continue to trust a subordinate who told his opponent his secrets. Therefore, Wenlong then said to the man whose face was scratched, Okay, for the sake of your honesty, I won't embarrass you. You can go. Thank you. Uncle Cat. When Wenlong said this, the man whose face was scratched by Wenlong immediately picked up his weapon from the ground and ran away quickly. Seeing that the man with a scratch on his face was let go by Wenlong, others became eager to try and asked Wenlong to let them go too. Ahem. Wenlong pretended to clear his throat, and then said, You can let me let you go, but you must provide me with some useful information. I can't let you go in vain. Meow. I said. Immediately there were people rushing to prepare to confess to Wenlong. Okay. You come here one by one. But I have something to say first. What I want is information that I think is useful. If it is useless information, then don't blame me for being rude. Meow. Okay. Master Cat. Let me tell you first. Our boss is a womanizer and often brings back different women. Among the remaining 5 people, the man with the injured knee was the most he said at first. Oh meow. What does his womanizing have to do with me? Wenlong frowned. This information is useless. Is there any useful information? When Wenlong said this, the man with injured knees on both legs quickly said, Oh, by the way, our boss is very rich. Very rich? How much money do you have? Meow? I don't know exactly how much it is. I only know that he has a big box filled with gold coins. A whole box of gold coins. Right. Wenlong pondered for a moment, and then suddenly yelled loudly, You lied. Meow. No, I didn't lie. Little one. At this time, the man with an injured knee had a wronged expression on his face. I'm asking you. Your boss named Levi is just a hunter who has just reached the low level of 2 stars. How can he earn a large box of gold coins? Meow? Uncle Cat, please listen to my explanation. It's like this. It's really impossible for a 2-star low-level hunter to save so many gold coins just from hunting. But my boss knows a special formula that can concoct a reply. Things like medicine. And the trade route from Elad village to the big city Bolton has not been open for a long time. So our boss has made a lot of money just by selling recovery medicine. It's actually like this. Hearing the answer of the man with a knee injury, Wenlong suddenly understood a lot in his heart. It turns out that this guy named Levi always makes trouble for me. And it's not just because Bai Mao is instigating him. I think when I first came to Milad village, I auctioned the recovery medicine G in the tavern. At that time, the other party you've already set your sights on me. After all, the recovery medicine G is much more effective than the recovery medicine. With the recovery medicine G, the sales volume of the recovery medicine that Levi used to sell will naturally be greatly reduced. And the money earned at this time will also be greatly reduced. Let's join in the discount. Meow. After thinking for a while, Wenlong asked again, Then I will ask you another question. If you answer it well, I will let you go. Meow. Okay. Uncle Cat, feel free to ask. As long as I know anything, I will tell you everything. Well, Wenlong nodded and said, I want to ask you, where is your boss's box of gold coins? The box was placed in our boss's bedroom. I only saw it once by chance. That time, I happened to go to his bedroom to report on work. His door was not closed. So I pushed the door open and went in. I happened to see him counting the boxes. Gold coins inside. Oh, that's what it is. Meow. When he heard this, Wenlong had already formed a revenge plan against Levi and Bai Mao in his mind. Of course, on the surface, Wenlong just pretended to be enlightened and expressed wonder at Levi's treasure box full of gold coins. It turns out that your boss has so much money. This is indeed an important piece of information. Then let's go. Meow. Thank you, Uncle Cat. Your magnanimity is unforgettable. The man with a knee injury thanked Wenlong and limped away. Next, Wenlong interrogated the remaining 4 people and obtained some information about Levi and the storm hunting group, such as the list of members of the storm hunting group, the location of the storm hunting group headquarters, and Levi's mansion, simple map, Levi's usual work and rest time, etc. Then after the questioning was completed, Wenlong kept his promise and let all these people go back. Chapter 61 Old Man Heezen. Mr. Cat, why did you let them all go? It wasn't until the masked men who were let go had gone away and confirmed that their voices could no longer be heard that Catherine, who had been standing by the side, started to wonder. Ask Wenlong. Of course they have to be let go. Anyway, they have become informants and can no longer be with that person named Levi. Wenlong explained to Catherine in a very serious tone. And if we really hand them over to the Hunter Guild, although they will indeed lose the qualification to be recognized by the Hunter Guild, this will not do us any good. On the contrary, it may lead to enmity and hostility from the other party. Revenge, even if these people want to take revenge, I won't take it seriously at all. But one less troublesome thing is always better than one more troublesome thing. Okay? Oh, Mr. Cat, I seem to have learned a lot again. After hearing Wenlong's explanation, Catherine's eyes were filled with admiration. Humph. Woman, you still have a lot to learn in the future. After all, if you want to live a good life in society, it's not as simple as just being strong. Meow. After letting the 6 masked men go, Wenlong and Catherine continued to search for Mr. Heezen, a businessman in Milad village as planned. Old Uncle Hessen is a merchant from the Basi Chamber of Commerce, the largest chamber of commerce on the entire road. The usual trade route is usually between Milad village and the big city Mijbolton. However, because the recent trade route was attacked by monsters, the attack forced the interruption, causing Old Man Hessen to stay in Milad village during this period. Old Hessen usually travels between Milad village and Mijbolton, so he must have vehicles for long-distance transportation. As a businessman of the Basi Chamber of Commerce, he also has sufficient financial strength and has long-term relationships with Milad. The business dealings in Lad village also provide enough credibility as a guarantee. Because of this, Wenlong judged that if a large amount of materials were to be acquired, that Old Man Heezen was definitely the most suitable candidate in the entire Milad village. After walking for a while, Wenlong found that Old Hessen was not on the roadside where he usually was. After asking several passers-by, Wenlong finally found Old Hessen drinking inside the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel in the village. At this time, Old Man Hessen was sitting at the table drinking alone, and he seemed to be a little tipsy. Hey, old man, I have a batch of fine goods to sell to you. Do you want to buy them? Meow. Seeing that Old Hessen was slightly drunk, Wenlong jumped directly onto the stool and said to Old Man Hessen, Huh? Old Man Hessen half opened his eyes and glanced at the creature in front of him. It took him a while to realize. It turns out it's an Elu cat. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? My uncle has a batch of good goods. Do you want to buy them? Meow. Wenlong repeated his previous words. Is there any goods? How much? Hearing that there was business, Old Man Hessen suddenly became much more awake than before. Woman, bring me the list. Meow. Catherine on the side handed over the list that had already been calculated, while Wenlong handed the list into the hands of Old Heezen. 10 large wild boar pelts. 10 pairs of large wild boar tusks. 10 large wild boar skeletons. 25 sets of blue velociraptor scales. 25 sets of blue velociraptor fangs. And 2 blue velociraptor king heads. Crown. 2 sets of blue speed dragon king scales. 2 sets of blue speed dragon king skin. 2 pairs of blue speed dragon king's fangs. 8 blue speed dragon king sharp claws. 3 beaver beast spines. 3 beaver beasts the head SHL. 3 sets of beaver beast fangs. And 3 sets of beaver beast fur seemed to be quite a lot. Because Wenlong planned to keep materials such as honey, bitter insects, and undead insects for his own use in the future. The list of goods submitted this time only included materials stripped from prey during hunting. After reading the list, Wenlong could clearly feel that old Hessen's spirit was lifted. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment, and he soon returned to his usual calm. "How's it going, old man? Do you want to buy it or not? Meow?" Wenlong continued to ask. "If it were in the past, I would definitely want to buy it." Old man Hessen stroked his goatee and said, "It's just that I can't buy it now." "Why is that, old man? Are you saying that you have lost money in business and have no money?" "Meow? Bah, bah, bah. Why are you, Elu, such a crow-mouthed cat?" Old Hessen showed a somewhat angry expression on his face. "I have been in the business world for decades. How can I lose money so easily? But this time, there is really no way." After a slight pause, Old Man Hessen continued, "The trade route I do business is generally from Milad Village to Midbolton City. Therefore, the specialties I usually buy in Milad Village are shipped to go to big cities like Midbolton to sell. And then when you return to Milad Village, you will bring some spices, cloths, and handicrafts from Midbolton that are not available in Milad Village. But now the trade route from Milad Village to Midbolton is blocked. So even if I acquire your stuff, I can't sell it. So that's it." Wenlong touched his beard and thought that he didn't think of this. It was really a mistake. At this time, Old Man Heesen said again, "Why don't you sell these goods to the merchants in the village? But the quantity of your goods is so large, they probably won't be able to buy them all at once. And the price you offer will definitely not be as high as mine." "It's just high." "Thank you, old man," Wenlong said. "If you want to sell it cheaply, it's better not to sell it. Anyway, I don't lack the money now." What Wenlong said was not a bluff. In fact, even if the hunting materials in the cave were not sold, Wenlong still had 10 bottles of forcible medicine that could be sold. And it was initially estimated that these forcible medicines, the money earned is enough to cover the recent expenses. After saying that, Wenlong was about to lift his legs and leave. Wait. At this moment, Old Man Heesen spoke again. "What's the matter, old man? Do you have anything else to say?" "Meow? It's like this. I see that you have brought back so much material. You must be a pretty good hunter, right? In this case, why not cooperate with me?" "Cooperate? It's like this. The reason why the trade route between Midbolton and Milad Village is blocked now is mainly because the caravans have been frequently attacked by ferocious monsters on the road recently, and there has been no solution. If you are a capable hunter, you may be able to help me clean up the monsters on the road, so that you can get a reward from me, and I can also buy your products. Isn't it a great thing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone?" Chapter 62 Get Up From Where You Fell. It is indeed a great thing that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Although he said this, Wenlong had another idea in his mind. Because in Wenlong's view, the current trade route between Milad Village and Major Bolton is not only disadvantageous, at least it also has considerable benefits for Wenlong now. For example, when Wenlong first sold the recovery medicine G in the village, those recovery medicines G would not have sold for such a good price if it had not been for the unsmooth trade between Milad Village and Midbolton. After all, the recovery medicine G, which was very rare in Milad Village, was not too rare in a big city like Midbolton. Therefore, in Wenlong's mind, although it was certain that the trade route between Milad Village and Midbolton would be reopened, there was no need to be in such a hurry in terms of time. Moreover, Wenlong also wanted Catherine to practice for a while, which would be safer. At least we have to wait until we can prepare high-quality items that can be sold in a big city like Major Bolton before we consider opening this channel. Before that, we must first consider how to maximize the use of the recovery medicine G, and let's make more money by forcibly taking away these 2 props." Wenlong thought to himself. So Wenlong changed the topic and continued. "I am also quite worried about the current block trade route between Milad Village and Midbolton. But I am also very busy now, and have no time for the time being. I will help you. But when I am free and this trade route has not been restored, I will consider taking action." Meow. Why don't you ask your master's opinion on this issue?" Seeing Wenlong rejecting him immediately, Old Man Hessen also felt a little strange. After all, in Uncle Hessen's memory, it was always the hunter who made the decision on whether to accept a commission. But he had never seen an Elu Cat make such an important decision for the hunter. "No problem. If it's Mr. Cat's decision, it's my decision. Catherine on the side quickly explained. Is that so? You are really a strange combination. But I am really looking forward to your strength. Alas, since Lily and Ife went to Major Boltan, there is not a single capable hunter in the village now. After saying that, Old Man Hessen said nothing more and continued to drink alone. So, Mr. Cat, what should we do now? Catherine asked because the original plan to sell materials failed. If that's the case, let's go to the Hunter Guild to accept the mission first. Meow. Originally, Wenlong wanted to sell the 10 forcible pills he left behind in exchange for money. But then he thought about it, and now most of the hunters have left Mulad village for the hunting grounds, and usually cannot come back until night. At present, there are not many hunters left in the village. So even if you want to sell force medicine at this time, it will be difficult to get a good price. Therefore, Wenlong decided to take on the promotion task first, and let Catherine improve her hunter star level as soon as possible. Moreover, Wenlong estimated that Granny Reese was very generous, and did not charge her forging fees when she was building the equipment. Therefore, after deducting some other expenses, she now still has 5 coins in her pocket that are enough to pay the promotion mission deposit. Gold coins. So there is no problem in doing the promotion mission now. After leaving the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel and arriving at the Hunter Guild's office in Milad Village, Wenlong and Catherine met Sasha as the receptionist again. From the moment he saw Wenlong and Catherine, Wenlong noticed Sasha's eyes widened and an expression of disbelief on her face. You're actually back? Oh my god! I thought something bad happened to you. So I sent out a rescue team. But after searching for a long time, no trace of you was found. Humph. How can I be so prone to accidents? It's just something that delayed me a little bit. Meow, Wenlong said. Is that so? But because your mission has exceeded the time limit, it is considered a mission failure. In this case, the 5 gold coins deposit you paid cannot be returned to you. I know, Wenlong said impatiently. Isn't it just 5 gold coins? I won't be reluctant to part with this little money. Meow. Then what are you doing here this time? Are you going to take on a new mission? If that's the case, Sasha, I recommend that you take on the mission of 1-star Silver Star. This will at least be safer. I don't want that kind of mission. It's still the same as before. The mission of hunting the big wild boar king. If you are a man, you should get up wherever you fall. Now, here are 5 gold coins as a deposit for me to collect. Okay. Meow. As before, Sasha cast a somewhat embarrassed look at Catherine aside. If it's as big as the big boar king, it'll be no problem, Catherine said. Well, you're really stubborn to ask to take over the mission again after just losing 5 gold coins. But don't blame me for not reminding you. It's getting late now. Do you know what this means? Seeing that neither Wenlong nor Catherine responded, Sasha continued. Most hunters set out early in the morning when hunting, and then return to the village before the sun sets, so as to avoid sleeping in the wild. You are setting out at almost noon now, and it is no longer possible to catch dinner. I came back before. I don't recommend that you, a star-level hunter like you, sleep in the wild. So you might as well listen to my advice and set off early tomorrow morning. No need. It's just a big wild boar king. It's not enough for me to warm up. It won't take much time at all. After saying that, Wenlong had already accepted the promotion task order and walked towards the entrance of the village. Thank you for your concern. But if you are just hunting the big boar king, you can definitely come back before dinner. After thanking Catherine very politely, she quickly followed Wenlong's pace. Oh, these two people really don't listen to advice. They have obviously failed once, but they still don't know how to be cautious. Looking at the retreating figures of Catherine and Wenlong, Sasha couldn't help but mutter to herself. In this way, for the rest of the day, Sasha's mind was filled with things about the huntress named Catherine and her Elu Cat, and she couldn't even concentrate while working. Really, the big wild boar king is not an ordinary big wild boar. How could he hunt it down so easily? If he sets off at noon and comes back before dinner, doesn't that mean he only considers the time spent on the road? This is impossible. They must spend the night in the wild. But if a huntress named Catherine and her cat don't return for a few days, do I still need to send a rescue team to search for their whereabouts? Thinking of this, Sasha felt like she had a headache. Chapter 63 The Exclamation of the Crowd. It was almost sunset, and Sasha, the receptionist at the Hunter Guild's office in Milad Village, was ready to get off work. The hunter named Catherine really couldn't come back in time for dinner. After all, she set off so late. Even when she was about to get off work, Sasha was still thinking about what happened to Catherine and Wenlong. However, at this moment, Sasha suddenly heard a lot of people making loud noises outside the door of the guild office. What happened? With this thought, Sasha walked to the door and looked out. What she saw was a large group of people gathered together, many of whom seemed to be making exclamations of surprise. Is there something good going on? Although this time usually happens to be when hunters return late from hunting. It is rare for hunters to gather together. After all, after a day of hunting, most hunters are already feeling very tired. When it's time to eat, the first thing they think of is to fill their stomachs or prepare to go to the hotel for a drink or two. Liquor. So gathering on the roadside like this is definitely very rare. This undoubtedly aroused Sasha's strong curiosity, with the idea of, it's time to get off work anyway. Why not go and have a look? Sasha also came over. Excuse me. Excuse me. What are you gathering here for? Oh, it turns out to be Sister Sasha. Look, this is like nothing I've ever seen before. A sturdy man with a sledgehammer on his back said as he helped Sasha squeeze out of the crowd. What is it? Never seen it before. Only then did Sasha see clearly what it was like to be surrounded by the crowd. It was indeed a sight that had never been seen before, because standing in the crowd was Catherine, who had just accepted the task of hunting the big wild boar king at noon, and her AI named Wenlong, Ducat, and their prey, the unlucky big wild boar king, was being carried on Catherine's shoulders in a strange posture. To describe it more accurately, it should be said that it is a state of being divided in half from the middle, and then being held up by Catherine's left and right shoulders respectively. How much does a big boar king weigh? A person of this size weighs about a ton, which is 1,000 kilograms. What about removing the internal organs after bleeding? Then it still weighs 700 kilograms. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Sasha felt like she was about to faint. Did this woman named Catherine walk back carrying this 700-kilogram thing? No. If we consider the time, she probably trotted back at a relatively fast speed. This is really a scary woman. Sasha couldn't help but talk to herself in the crowd. But Sasha soon realized that this was not the scariest part, because the keen Sasha noticed that the big wild boar king that was divided into two was not slowly cut open one by one with a hunter's knife. It can be seen from the neat and straight cross-section that a sword with a wide and long blade is required to split this big wild boar king in two. The reason why Sasha could see this was because she had not yet been sent to Milad village. But when she was working as a receptionist at the Hunter Guild in Major Bolton, Sasha had seen a certain star-level star. Great hunters have done this. And that so-called hunter with a very high star rating is none other than the president of the Major Bolton Hunter Guild, Shanlan Roden, a middle-aged man covered in muscles. After all, for most one-star hunters, it is very likely that the thick hard skin of the big wild boar king cannot be cut with one knife. And even if it is cut, it is difficult to leave a deep enough wound. Let alone it said that it has the power to cut the sword in two and cut off the bones together. No wonder this woman and her Elu Cat were so confident back then. I didn't expect that such a monster would appear in Milad village. And they are still so young. I really don't know what they will grow into in the future. But at this level, there is still a big gap between President Lu Din and President Lu Din. At that time, President Lu Din could cut a big wild boar king in two with one knife. And this woman was waiting for him. Elu Cat injured the big wild boar king before taking action and split the big wild boar king in two. The difference in timing between the two is too big. Just as Sasha was thinking about herself and sighing, a young man standing on Sasha's left side slowly said, as if answering Sasha's question. Following the sound, Sasha looked to her left and saw a young man with two swords on his back. Claude, why are you here? Sasha immediately recognized the young man in front of her and said in surprise, Sister Sasha, you don't care about me too much. I've been here for many days. Claude spread his hands and made a helpless expression. The president sent me here mainly to investigate. The recent mysterious creatures that appeared near Milad village caused changes. And I haven't been able to visit you because I'm very busy. Sister Sasha. Oh, is that thing? Sasha immediately realized that the boy was referring to the recent large number of monsters migrating away from their original territory near Milad village and starting to invade human territory. A few of the monsters sent by the guild before all the hunters were injured. I didn't expect that I would send you here too this time. It's not because the guild is currently in short supply of experienced hunters, so it can only send young people like me here. Claude said modestly. Why are you being modest? You are now a 2-star high-level hunter. And you are one step away from reaching the level of a 3-star hunter. You should be the most powerful among the younger generation in the entire guild, Sasha said. In other words, Claude still replied in a very humble tone. If it's brother Elon and sister Lily, they are much stronger than me. Although Sasha still wants to answer, but Ellen and Lily are several years older than you. But after thinking about it for a while, Sasha still didn't say anything else. No matter what I say, Claude will only show a humble attitude, Sasha thought. So she chose to return the topic to the original conversation about Catherine. Oh, by the way, Claude, what you just said. This woman waited for her Elu cat to injure the big wild boar king before taking action to cut the big wild boar king in two. What do you mean? Don't you see it? Sister Sasha, Claude said with a smile. Because I also use 2 swords. So I noticed that the front legs and hind legs of this big wild boar king are behind the knee joints. There were cuts on both sides, and they were all severe enough to cut the calf tendons of the big wild boar king. Really? Sasha quickly took a closer look, and sure enough she found a red bloodstain on the back of the big boar king's knee joint. Judging from the size of the scars, it is absolutely impossible to be caused by a big sword, Claude continued. So I think this should be a person who uses 2 swords like me. Oh no! It should be said. Cat is right. The trace is left behind. After saying this, Claude's eager eyes stayed on the Elu cat not far away with 2 light bone knives on its back. Chapter 64 Advertising Effect 1. I want that Elu cat. Claude stared at Wenlong for a while, then murmured. Oh? Is that El cat very powerful? Sasha asked. Well, Claude nodded unconsciously. Because I also use 2 swords. So I can be sure that compared to the woman who split the big wild boar king into 2 with 1 sword, the Elu next to her cats are even more powerful. So I really want to get that El cat. Sasha on the side didn't quite understand what Claude said. After all, in Sasha's eyes, hunters are usually much more powerful than Elkit. Not to mention that compared to this Elkit, he is a monster-level hunter who can cut the big boar king in 2 with 1 sword. Hunter. Just as Claude was looking at Wenlong, Wenlong's mind was completely focused on another thing. Make way. Everyone. Make way. I have to go to the Hunter Guild to deliver a task. So don't get in the way. Because of the large number of people watching, Catherine could hardly move. So Wenlong asked around the people got out of the way and allowed Catherine to continue carrying the body of the big boar king forward. Huh? After only taking a few steps, Wenlong noticed Sasha beside him. Isn't this the receptionist from the Hunter Guild's office in Milad? Just in time. Look, the body of the big wild boar king is here. Does that mean we have succeeded in promotion? Wenlong said proudly. Well, I have indeed completed the promotion task. So please wait a moment. I'm going to get the 1-star gold badge. When Wenlong asked, Sasha immediately ran back to get the 1-star gold badge. It's just a 1-star hunter. He can already cut the big wild boar king in 2. We are also 1-star hunters. Why is there such a big gap? After a group of people saw that Catherine was just a 1-star hunter, they couldn't help but start talking. After all, compared to a 5-star or even legendary hunter, it would be easier for a 1-star hunter to do it. People are shocked. Good. Very good. It's a topic that was finally created. The more people discuss it, the better. It's exactly what I thought. Wenlong on the side was secretly proud of himself. In fact, Wenlong asked Catherine to carry the body of the big boar king back to Milad village from the hunting ground not just for the sake of sensationalism and attracting attention, but for deeper interests. First of all, adhering to the idea of practicing anytime and anywhere. Wenlong believed that letting Catherine carry the body of the big boar king back was also a way to exercise physical strength. After all, if the body is skinned and the parts that have no use value are removed, the weight that needs to be carried will be reduced a lot. And the reason why this is not done is to better exercise Catherine's strength. Secondly, and more importantly, Wenlong hopes to use this opportunity to promote the drugs and sell them at a better price. As we all know, the effect of power walking drugs is to replenish physical strength and keep people energetic for a period of time. And a human being carrying something weighing more than 700 kilograms is already at the monster level. If he has to cross the mountains and return to Milad village, the physical strength required is undoubtedly very huge. Anyone who watches Catherine walking back with the body of the big boar king on her back will probably think that Catherine's strength and physical strength are outstanding. Wenlong thought this way. So Wenlong thought of using the powerful and physical image of Catherine among the crowd to promote the drug he planned to sell. Sure enough, after Catherine had walked a few steps, a strong man came to the side and asked, "Little sister, how did you carry such a big wild boar king back? Aren't you tired?" Although she wanted to say this because she was tired, Catherine pursed her lips and said, "No, I'm not tired." Hearing Catherine's answer, the surrounding crowd burst into exclamation again. After all, being able to carry an object weighing more than 700 kilograms and walk such a long mountain road without getting tired is simply worse than a monster. Although it is not a good child to lie. But if it is Mr. Cat's request, then just say it is not tiring. This is what Catherine thought in her heart at this time. So how did you do it? Did you have a special exercise method, or did you eat something that made you so strong? Then someone in the crowd immediately asked. That's because... Catherine blushed and refused to say the next words. And when he saw this situation, Wenlong knew that something was wrong. Oh meow! Even though she had already corrected her lines before and asked to memorize them, this woman was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Is it so difficult to lie? Meow? Wenlong thought to himself. Forget it. It's better for me to come to the rescue myself. So Wenlong immediately said, Everyone, my master is relatively shy and is not very good at communicating with others. So I will answer the secrets here on my master's behalf. Meow. As soon as Wenlong's words came out, he quickly shifted the focus of the surrounding people's attention from Catherine to himself. In this way, one could help resolve part of Catherine's embarrassment and avoid exposing her flaws. The other was also to help the next one. Prepare for publicity. Tell me, how did your master develop such a physique? Someone in the crowd immediately urged. Don't worry. Keep quiet first. Wenlong made a gesture to keep quiet, and then made sure that almost everyone had focused their attention on him before continuing. The reason why my master has so much strength and can walk back from the forest of shadows with such a big wild boar king on his back without pain in his legs or back is all because he ate this. Meow. As he spoke, Wenlong took out a dark brown pill from his pocket and shook it in front of everyone. Is this a forced drug? After a while, an experienced hunter recognized the pill. That's right. It's a force-taking drug. But my force-moving drug is not an ordinary force-moving drug. It's much better than ordinary force-moving drugs. Meow. What's so unusual about that? People continued to ask. Wenlong touched his beard and then said in a pretentious manner, Although ordinary strong-walking drugs can keep people's physical strength in a short period of time, as soon as the effect of the drug wears off, the body will immediately return to its original state. But my force-taking medicine is different. It can not only keep people energetic in a short period of time, but if you take it for a long time, it can also permanently enhance your physique, making your physique different from ordinary people. Meow. Is there such a thing? The crowd suddenly became commotion. After all, everyone knows how big the difference in value is between a drug that can increase physical strength in a short period of time and a drug that can permanently increase physical strength. Chapter 65 Advertising Effect 2. Although Wenlong's propaganda is suspected of exaggeration, seeing Catherine's huge strength and amazing physical strength, it is difficult for people to find a more reasonable explanation, and Wenlong wanted this effect. There is nothing wrong with these force-taking drugs in themselves, and Wenlong himself has personally verified the effectiveness of these drugs in keeping his physical strength strong. But to say that it has the effect of improving physical fitness is purely Wenlong's nonsense. So what Wenlong said at the beginning was, if you take it for a long time, you can permanently enhance your physical fitness. In this case, even if others don't improve their physical fitness after taking it, Wenlong can attribute the reason to not long-term use. But how long would this long-term be? And how many strong pills should be taken to be considered sufficient? Wenlong deliberately avoided this point. And even if someone asked about this, Wenlong had already thought of excuses such as, this depends on each person's physical constitution. To excuse him, then some of the onlookers were shaken. So, how much does this drug cost? It's not expensive. It's not expensive. Such a good thing. It only costs 998. Forcefully take the medicine and deliver it to your home. Meow. 998? Wenlong said with joy. It's just 998 silver coins. Or 9 gold coins plus 98 silver coins. You don't even need 10 gold coins to buy such a wonderful medicine. Aren't you still excited? And this time what I brought is the first batch of limited collector's edition. There are only 10 pills. Yes, you heard me right. There are only 10 pills. This limited collector's edition of the drug only costs 998 silver coins. At this price, you won't suffer any loss if you buy it. Don't be fooled when buying. Direct sales from factory. Quality guaranteed. Meow. The crowd began to stir, and some people looked at the forced medicine in Wenlong's hand eagerly, with eyes like hungry wolves looking at a fat sheep, which showed that they had longed for it in their hearts. Others were silently touching their pockets with annoyed looks on their faces. But the price of nearly 10 gold coins is definitely not affordable by ordinary hunters, especially in Milad village where novices gather. Moreover, this price is much more expensive than the recovery medicine G that Wenlong sold at the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. At that time, many people could only look at the recovery medicine G but not buy it. Now this forced drug is even more expensive. Do not talk. Therefore, although Wenlong had already aroused the emotions of the onlookers, the buyer has not yet appeared. Oh meow! They are all a bunch of poor people. Although Wenlong had a smile unique to profiteers on his face, this was what he thought in his heart. It wasn't until a while later that a hunter with a sledgehammer finally took out 10 gold coins. I want it! I want one! Wenlong knew that although the sledgehammer and the double sword were two different weapons, they all had one characteristic: to maximize the output, they would rely heavily on the hunter's physical strength. So at this time, the forceful removal of the medicine would be a potion that can exert a huge effect. So when the hunter holding a sledgehammer took out the gold coins first, Wenlong didn't feel surprised at all. After all, it is one thing to like something. If the value of the thing you buy cannot match its value, most people will think twice before buying it. Okay, I'll give you 2 silver coins. Okay, take it. Meow. So Wenlong packed a bottle of forced medicine and handed it to the hunter holding a sledgehammer. So, does anyone else want it? There are only 9 pills left in the first batch of limited collection of forced pills. Then I want one too. The second person who offered to buy was a woman with a hunting bow on her back. She took out her pocket and poured out 10 gold coins, and then reluctantly handed the gold coins to Wenlong. Put it away! Meow! So Wenlong handed the second forced medicine to the woman holding the hunting bow. So, does anyone still want it? Limited collection of force-taking drugs. Wenlong continued to promote, but for a while no one else offered to buy Wenlong's force-taking drugs. Well, although the advertisement was very successful, the price of nearly 10 gold coins is still too expensive. I only sold 2 of them after being fooled for so long. Although 2 of them are almost 20 gold coins. But considering that this little money is not enough for our long-term plan. Meow! Wenlong couldn't help but think in his heart. How can we sell the remaining 8 together? Wenlong was thinking about this serious question in his heart while promoting hard. The first person to buy the forcible medicine is a hunter with a sledgehammer. And the second person to buy a forcible medicine is a hunter with a hunting bow. These 2 weapons have one thing in common, which is that they need to be charged while using them. While moving. These are 2 types of weapons that consume a lot of physical strength. So if you want to sell the remaining forcible medicine, it would be best to find a hunter who uses weapons that require relatively high physical strength. Right. So in addition to the sledgehammer and the hunting bow, there are also weapons that require higher physical strength, which should be the twin swords that need to be transformed into ghosts. Thinking of this, Wenlong began to look for hunters using double swords in the crowd. It is true that there are several hunters who use double swords, but the rudimentary equipment of most double sword hunters is enough to show that they are poor hunters who cannot afford 998 silver coins. Until Wenlong saw Claude. The equipment on this man seems to be good. The 2 double swords on his back should be made of the material of a monster called the Thunderbird, and the armor on his body should be from the daimyo shield crab suit. With such equipment, the strength should be much higher than other hunters, so the money bag should be much bigger than other hunters. Right. Come to think of it, wasn't this man the one who used it at the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel last time? The one who bought 2 bottles of recovery potion G at the highest price of 10 gold coins? As expected, he is a rich man, and he also uses 2 swords. He also happens to be in great demand for forced drugs. Well, but why does this man keep staring at me and grinning? Did he see something good? Or is he? Could it be that you are attracted to Catherine? As a young man, it is understandable for you to be obsessed with beautiful women. No, it is not so much that you are attracted to Catherine. Why do you feel like you are staring at me? He keeps staring at me like this. Could it be that this person is a gay? It's impossible. Although I was very handsome when I was a human, I am just an Elu Cat now. It is impossible to be as handsome as before. He's still here now. Can he be handsome and travel through time? Unconsciously, a lot of inexplicable thoughts popped up in Wenlong's mind. No matter what, in order to sell these forced drugs, let's try to strike up a conversation with this person. After all, this is the only person here who seems to be able to afford it. Meow. Chapter 66 Home Delivery. Hey, little brother. Why don't you buy a few forcible pills and go back? Limited Collector's Edition. I see that you are carrying a pair of swords made of Thunderbird material on your back. You must be someone who knows how to transform into a ghost. A master in this realm. If he has this forceful medicine, he will definitely be like a cat with extra wings. Meow. Wenlong said. Force pills? Claude was stunned for a moment, as if he suddenly came to his senses. Okay, there are 8 pills left. That's right, little brother. There are 8 pills left. So how many pills do you want, little brother? As Wenlong said this, he wanted to sell as much as possible to the man in front of him. After all, in Wenlong's plan, a lot of money would be needed to open up wasteland, build houses, and hire some MHOL cats to help take care of fields and beehives. However, what Wenlong didn't expect was that Wenlong was startled as soon as Claude opened his mouth. I've packed up the remaining 8, Claude said. This time, not only Wenlong, but also everyone around him made a sound of exclamation. One powerful pill costs 998 silver coins, and few hunters in Milad village can afford it. Now some people actually want to buy all 8 pills at once. This undoubtedly made a group of poor hunters in Milad village envious and jealous. Of course, unlike those ordinary hunters who marveled at Claude's wealth and were envious and hateful, Wenlong had more realistic issues on his mind. Oh my god! I really met a guy! He's so easy to kill! Meow! However, just as Wenlong was thinking this, Claude spoke again. But I don't have so much money with me now. How about you follow me to my residence to get the money? Your residence? So, where is that? Meow? Don't worry. It's in the guest room on the 2nd floor of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. Not far from here. I just asked you to help me send it there. It doesn't take much time, Claude explained. And you will do your best to my credit. You can rest assured that I am also a registered hunter in the guild. And I will not take the opportunity to steal the forced medicine from you. As he said that, Claude took out a hunter badge that represented his identity. The badge was 2 stars side by side, and both stars were in a shining golden color. It's a badge with 2 gold stars. This man is a 2-star high-level hunter. Someone in the crowd immediately shouted. No wonder you can pay enough money to buy 8 pills at once. If you are a 2-star high-level hunter, then it is really no problem. Not to mention 8 pills. You should be able to buy 10 pills. Come down. It seemed that from the moment Claude showed his hunter badge, no one onlookers doubted that Claude could afford 8 pills at a time. Wenlong also thought for a moment. Indeed, the amount of gold coins required to buy 8 strong pills at one time is not a small amount, and ordinary people probably would not carry so much money with them. Moreover, Wenlong was also confident that with his own strength, the other party would not dare to do anything to him. So Wenlong immediately replied, Okay, little brother. I will send it to you after buying it. Mr. Cat seemed to have a premonition of something with a woman's unique keen perception. Catherine on the side looked a little worried. I want to go too. Is this really good? When he heard that Catherine was going to follow, Claude immediately said, As Miss Sasha, who was not in the Hunter Guild just now, gone to get a new hunter badge for you? This lady? It would be better for you to stay here and wait for her to deliver the badge. And just ask your Elu Cat to accompany me to deliver it. That's fine. What Claude said was a very high-sounding reason that was hard to find fault with. But Wenlong, who was keen, still sensed that something was wrong. How can someone who is just meeting you for the first time think about others to this extent? And if Catherine wants to go with me, why do you immediately find a reason to let Catherine stay here? Even though he is a very considerate person. But this reaction speed is too fast, as if it was predicted long ago. However, although something felt wrong, it was just a guess after all. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Wenlong didn't feel that there was a big problem. So Wenlong still said to Catherine, It's okay, woman. Just wait here. By the way, the woman named Sasha is going to give us a 1-star high-level hunter badge. We have all left at this time. Not very good. And the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel is not far from here. I'll come back as soon as I go. Meow. Okay then. Mr. Cat. Come back soon. Catherine nodded and said, In this way, Wenlong followed Claude to the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, while Catherine stayed at the door of the Hunter Guild's office in Milad Village, waiting for Sasha to send a new hunter badge. Entering the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, Wenlong and Claude came to the door of the innermost guest room on the second floor of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel. Anyone who has stayed at the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel in Milad Village knows that it is the most luxuriously decorated room in the entire Silver Dragon Pavilion. No, it can even be said to be the most luxuriously decorated room in the entire Milad Village. Claude usually being able to stay in such a guest room undoubtedly shows that Claude's financial strength is by no means false. Not only is the guest room more than 8 times larger than an ordinary guest room, but it is also divided into multiple compartments. It not only has bedrooms, but also has supporting facilities such as a reception room, study room, and open-air balcony that ordinary guest rooms do not have. At the same time, it also has the most luxurious decoration in the entire Milad Village, as well as the most distinguished room service. Sure enough, when the door to the guest room was opened, Wenlong heard a neat welcome. "Welcome back, Master!" Standing in the room were a total of 6 Elu Cats. These Elu Cats were dressed in clothes similar to human-made outfits. They were divided into 2 rows and stood on the left and right sides of the room. Then they bent down and bowed to Claude. This time Wenlong was really shocked. After all, there are not a few humans who usually hire Elu Cats to do things. But it was the first time for Wenlong to hire so many Elu Cats and let them wear maid uniforms to serve him. See, although I thought cat-eared maids were quite cute when I was still a human, this kind of cat-eared maid is not cute at all, Wenlong complained in his heart. Then Mr. Elu Cat, please sit down and rest here first. I have to go to the bedroom to get money. Please wait. With that, Claude entered the bedroom inside. It is indeed a very luxurious room. Wenlong, who was thinking this way, sat down at the table, and the Elu Cat maid beside him handed over the tea that had just been brewed. Then after a while, Claude finally came out, and in Claude's hands, he was holding a sandalwood box equivalent to the size of a computer case. Chapter 67 No Interest. Claude opened the box. Half of it was filled with shining gold coins, and the other half was filled with various potions and bottles. Among these bottles, Wenlong noticed that several bottles had labels for forcible drugs. Doesn't this person still have some forcible drugs? For a moment, Wenlong felt a little strange. At this time, Claude spoke. My name is Claude. So what should I call you? This is Mr. Elu Cat? My name is Wenlong. Meow. Wenlong said. Oh, it's Mr. Wenlong. So let me get straight to the point. In fact, you have already seen it. Right. I didn't call you here just to ask you to deliver the forcible medicine. What is that? Do you want to default on your debt? Meow. Wenlong said deliberately. No. 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 Of course not. Claude quickly denied. I am a very trustworthy person. Of course, I will pay for your 8 bottles of force medicine, which is 80 gold coins. I will treat the change as a gift. The door-to-door service will be better. But before that, I have a proposal. What proposal? Meow? That's it. I want you to leave your master and sign a contract with me. How about you? Claude said this with confidence on his face. Why do I need to sign a contract with you? Meow? Wenlong asked, pretending to be confused. Isn't this an obvious thing? Claude said. Whether it is financial strength or hunting skills, I am much better than your master. And if you agree to sign a contract with me, then there will be more than just these 10 gold coins. Even the gold coins in this box can be given to you. When he said this, Claude had already prepared the promised 80 gold coins and placed them in front of Wenlong. However, Wenlong didn't appear very interested. Oh, money? Although Wenlong really wanted money, he had no interest in signing contracts with others because of this little money. After all, Wenlong, who is familiar with the reconciliation list of the entire Monster Hunter series, is still very confident in his ability to make money. The half box of gold coins in the box in front of him is not too much. Even if this money-making plan fails, it will only delay Wenlong. It's just the speed of making money. There will be more opportunities to make money in the future, and it is not difficult to make this little money. Seeing Wenlong's somewhat cold reaction, Claude couldn't help but be a little surprised. In Claude's mind, people who do business in general are particularly fond of money, and there are many people who are unscrupulous for profit. This should be especially true for a Lumeo like Wenlong, who works hard and exaggeratedly to promote forced drugs. Because of this, the first thing Claude thought of was to use money to win over Wenlong and get Wenlong to join him. It seems that you are not very interested in money. Claude smiled awkwardly, but soon regained his confident expression. Then, I also prepared other things to please Mr. Wenlong. If this is the case, you will definitely be interested. Right. After saying that, Claude pointed to the maid Elu Cat standing aside, and then said, So, Mr. Wenlong, what do you think of them? What are they? Meow? Wenlong didn't react at first. They are all gentle and lovely female Elu Cats. If Mr. Wenlong is in need, you can choose one from among them and give it to you. Puff! Wenlong spit out the sip of tea he just drank. What is this? A beauty trap? Oh, no. This is a beauty cat trap. You actually used a female Elu Cat to seduce me. I am a human being. Although I am covered in cat skin, I am still human at heart. Suddenly humans and beasts are too strong to taste. Wenlong shouted in his heart at this moment. But Wenlong also glanced at the several Elu Cat maids around him, preparing to see their reactions. As a result, he found that these maid Elu Cats were staring straight at him, and some even had flushed faces. Don't worry, Mr. Wenlong. I treat these maid Elu Cats as my own children. If I didn't see that they are also interested in you, I would not make such a suggestion. Why are you interested in me? This is the first time we have met. Is it the time of estrus? Wenlong continued to complain in his heart. Why didn't I have much luck with women when I was a human being? But, how come you are so able to attract the opposite sex after becoming an Elu Cat? After a moment of madness, Wenlong took a deep breath. Meow. After he calmed down a little, Wenlong finally said, Since you have already said this, let me tell you frankly. Meow. With that said, Wenlong put away the businessman's professional smile and returned to his usual arrogant look. What I want to say is, Mr. Claude, you must have misunderstood. Misunderstanding? Claude was stunned. First of all, I want to tell you that the woman named Catherine is not my master. It was only because of my kindness that I reluctantly took that woman hunting. Although it is a bit troublesome, I have no plans to divorce her for the time being. What an idea. Meow. Is that so? Regardless, Claude showed a surprised expression. After all, Claude had never seen an Elu Cat describe its owner like this before. That's it. This uncle is very kind and compassionate. So, make no mistake, I have no interest in relying on others and treating someone as my master. Meow. Then Wenlong stood up, and while standing up, he put the 80 gold coins that had been packed in the bag into his pocket, and then said, Then farewell. Wait a minute. Seeing Wenlong getting ready to leave, Claude seemed a little anxious. He quickly stood up and continued to persuade Wenlong to stay. Since that woman named Catherine is not your master, then sign a contract with me. Is that possible? And I don't need to be your master. It's okay to maintain an equal relationship with you. What do you think? Can you think about it again? Wenlong, who had already turned his back to leave, turned back to look at Claude at an angle of 14 to 15 degrees, with a somewhat contemptuous expression on his face, and then said slowly, That's impossible, yes. Meow. Why? Claude asked eagerly. Why? Well, although that woman is quite stupid, you can't even compare to that woman. Meow. How is that possible? Is my hunting skills not as good as that woman's? Or does it mean that I don't have as much money as that woman? Well, Wenlong smiled, and then said, Since you paid 80 gold coins at a time, I will tell you that you are far inferior to that stupid woman in at least 2 aspects. Meow. Chapter 68 Bet. How is it possible? After hearing Wenlong say that he was far inferior to Catherine in 2 aspects, Claude thought it was impossible no matter how much he thought about it. After all, I am a true 2-star high-level hunter, and even though I failed in my previous promotion mission to a 3-star hunter, I was only 1 step away, and that woman has just entered the level of a 1-star high-level hunter. How can she compare with herself? The Elu Cat in front of me must be wrong. Well, it must be, Claude thought in his heart. So Claude said, I think you must be mistaken. How could I be inferior to a 1-star hunter? You must know that I am the most powerful newcomer in the Major Bolton Hunter Guild now. And I am a 2-star high-level hunter. In this way, I not only have stronger strength than ordinary hunters, but my age also means that I still have enough room for growth. At this time, Claude had given up his usual modest image and instead spoke excitedly. Oh, You don't have the final say in strength. Wenlong said with a smile. You are indeed stronger than that stupid woman now. But if we talk about your potential as a hunter, and the possibility of becoming stronger in the future. If so, I'm more optimistic about that stupid woman. And this is the first place I'm talking about where you're not as good as that stupid woman. Meow. Potential? I'm not older than that woman. So why is my potential not as good as hers? Obviously. Wenlong's words did not convince the other party. So Wenlong continued, I know you don't believe it. But I have no way to prove it now. After all, only time can prove something like potential. So how about we make a bet? Meow? A bet? How to bet? Well, it's very simple. Because I think you are a 2-star high-level hunter. And the highest level hunter in Milad village that I know now should only be a 2-star low-level hunter. So you should not be Milad, he is a hunter from the village. But he was sent from Midbolton by the Hunter Guild to carry out an investigation mission about the recent appearance of mysterious monsters. Right? Well, that's true. Claude nodded, admitting that Wenlong's inference was indeed correct. Then it's easy to handle. Let's use this emergency investigation mission as a bet to see who can find the true identity of the monster first. How about this? After all, compared to simply hunting a monster, this time the target is even if you don't know your true form. It's a better test of a person's hunting skills. Isn't it? Meow? Claude thought for a while and then said, No problem. If you win the bet, will you be my follower cat? Ah, of course. Wenlong said very confidently. But if you lose, then you have to hand over the entire box to me. Meow. Okay. Like Wenlong, Claude also believed that he would not lose. So he immediately agreed. But it's empty talk. How about we establish a written statement? No problem at all. So just like that, Wenlong and Claude signed a paper contract, which was specifically used as a credit voucher for this bet. Then Claude asked again. Then, can I ask, Mr. Wenlong, what is the second thing you said about me that is not as good as that woman named Catherine? Oh, the second aspect that is not as good as that woman is that you may be pretty good when hunting alone. But you don't seem to know how to cooperate with others to hunt. Meow. I don't understand what you mean. How can you tell whether I can unite and cooperate with others? In Claude's memory, Wenlong should have never seen him hunting. So Claude didn't believe Wenlong the dragon can see what kind of state he is in during normal hunting. Of course I can tell. Look at you. There are 6 Elu Cats in the room to serve you. But you didn't take any Elu Cats with you when you went out. Isn't it clear? Meow? That's because they are too weak. Even if we hunt together, they will only hold me back. That's why I need a powerful Elu Cat like you to assist me. Claude argued. Really? Because it's too weak and will only hold you back. Why don't you want to hunt with such an Elu Cat? But when you were still a weakling, were you ever led by someone stronger? It seems to have happened before. Claude thought about it. In Claude's memory, there was indeed an old hunter who tried to help him when he was still weak. And they even formed a team to hunt monsters together. In fact, if you think about it carefully, you will find that any hunter will team up with someone stronger than himself. After all, no matter how strong a hunter is, he started out as a novice hunter who didn't know anything. But at this time, he became the weak one. Therefore, Wenlong believes that the so-called strength and weakness are only relative concepts. So, when you team up with a teammate who is stronger than yourself, you are secretly happy in your heart. But once you meet a teammate who is weaker than yourself, you immediately dislike the opponent. How can a person with double standards like you know anything? What's called empathy? Meow? Putting yourself in someone else's shoes? Claude was no stranger to the term empathy. But if it had anything to do with hunting, Claude hadn't really thought about it. To put it simply, it is to put yourself in the opponent's position and think about the problem. It is a skill that can predict what actions your teammates will take. Just imagine if you did not predict the possible actions of your teammates. Instead of be careful about getting injured by your teammates' fire. Wouldn't that be bad? One more thing. If I go by your standards, then I will never team up with you. Because in front of me, you are nothing but a weakling who can only hold you back. Meow. Although Wenlong said these words with a very righteous expression and tone. When he said these words, Wenlong also put behind his mind that he once disliked Catherine for being too weak. Sure enough, it is very refreshing to criticize others from the moral high ground. Meow. With this thought in his mind, Wenlong left the room where Claude was. After walking out of the Silver Dragon Pavilion Hotel, Wenlong immediately saw Catherine running towards him. Mr. Cat. Mr. Cat. I finally got a new hunter badge. It's a 1-star gold star badge. I'm finally a 1-star high-level hunter. Undoubtedly, after becoming a 1-star high-level hunter, Catherine also felt something in her heart. Very excited. Well, you did a good job, woman. But a new hunt is about to start again. Don't embarrass me then. Meow. As he said this, Walong raised the bag containing 80 gold coins in his hand. Cloth bag. Chapter 69 Preparation for Investigation. From beginning to end, Claude believed that he would not lose, because Claude is a hunter specially sent by the Hunter Guild to Milad Village to investigate. So from the beginning, what Claude possessed was not only his strength as a 2-star high-level hunter and the money accumulated from long-term hunting. In addition, there is additional support from the Hunter Guild. The Hunter Guild is originally an organization established by hunters, so it will provide necessary support to its hunters based on their level of strength and the importance of the tasks they perform. As a 2-star high-level hunter specially sent to conduct investigation missions, the support Claude received was naturally far more than that of a low-level hunter like Catherine, who had just been promoted to 1-star high-level. No matter how you look at it, there is no reason for me to lose. Claude was so convinced. In addition to the financial advantage, the investigation reports of several previously dispatched hunters have also been sent to me as a priority. Although these reports have not completely revealed the true face of the target, more or less information is enough for me to make a plan. The target's approximate activity range has been determined, and after these days of investigation, the originally relatively broad range is gradually narrowing. It should not take long to completely determine the habitat of this mysterious monster. And more importantly, the guild also specially helped me contact a capable assistant. If she is here, there should be no problem in deciphering the true identity of this mysterious monster. Thinking of this, Claude's confidence increased even more. So Claude said to his Elkit, for the investigation work tomorrow morning, just contact the lady tonight. That lady? Is it Lady Lindy's? Meow? Claude's Cat confirmed. That's right. Ms. Lindy's from Wangley Academy. It is said that no matter how rare the monster is, if she has rich knowledge about monsters, she can identify the monster by just finding a scale or a feather from the monster species, and is extremely familiar with the habits of various monsters, and can infer the monster's habitat and most likely place to appear through the monster's habits, which will definitely be of great help to us. I understand. Master. Naya. The two maids, Elu Cat, accepted the instruction and left the room. Watching the two maid Elu Cats leave, Claude fell into deep thought again. Whether it's my strength as a hunter, money, or support from outside, I have an absolute advantage. So in Dragon, how can you, the Elu Cat, help that new hunter defeat me? If you can't win, one long, you will become my Elkit soon. Hee. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Claude's face. Just as Claude was assigning the investigation mission for the next day, Wanlong was also preparing for tomorrow's investigation mission. Hey, woman! This time I have found another good opportunity to make money. And the money I make will be far more than these 80 gold coins. Meow. Wanlong weighed the bag containing 80 gold coins in his hand. Said to Catherine. Really? Mr. Cat? Catherine asked. So Wanlong told Catherine roughly what happened, including of course the final bet. After hearing this, Catherine's face suddenly changed. She looked like she was about to cry, and her eyes suddenly turned red. Is Mr. Cat leaving me? Mr. Cat, please don't leave. While saying this, Catherine hugged Wanlong tightly. Hey, it's just a bet. Who said I'm leaving you? You stupid woman. I'm almost suffocating when you act like this. Meow. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Catherine said. I don't want it. A dozen times in succession, but still refused to let go. What if I lose the bet? Then isn't Mr. Cat going to leave me? You won't lose. I'm very sure about this bet. Meow. Wanlong said loudly. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want it. Wanlong's explanation seemed to have no effect at all. What if I lose? If I lose, won't Mr. Cat leave me? I know. I don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want any more money. You woman, Wanlong tried to struggle, but the result was the same as before. Unable to escape from Catherine's arms. And Catherine just started crying. Tears like a bursting river. Like a child who makes a willful noise just to eat candy. You stupid woman. When Long finally couldn't bear it anymore, and used the trick of blurring your face, and gave Catherine a hard blow. Woo! Touching her face, which was red from being slapped by Wenlong's fleshy cat paw. Catherine looked aggrieved. At this time, Wenlong finally managed to break free from Catherine's arms. Oh meow! You stupid woman dares to doubt my strength. How could I lose? Meow! Sorry, Mr. Cat. In short, just don't hold me back tomorrow. Although I just heard some news. With my erudition and intelligence, I can basically determine what the goal is this time. So tomorrow we just need to find a little bit of conclusive evidence, which is enough for us to win this bet. Meow. The next day, Wenlong and Catherine arrived at the Hunter Guild's office in Milad Village early in the morning. What kind of mission do you want to take on? You two? With a brighter smile than before, Sasha asked immediately when she saw Wenlong and Catherine walking in. Hey, how was the last mission to investigate some mysterious creature? Meow? Wenlong asked. The investigation mission last time? It's still there now. No one has completed it. And because the number of casualties has been increasing, the reward this time has been increased to 20 gold coins. At this point, Sasha also looked a little worried. After all, missions like this that often generate various casualty reports are also a challenge for the Hunter Guild. If it is not solved for a long time, it will affect the reputation of the Hunter Guild. So it is reasonable for Sasha to feel a little worried. TCH. It took so long for the reward to rise to 20 gold coins. Wenlong muttered quietly. Although there is still a long way to go before the 100 gold coins I expected. It is still difficult considering the bet. Take it first. Meow. So as before, Wenlong jumped on the counter again and announced loudly. This time, I will take over the mission. Meow. Chapter 70. Change your equipment and start again. Okay. Then here's the mission authorization letter for you. Different from the past, Sasha did not put forward any opinions on what Wenlong said this time. Nor did she persuade him to say anything. Instead, she immediately prepared a task authorization letter for Wenlong and Catherine. This woman talks so little today. Doesn't she usually question an object? Wenlong thought to himself. Sure enough, it's different when the level is higher. Ha ha. After receiving the mission letter, Wenlong and Catherine walked out of the Hunter Guild's office in Milad, and then came to Granny Ruisi's forging house. The night before, Wenlong and Catherine had handed over all the materials of the big wild boar king that they had hunted before to Granny Ruisi, so that Granny Ruisi could build new equipment in time for the next morning. Of course, it is said to be built, but it does not mean to be completely redone. Because Wenlong and Catherine used the big wild boar suit before, they can use the materials of the big wild boar king of the same race, but with higher strength to upgrade the original equipment at a lower cost than recreating it. Upgrading the specifications of subsequent weapons and armors can be improved, and their performance will naturally increase greatly. Just like hunters have special stars to measure their strength. In the world of Monster Hunter OL, weapons and armor also have special levels. For example, the giant bone sword used by Catherine and the light bone swords used by Wenlong were the lowest level 1 weapons. Now, the heavy giant bone sword and heavy bone sword made of the material of the giant boar king are used. The double sword is a level 5 weapon with stronger performance. The performance improvement of weapons and equipment from level 1 to level 5 is about 50%, and the level of weapons is often closely related to the power of monsters. Generally speaking, the more powerful the monster, the higher the level of equipment made from materials. High. For example, the lowest level of equipment made from the materials of the big wild boar is level 1. While the equipment made from the materials of the more powerful big wild boar king is level 5. As for the level of Levi's big strange bird suit, for level 10. But because of Grandma Ruisi's superb skills, the actual performance of Wenlong and Catherine's level 1 weapons, the double light bone sword and the giant bone sword, have reached level 5. The same goes for the armor. This is why people should try their best to choose highly skilled blacksmiths even if they spend more money. It is because forging skills can make up for the lack of materials to a certain extent. And from this, it can be concluded that Grandma Ruisi's forging technology can improve the performance of weapons by about level 4. Then considering that the initial level of the new armor and new weapons upgraded for Wenlong and Catherine this time is level 5. And after adding the bonus of Granny Ruisi's forging technology, the level of Wenlong and Kaiser's new equipment should be reached level 9. Is it level 9 equipment? It's obviously only made of the materials of the Big Boar King. but it's very close to the equipment made of the materials of the big monster bird forged by ordinary blacksmiths. Meow! Wenlong, who came to such a conclusion, was naturally very happy. However, the improvement of this upgrade is not just that, because these suits themselves contain the souls of the hunted monsters. So after putting on the suits of the big wild boar king, Wenlong and Catherine also obtained the souls from the big wild boar king of protection. Compared with the previous great boar soul, the great boar king soul is obviously more powerful. In addition to improving the armor attributes, it can also add some additional skills for hunters. If we use the terminology in the game to describe it, it means vitality +1 and recovery +1. In reality, Wenlong and Catherine's vitality has become stronger, and the recovery speed of wounds has also become faster when they are injured. The soul of the big boar king attached to the equipment is indeed very powerful. Meow! After Wenlong and Catherine put on the new equipment, they tried to move their bodies, and sure enough, they felt more powerful than before. Well, not bad. Not bad. Wenlong stroked his beard with satisfaction, and then asked Grandma Ruisi, "How much does the 2 sets of equipment cost this time?" Meow? Because the basic level is level 5 armor and weapons. They are more expensive than before. You have a total of 2 sets of armor and 2 weapons. So you need a total of 40 gold coins, Granny Ruisi said. 40 gold coins? Wenlong was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Didn't I say before that this forging only requires 20 gold coins? The forging fee for these 2 sets of equipment is indeed 20 gold coins, and the other 20 gold coins are the overtime pay for me, an old woman, who stayed up all night to build the equipment for you." It was obvious that Granny Ruisi needed urgent help last night. There's something resentful about dragon crafting gear. Okay, 40 gold coins are indeed much more expensive than before. Although Wenlong said this, he didn't feel much dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, this little money is nothing compared to the improvement of equipment capabilities. Now! Thanks, Grandma. Here are 40 gold coins. As he said that, Wenlong readily poured out 40 gold coins from his pocket and handed them to Grandma Ruisi. Yo! You guys seem to be doing well after not seeing each other for so long, Grandma Ruisi said in surprise. 40 gold coins poured out of her pocket all at once. If I had known you were so rich now, it would have been more. I'll take some from you. Just when Granny Ruisi was complaining, Wenlong and Catherine, who were in a hurry, had already walked a considerable distance and left Milad village. According to the memories of the injured who have regained consciousness before, the place where this unknown mysterious creature hangs out is in the Xiaofeng Valley. Meow. Wenlong took Catherine along the Himilan Mountain Road and read the information he had just obtained from the Hunter Guild's office in Milad this morning. Xiaofeng Valley? Isn't that the area where our cave is located? When she heard about Xiaofeng Valley, Catherine thought of the cave where she and Wenlong lived recently. Our cave is indeed in Xiaofeng Valley, but Xiaofeng Valley is so big, it is certain that the 2 locations are not in the same place, and there should be some distance between them. Otherwise, we should have discovered it long ago. Meow. But this time, the mysterious monster seems to be very powerful. So many hunters fell down without even noticing each other. Could it be that the monster is invisible? Catherine said with some worry. Invisible? Don't worry. It won't happen. Meow. Wenlong said with certainty. In Wenlong's mind, there is a huge amount of monster information. And among these monsters, there are indeed types of monsters that can become invisible. But another point that contradicts the eyewitness information is that none of these monsters can cause people to be burned by fire. Chapter 71 One after another. Actually, the reason why those people were attacked but didn't find the enemy yet is probably not because the enemy is good at hiding, but because the enemy is good at long-distance attacks. So people mistakenly think that the opponent is good at hiding, Wenlong said. Long-distance attack? In Catherine's impression, the so-called long-distance attack had only been seen by the beaver beast's skill of throwing clods of soul. So Catherine did not understand how far it would take to kill a hunter without being discovered. Knocked down. Well, to put it simply, it means that the opponent can attack him before he even sees him. Although it sounds incredible, there are indeed some monsters that can do it. As Wenlong said this, he carefully observed the surrounding situation and did not dare to relax at all. The reason why Wenlong was so cautious was that, according to the witness reports of previous survivors, Wenlong and Catherine had already entered the area where the mysterious creatures were seen. If the monster that needs to be investigated is still here, it means that it may be attacked by the enemy at any time. So you must be vigilant. The second reason is that the specific location of the monster is not yet known. So Wenlong hopes to find some useful clues by observing the surrounding situation. As long as this monster is still in this forest, it will definitely leave traces. It has not rained in the past few days. The footprints and other traces in this valley should be relatively complete. But how come it has been gone for so long? Didn't you find any clues? However, just when Wenlong felt a little confused, he suddenly heard Catherine yelling. Yeah, Mr. Cat, look here. What's wrong? You're making a fuss. Meow. Wenlong walked over and took a look. But what he saw was not the traces left by monsters, but a series of human footprints. Footprints? When he saw 10 of those footprints, Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then said, There have been many incidents of hurting people recently, which has led to the area being determined by the Hunter Guild as non-task recipients. It is an inaccessible area, and with the warning issued, no one else should come. So these footprints are most likely to be the guy named Claude. Mr. Cat, since the other party is also here, will the other party discover this monster before us? Catherine said with some worry. It's possible, Wenlong said casually, although I have basically determined the true identity of the other party. When it comes to some eyewitness information, the one named Claude may know more details than me. After all, the Hunters Guild was specially sent here to investigate. Meow. Hey, Mr. Cat, isn't our mission going to fail? The other party found the prey before us. Catherine suddenly became anxious, and her tone rose a few points. Why are you anxious? Wouldn't it be better for the other party to discover it first? It can help us attract the monster's attention. And even if the other party discovers the prey, it does not mean that they will win this time. After all, they still need to obtain evidence that can prove their discovery. That's it. Otherwise it's just empty talk. Who knows whether your investigation results are true? Right. Meow? Although Wenlong explained this to Catherine, Wenlong was actually a little anxious in his heart. Based on Wenlong's understanding of the prey, he has basically determined the most likely location of the mysterious monster. So the route Wenlong chooses now is the route most likely to encounter the mysterious monster. And it is also the route Wenlong thinks he can surpass one of the other party's capitals. After all, Sealfang Valley is so big. If they can go on the right path from the beginning, they will undoubtedly get the upper hand in this bet. However, now Wenlong discovered that the hunter named Claude was also walking on this route, and was walking in front of him. This undoubtedly gave Wenlong a new understanding of the opponent's strength. Could it be that the man named Claude also knows something about the habits of this target? He is as knowledgeable and talented as me? No, it should be impossible. Otherwise, after so long, we should have investigated this time long ago. It's time to find out the identity of the mysterious monster. With such doubts, Wenlong glanced around. But this time he found a series of human footprints not far away. Wenlong was shocked and thought to himself, 2 people? And judging from the size and depth of the footprints, it should be a woman. In addition, because she did not carry hunting equipment, her body was lighter, and the footprints left were also shallow. Then you can be sure that this person is not a hunter. Seeing this, Wenlong also understood in his heart. So, I found a helper. I guess I found a certain bachelor Wangli who specializes in studying rare monsters. Otherwise, how could he know this way like me? Thinking of this, Wenlong also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. Now Wenlong didn't know how much the other party knew about the target. If the other party also had the same knowledge as himself, then Claude, who was walking in front of him, would indeed be more likely to investigate the identity of the monster first. Oops! We can't wait any longer. And since there are people ahead to explore the path for us, we don't need to move forward so cautiously. It's better to speed up and catch up with the opponent as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wenlong immediately said loudly to Catherine, Woman! Hurry up! We have to speed up! Meow! While saying this, Wenlong rushed to catch up. Just as Wenlong expected, walking in front of Wenlong and Catherine was Claude with 2 swords on his back, and a young woman wearing glasses. This young woman wearing glasses is Lindy's, known as the knowledgeable bachelor Wangli. She is holding a somewhat old notebook in her hand, and the dense text recorded in the notebook is all from various ancient documents copied from Wang Li's library. Along the way, Lindy's carefully observed the surrounding environment, and from time to time compared it with the records in the notebook in her hand, and then kept giving Claude directions. Is it really this way? Claude asked impatiently. It should be right here. Lindy's pushed up the glasses she was wearing, but she didn't answer very confidently. Should it? Isn't it for sure? Although Claude was a little dissatisfied with Lindy's answer, he couldn't express it, so he could only keep it buried in his heart. After all, 4 hours had passed since entering the dangerous area, but Claude still found nothing. This made Claude a little impatient, and his original trust in Lindy's was gradually dwindling. After walking for so long, let alone a monster, I haven't even seen a hair on the monster. Are we going to return in vain this time? Although Claude failed to find out the true identity of this mysterious monster in several previous investigations, this time Claude didn't want to wait any longer. After all, if it doesn't succeed this time, it will most likely mean losing the chance to get Wulong, the Elu Cat. In addition, Lindy's, a royal bachelor, had been walking slowly along the way, which made Claude even more unhappy. This woman is walking too slowly. After all, she is someone who sits in the library every day researching information. If she can't stand walking at such a speed in the wild, she won't let that woman and Wulong catch up. Right. Chapter 72 The Power from Starlight. Claude, who had had enough of walking slowly with Lindy's, decided to take the lead and go to the front to see what was going on. Since it is said that it should be right in front, then I will go to the front to take a look first. If I can find anything, that would be the best. If I don't find anything, come back. Wouldn't it be better than walking slowly with this woman? Can it save a lot of time? With this thought in mind, Claude turned around and said low to Lindy's, and then ran forward. As a 2-star high-level hunter, Claude was very agile and quickly left Lindy's behind. Mr. Claude, please don't walk too fast. Lindy saw Claude suddenly speeding up and wanted to dissuade him. However, before she finished speaking, Claude had already left a considerable distance away. In desperation, Lindy's had to put the notebook in her hand into her crossbody bag, and then speed up and rush forward. But as a researcher who often stayed in the library, there was no way Lindy's could keep up with Claude in this valley with complex terrain. In this way, the distance between the two of them unknowingly grew further and further, and even Lindy's could no longer see Claude's back. After advancing for some distance, Claude suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some huge footprints on the ground that he had never seen before. As a 2-star high-level hunter, his keen intuition made him stop. Claude's rich hunting experience allowed him to identify the footprints of most prey. So Claude, who thought they might be clues, leaned down and began to carefully identify the traces left on the moist soil. Well, it is indeed a footprint that has never been seen before. It is very likely that it is the mysterious monster we are looking for this time. And judging from the size of the footprint, it should be a monster the size of a flying dragon. And its shape is also very close to a dragon-type monster. But there are some different characteristics that are enough to distinguish it from the previous monster tracks. Could it be that this mysterious creature is a giant dragon? Anyway, I finally found a clue. Since the footprints can be found, and they are so clear, the prey this time must be nearby. These days of running around with no results made Claude a little irritated. But the information found at this moment still made Claude excited. It's true that hard work pays off. Judging from the direction of the footprints, the prey this time should have gone to the right. However, just when Claude was concentrating on identifying the footprints on the ground and preparing to follow these footprints to find prey, suddenly, Claude heard a familiar voice coming from the distance. Careful! Careful? Claude doesn't think that any monster can easily attack him. What's more, judging from the current situation, the monster this time should be very large. It is more difficult for large monsters to hide their bodies. If it was close, there was no way he wouldn't notice it. So even though he heard the warning, but with the thought, are there enemies? There are no large monsters nearby? As for the small monsters, it is impossible to pose a threat to me. Claude still hesitated a little. The hesitation lasted less than a second, which was nothing to ordinary people. But at this moment, it became a fatal mistake. When Claude leaned down to identify the footprints and was about to stand up to alert the surroundings, a golden butterfly-like creature half the size of a human body had already approached behind Claude. There are enemies! The change in the airflow behind him still made Claude notice the location of the danger this time. So Claude immediately turned around, preparing to deal with any situation that might happen at any time. However, it was still a step too late. The moment Claude turned around, there was a bang, and the explosion of fire came with a shock wave, causing Claude to fall to the ground. Nearly 3 hours have passed since they entered the dangerous area. Wulong and Catherine are still speeding up to catch up with Claude and Lindy's in front. However, judging from the increasingly clear footprints on the ground, Wulong and Catherine are still speeding up to catch up with Claude and Lindy's. Long was convinced that he was not far from Cloud's location. At this time, the keen Wenlong seemed to see something approaching him from the front. But because of the obstruction of trees and terrain, what he saw was not very clear. What is that? Meow? So Wenlong climbed up a big tree next to him, preparing to take advantage of the height to find out what was going on. However, only halfway up the climb, Wenlong could clearly see what was happening in the distance. Huh? It's not that boy named Claude? In the distance was a young woman wearing glasses, with dark green hair that looked like it had been dyed by green herbs. She was carrying a crossbody bag and was running towards Wenlong desperately. Behind this woman, there is a golden butterfly-like creature that is constantly chasing after her. And it is obvious that this butterfly-like flying creature is faster. And the distance between the two is constantly getting closer. Woman, get ready. Someone is in danger. Meow. Wenlong immediately said to Catherine. And at the same time he jumped down from the tree, then sped up and ran in the direction of the woman. Catherine on the ground immediately rushed forward at a sprint speed of 100 meters. At the same time, she put one hand on the hilt of the big sword, ready to draw the sword at any time to deal with the enemy. The woman wearing glasses was still running, but the rapid decline in physical strength had caused her running speed to slow down significantly, and her steps became sloppy. In this valley with complex terrain, the consequences of unsteady steps are often very serious. Sure enough, after the woman wearing glasses ran a few more steps with all her strength, her foot missed and she fell to the dirt. And at this moment, the big golden butterfly was approaching quickly. Don't want! Shouted the woman wearing glasses. However, just when the woman thought she was about to be attacked by the big golden butterfly, a strange figure stepped over her body and blocked the path of the big golden butterfly. Go away! The figure who arrived just in time was Wenlong. As he passed over the woman wearing glasses, Wenlong's two swords had already taken action, directly slashing towards the wings of the big butterfly. Crack! The two wings of the big butterfly fell to the ground. But at the same moment, the body of the big butterfly glowed with golden light. Woman! Get defensive! Okay, Mr. Cat! At this time, Wenlong dragged the woman wearing glasses back, and Catherine, who arrived a moment later, rushed forward, then placed the sword in front of her, assuming a defensive posture. At this time, the golden light on the body of the big butterfly that had its wings cut off and struggled to fall to the ground became brighter and brighter. After reaching its peak, it suddenly exploded like a bomb, releasing fire, and the shock wave hits Wenlong and others. Chapter 73 The Princess of the Underworld 1. If it weren't for the previous hunting that Wenlong and Catherine had formed a considerable degree of tacit understanding, then this operation might not have been so perfect. At the moment when the big golden butterfly exploded, Catherine's sword blocked the heat wave and fire generated by the explosion very well, while Wenlong behind him dragged the bespectacled woman to a safe location in time. After the explosion, Wenlong and Catherine were unscathed, while Lindy's was only slightly injured when she fell, which was not a big problem. Then he looked at the golden butterfly in front of him, but it had disappeared without a trace with the explosion. Hey, glasses guy, are you okay? Meow? Wenlong asked as he looked at the woman wearing glasses, who was lying on the ground in a panic. I'm fine. The woman with glasses gasped and struggled to stand up. She reached for her satchel, and felt much more relaxed when she saw that the contents of the satchel were still there. Fortunately, the notebook and that thing that recorded this research are still there. Then the woman wearing glasses said to Wenlong and Catherine, My name is Lindy's. I am a bachelor's degree graduated from Wontley College. I specialize in studying monsters recorded in ancient classics. Here I tell you, there is a very powerful, mysterious monster ahead. Someone has been injured by the monster. I hope you can contact the Hunter Guild for rescue as soon as possible. Someone is injured. Wenlong was stunned for a moment, and then asked, Is the injured person a boy named Claude? Meow? Exactly. How do you know? Lindy's was a little surprised. Because we are also hunters here to investigate. Of course, I am much stronger than that guy. Meow. Wenlong explained. Is that so? That's great, Lindy said happily. Then please contact the Hunter Guild. If there is no contact information, you can use this one my companion left for me. After saying that, Lindy's took out a long cylindrical object from her bag. Wenlong took it and looked at it, then handed it to Catherine at the side. I really brought a good thing. Sure enough, high-level hunters are treated differently. Wenlong looked at the cylinder and said with some envy, This is a way to summon guild support at any time. Right. Then Catherine will use the signal bomb to light it up. Meow. Flag flare? Catherine, who took the cylinder, was a little confused. You've always played with fireworks. Right. Stupid woman. Wenlong scolded. Oh. Okay. Mr. Cat. So Catherine placed the long tubular object vertically on the ground. Then Catherine used flint to light the fuse at the bottom of the long tube. In an instant, a red flare flew into the sky with a long trajectory, and then slowly fell, which was particularly eye-catching. Just as Catherine lit the flare, Wenlong took a few steps forward and picked up a thin golden wing from the ground. That was exactly the part that Wenlong had cut off with his 2 knives. Because it was cut off by the 2 knives, it did not disappear instantly with the explosion, but remained temporarily. However, after being touched by Wenlong's hand, the thin wing immediately seemed to be weathered, turning into powder and disappearing completely. Sure enough, Star Feather Butterfly will disappear when it dies. Naya, Wenlong murmured to himself. If there were still some uncertainties before, now it can be said that we are certain that our opponent this time will be the Star Dragon. Right. Meow. Hearing that Wenlong accurately named the mysterious monster this time, Lindy's on the side couldn't help but widen her eyes. Star Dragon? Is it really the legendary Star Dragon who is called the Princess of the Underworld and the Dragon of the Stars? And what is this big golden butterfly? Is it really the Star Dragon? Is it related? Lindy's only knew something about the so-called Star Dragon from books, and most of these books only had written records. So although Lindy's had speculated that it might be a Star Dragon based on some scattered information, she had never seen what a Star Dragon looked like. As for whether this big golden butterfly has any direct relationship with the Star Dragon, Lindy's naturally doesn't know. Therefore, Lindy's was shocked when she heard that Wenlong had confirmed that the mysterious monster this time was Xinglong just by relying on the thin wings of a large butterfly. Of course it is. Compared to you people who just research information in the library when they have nothing to do, I often deal with monsters like this. Meow, Wenlong said. Often? Often? You mean you often see this kind of monster that only appears in ancient books? The shock on Lindy's face suddenly turned into an expression of admiration. Then this Lord Elu Cat. I study stars. Long years ago. Please tell me all you know about. Halfway through, Lindy suddenly realized that now seemed not to be the time to study knowledge, and then changed her words and said, Lord Elu Cat, after this mission is completed, please tell me everything you know about Star Dragon. Any information. I charge a fee for business consultation. Wenlong, who saw that the flare had already taken off, hesitated for a moment, then threw a bottle of recovery medicine G to Lindy's, who had multiple bruises on her body. This is recovery potion G. Drink it, and then wait here for rescue from the Hunter Guild. Meow. Then Wenlong turned to Catherine and said, Let's go now. Let's complete this investigation mission and save the boy named Claude by the way. Otherwise, if that guy dies, our bet money will be completely lost. You're in trouble. Meow. Okay, Mr. Cat. Catherine nodded and immediately followed Wenlong's pace. In this way, Wenlong and Catherine moved forward in the direction indicated by Lindy's, and encountered the same golden Star Feather Butterfly as before many times along the way. But because Wenlong and Catherine explained the characteristics of the Star Feather Butterfly, even though they encountered the Star Feather Butterfly more and more frequently, Wenlong and Catherine were still able to cope with it with ease. Then Wenlong and Catherine finally reached their destination. It was an open area, and Wenlong and Catherine could vaguely see a person lying motionless on the ground in the distance. They didn't know whether he had lost consciousness or lost his life. Then, not far from the human, there was a huge dragon approaching the human lying on the ground. It's Xinglong. That's right. It's almost the same as in the game. Wenlong confirmed in his heart. The star dragon in the distance has some characteristics of the flying dragon species. But compared with ordinary flying dragons, it has a slender tail, and its wings are shorter. Its whole body is covered with red scales, and there are 2 long horns extending backwards behind its head. What's even more peculiar is that there is hot energy similar to magma flowing continuously on the chest of this star dragon, which seems to show people the uniqueness of this creature. Chapter 70 for the Princess of the Underworld 2. Xinglong is very strong. Wenlong knows this better than anyone else. Whether it is attack power, defense power, speed, or attack method, Star Dragon is far superior to monsters like the big monster bird. And the gap is even greater compared to other types like the beaver beast and the big boar king. Of course, in addition to its strong body, The star feather butterfly surrounding Xinglong is also an existence that can give Wenlong a headache. Although the star feather butterfly appears alone, it is relatively easy to solve. But if it appears together with star dragon, the hunter will have to deal with it. When star dragons are fighting, star feather butterfly attacks from the back or side, which will make people hard to guard against. And the closer to the star dragon area, the greater the number of star feather butterflies, and the more difficult it is to break through. So Wenlong knew that it was impossible to defeat Xinglong with the current weapons and equipment. A level 9 weapon that is not up to the level of a big strange bird. Even if it is used to attack the star dragon, the final result will only be bounced away by the star dragon's hard scales. And the bounced attack will be the same to the star dragon. It's almost like scratching an itch. If you want to attack Xinglong under such circumstances, you could almost say that you are seeking death. Therefore, Wenlong's plan from the beginning was to obtain evidence of Xinglong's existence and save people. Once the goal is accomplished, retreat without hesitation. Hey, woman! Do you remember everything I told you on the way here? Meow? Before preparing to take action, Wenlong asked Catherine again about the key points of this battle. I remember everything, Mr. Cat, Catherine replied with some worry. In short, I am waiting for you, Mr. Cat, to lure the star dragon away, and then I will rescue the person. But Mr. Cat, what if the star dragon keeps chasing if I won't let you go? How are you going to escape? I have my own way. I don't need you to worry about it. Meow, Wenlong said. Oh, thinking about Wenlong's ability to save the day every time before. Catherine didn't say anything. Let's get started. Naya! With that said, Wenlong took out the protective stone he had picked up before from his pocket and put it on himself. At this moment, the stealth skill was activated, and Wenlong's figure began to become blurry, reaching a level that would not be noticed at all unless he looked carefully. If you want to get close to the star dragon, stealth skills are a good choice. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be blocked by the surrounding star feather butterflies before you get close. I don't want to be entangled by a group of star feather butterflies. Those things are really annoying. Wenlong thought this way. Then Wenlong started to set off carefully, retracting all his claws into the flesh pads, and always being careful not to step on the dead leaves on the ground to ensure that his actions would make as little noise as possible. In this way, Wenlong carefully searched for a route, avoiding the surrounding star feather butterflies, getting closer to star dragon little by little, and finally came to a place less than 3 meters away from star dragon. At this time, Xinglong still didn't notice Wenlong, but focused on Claude, who fell on the ground not far away. There was a look of disgust in his eyes towards the foreign creatures that invaded his territory. Good opportunity, Wenlong thought to himself. Wenlong shrank up, then stuffed a pill that took away the medicine into his mouth and held it in his mouth, preparing for a sudden burst of force. Then Wenlong exerted force, took a step forward, jumped high and jumped directly toward Xinglong. At the same time, Wenlong used both swords to stab Xinglong's side from top to bottom. The force-moving medicine in his mouth was also chewed up at this moment. While entering the force-moving state, Wenlong also activated the ghost human transformation unique to his double swords. Wenlong remembered that in the game, in addition to increasing the attack speed and using special moves, the ghost transformation also allowed him to acquire the characteristics of not flicking the knife and not being afraid of wind pressure. However, because we don't know if this characteristic still exists in today's world, even though Wenlong is transformed into a ghost, Wenlong still targeted the gaps between the scales on Xinglong's body when he attacked. Wenlong believed that if he targeted this part, as long as the tip of the knife could penetrate through the gap, it would be possible to cause a small amount of damage to Xinglong, and Wenlong's goal would be achieved. I have to say that Wenlong succeeded. Wenlong's 2 swords pierced through the gap in the smallest and weakest scale, and then pried it hard, and an orange-yellow scale was pried up by Wenlong. So Wenlong reached out and grabbed the scales that were pried up were put into his pocket. Okay, let's get the mission props. With these things, I will be the first person who can produce evidence to prove that this monster is a star dragon. In short, I will win this mission. Meow! However, Wenlong's goal was achieved, and Xinglong was also furious. Although the damage caused by Wenlong to Xinglong was almost negligible, all it did was pry off a small piece from the countless scales on Xinglong's body. But it's like a thorn growing on the edge of a fingernail being suddenly pulled out. Although the damage is minimal, the pain is enough to drive people crazy. Of course, this is what Wenlong expected. In fact, it was Wenlong's original plan to make Xinglong angry and let him chase him. After all, only by drawing Xinglong away, in this way can Catherine have any chance. Find a way to get close to Claude, who has fallen to the ground, and rescue him. Everything is according to Wenlong's plan. When Xinglong turned around angrily, Wenlong jumped off Xinglong. When Xinglong swung his front paws to attack Wenlong, the inconspicuous Elu Cat, Wenlong's legs had already begun to half squat to accumulate strength. When Xinglong's front paws came with the sound of howling wind, Wenlong's legs had already exerted their strength, kicked out with all their strength, and began to fly forward. Because it's a forced walk, you don't have to worry about physical exertion during this period. Just sprint as fast as you can. The moment Wenlong jumped out, Xinglong's sharp claw attack almost missed Wenlong by a hair's breadth. But in the end, he didn't have time to hit Wenlong, and Wenlong escaped. Of course, Wenlong was also startled and broke into a cold sweat, thinking that if he hadn't taken the medicine by force, he would have been caught by the claws just now. And with Wenlong's current armor level, even with the bonus of Granny Reese's forging skills, it is impossible to block Xinglong's blow. There is no other reason for not being able to stop it, just because the level gap between the two sides is really too big. So big that it can no longer be bridged by simply using forging technology. So you can only dodge and don't make mistakes. Mistakes will mean serious injury or even death. However, Wenlong escaped after all, so Xinglong finally became even more angry. It didn't expect that an Elu Cat would dare to tease itself like this. So as the anger increased, the special magma-like energy in Xinglong's body began to flow more violently. And driven by this energy, the surrounding Xingyu butterflies also began to surround Xinglong, preparing to block Wenlong's way. Chapter 75, The Princess of the Underworld 3. A large number of star feather butterflies intercepted from the front, and Wenlong's heart was in his throat. At this time, Wenlong had to carefully watch the movements of each star feather butterfly in front of him, and then predict their movement trajectories, even while flying. Otherwise, as long as you are hit by the attack of one of the star feather butterflies, regardless of whether you will be injured, your escape speed will definitely be affected. Then the star dragon behind you will arrive immediately, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The first star feather butterfly hit him from the left. Wenlong leaned his body slightly to the right, while dodging the opponent's attack. He hit the star feather butterfly with his backhand, and killed the star feather butterfly with his sword. However, the first sword had not yet been struck. When he had time to retract his sword, the second star feather butterfly came around from the right. Fortunately, Wenlong had two swords. Even if his left hand had just struck, and he didn't have time to retract it, he could still attack with his right hand. This time it was another stabbing move, just hitting the head of this star feather butterfly, which shows the accuracy of Wenlong's attack. The star feather butterfly that was stabbed in the head twitched twice, and then fell to the ground. However, looking ahead, Wenlong saw 5 more star feather butterflies flying towards him. Is it over yet? This kind of ghost thing comes again. Although the previous 2 star feather butterflies attacked Wenlong from 2 different directions, there was a time difference between them after all. And weapons like double knives that could be used by both left and right hands were not afraid of being outflanked by the opponent. But now it's different. These 5 star feather butterflies are all in front of Wenlong, and they are surrounded by an arc. Although it is not too difficult for Wenlong to deal with these star feather butterflies, considering that the star dragon behind him is still if he was in hot pursuit. Wenlong would have to do more than just kill these 5 star feather butterflies. Not only will he kill these 5 star feather butterflies, but he must also ensure that his running speed cannot be lost at all. Otherwise, he will most likely be overtaken by the star dragon behind him once his speed drops. It's time to use that trick, Naya! In Wenlong's mind, he remembered the trick, spinner avoidance, that he had wanted to use before. He had not used it because the ghost human form suddenly disappeared. But now Wenlong thought about it, and found that only one move was the most suitable for the current situation. At present, it seems that the time for this ghost human transformation should be enough. However, I have never used this spin evasion technique with Elu Cat's body in this world before. I don't know if the effect will meet my expectations. So, seeing that 5 star feather butterflies had gathered around him in a fan shape, Wenlong suddenly pushed his legs on the ground and twisted his body at the same time. Then, while his whole body jumped forward, his body also rotated at an extremely fast speed, with his body as the axis. The 2 heavy-boned double swords held in both hands were like high-speed rotating fans, forming an all-round attack area covering 360 degrees around Wenlong's body. This is a move that can only be used when the ghost is transformed. It has both attack and evasion capabilities. It is also one of the moves that reflects the flexibility of the double sword. And Wenlong's timing was perfect. When the 5-star feather butterflies approached Wenlong, they seemed to be involved in a rotating whirlwind. Especially the relatively fragile thin wings. Twist to pieces. Wenlong's body flew forward while causing damage to the star feather butterflies. So by the time the spinner's avoidance ended, Wenlong had already broken through the blockade of the 5-star feather butterflies and pushed those 5-star feather butterflies away, left behind. Of course, the 5-star feather butterflies with their thin wings crushed did not give up their final struggle. They had lost the ability to fly and detonated the power of starlight in their bodies, just like their previous counterparts. Boom! An explosion sounded, and 5-star feather butterflies exploded at the same time, forming a curtain wall of fire behind Wenlong. A real man never looks back at explosion now. Ignoring the explosion behind him, Wenlong didn't look back. Instead, he cleverly used the air waves generated by the explosion to push his body towards him at a faster speed. At this time, there was no star feather butterfly in front of him, and Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. Guessing that the time limit of the forcible drug was almost up, Wenlong simply put away his 2 knives, then took out another forcible drug from his pocket and threw it into his mouth. Then he got on all fours and ran forward at a faster speed. Now there is no resistance ahead. If you swallow this powerful medicine and run a certain distance, the star dragon will not catch up again, Wenlong thought in his heart. According to the knowledge in Wenlong's mind, among all the monsters he knows, although Xinglong is a relatively powerful monster, it is not a particularly aggressive monster in general. To put it simply, Xinglong doesn't hold grudges very much. As long as you run far enough, the other party won't bother to chase you. Moreover, Star Dragon does not have a strong territorial awareness like Beaver Beast. For most enemies that invade its territory, Star Dragon only attacks with star feather butterflies to eliminate the enemies far away from itself. Many times, after Xinglong discovers that his habitat has been discovered by humans, Xinglong himself will choose to leave on his own initiative to find a quieter and more private place as his new lair. It is precisely because of the Star Dragon's habit of reclusiveness that the Star Dragon has left very little information to mankind in its long history. And it also makes this mysterious dragon difficult to figure out. Of course, unlike other people in this world, Wenlong knew all of this very well. That's why Wenlong made the judgment that as long as he escaped a certain distance, Xinglong would leave on his own initiative. In addition, according to Wenlong's calculations, a long enough period of time has passed since he led the Star Dragon to pursue him. This period of time is also enough for Catherine to rescue Claude. Humph. It's simply perfect. The scales of the Star Dragon have been obtained. The stupid woman should have rescued the boy named Claude by now. What's more important is that without the obstruction of Xing Yudi, even if the dragon can't catch up with me. Meow! Seeing the Star Dragon behind him being pulled further and further away by himself running on all fours, Wenlong felt very unhappy. However, just when Wenlong thought he was about to be safe, suddenly Wenlong heard the sound of breaking wind. Wenlong immediately turned his head to confirm the situation behind him, and saw that the Star Dragon chasing him stopped chasing him, and suddenly turned his body and swung his tail like a whip. Oh no! It's the Crystal Feather Flying Blade! Oh meow! I forgot about this trick! Only then did Wenlong realize that something was wrong. Chapter 76 The Princess of the Underworld 4. Xinglong's tail is very long, and can be used for attacks in many cases. However, given the distance between Wenlong and Xinglong, it is impossible to attack Wenlong just by relying on its tail. What really made Wenlong feel bad was the blade-like scales on the tail of Xinglong. When Xinglong swung its tail at a very high speed, those blade-like scales flew from Xinglong's body like flying knives. The tail detaches and then flies towards Wenlong. Seeing this situation, Wenlong quickly changed direction and rolled to one side to hide. It should be said that it was a critical moment. Wenlong felt like someone dodging bullets in the Matrix, using a difficult posture to let the blade-like scales pass him by. Good risk. Although he was able to avoid Xinglong's blade-like scales, Wenlong knew that the matter did not end there. Because according to Wenlong's understanding, those blade-like scales were not only used to kill enemies, but were used by Xinglong to create star feather butterflies. A necessary form. So after being dodged by Wenlong, those blade-like scales flew a further distance, and finally inserted into the soft soil at an angle of microseconds. Immediately afterwards, the appearance of these blades began to shatter. And then, like blooming flowers, new star feather butterflies were born from inside. Oh meow! Wenlong cursed fiercely. At this time, it was no longer possible for Wenlong to evade. 5 newly born star feather butterflies plus the star dragon catching up from behind formed a new circle around Wenlong. Wenlong still wanted to rush forward, but seeing that these star feather butterflies had begun to bloom, Wenlong knew that these star feather butterflies were about to explode his body. It's so unreasonable to explode just after hatching. Meow! Seeing that the front and rear sides were blocked and unable to escape, Wenlong immediately observed the surrounding terrain and found that there was a forest on the right and a deep valley on the left. Wenlong immediately made a decision and rolled to the left in order to avoid the explosion. But compared to the previous time when he was able to avoid Xinglong's attack by a hair's breadth, Wenlong was not so lucky this time. After all, it was still a little slow. Before Wenlong could avoid it, the approaching star feather butterflies detonated instantly, and heat waves and flames hit Wenlong. In this way, the air waves generated by the serial explosion of 5 star feather butterflies caused Wenlong to roll several times on the ground. Although he was protected by equipment, Wenlong still felt as if his body was about to fall apart. The explosion at this distance is really too severe, but the more severe ones are probably coming later. Even though he was dizzy due to the violent rolling of his body, Wenlong did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. Looking behind him, Wenlong found that the star dragon had approached again while he was being blown away, and he raised his front paw and pounced towards it. Oh meow! Star Dragon's attack is just a little troublesome. Star Dragon's main body and the split star feather butterfly launch attacks one after another, without giving anyone a chance to breathe, Wenlong complained in his heart. However, due to being hit by too many explosions, Wenlong was unable to fight back at this time. Seeing that Xinglong's sharp claws were about to pounce, Wenlong used all his strength to jump to the left. On the left was the cliff of the valley. Wenlong just jumped down, but the claw of the star dragon failed in the end. This bastard Xinglong won't come after him now, will he? Wenlong, who fell from a height, cursed in his heart, with the whistling wind in his ears, and could only let his body fall downwards. But fortunately, Wenlong is not a human, but just an Elu cat, so even if he falls from a height, there won't be much of a problem. As for the star dragon that saw Wenlong jump down, after sticking out its head to see if Wenlong had really fallen under the cliff, it finally chose to turn around and leave. Are you finally leaving? Meow? Just when Wenlong felt confused, he suddenly saw the huge star dragon spread its wings and fly above the cliff. And taking off with the star dragon were all the star feather butterflies in the nearby woods. So the golden star feather butterfly and the orange-red star dragon flew into the sky together, and finally disappeared on the other side of the mountain. Bang! Wenlong fell hard to the bottom of the valley, then rolled a few times and hit a boulder. It hurts! It hurts! Meow. Although Wenlong, as an Elu cat, is not very afraid of falling from high places, because he had been hit by continuous explosions before, and his body was hit like this again. Wenlong still felt that his body was badly affected. Small damage. It's really painful to fall like that. Naya. Wenlong, thinking like this, checked the injuries on his body. At least abrasions on the body are inevitable. And due to overloaded sports, ligaments are also strained. In addition, there are shock injuries caused by violent vibrations, which should also damage the internal organs. There is also a slight fracture of the calf bone. Although it was serious, but it was enough to make Wenlong have difficulty moving. So Wenlong took out the recovery medicine G from his bag and drank it in one gulp. Huh? I feel much better now. I feel like as long as I drink the recovery medicine G, my whole body will be reborn. Meow! Then Wenlong looked around and found that he had really fallen to the bottom of the entire valley. There were steep cliffs on both sides, making it impossible to climb. It seems there is no way to go up near here, but I actually fell down here. If this is the plot in a martial arts novel, maybe I can get some martial arts secrets, peerless magic weapons, etc. Wenlong, who was thinking like this, really searched around. After a while, what was disappointing was that there was nothing. Forget it. This is the world of monster hunters. I'm afraid even if you fall into the valley and survive, there won't be any good. In this case, it's better to go back as soon as possible. So Wenlong gave up looking for the so-called martial arts secrets and peerless magic weapons, and instead began to look for a suitable road to return to the top of the cliff nearby. However, after searching for a long time, Wenlong didn't even find anything that could be called road stuff. There are only cliffs, and the moss growing on the cliffs. They are so smooth that people can't even put their hands on them. And there are such things along the way. They are so long that even Wenlong can't even see them. They all felt a little frustrated. Oh meow! Do you want me to dig a hole from the bottom of the cliff and then dig all the way to the top of the cliff? According to the settings in the game, Elu cats are creatures that are very good at digging. Many Elu cats dig holes and bury themselves to avoid monster attacks. Therefore, it is not impossible for an Elu cat to dig a hole from the bottom of the canyon to the top of the canyon. It is just that the cliff is too high and it takes too much time and energy. Now Wenlong just wanted to go up and join Catherine as soon as possible. But he really had no interest in digging all the way up. Hey, young Elu cat, why did you come to the bottom of the mountain alone? Just when Wenlong was hesitating about what to do to get back to the top of the cliff, an old voice sounded. Chapter 77 Adventurers at the Bottom of the Valley. Is there anyone? Wenlong turned around and saw a short old man standing on a small mound. The old man's face was covered with wrinkles. He was carrying a hiking backpack and holding a hiking pole in his hand. He looked like he was wearing an outfit that often involves outdoor activities. Why is this old man still running around in the ravines at this age? Just when Wenlong felt a little strange, Wenlong suddenly recalled an NPC he often encountered in the hunting ground when he was playing games. Wait a minute. This old man looks familiar. Those long pointed ears are clearly from the dragon tribe. Could it be that this old man is Grandpa Shankai? Wenlong couldn't help but express his thoughts. Ha! I didn't expect that there are young people who know me. The old man laughed. Oh my god! It's really that Shankai grandpa. Wenlong thought to himself. In the past, when hunting in the game, it was possible to encounter Grandpa Shankai on some specific maps. If you talked to Grandpa Shankai at that time, then Grandpa Shankai would usually offer to take a prop from the player. And then another prop will be given as a thank you. To put it simply, they will exchange props with players. And if you are lucky, you may get some good props. Of course, most of the time, they are just useless props that are better than nothing. Just as Wenlong was recalling Grandpa Shankai's information in his mind, Grandpa Shankai in front of him spoke. Hey, young man. It's fate that we can meet here. I wonder if you have any recovery medicine G. If so, I have something good that I can trade with you. Good stuff? What good stuff? Meow? Wenlong naturally became interested when he heard there was something good. Ha! Don't worry about this. I'm old. And of course, I won't let young people like you suffer. So what do you think of this thing in exchange? As he spoke, Grandpa Shankai took out a bottle containing red potion. What kind of potion is this? Meow? Wenlong asked. Ha ha ha. This is the ghost medicine. How are you? Are you excited? Grandpa Shankai obviously had a proud look on his face as he spoke, as if the bottle of potion in his hand was some kind of rare treasure. Ghost medicine? Then don't meow. Wenlong waved his hand uninterested. Young man, why don't you want such a good thing? This ghost medicine is much more expensive than the recovery medicine G. The price on the black market is very high. No. I thought it was a good thing. But it turns out it's just a bottle of ghost medicine. Meow. As an old hunter, Wenlong was naturally very familiar with this red ghost medicine. To put it simply, it was a potion that could increase the hunter's attack power within a day. It is also a necessary potion for many hunters to hunt. Indeed, judging from the materials required for the ghost medicine, the value of the ghost medicine is a little higher than the recovery medicine G. But it is not enough to make Wenlong's heart beat. And the most important thing is that Wenlong already has it in his heart. Even if the ghost medicine is good due to the blending method of all props, it is not difficult for Wenlong to blend it as long as he can get the materials. Grandpa Shankai couldn't help but blush when he saw that the ghost medicine he took out couldn't attract Wenlong at all. It feels as if something you show off as a treasure turns out to be like dirt in the other person's eyes, which is really shameless. In the past, as long as Grandpa Shankai offered his ghost medicine in exchange for the other party, no hunter would refuse, even in terms of formula alone. The recipe for the ghost medicine is more difficult to obtain than the formula for the healing potion G. What's more, when blending the ghost medicine, there is an ingredient that is not available near Milad village. This is undoubtedly a further step. Increase the value of ghost medicine. The ghost medicine can't impress you. Young man, how about I add another bottle of this in exchange? Seeing that the ghost medicine couldn't attract Wenlong, Grandpa Shankai took out another bottle of orange liquid. This time Wenlong quickly guessed the nature of the bottle of orange liquid. Since the one just now was the ghost medicine, then this one should be the hardening medicine. Right. Meow? Yes. This is the hardening medicine. It can enhance the strength of the body's bones and skin within a day, and achieve the effect of improving the defense. How about 1 bottle of ghost medicine and 1 bottle of hardening medicine? And you will get a bottle of recovery medicine. GUV made a lot of money now. No change. Meow. This time Wenlong refused even more decisively than before. Why? Why? Grandpa Shankai was even more surprised. No reason. Wenlong didn't bother to explain to Grandpa Shankai who made such a fuss, but continued. Oh, by the way, old man, I'm not interested in your ghost medicine and hardening medicine. But if you can answer if you ask me a few questions, I would be willing to give you some recovery medicine. G. Meow. After speaking, Wenlong took out a few bottles of recovery medicine G and waved them in front of Grandpa Shankai, saying that what he said was absolutely true. Really? Give it to me? Grandpa Shankai's eyes widened at this time, and the wrinkles on his face seemed deeper. After all, in Grandpa Shankai's memory, he has traveled to many places and exchanged items with countless hunters. But few hunters would be willing to give things to him for free. Not to mention things like the recovery medicine G. Such more expensive props are even more impossible. Then I'll ask, Wenlong said. The first question is, old man, why do you always have to exchange props with others? Meow? In fact, this question has always been a confusion in Wenlong's heart. When he was playing games in the past, Wenlong thought, how could this old man exchange props with people all over the world? Moreover, the types of props he exchanged were more diverse than those sold by the grocers in the village. Isn't it leisure? It's so boring. Now Wenlong finally had the opportunity to ask the person involved this question, and Grandpa Shankai didn't seem to shy away from the question, but explained slowly. Well, this is actually because I often travel around. So many props are gone after being used. For example, the recovery medicine G this time was originally prepared when I set off. But not long ago, a big wild boar king bumped my waist, which really hurt my old bones. So I drank all 3 bottles of recovery medicine G in one go. Speaking of being hit on his waist, Grandpa Shankai smiled sheepishly, and then continued. It just so happens that I have some experience in blending potions. And I also have some materials for ghost potions and hardening potions that I collected in the past. So I mixed some ghost potions and hardening potions and prepared to exchange some recovery potions G with a hunter I met by chance. So that's it. This explanation makes sense. Meow. Wenlong nodded, and then asked. Then the second question. Old man, you just said that you used the remaining ingredients to mix some ghost medicine and hardening Meow. Do you still have such material on your body now? Meow? Well, there are some. They are all collected when I passed by the Thundering Sand Sea some time ago. Halfway through, Grandpa Shankai seemed to understand something, and suddenly asked, Do you think what you want is a ghost? Materials for medicine and sclerosing medicine? Chapter 78 Red and Orange Seeds. Generally speaking, it is very impolite to directly ask the other party for the ingredients of a potion. After all, once the ingredients for the blending potion are released, it is tantamount to showing the most important part of the blending potion formula to people. That's why Grandpa Shankai had such a big reaction. But Wenlong immediately said, Don't worry. I don't need your complete set of materials. I only need the seeds of strange power and the seeds of patience. Meow! The seeds of strange power and the seeds of endurance mentioned by Wenlong are both seeds of 2 plants. If these 2 seeds are given to humans, they will have the effect of increasing human attack power and defense power in a short period of time. In other words, the seed of monster power and the seed of patience are actually the main sources of the medicinal ingredients of the ghost medicine and sclerosing medicine. However, compared with the blended ghost medicine and hardening medicine, the medicinal effects of the seed of monster power and the seed of patience are its relatively weak and its duration is relatively short. So when Grandpa Shankai heard that Wenlong just needed the seeds of strange strength and patience, Grandpa Shankai had a look of confusion on his face. Seed of strange power and seed of endurance. Although these 2 things also have the effect of enhancing attack power and defense, they are much inferior to the real ghost medicine and hardening medicine. Even so, do you want to use the recovery potion G in exchange for these seeds of strange power and patience? Grandpa Shankai reminded. Of course. It's better to say that this is what I needed. Meow. Wenlong said. In fact, Wenlong has long wanted to get these 2 types of seeds, the seed of strange power and the seed of endurance. After all, if these 2 types of seeds are available, then Wenlong, who is familiar with the formula, can mix it with better results like Grandpa Shankai, ghost medicine and sclerosing medicine. Wenlong will have 2 more competitive products on the market that can be used to make money. However, because these 2 types of seeds do not exist in places like Xiaofeng Valley, Wenlong has never been able to get these 2 types of seeds. Now that he heard that Grandpa Shankai has them, Wenlong naturally refuses to let them go. Based on my experience in the game, these so-called seeds of strange strength and patience can also be planted in the climate and soil environment near Milad village. After a while, I will reclaim the wasteland around the cave and create a fertile farmland. Plant some seeds of strange strength and patience, and find some Elu cats to take care of them. When the harvest comes, I can mix the ghost medicine and hardening medicine by myself. Meow! The ghost medicine increases the attack power. The hardening medicine increases the defense power. The strong walking medicine keeps the physical strength strong. And the recovery medicine G can restore a large amount of vitality. Each of them is indispensable for hunters when hunting. When the time comes, money and other things won't be a problem anymore. When he thought that he had 2 more profitable products, Wenlong was naturally a little excited. On the other side, Grandpa Shankai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Wenlong really just needed the seeds of strange strength and patience. And then said, "If you only need one of the materials, I can provide it to you. But how many seeds do you need? How many seeds?" Wenlong thought in his mind at this time. If it is in the game, then 1 seed of strange strength and patience is enough. Anyway, it will grow quickly if planted in the field. And you can still gain a lot. But this is not a game. It is the real world. If this is the case, you must consider that there may be problems with the seeds and they cannot germinate. Or that although they germinate, they die on the way. So there is still more to do. Just a few seeds to be safe. Take 5 seeds of strange strength and 5 seeds of patience each. I will exchange them with you for 5 bottles of recovery medicine G. So Wenlong said, "Okay." As he spoke, Grandpa Shankai took out 2 bags from his pocket and opened one of the bags. It contained a small number of red seeds. Then Grandpa Shankai carefully poured 5 red seeds out, and then used the same bag. The method opened another bag. But what came out of the second bag were 5 orange seeds. Finally, Grandpa Shankai handed the 5 red and 5 orange seeds to Wenlong's hands. Wenlong accordingly took out 5 bottles of recovery medicine G and handed them to Grandpa Shankai. Then, Grandpa Shankai and Wenlong carefully wrapped the things they received in cloth and put them away. In this way, the transaction is completed. Then, there is one last question. After the transaction with Grandpa Shankai was completed, Wenlong said again, "If you have any questions, just ask. What I want to ask is, old man, how did you get down to the bottom of this valley? You couldn't have jumped down like me." "Right. Ha ha. It turns out this is it." It seemed that he had obtained the recovery medicine G at a relatively small price. At this time, Grandpa Shankai was in a much better mood than before. "Of course I didn't jump down. In fact, as long as I jump from go forward a few dozen meters here, then turn to the right, and you will see many large vines hanging down from the cliff. Then you can just climb up along the vines. It's very easy. There are vines in front of you. It's a shame I looked for them for so long." What Wenlong didn't expect was that he didn't see the vines all the way. But he didn't expect that they were not far ahead, because there are vines hanging down from the top of the cliff. It will be much easier to climb up. And at this time Wenlong couldn't help but worry about Catherine, and felt that it would be better to return to the top as soon as possible. So after Wenlong got the news, he didn't stay much. Instead, he said goodbye to Grandpa Shankai and immediately ran towards the location mentioned by Grandpa Shankai. Sure enough, after running a few dozen meters and turning to the right, Wenlong saw a large number of ivy vines hanging down from the cliff. So much so that this cliff looks like a green curtain wall composed of vines. "There are so many ivy vines here. It seems like a big harvest. Meow." After sighing for a while, Wenlong began to climb up the ivy, and soon found that climbing on the ivy was even easier than climbing a tree. Therefore, although the cliff was very high, with the help of these easy-to-climb ivy vines, Wenlong climbed back to the top of the cliff in a short while. "Huh? It's finally up. Today, I have either been running or crawling with all my strength. I can barely survive by taking medicine. I am really exhausted. Meow." Although Wenlong, who was a little tired, really wanted to take a rest, he soon heard some strange sounds coming towards him from far away. "Is this the sound of wheels? Is there a car coming? Meow?" With such a mood, Wenlong looked into the distance, and saw a flatbed truck pushed by two Alumas speeding towards him. Chapter 79 Big Gray and Little Gray. Is that a cat car? A simple wooden flat cart pushed by two L cats, in Wenlong's opinion, was indeed the same as the cat cart he had seen in the game, when playing games in the past. If the hunter controlled by the player was accidentally knocked down by a monster, he would be sent back to the hunting camp by such a cat cart. And if the hunter fell to the ground 3 times during a hunting, that is to say, he was knocked down 3 times. If the cat car is sent back, the mission will fail in the end. Ah! I miss you so much. Meow! Seeing such a cat car, Wenlong couldn't help but think of the time when he first played games. At that time, he was just a novice hunter, and his skills were very good, so he was often ravaged by monsters. And naturally he often enjoyed cat car treatment. But later, as Wenlong's technology gradually improved, he rarely rode the cat carriage. Later, when Wenlong could even hunt various powerful ancient dragon species without injury, the cat carriage was completely insulated from Wenlong. By the way, when was the last time you rode a cat car? It's been almost 2 years. But now that I've traveled to this world, I really want to experience what it's like to ride a cat car. Meow. So Wenlong, who was suddenly reminded of the cat car, rushed in front of the cat car, and then blocked the other party's way. Tap! Stop! Stop! Where are you pushing the cart? Meow? Wenlong asked. Pushing the cat cart were 2 L cats with gray and white spots on their bodies. Judging from their appearance, they looked very similar, and they should be twins. Seeing Wenlong blocking the car, he stopped. L Cat A said, "We are spotted brothers who belong to the Hunter Guild L Cat Rescue Team. I am my brother, Big Gray." Meow. L Cat E said, "We are spotted brothers who belong to the Hunter Guild L Cat Rescue Team. I am my younger brother Xiao Hui." Meow. Then the 2 Elu cats said together, "We are going to rescue an Elu cat who is fighting a powerful monster named Star Dragon. I heard that the brave Elu cat not only rescued a 2-star high level, he is a level hunter. And he also faced the Star Dragon alone. With such a brave spirit, he is really a role model among our generation." Meow. Really? Wenlong scratched his head in embarrassment. But Star Dragon is too powerful. Meow. Dahui said again. Yes. Star Dragon is too powerful. Meow. Xiaohui also said. Then Big Gray and Little Gray said together. So now the hero may have been seriously injured, and we must rescue our hero from the powerful Star Dragon. Meow. Actually, it's just a minor injury. Haha. Wenlong thought that he had been blown up by Xingyu Butterfly before and rolled several times on the ground. He was indeed seriously injured. Fortunately, he brought the recovery medicine G with him. Only then can you recover in a short period of time. However, Dahui and Xiaohui didn't seem to listen to what Wenlong said, but continued. But we haven't seen that hero after looking for a long time. The situation has become very pessimistic. Maybe that hero, he has died under the claws of Xinglong. Although it is very sad. But even so, we have to transport his body back. And we must not let the hero's body be exposed in the wilderness. Meow. Oh meow. Your sister is exposed in the corpse wilderness. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Finally, Wenlong used the trick he had used before. Blur your bear's face. To severely teach the Big Gray and Little Gray in front of him. One time. Dahui. Why did you hit us? Meow. Xiaohui. Yes. Why did you hit us? Meow. Oh meow. Do you curse others to death like this? Wenlong said angrily. How could I be killed by a mere Star Dragon? Meow. So, are you the hero we are looking for? Meow. Dahui suddenly realized. So, you are really the hero we are looking for? Meow. Xiaohui also suddenly realized. Then Big Gray and Little Gray said together. But why didn't we see the legendary Star Dragon? Meow. Humph. Of course, that Star Dragon was afraid of me. So he let me beat him away. Meow. Seeing that the 2 Elu cats didn't have very high IQs, Wenlong blew without hesitation the count comes. You can actually defeat the Star Dragon? That's really incredible. Meow. Dahui said. Yeah. It's incredible that you can actually defeat the Star Dragon. Meow. Xiaohui said. Then they said together. But is there any evidence that you beat Xinglong away? Meow. Humph. These 2 L cats are not complete idiots. They would actually doubt me. Wenlong thought to himself. But I have already thought about how to deal with it. So Wenlong took out the scale that had been pried off Xinglong's body from his pocket, and then placed it in front of Dahui and Xiaohui's reluctance. Did you see it? This is the evidence. If the Star Dragon hadn't run so fast today, I would have removed more than just this small scale. I would have peeled off its skin as well. Meow. When the Star Dragon scales, which were like orange red glass, appeared in front of Big Hui and Xiaohui, the two Elu Cats were so surprised that they were speechless, and they just stared at the scales for more than a minute. After a while, Dahui and Xiaohui recovered from the shock. This shining luster is indeed a scale I have never seen before. Meow. This dazzling luster might just be the scales of the Star Dragon. Meow. They all said together, "You can actually peel off the scales from the Star Dragon. It seems that you are really the hero we admire." Meow. At this moment, Wenlong could clearly feel that Dahui and Xiaohui were in awe of him, and even wished they could kneel down in front of him. Humph. Of course. I am so handsome and elegant. Of course I am a hero. Ha ha ha. Wenlong was unabashedly proud, and then asked, "Oh, by the way, when you came up the mountain, did you meet a man with silver white hair, carrying a big sword on his back, with a good figure, and chest a very big woman? Sir Hero, are you talking about Miss Catherine? We happened to meet Miss Catherine carrying Mr. Claude on her back halfway." Meow. Dahui replied in a very respectful tone, "Miss Catherine is with Miss Lindy's now. It was Miss Catherine who told us about your deeds. So we came here?" Meow. Xiaohui also replied in a very respectful tone, "This woman is actually carrying that boy Claude. Is she a gorilla? Forget it. Don't worry about such details." Wenlong thought to himself. Chapter 80, Riding the Cat Car. "Oh, by the way, there is another question," Wenlong said. "What happened to the boy named Claude? Now that you have met him, you should know his situation, right?" Meow. Mr. Claude was seriously injured, so we sent him down the mountain in a car. Meow. But it's not life-threatening, so as long as you get enough rest, you should be fine. Naya. So that's it. Wenlong thought to himself. It's good that the boy is not dead. Otherwise my money would be wasted. Okay then. I will be going down the mountain next. But I just had a battle with Xinglong, and I am tired. Can I take your cat carriage when I go back? Meow. No problem, Lord Hero. Meow, said Big Hui. It's a great honor, Lord Hero. Meow. Xiaohui said. Then they said together, our cat car is waiting for you at any time. Meow. After all, Wenlong had long wanted to experience a real-world cat car. So when he heard that the other party agreed, Wenlong also sat on it without ceremony. Then, let's go! Meow. Wenlong gave the order, and Big Hui and Xiaohui began to push the cart hard. The speed of the cat car was not very fast at first, but with the continuous efforts of Big Hui and Xiaohui, the speed of the cat car gradually increased. Oh. It looks good. It feels like lightning. Meow. Because after hunting, it was the way down the mountain. All the way down. So the speed of the cat car soon increased to a very fast level, which even made Wenlong feel a bit like he was racing a car, and a bit like playing in the mountains. Rafting is quite thrilling. Big Hui. Hurry up, little Hui. This thing is quite fun. And more importantly, it doesn't require any effort from me. Meow. As you command, Lord Hero. Meow. After hearing Wenlong's instructions, Dahui and Xiaohui pushed the cat cart harder. On this rugged mountain road, the cat car started running wildly like a wild horse that had taken off its reins. Finally, when passing by a road with rocks, the cat car completely lost control. Because the speed was too fast and the road surface was too uneven, the entire cat cart shook violently. Big Hui and Xiaohui, who were pushing the cart behind the cat cart, were unable to catch the cat because of the violent shaking. The rear of the car caused the entire cat car to rush out at once. Ah! No! Big Hui and Xiaohui shouted at the same time. The next section of road happened to be a very steep slope, which was also the steepest part of the entire route. The result was that by the time Wenlong realized that the cat car had lost control, the cat car had already rushed down the slope and reached the point where it was impossible to control it. Extent. Hey, although I want you to speed up, the speed is too fast. If you hit something so fast, you might be injured. Hey, Big Hui, Xiaohui, what are you doing? At this time, Wenlong realized that the cat car was out of control. Looking back, he found that Dahui and Xiaohui were no longer controlling the speed behind the car, but were left far behind by the running cat car. Oh meow. What is going on? Meow. I'm sorry, Lord Hero. We couldn't catch the car. Meow. Big Hui and Xiaohui apologized quickly. I can't even catch the car. Wait. I have to stop the car. Or slow down the car. Brake. Where is the brake? Thinking about stopping the cat car, Wenlong looked for a brake somewhere on the car. But after searching around, he found that there was no such thing as a brake at all. However, just in front of Wenlong, at a corner, a huge rock was lying there. In other words, if Wenlong didn't stop the cat car as soon as possible, the cat car would definitely hit the huge rock in front of him. Rocks? No way. This car really doesn't have brakes? Meow. The fact that he couldn't find any brakes after searching around made Wenlong's face turn pale, and he could only question Da Hui and Xiaohui in the distance loudly, hoping that they could get confirmation of the answer from them. This car has no brakes. Lord Hero. Da Hui and Xiaohui replied at the same time. Fuck you meow. Wenlong cursed loudly. Wenlong's voice rang through the sky, and at the same moment, the cat car Wenlong was riding and also hit the big rock in front. The cat carriage, which was originally made of wood, was not very strong. So when the cat carriage hit the rock, the entire cat carriage instantly collapsed and turned into pulpy wood chips. And Wenlong himself was thrown up due to the huge inertia and impact force, and then flew forward. This reminded Wenlong of the time when he jumped off the cliff to avoid Xinglong. At that time, Wenlong jumped down on his own in order to avoid the star dragon, so he had perfect control over his falling posture. Naturally, he did not suffer much damage when he fell. But it's different now. This time Wenlong was thrown out because the cat car hit a rock. If it were an ordinary person, this collision might be enough to kill him. But fortunately Wenlong is just an Elu cat, and his body weight is much lighter than that of humans. So it is easiest to encounter a collision. Being thrown out, you can fly over the rocks instead of hitting the rocks directly like a normal weight human being, causing your head to bleed. But Wenlong, who was hit and flew up, saw that there seemed to be an open space in front of him. The ground was full of rugged stones. According to the simple parabola principle, Wenlong was sure that he was about to fall into that hard and sharp place. Stone clearing. I didn't suffer any serious injuries when I fought Xinglong. Didn't you expect to stumble here? Meow! Just when Wenlong thought he would fall hard on the rocky ground, suddenly Wenlong saw a figure rushing over and shouting in a joyful voice. Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! Mr. Cat! It's really Mr. Cat! It was Wenlong's partner Catherine who came. Seeing Wenlong flying over, Catherine instinctively opened her hands to prepare for Wenlong's arrival. Idiot! What are you doing? If I bump into you like this, both of you will be hurt. Meow! Wenlong knew that maybe Catherine could easily hug him normally. But now, he was falling towards Catherine at a very fast speed in a parabolic trajectory. In this case, Wenlong's thrown body was like a bullet. This is from the fact that small birds can also be penetrated by special windshields, or even fall when flying on a high-speed aircraft. A truth. Therefore, Wenlong believed that if Catherine forced herself to catch him at this time, it would most likely result in both people being injured due to the huge impact. However, Catherine did not listen to Wenlong's dissuasion, but continued to open her arms as if hugging someone else, waiting for Wenlong to fall into her arms. Then just as Catherine hoped, Wenlong really ran into Catherine's arms.